are those
Well,
not
if
good?
you, yeah, we're all
Can't you do
about
them yourself, like with
hearing.
like plywood and shit?
Yeah, go ahead and give us one test that we can verify, Pickle, if you got one, how we can verify the curvature of the Earth. Go ahead.
Isn't there like the light test? You shine a light, you have two holes in plywood, and you put them a certain distance apart. If the Earth is flat, they go through. If it's curved, then they won't.
No, I thought you had something that you could seriously test.
You
Let me
can't test
just
that
kind
one.
of pick. Let me pick apart what you just brought up. You basically talked about a test that you saw on a mockumentary called Behind the Curve on Netflix. So basically, what you've done right now is said that you
I
could
haven't
test
watched it
something
on that.
that
I haven't watched any
yeah.
documentary
Let me
on
just
Netflix.
expose. Let me just expose.
I
Hold on.
swear I
Let
haven't.
me just expose.
I might have saw it.
All right,
I might have seen something on
it's
YouTube,
simple.
but I swear to
It's
God,
simple. You let me talk. You let me talk, or else I have to mute you. It's up to you. You have a choice, Pickle. So the mockumentary that you saw had this individual named Jeranism, and he was testing or was going to test the laser, but prior to the test of the laser, he used a flashlight, and he put like 3 boards with little holes in them, and he just shined the light through the holes, and he didn't get the result that he was he was thinking he was going to get. So he said that's interesting. And so what it was is that they spun it around to say that he did a laser test, putting a light through 3 holes on 3 platforms that were on water. And because of that, they got the evidence that the Earth is a globe. Voila. Thank you, flat earthers. That's what you're referring to. So it's basically you're appealing to something a flat earther was doing, allegedly, and that you're using that as evidence of the Earth being a globe. Now, importantly enough, what I want to point out to you is that you didn't use academia in any way to tell us how you know the Earth is a globe. You instead turned to a Netflix documentary, which is a mockumentary of flat Earth, and used that instead. So maybe you should try again. I want you to give us your best flat Earth, or excuse me, globe Earth evidence, and tell us a methodology that they've established, because they told us that the Earth has been a globe for at least 2,000 years. So we want to know what method or what's anything you've learned of how the Earth is a globe. Tell us the method, how we could test curvature. Once again, Pickle, go ahead.
Well, can't we just do that same test exactly however you want it? You know?
So you're gonna stick to your gimmick. Is that right? You're starting to lose interest in having good conversations, and you want to stick to this gimmick.
No. I mean, like, if you say it's a gimmick,
You have
and
a
it's
choice.
Have you
You
done
have
it?
a choice, Pickle. Yo, wait a minute.
no,
Hold on, old hot.
that's
You
what I'm
have it.
saying. We should do it
Okay, here's
together.
the
No,
thing.
you said, couldn't
No,
I? You
Couldn't
goofball.
here's what I'm gonna do.
I said, couldn't
Here's
we?
what I'm gonna do. Nope. Server mute. Guess what? You have an option here that I'm going to give you. Either drop the gimmick that you're doing now and have some serious conversation, or you're going to find your way out of here for good. Because I'm not going to entertain somebody who's just wanting to bring gimmicks into the conversation. I'm done with that. It's up to you. Once I unmute you, if you continue with the gimmick, you're out of here. Go ahead, Pickle. Try again.
All right, fine. I didn't realize it was a gimmick. I honestly didn't.
Right.
Well, if
I
you
don't
don't
believe
want to,
that for a hot
we don't
second.
have to. I mean,
It must have worked better in practice and rehearsal.
Yeah,
there has to
it
be
did.
some sort of
Okay,
test
so what
that
has
we can
we'll
do.
look at it. We'll look at it this way. What has academia done to convince you that the Earth is a globe? Let's do it that way. What have they done?
Wait. Let's. There has to be some sort of test.
We're not gonna go down your path. What has academia done to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe? Go.
I mean, are you dismissing like?
What has academia done to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe? I might say it one more time. I want it to land. What have they done?
I don't know what you want from me, man.
I want to know how you know the Earth is a globe, dude. From school. Let me say it to you in plain English, right? School, man. What did you learn that they told you the Earth's a globe? How do you know it's one?
All right, because physics.
All right, one word is not helping us here. Explain to me a method by which they demonstrated that the Earth is a globe. Go.
The basic Newtonian physics of the universe support the fact that the Earth is a globe. And
All
there's
right,
much
walk
more
me through it.
experiments that
No, we're going to walk through Newtonian physics. Take me through it. How do you know it's a globe via Newtonian physics? Go. Waiting.
Oh, am I muted? Alright.
Yeah. Newtonian physics.
The
Earth
mass
is
of
a globe.
gravitational
Go.
bodies, right?
NASA gravitational bodies. All right.
Right.
That's incoherent. Try again.
The mass of gravitational bodies and how they orbit each other.
Okay. The mass
Okay.
of gravitational bodies, the way they orbit each other. Have you witnessed an
Right.
orbit?
I haven't.
Have you witnessed an orbit? Then
Well,
how do
I
you know
mean,
there's orbit?
other than looking at planets.
You looked
Yeah.
at planets?
Sure. Through a telescope
What is
and whatnot.
what is a planet? What is a
I mean,
planet?
Dude, I'm
Answer the question. What is a planet?
the ball of mass. Little ball of mass.
How do you know? Okay, so we're drilling down. What is a? How do you know it's a ball?
Dude, it looks like a ball. I don't know what you want me to say.
Yeah, it looks like a ball. How do you
Right.
know it's a ball?
Well, which ball of mass are we talking about? Because some planets
Pick
we
one.
can see all the way around.
Pick one. Oh, really? Which one?
Jupiter,
one?
say.
All right. So have you seen the other side of Jupiter?
Dude,
Answer the question.
sure. I've seen
Okay,
the
what
dark
does it
side
look
of
like
Jupiter.
compared? You saw the dark side of Jupiter. When did you see the dark side of Jupiter?
Dude, what do you think? So, okay, so what you're saying that
Answer the question. When did you see the dark side of Jupiter?
I don't know, man.
You don't know. Oh. So we drilled down all the way down to where you said, I don't know. Good, I like that. Let's stay on that path. Because when you say I don't know, that just makes my point that you don't know much more clear. All right.
All right.
So
right.
your premise.
Let's stay
your
on the
premise-
path of I don't know.
Yeah, we're gonna stay on that path. Newtonian physics gives us the mass of the objects, the planets, and then all the way down to where Jupiter was an example, and then you saw the other side, the dark side of Jupiter, and now you don't know. So we drilled down all the way to the base of all of your logic, down to the foundation, and when we got there, well, there was nothing there. You didn't know. So what else don't you know? Tell me something else. Tell me how you prove that the Earth is a globe, because the Newtonian physics didn't help you. So let's go somewhere else, Pickle. Where else are we going?
Dude, that's what I want to know.
Well, you're the one telling me the evidence for the Earth as a globe. Where else are we going?
I'm not.
Earth
dude.
being a globe. Earth being a globe. Tell me how you know. Newtonian physics didn't do it. Find something else. Try again.
Dude, I want to prove it somehow.
I know you do. So give it to me. How do you know the Earth's a globe?
Do you think there's an experiment that we can?
No, we're not going to think about something. We're going to have you explain how you know you have information to support the claim that the Earth is a globe. Give us the globe. How do you know?
What do you mean?
Okay, you're not that thick, are you? We've been having like a 30-minute conversation.
It's oppressive muting,
you
man.
giving
It's
us-
very oppressive.
Aw, there's the door that way if you want to exit. You don't have to stay here. So, once again, where were we? Oh yeah, you got to demonstrate that the Earth is a globe. Try again. Newtonian physics didn't work. Go.
I don't know that it is, man. That's what I'm asking you.
There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know that it is. Thank you very much, Pickle. You've been kind. That's all. That'll be all for now.
Well, that's what I'm asking you, man. How do we figure this out?
That was easy, wasn't it?
So, that one experiment is like a sham or whatever that you were talking about with the lights and the board
not-
and shit. Because
Yeah,
it seemed
it wasn't. It wasn't an experiment. It was a
so it's
mockumentary.
like a sham.
No, it wasn't a sham. The whole video was spun around to make it sound like it was. So it was showing you that there wasn't anything garnered from what he was doing, but they painted him in a bad light. We know these people, by the way.
I don't. Are we talking
know
about
that.
the
We
same
talked to them.
like the same
Yes,
video?
dude. It's called Behind the. You don't even know the name of. What's the name of the documentary called?
I didn't watch the documentary. That's what I was trying to tell you, but you kept muting me. I didn't watch a Netflix
That's
documentary.
exactly.
Man. I saw it on YouTube.
That's exactly what. That's what you're. Well, that's what you're appealing to. That's what it is. That's what you're appealing to. It's weird that you don't know anything about the things that you see.
That's
Like
what
at
I'm
least you
asking
would have had
you.
a coherent. Well, I don't need to talk about it because it's not anything we bring up. So
Well, can't we? Isn't there? All right, if it's not that experiment, isn't there some experiment that we can do ourselves?
yeah, we
Like,
wouldn't. Yeah, of course.
there's got to
We
be
wouldn't
some
consider it
provable experiment that we can do.
simple. It's not considered an experiment. We're not trying to find the cause of an effect. It's basically a measurement test. So line of sight will suffice for this specific test. A line of sight will do just fine. All we need to do is know how far we're going to look off into the distance. Let's say to the horizon. That's it.
Yeah, but when these guys earlier were telling me that, oh, if you look through, so we just have to use our eyes. We can't use a scope or like anything like that, and we just have to see how far we can look.
Well, that's the beginning step. The beginning step is observation, but we have to incorporate things like optics that would help us at least see a little bit farther to just make the test knowable that we can see at a specific distance and probably pass farther than eyesight could probably see. So, yeah, having optics would be kind of another thing that will bolster the test. So line of sight is what we're going to be using in this specific test. How far we can see to the horizon.
All right, how far we can see through the horizon, and then what do we do? So, something on the horizon we can see, presumably.
Well, there's an observation done on the California West Coast, so it's considered the Black Swan. I don't know if you've ever seen the image of the Black Swan, but this image was done over the bay. You know, so they were looking over the ocean. Excuse me, over the ocean. Sorry about that. Over the ocean, looking at these oil rigs, and far past the oil rigs was the horizon. So the main objective of the photo was to look at the horizon, where the horizon is. And now the oil rigs in that image were used as demarcation points. So there are distance markers. That's all they're good for in the image. So from the observation of 1 foot observer, looking off into the distance, they could see these oil rigs, right, in the distance. And further past the oil rigs, they could see the horizon. So the oil rigs, their only purpose in that image was to demarcate a distance. So their distance to the observer was known. So from the oil rig to the observer, there was at least a 9.41 mile extension. Far past that 9.41 miles is the horizon. So at a 1 foot observer height, with all things being the same, that the radius of the Earth is 3959, using a bit of math formula for a parabola, saying 8 inches per mile squared. So as soon as you get to the point where we're getting far past the 9.41 mile mark, we're already exceeding the amount of predictable curvature that should be there if the Earth is a globe. So because the Earth is not conforming to a spheroid when we're looking off into the distance with line of sight, then we understand that there is no predictable amount of curvature that's in our view, blocking our observation. So as to say that the Earth curve is blocking our line of sight. So we can see clear at a 1 foot observer height all the way far past 9.41 miles, which means in turn that the Earth's curve is not getting in the way of our observation. So that's important because now we're going to say, well, I could see at a 1 foot observer height that the distance that I'm looking at to the horizon is farther than 9.41 miles. That means the predicted Earth curvature that should be blocking my view is not there. And in turn, that means the Earth is not curving as they say. So the Earth's curvature at a 1 foot observer height off into the distance should have been there at 1.22 miles away. That's where the Earth's curvature should have started, but it didn't. It didn't even start at 9.41 miles. It started far past 9.41 miles. Could have been at 10, could have been 20 miles away. But the horizon, which they consider the leading edge of the sphere, a geometric sphere, was not even close to being there presented at 1.22 miles. It was far past the predicted amount of Earth curvature that should have been there. So because of that,
what was this? What study was? What was this? Where is this coming from?
It's called the Black Swan. The Black Swan. It's an image that shows 2 oil rigs and a horizon at the very end of it. Somebody might want to post that for him in the text channel. I'm on the move right now, so I can't do it. So.
Okay.
Just look at the text channel.
I'm just saying you were flaming for not actually doing any of these experiments myself, and I'm guessing you didn't do this yourself.
Yeah, what it is though is
the
method. Yeah, I'm telling you that it's a methodology, sir. Okay. So what we do with the methodology is that you can test the method. You take the method.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's go. So this one you like. This methodology is good. This is a good test.
Yeah, why is it good? Tell me why it's good. What I've explained to you. Why is it good?
Because you're claiming it tells you that the Earth is, if not flat, at least wider than what they're telling you, right? Because of
So they predict. Yeah, correct. The predicted amount of Earth curvature that should be blocking your view at a 1 foot observer height should be at 1.22 miles, or at least starting to be. But that's not the case. We at 1 foot observer height off the ground, right near the water.
Sure.
The observer could see far past 9.41 miles, which means the Earth is not conforming to the predicted amount of Earth curvature that should be blocking the observer, which in turn means the Earth is not a globe because it doesn't conform to the metrics that they give us of a radius of 3959, a circumference of 24,901 miles. So we do not have a globe of that size.
Yeah, but so this is from a picture?
No, it's from a method. There was actually a video. That picture you see is a still from the video.
All right.
Hey, guys,
if they have a report on that, then I'll read it.
If it could be, because Pickle, you were asking for some experiments you could do yourself to try to figure out the size of the globe.
It's not an experiment.
Why not?
It's not an experiment. It's not an experiment, guys.
No, I know. I wasn't saying it was. It was more of an observation.
A methodology or
anything
anything we could use to verify on our own, because that's like paramount, right? In this first-hand knowledge, right?
So some experiments you can do is you can basically get a mechanical gyroscope online, and you can see that as you move across the surface of the Earth, that the rate at which the gyroscope changes over the course of a day changes depending on where you are. So, if you're holding a gyroscope parallel with up and down, and you're on the equator, it should do one full backflip over the course of a day. But if you're standing on the North Pole, it wouldn't move. And then as you go, say, northwards and southwards, you can, say, move 100 kilometers northwards and see the rate of reduction in which the gyroscope spins. Basically, if you're holding it straight up and down. You can also hold it in different orientations. And that's a way that you can measure the actual size of the globe, because, say, a way to think about that is if you're on a really small globe, if you moved, say a globe with a radius of 2 miles, well, if you moved 1 mile north, the amount of change in the gyroscope would be huge. But if you lived on so you can correlate that and figure out the size. And you can buy these aircraft sort of heading
Yeah.
indicator
What? Let me
gyroscopes.
ask Pinky. What's the gyroscope holding rigidity to? What is it holding rigidity to?
Oh, it's just maintaining its orientation in
Yeah.
in
To
non-inertial
what?
space.
In relation to what?
I'm guessing just in relation to non-inertial space.
No, don't guess. Don't guess.
Well, let's look
Don't
it up.
guess
I'll look it up.
because you're giving. Listen. Don't guess. You're giving the gentleman a way to figure out the Earth's a globe without giving information that you're guessing. I need hard facts. How do you know what it's holding rigidity to?
Oh, so how you would know is you do an experiment with a gyroscope and you see that if you move it around, it maintains its orientation in the short term.
It doesn't matter.
It's a dome.
It doesn't matter. You're restating the claim. I'm asking, what is it holding rigidity to? Don't restate the claim. Don't restate it. I don't care about you restating the claim. I want to know what it's holding rigidity to. What's it relating its rigidity to?
So what is it staying in line with, I guess, consistently?
Yeah, what is it staying in line with?
Isn't it just non-inertial? I mean,
You
like just
you didn't think about this. Yeah,
3 directions.
you didn't think about this when you came in giving the guy some globe evidence, did you? That's interesting.
Well, I mean,
I'll let
when
you think about that one.
Yeah, it's an
I'll let you
interesting
think about
point. It's an interesting point.
All right, that's fine. We'll leave it at that. Anyway, moving right along, we have people in the VC. Welcome.
All right, bros. It's been fun chatting. I think I have to go to bed. Go to work tomorrow.
Have a good one.
See you around sometime. It was fun chatting.
Yep, we're here 24/7.
Oh yeah, 24/7.
Yeah, come back, bro. Keep challenging yourself. We're just here just to challenge you, man. Don't get frustrated. Just take it in strides and deal with
All
it.
right, man. I want to run some experiments, man. So if you got any ideas, fucking get them ready for me, man. Cause I want to go out there and do some. For all you. I'll do. I'm down.
Wait.
You design them. I'll do them.
So wait, I looked it up. I actually didn't know this, so that was a really good question by Alpha Veritas.
Yep.
So apparently, a gyroscope, or the accepted answer here is a gyroscope maintains its orientation with respect to any inertial reference frame. An inertial reference frame is one which objects with no force on them remain at rest or in uniform motion, i.e., moving in a straight line with constant velocity.
That'll be the center of the mass of the Earth.
Interesting.
No, because think about this, but because the solar system is apparently going around the center of the galaxy, and then the sun. I mean, that's the sun moving, and then the Earth is going around the sun, and the Earth is spinning. So there's a lot of movement, but I guess it's maintaining its orientation to an inertial reference frame.
Which one?
I guess if you had a gyroscope that was like sensitive enough, you might even be able to maintain measure the orbit of the solar system around the center of the galaxy. But then is the galaxy moving in other ways? Then it would be maintaining its orientation.
The bar reference frame is all from the Earth. That's true.
Yeah. So yeah, and also isn't space-time stretching and like moving?
That's why. Listen, that's why I asked the question. Now, what are you going to reference it to?
Yeah, exactly. And isn't space-time stretching and all sorts of stuff? So like,
this is what I'm saying. Like, I'm not even because listen, I know the globe side very well, so I know exactly what the quandary is there. So don't. I mean, it's.
I don't even get the issue.
It's what it is.
Referencing to what? Like, why would you?
All right, maybe Pinky can tell you why there's a quandary there, but I won't get into it. There's too. We'll stay here forever.
Yeah. Is Matthew? Oh no, that guy's gone. Pickle's gone. Never mind.
Matthew's, yeah, that guy's gone anyways. He went to bed. Matthew's like, don't call me, man. I'll call you.
And that's why I like talking to flat earthers, because they ask questions like what Alpha Veritas asked, and it makes you think, oh wait a minute, I thought I understood this, but now you're asking that. How do I guess I always thought that was just basic, but now, like, yeah, what is it in reference to? I guess a non-inertial reference frame. What does that mean? It's just interesting.
Exactly. No, but I mean, like, I've had conversations in here with people that I've already had like this foregone conclusion in their mind, and they were just like, well, this is just the way it is. But I'm like, that's great. But if we were to push the limits of like how you know something, even on the globe side, right? Because I'm not here to convince you that the Earth is flat and stationary. I guess at this point, I'm going to challenge you on what you already know. So if you think that you know something, and then it's in relation to the ever-expanding cosmos, well, there's a lot of variables there that you're not accounting for. And what is actually the force driving the thing that you're referencing to?
I think there's already reports right now of people saying, "Oh, actually, the universe is retracting. Like it's no longer expanding." But this is like obviously we didn't know. How the fuck could we really know?
I think given the sensitivity of most gyroscopes is far below being able to measure any movement on that scale anyway, you could just say that, well, what you're really measuring as a gyroscope rotates 15 degrees an hour would be the rotation of the Earth. Even trying to measure the sun on a really basic gyroscope, not the sun, the rotation around the sun would over the course of a year would be probably kind of difficult because it would drift. It's not a perfect instrument. I guess if it's sensitive enough, you can measure it over a short time scale.
No, there's a lot of this does happen these feel like there's a lot of jerking themselves off kind of. It's like, yeah, he was right, and I learned from him, and now I build on that kind of thing. It's like, maybe, but I don't think we're even close to correct on how the cosmos function.
Are all the planets the same shape?
Pretty much.
What shape are they?
Spherical.
And why?
Oh, I was just talking about observation. The why is a separate question. Who knows?
Well, where are the planets? Where are they at?
Out in deep
in the sky.
space.
Well, they don't believe in space here.
What kind of space?
The one between your ears.
There's
Do
not
you
so much
think-
space there.
Do you think flat earthers or non-globers, I should say, because not everyone here is flat earther, you think non-globers don't believe in space?
Well, apparently not between their ears, they don't.
Well, I mean, you all saw the solar eclipse yesterday.
Yeah, I saw it on Monday. It was pretty cool.
So
Let me ask you this.
So what do you think the solar eclipse
If
proves?
there's a meteorite reported, say, I don't know, next month coming towards this planet, are you going to believe in outer space then?
No.
And what evidence would you have to, or theory that the rock that you see coming about to hit this planet,
Oh boy.
how would you debunk that? How would you debunk a meteor that you know for sure that's coming?
How would I debunk your hypothetical imaginary situation?
It's actually a good example though of if we have like good ideas of how the meteorites are acting.
Give an example.
Like
then.
if we can't see, oh, this one's about to hit.
Give an example.
Either one. Like
give an example of a prediction that I'm supposed to deny.
You just did. A meteor's coming
a
toward the
specific
planet.
example, dude. Go find an
That's
article.
it. That's
what
it.
I'm saying.
Right
Like
there.
it hasn't actually like
a big rock.
There wasn't
in
predictions
space.
that it was definitely gonna hit Earth. Like that didn't happen.
Go get a specific example.
I just did.
You don't know
a
a
rock
specific
in
example.
in the sky coming
Oh
from
my
outer
God.
space. It's about to hit the planet. What would you do?
Oh my God, dude. That's not
Well,
a specific. I'm talking about like a specific instance of like a prediction of
Yeah,
this
but what
happening.
would you do if it was true?
Who cares? It's just in your imagination.
Okay.
Not going
That's
to
what-
entertain
that's
your
what I thought.
imagination.
That's what I thought.
Oh, you can't even give a specific example. This is just imaginary stuff. Who gives a shit?
A rock in the sky hitting the earth.
Yeah, I know. You keep imagining rocks in the sky hitting the earth. Just show me a time where that happened.
You're saying meteors don't exist?
I don't think I said that. I think I asked him for an
asking to show
example
an
of what
example.
he's
That's
talking
what
about.
you just said. It was imagination.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what you're talking about is because you haven't shown any examples.
Look in the
You don't
desert
even
in New
know that
Mexico.
this happened. You don't even know because you don't even
Look
have a
in the
specific
desert of New
example that
Mexico.
you can point to support your belief that this is a thing that even happens, right?
But if
So
There
you're
you
just
go,
in your
people.
imagination. I'm not saying
That's-
it doesn't happen per
That's
se.
what you're.
I'm just saying
that's your
that
logic
you don't
in
know
this
it
room.
does. You're in your imagination.
There's your logic right there.
Well, you don't
That's
have
what
any.
you. That's what you.
I'll just shut the fuck up. Here comes Heretic.
Yep,
That's
just
just
mute
too
everyone
dumb to
that
be
you disagree with.
Everyone, I let you ramble in here for hours. That guy's just dumb. That's why I muted him. I mean, how many times do I have to tell him what I was asking him for, and he just still doesn't get it? I don't know. I don't have the patience for anybody that's stupid.
Oh yeah, silence everyone you disagree with. That way you can live in your echo chamber.
Everyone. So you're silenced then, right?
I was earlier just for speaking out one sentence.
Right. Yeah, you sound really silent right now. I must have silenced everyone, just as you said.
I was earlier, and I came back, and maybe
Right.
I thought we could have a decent discussion. I guess we can't, though.
Why not?
Do you pay?
Well, I mean, I guess
one
okay.
white
I mean, are
mana
you as dumb
by
as that
colorless
last
to
guy is?
silence
Because
people?
if you are, then maybe not.
I'm trying to find a video of the asteroid that blew up in. It was in Russia a while back, and I mean a
Tunguska
long
event.
while back. So I'm trying to find
Tunguska
it.
event.
No, it wasn't Tunguska. It was a more recent one than that. Yeah,
Okay.
Tunguska is a good example, but there was a more recent one.
Yeah. Okay. Well, see, that's all I was asking for. See, I mean, at least you understand the question. That's why I was just like, nah, sit him down. He doesn't even understand English. Forget it.
Well, you're thinking of Chelyabinsk.
Vince
is an Maybe. No, it was like post 2000. I can't remember. There was one that's like in that area. It might have been Chelyabinsk, but if it was past 2000. I'm still trying to work on it, so I'm at least trying to find something for you. It blew up. Well, when it airbursted, it broke several windows and cars, windows and glass everywhere when it actually airbursted. I still, one of the ones I'm having trouble like like, did we actually have a moon impact that we can? Because I keep running into videos of a moon impact, and I'm like, wow, that was big, and it didn't make the news.
Sounds like some cool stories. It made the news, he said. Well, why did you have such a hard time posting a news article?
No, I'm
No, I was talking to the
about.
guy in the chat. No, I was
Oh,
talking
okay,
to the guy.
sorry.
What are you referring to, Vince?
I went off on another tangent. This is why I just keep him muted. What a great globe proof. They've never picked up a baseball and threw it. Oh my god. Some
Oh,
of
it hits
the
the
mobs here have
Earth,
patience
doesn't
for
it?
that.
It comes back down to Earth, so there's proof of gravity. Something you guys claim doesn't work the way we think it does.
Proof of gravity? Define gravity.
The bending of space-time around objects that are matter.
So you're telling me you threw a baseball, and just by doing that, you proved the bending of space-time.
I proved that the Earth is bending enough space-time that if it didn't exist, that the baseball would continue off in a singular direction because it wouldn't be acted upon based on Newton's first law.
By throwing a baseball, you proved all of that the bending of space-time exists and is caused by the Earth.
What would you describe it as? What is your explanation?
Not that. I wouldn't say I've ever seen a baseball be thrown and gone like, wow, look at all that space-time bending.
It's probably not the first thing that passes through my mind when I throw a baseball. Usually it's like, I hope it makes it to the person I'm throwing it to and they can catch it.
It's not anything that passes through my mind when I throw a baseball. Ever. I've never looked at a ball being thrown or falling to the ground and thought that. Not once. Has anybody really?
No.
Why don't we try to formulate it as an experiment? What would your variables be? You guys just say things.
That's what you guys mostly do and don't tend to even give another explanation for what you claim doesn't happen? Like, we obviously observed the baseball going towards Earth. Do you have an explanation for that?
Why? What was your claim? Why do you do that? Like, you have a claim about a phenomenon, and then you want to turn it around on me and get me to make a claim about it. Like, what for? I thought it was supposed to be your evidence, your argument. Not using baseballs to prove anything about the shape of the Earth. That was supposed to be your job. You made it your job. You're the one who brought it up.
Actually, I don't think I was. You mentioned the baseball. I just mentioned that it was probably the cause of the baseball falling to Earth after being thrown would be the bending of space-time around the Earth, causing the baseball to be attracted to it and come
Where'd
to
you
the
get all
Earth.
that from? Where'd you get all that?
It's now conflating two different gravities. What the fuck?
Yeah, attraction and bendy space time. You got them all conflated together. One's a force, one's not. Plus, you don't observe that. You don't experience that. Get real, dude. I already asked you to formulate it as an experiment, and you gave me no answer. So this is just stuff that you're saying, but go ahead.
All right, I'm back.
Oh, great.
Oh, good. Okay.
Okay. I've thought about this for a little while, and the best thing that anybody can ever do, in my personal opinion, is try to defend something that they don't believe in. Like to actually, prove their point. To not prove your point, but to actually, get better at debate and understanding and how to defend your point of view is to defend something you don't actually hold as a standard.
Well, I'm more convinced of the
I would love
space-time
to
thing.
see any one of you try to defend the globe at all.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm more convinced of the space-time thing now more than ever.
Bruh, if the Earth is round, how come you don't go upside down?
Come on, man.
Why don't I go to space? Is what you're saying? I don't have the money. Thank you.
No, how come if the Earth is really round, then you would go upside down in certain countries?
Who is this clown?
Oh, that's some idiot. Let's find the muted other motherfucker button quickly. And we can get back to talking about space-time and gravity and shit. There we
He was
go.
trying to say antipodal. I think that's what he meant to say. He just had a slip of the tongue.
Look, I've got
Couldn't get his words together.
flat Earth proof right there in the chat.
Oh, Maximum's in here.
Flat Earth proof in the chat.
Flat Earth proof in the chat. What do we got? What you
Maximum brings the minimum globe proof.
Maxie, don't do that corny one. Do the other one that says you need a flat Earth for it. That one was the
Which
best
one?
one. The
the
one
Earth
that you
was a
just had
globe.
post, and it says you have to. It's necessary to have a flat horizontal surface to do this test. I love
it's
that
just
one. Do that
it's
one
just-
again.
It's just acknowledging that water is a level surface. That's all it's doing.
Right on.
Awesome.
So why would you see all of the measurements they took? Why does their measurements align with globe Earth if it's a flat Earth?
What measurements?
They took. I sent them in the chat.
It doesn't.
Look in the chat. It does. It literally
Let's
does.
look.
You just read.
Let's
Yeah, I
look.
did. I read them. Read them.
Hold on, man. Let's see
And
when you dropped it
I
here.
could send the whole PDF if you want.
Huh. Hey, there's a. Oh, that's some. What's that formula down there?
There's like 3 of them or 4 of them. Which one?
The last one.
We got a geometric horizon formula there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but what's the last formula?
Which one? Number 5? Formula 5?
Yeah.
You're finding D, capital D, with respect to two measured heights. You have to know the distances from the shoreline.
To what?
If you believe in the flat Earth, you're
Hold on,
literally
dude. Let
retarded.
the guy shut up. Let the guy respond.
From where you are on the water.
To what?
To
To a
the
tangent?
shoreline. To whatever object you're looking at in the distance.
To a tangent point?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
we're trying to tangent point. That wasn't his.
There's a picture. There's literally a picture to describe all of their variables. I can send the full PDF. Actually,
I know there's a picture, Maximum. I wanted you to tell us how you understand it. So, in your own words, sir, like this.
They use these equations and then they
Okay.
plot using these equations the measured height decrease in the mountain in the distance, and it aligns perfectly with what you would see.
All right, so that's
globe
one
Earth.
and done. Yeah, but we only got halfway through that equation. So we're at the equal sign, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what is it? What does it have next to that?
Well, you can rearrange to solve for radius. They're actually finding radius right now. They're looking for
Really?
radius.
Who's
Yes.
looking for it right now? We got investigators on the
scientists.
job.
Yeah,
These
they live there.
scientists. Who's the
I could do the same thing with the Black Swan picture.
who's the body of scientists that are doing this, Maximum?
I could send the whole research paper. I think it's an independent
Really?
team. It's like 5 people.
And they're
It
looking for
wasn't.
the radius right now.
Oh, they're just proving the Earth is a globe.
No. I'm asking for the equation. How you have here a radius, but you said they're looking for it right now. We got investigators, we got scientists. They're on the job right now looking for
So
the
you're gonna
radius.
make like an actual rebuttal, or
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where you get your knowledge claim from. That's what I'm doing.
the
And you're
last
not
picture?
you're not helping by obfuscating. So give me some information of how you know what that equation stands for.
I just
Right.
told you.
So
what
we're
it
at the
stood for.
radius. We're at the
Mhm.
radius. You said we got some scientists looking into it. What body of scientists are looking into it? Go ahead and if you can cite who's looking into it, because I want to know.
It's an independent group. There's 5
Okay.
people.
Well, let's have it, man. Put it in the text chat.
Let me send it.
Text chat.
How did they find R?
But that's the thing is we're just gonna keep going in circles. You're gonna ask me to
No,
define.
we don't have to though, because if you give us all the information, there'll be a stopping point, right?
What color was his shirt when he was doing it? It's like, bro, explain the phenomenon. No, but
We're
I
not
want to know
gonna
what's
we're
his
not
last
gonna look
name.
at we're not gonna look past what you're saying first. We gotta examine. We're applying a bit of rigor to what you said is your evidence, right? Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. Just
Wait,
post in the text
can
channel.
you post not a PDF but a link to it, because I don't really want to download a PDF from your computer just in case you have viruses.
Fair, but I think
It's fine. I've got it up.
Yeah, the only reason why
Hmm.
I was able to get it is because it's through my university.
I know
That's why.
I totally get it as well, but just tell me the title if you post the title.
Okay. Let me.
I'm with
find it
Pinky
again
on
online.
this.
Seems to me he thinks the horizon is geometric all of a sudden again.
Yep.
I didn't say that. Not my argument, but okay.
Oh, really? Okay, so there's
Another
no
paper
physical or geometric horizon obstruction actually blocking any mountains or anything. So this is just nothing burger.
No. You could use words to explain.
Yeah,
but
no, Maximum, you really
need-
didn't even provide an argument. You just like derped this linky. You said it matches the globe somehow, and that's what Alpha is trying to get from you. Are they figuring out R? Where did they get the R from? Or is that not even involved? You know, details.
Exactamundo.
No. You. Oh, okay. I'm here. What are the questions? I told you that they're solving for R. They're assuming if the Earth was flat, then these numbers they wouldn't get an R value. It would be nonsense.
That's stupid, dude. You can do that calculation regardless.
Not with the disappearance in height of
Yeah, you
matching
can
up.
just if it's a
No,
globe
no.
is disappearing due to curvature, then solve for a hypothetical radius of a hypothetical globe. Yeah, you can. That's just calculations, dude.
But matching up perfectly with what we expect.
You've forgotten the bit where you take into account the angular reduction of the mountain at distance. You turn that angular reduction into Earth curve. This is what happens in orthographic view. There's no calculation for the angular reduction of the visible mountain. It's just asserted that the reason why it gets smaller and descends downwards, because it's getting smaller, is because of Earth curvature. Did you not know that?
Well, it is
So,
So what's your exclamation if it isn't Earth's curvature?
no, don't go there. So when the horizon is beyond 9.4 miles when it should have been at 1.2, is that Earth curvature too? That's exactly what we should expect, right?
Well, if you show me an example that's really close to the surface of the ocean, where there's a lot of atmospheric haze and stuff like that, then the reason why this is such a good example is because it's a mountain and it's very far in the
because it's
distance.
cherry-picked.
It's what?
Use trigonometry to figure out the height of mountains. You can do that basic function with a triangle. You can use lighthouses and sextants to figure out your distance from them or the height of them using basic trigonometry. No curved surface in sight. This is just begging the question that anything that happens, i.e. the depth of that mountain's, sorry, as in the way that mountain reduces in angular size and descends downwards is because of Earth curve. But there's no angular reduction calculation within the formulas that you've dropped. You know things get smaller with distance, right?
Yes.
So
But these
where's that
mountains are
in,
not
where's
getting.
that calculator? Where's that calculation in this?
The amount of distance, because they're not going that far away. They're seeing the mountain go down. The size that it would get smaller is so negligible compared to the size that it's going bottom up.
Can you point it out so it's negligible now?
Yes, look at the photos. The mountain
I
is
am.
not okay. And even if it
This
were
is
to
why
get
I'm asking you to point out that calculation for the angle of reduction with distance. You know, perspective.
yes,
So where's that then?
I'm saying even if the mountain were to get smaller, the
Hmm.
amount that it is decreasing bottom up is going to be greater than the amount it gets smaller. It's a negligible amount that the size gets smaller, that the mountain gets smaller in the distance. It's going bottom up.
Okay. So things disappear and bottom up and
That's it. That's the whole proof. Therefore this curve.
Well, I did the hidden height calculation, and it's not even half of that hill that's blocked, and it should be blocked by half of it should be blocked.
Let me see your calculation.
So that first tier, the hidden height calculator, pretty easy.
What numbers are you putting in?
Using the meters.
I'm not familiar with hiddenheightcalculator.com. You'd have to
Earth
send
curve
me
calculator.
Earth curve calculator.
Yeah, and the Earth curve calculator will give you the hidden behind physical Earth curve. Keyword physical Earth curve. Remember the horizon.
You can't trust it because it's a government?
No. What numbers are you using? I want to know what.
Government, dickhead. What the fuck?
Into the break. What numbers are you using?
1.225 times the square root of the observer's height and feet.
Thank you. Into the break said that he sees something different. With
5
his calculation.
foot and 45 miles.
I thought the paper is using metric. So
Yeah,
where'd you get
I
5 foot?
converted it.
5 foot and how many miles?
So 5 foot would have been the 1.5 meter, the first image, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then 45 miles, 75 meters. Or what is it? Kilometers.
Is 45 kilometers? You're converting that
No,
to
72 kilometers is 45 miles. And of course, I rounded up. I always try to give the globe the best effort.
I want to try to steel man you just really quickly. Maybe we could just put this into a formal argument. So just let me know if you agree with this. If the Earth is a globe, then we'll see mountains disappear bottom up. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we see mountains disappear bottom up. Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's a formal logical fallacy affirming the consequent. Your argument's crap. Thanks.
You're not explaining the
Where's
phenomenon.
the refraction calculation in this?
Words are words are words. You didn't explain the
Sorry,
phenomenon.
excuse me. Maybe I'm failing. I'm only on page 3. Where's the refraction calculation in this?
I'm saying the whole reason why they picked a mountain is because you don't have to account for refraction.
So we don't have to account for refraction. We're making observations over 70 kilometers now.
Well, it's a mountain. It's not a boat on the horizon. This mountain.
But the horizon is the thing that's said to be obstructing it.
No, but you're talking about atmospheric refraction, as if the line of sight is going through tons and tons of water that's really close to the surface.
Not water.
Or
any
air that's
atmospheric
close.
refraction. Any atmospheric refraction. Remembering that we can very easily demonstrate to you that horizon that is supposed to be blocking the bottom of that mountain, if that's to be the case, should be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. But we don't see that horizon because of refraction. So, second question.
You are saying refraction.
Yeah.
That's your claim.
I'm right, I am. Because it's a long distance observation, light through the atmosphere. Your horizon isn't at 1.225. But in this calculation, it is. Black Swan?
I don't even.
Have you seen the Black Swan?
Yeah, but it's really close to the water. I thought
Okay.
I thought Globers parroted the same things over and over. You guys always reference Black Swan, but it's really close to the surface of the water. There's so much haze, so much evaporation.
Well, you failed in that thing that you presented. there's 4 different observations. So they're not on a boat when they're getting an 80 meter high elevation observation to the thing, because that's what they're just doing. They're just comparing. They're raising up in elevation and comparing their numbers from that. So it's not even trying to depict. I don't see where it's trying to say the globe. They're measuring the globe. They're just sort of put the calculation in there, but they're not measuring it. It doesn't comport with anything. If you look on the graph, it's a linear relationship. You would see a dropping. Anyways,
Have you read
he
this?
just I don't think he's read it.
Yeah, right.
I have read it.
Okay, cool.
No chance.
I mean, I appreciate you putting it up, but I've
Pick something out of the
already-
article and tell him to repeat it. See if he knows. That's how you test that.
I'm ready.
How do you know that it's curving just because the mountains are disappearing?
Here,
by a mile?
I got an excerpt. Let's see. Since the horizon, since a flat hold on. Since a flat horizontal surface is necessary for this experiment, a lake is a good place to carry it out.
Mm-hmm.
Did you catch that part when you read it?
Yeah, they're saying water is level.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah.
So
Welcome to
okay.
Flat Earth.
Again, if that's
Snacks in the
true,
back.
explain the phenomenon.
DJ's playing a request, dude.
It's just completely pathetic, dude.
Just
You
relax,
involve
dude.
flat level water to prove curved water.
No.
And you don't it even.
It's every little thing. It's gonna be all right. Maximum.
You guys are so dense, man.
Yeah. Don't worry about it, dude.
Oh, dearie me, Maximum.
Don't worry, dude. Earth is flat, dude. It's all good, man. We're all good.
They're saying the water is level,
What?
right?
Yeah. Flat,
yes.
dude. Isn't that
That's
amazing?
not what level means. Level does not mean
Really?
flat.
Well, what
Level
does
doesn't mean
level
flat.
mean? Hold on, Maximum. What does level mean, Drunken?
Level means like it's the I don't know the exact definition, but it means like the thing.
People know what level means, but it doesn't mean that. Okay.
He's like,
Well,
I know what it means, but
it would
I
just
don't know
they
the
would just use the
definition.
word flat if it meant the same thing, right?
I know what it means. I just don't know the definition. That's weird.
It means no
Listen,
part
also,
higher or lower than the other. Level.
The quotation that he said is since
Way
a
to go,
horizontal
Drunken.
flat,
I mean,
says,
you can just Google
since
the
the
definition.
horizontal
but
flat is necessary.
they're
the
different
rest is
definitions.
fluid.
So.
Okay.
Oh, so there's
Hold on.
different definitions now. So more than
Hold on.
one.
Where does it say curved?
Hold
Idiot.
on. He is saying, oh, the thing is saying since a flat horizontal curve, yada yada yada. But again, in the same paper,
Flat
I tell him,
horizontal curve.
That's very
Before-
scientific. Yada yada yada.
our planet is spherical.
Really?
Any educated person knew that that Earth was not
Preach.
flat. Yeah,
Preach.
this is the same. This is the same.
Earth's a
Yeah.
globe, my brothers.
That's what
Say
it's
it with
saying.
me.
It's in the same. It's you guys are acting like this is.
Y'all don't hear me in the back seats. Say it,
Yeah.
Since a
brothers.
flat
Earth is a
since a
globe.
flat
They're
horizontal
telling you
surface
it's
is
flat
necessary,
horizontal,
tis
and then
glob.
they're saying
In this article,
yeah.
we have reported a
and then
simple
they're saying
measurement
with a caveat, but we know the Earth is a globe, but we're using
measuring
flat
the radius.
horizontal measurements.
No, they're using the water as a baseline. They're not like
Oh,
saying.
really?
horizontal
Flat
flat.
water? Flat water's a baseline. I like it.
Awesome.
That's a
So
great
the
way to prove a
water's-
globe.
So
Would
the
you not
water's
agree?
the
Would you not agree
horizontal
that?
plane of reference. That's good.
Okay.
Horizontal plane of reference. Good. Carry on, Maximum.
Yeah. That's a great way to tell us we're on a
We have
globe.
reported a simple method for measuring the radius of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is the same thing.
Radius of the Earth, physical geometric horizon causing obstruction to that mountain. There's no calculation for the reduction in angular size. All right. Definitely don't want to be talking about any bending of light with this observation, do we?
They have, and that's another thing. Is I said at one point a while back, I was like, "Oh, there's uncertainty in everything," and everyone laughed at me, which just shows that nobody does actual science. Because
Okay. Yeah.
there's
Everybody.
uncertainty. There's
All the
uncertainty
meanies
in
don't do
everything.
science except for you, right, Maximum? You're doing science
Well,
correctly?
Yes, because there
Yes,
is
yes.
uncertainty in every
Yes.
measurement. There's
Is
uncertainty
this
in every
science?
measurement.
Is this mathematical measurement and geometry science?
They have error bars. Like they literally.
Hello?
Math is the
this
backbone of science.
Yes.
It's a branch of science. It's not natural science, cause and effect relationships. This is mathematics and geometry.
And measurement Observation.
Yeah,
This is
yes,
observation. In
measurements.
Yeah, of
theory.
course.
In
Yeah.
theory.
This is their
In
thing now.
theory.
Error bars. They think if they have error bars, they have proof of something.
No. I'm not saying the error bars are proof of something. I remember one time I said that there's uncertainty to everything, and everyone laughed, which shows that you guys don't do actual science. Like,
Okay.
I don't know. It's not proof
I
of
just did a
flat
hard
Earth.
reset in record time. My God. Total idiot.
And then the insults. And then the insults is very classic. Very classic.
Yeah, you
But
just
you don't.
record time reset, dude.
You don't have a solid case, Maximum. It's very apparent, dude. I mean, try again, but this isn't good. It's not a good look. You're trying too hard to use
That's
level
your
water.
opinion. It's not a
Yeah,
rebuttal.
What was
That's
what
your
was the
opinion.
main thing?
You're trying to use level water to prove that the Earth is a globe. That doesn't work for your case. It really doesn't. Doesn't help.
If it was level all the way, you wouldn't be seeing these kinds of measurements. They're literally using math from
You
a
said it was
globe. They're using math from a globe to predict the height decrease.
How'd you get the
so
globe?
So you said that it's not level all the way. But does that mean that it's level part of the way?
I'm saying
Don't confuse the boy.
the same altitude. It's the same. It's the same
No.
altitude. It's sea level. It's sea
You've
level.
You've also admitted, told us outright that your argument is an affirming the consequent fallacy. Why should
I
it even
didn't
be
say that.
entertained?
That's your words.
No, you agreed with each bit of it.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. Now you're lying.
No, he
How
showed you
did I
the
agree to
statement.
it?
He showed you the statement, dude. That showed you that it was a formal logical fallacy.
Do it
dude.
again. Let me hear it again. Let me hear the logical fallacy.
Okay, we got to do it again. You already agreed to this, but if the Earth is a globe, then you're going to see mountains disappear bottom up, right?
Mm.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, so you see mountains disappear bottom up, therefore the Earth is a globe.
That's not the only proof, but yeah, sure. That
No,
is evidence.
But yeah, sure.
There it
Yes,
is.
it's evidence. Yes, it's evidence. Yes,
All right.
that is evidence.
There you go.
How is that a fallacy? Explain to me how that's a fallacy.
Because there is another option which you are completely forgetting about.
It could be something else.
Yeah, tell him
Is
about
that-
the
is that it?
hamburgers, Jedi.
Yeah, what's the
Maybe you'll
other
hear.
option?
Hold on,
No,
Maximum.
hold on. I wanna
Yeah,
hear
he's
what you-
gonna
no,
tell you
serious
how.
one.
He's gonna
Okay.
show you how. He does this all the time. It's no big deal.
Right, so you know what an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy is, right? If P then Q, Q therefore P. So for example, if I've eaten 10 hamburgers, I'm full. If I am full, therefore I've eaten 10 hamburgers. See, the thing is I can be full from eating Chinese or pizza or spaghetti or anything
I'm
else.
saying it's
Oh
evidence.
man,
Affirming the
the fact,
consequent formal
the fact
logical
that that makes
fallacy.
sense in your brain just shows how little you understand about the subject, dude.
Oh
Jedi.
my goodness me.
Jedi,
I can't
I'm
deal with
saying-
two idiots at once, so you can sit back. I'll deal with Maximum, put a pin in it, and I'll come back to you.
Jedi, I'm not saying that
Maximum,
this is-
you
this
understand that you can make things disappear from the bottom up on a
Yes.
known flat surface,
Yes.
right?
Yes. Jedi, I'm saying that this isn't proof. It is evidence. I literally said that it is evidence of flat Earth. It's not
Right,
definitive
but-
proof. And
Okay.
furthermore, you're missing the point. You can't explain the phenomenon on flat Earth. That's my
Yes,
whole
we
point. And you guys
can.
keep
This is
dodging. You
why
guys
it's
keep dodging that.
affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. I was just about to tell you before this fucking dickhead interrupted that you can make things disappear on a known flat surface from the bottom up, depending on the height of the optic above the surface. That's demonstrably true.
Can someone send that coin one? And then you show that you can just zoom in and
Not
it reappears,
interested
right?
in the coin, dude. I've got over
No, I
29
know
videos demonstrating the fact.
I know what you're talking about. You could just zoom in and it reappears, right? You have a bunch of videos of where the boat is
Didn't he
disappearing
just say he's
bottom up,
not talking about the coin?
Yep.
and then you zoom in and the boat reappears, right?
No, I'm talking
No,
about
that doesn't happen. That's not photos.
Exactly. You've got no idea what you're talking about, and you're not going to listen.
He's really excited.
I
You
know.
have to excuse him.
Calm down. Maybe you should get off the arrow drip.
Yeah.
But I've got over 20 videos, 29 to be precise, of people putting cameras on floors and objects in the distance disappearing from the bottom up on known flat surfaces. It's a demonstrable fact. This is why it's an affirming a consequent formal logical fallacy, because you think the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is because of curvature, when something else can clearly and easily be demonstrated.
And what is it that does it 100% of the time? Just inform
Wasn't
me,
talking
please.
to you, man. You're not in the conversation.
Yeah, don't
Well,
probably best you don't
I'm
interject.
saying you've shown me videos of you like you said, the thing disappears bottom up, and then you zoom in and it reappears. Oh, like this one is actually perfect. Thank you, Resolve. Friendly fire. Look, you see how it's disappearing bottom up, and then he zooms in and it reappears all the way? Isn't that crazy, right? Something that you wouldn't be able to do if you were looking at a mountain and it was disappearing. You couldn't just zoom in.
How would you know?
If you could do that, then the mountain wouldn't like you would be able to see the bottom of the mountain if you
He
zoomed
thinks
in.
you're
and
on
yet you
Team Globe,
can't.
Resolve. Sorry. Resolve got in the middle of this and he's like, I'm not on Team Globe. What you talking about, Willis?
So
If
I
it's
can't see the
flat,
bottom of the
you'd be able
mountain.
to zoom in.
Maximum. You can't see the bottom of the mountain because only Earth curvature.
No, I told you it's evidence. I'm
I
not
was
saying
going
it's
to keep
proof.
talking.
Okay.
Go on,
I already
mate.
told you.
Told me what? You haven't told me nothing, mate.
I said it's evidence, not proof, and you're going to continue to say it's a fallacy. And I told you I'm not making the fallacy. I'm just saying it's
Doesn't matter whether
evidence.
it's
It's
evidence or
evidence.
proof. It is still illogical thinking.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is because you have not thought about the alternative.
Jedi.
Maximum.
Jedi. If I lick something and it tastes like
Dude,
shit,
relax, man. What's with you licking shit?
that's evidence,
Come on,
right?
man.
That's evidence that
No,
it's
it's
shit.
not.
It could
Let's
not
not.
be
No,
shit.
don't be licking shit, dude. Come on. What's up with you?
Is that
You
a
don't need to
logical
lick
fallacy?
shit,
No.
dude. Just to prove the
Okay,
Earth is a
hey,
globe, you don't need to be licking
Alpha,
shit, dude.
the
Come on.
adults are talking. Please let me and Jedi
You're
talk.
not an adult, man. You're a kid.
You're a shit licker.
You're a shit licker right now.
Yeah, I guess
Come on,
it's a
dude.
funny example. If I lick
Yeah,
shit,
it
right?
is.
If I lick
Don't be
shit,
licking shit, dude. I'm telling you, don't lick shit.
please,
Don't do that.
Alpha, please. If I'm
Well,
licking
use
shit,
your example, dude. I'm just
yes,
telling you, don't do
Well,
it.
then, okay, I shouldn't have. I forgot
It's
you were Childs.
unsanitary.
I
You
forgot.
might get sick. You might get parasites. Don't do that.
Okay, I'm trying to come up with an example. Like I'm really trying to make
Well,
an
don't lick
argument, and
shit,
you're
dude.
laughing
Like,
at poop
yeah.
jokes.
Well, don't lick shit, dude. Just think of another example.
Okay, if I lick something and it tastes like
Why are you
pizza.
gonna lick, dude? What the
Okay,
fuck?
please, Alpha, can you not cut me off? Like you'd been
I don't
using
want
the
you to be licking
terms-
stuff.
Okay,
Okay,
great.
is there anything scientific you can do other than licking things?
Can I speak?
Are you gonna be licking things?
Can I speak?
Are you gonna lick things? Because if you're gonna keep licking stuff, I'm gonna be like, no, don't do that. It's unsanitary.
You guys are adults?
No,
Is that all
they're
you got,
not.
Waz? All right. Let's see if Waz has what it takes. You like to chirp and come in here, Waz. You have any evidence of the globe? Let's see how well you do.
No.
Or are you gonna go ahead?
Not a fallacy, Jedi. It's not a fallacy, Jedi.
All right, hold on, Maximum. We want
No,
Waz
Alpha,
right now.
you interrupted. Alpha, you interrupted. Sorry.
I'm sorry, it's not your forum. All right, Waz,
It is.
what do you think that the Earth is a globe? Go ahead and give us some evidence, Waz.
No.
All right then, don't open up your mic. Capiche? All right, go ahead, Maximum.
Not a logical fallacy.
Yeah, it
I'm not saying it's proof. I'm saying it's evidence.
doesn't matter whether you're saying it's proof or not. It's still a logical,
Oh my God, dude.
fallacy, dude.
if you think like it's not okay, yeah, like I said, okay, if I think that there is
Mm-hmm.
if I think that there's water in my shoes, right? And I stick Okay, great. Please,
No, I want to hear
please.
this to the end.
Can I please like
That's
this
water.
is this
I'm
what I'm
sorry,
saying.
I'm gonna mute myself. Go.
Yes, please. Thank God. If there's water in if I think the theory is there's water in my shoes and I put my foot without looking and my foot is wet now, I feel wet in my shoe. That's
piss.
not proof. That's not proof. That is just evidence. It could be piss. It could
No,
be
that's
something else.
that's proof. That's proof. There's water in your shoe.
That's evidence.
about it,
That's
man.
not proof. It could be piss. It could be piss.
Yeah, you might need to see a doctor for that, man.
Wait, I think Maximum.
You
I
get
think
what I'm
Jedi's
saying?
point.
You
Jedi's
got-
point is if we're trying to differentiate between
If you got
two
yellow boots and a
liquids-
rusty zipper, I
Alpha,
think you need
please,
to
can you
talk to
shut
the
up?
doctor.
Pinky,
I
let me
think
hear
what
you. What were
Jedi's
you gonna
saying
say?
is if you try what we're trying to do here is differentiate between two liquids, and then if you do the experiment, my foot's wet, like you don't really. It's not, it does, even though it's not a proof either way. Like if the evidence is equal towards both hypotheses, then it's not really good evidence because I think that's what Jedi is probably saying. Even though he's not
We're
saying
just having a bit of fun, but yeah, that's where he's leaning towards.
His argument about eating burgers was the same thing. And that's the thing is, I'm using his same logic. Like, if I am full, that is evidence that I ate 10 burgers, but it's not proof. I could have eaten Chinese food, but it is evidence that I ate 10 burgers. If I know,
It's
evidence
not.
you ate.
It's just evidence you ate, dude. What's wrong with you, Maximum? Come on, dude. You need to go back to licking stuff. That was a better argument than
Alpha. If I eat 10 burgers, I could be full. Therefore, it is a possibility. That is one possibility to explain why I am full.
Yeah, how many other possibilities are there? How many other possibilities?
It's so hard for you to understand.
How many other possibilities are there, Maximum?
There are a lot of other possibilities.
Okay, then that's why it's not the only thing that it can be. Which is in this case, that's what you're trying. Yeah, I know. Then, which in this case, that's what you're trying to say, is that it can only be the globe.
It's not a fallacy.
It is, because you're trying to say.
I literally held your hand.
Listen,
I held your hand.
I held my hand, dude. You don't even know what you're talking about. Heretic walked you through it.
Mm-hmm.
So he's basically was telling you that since the mountain's disappearing from the bottom up, you're claiming that the Earth is a globe, right?
No. It's evidence. You keep putting words in my mouth. It's
okay.
Evidence.
So it's evidence,
Words
meaning
matter.
that it's evidence, meaning that it's
matter.
dude. Then you're saying it's one possibility, right?
Yes.
All right. So we're telling you the other possibility is that the Earth is flat and stationary.
Cool.
There it is.
And
All
if
right.
that were true, you'd
well,
be able
you
to
can't say that.
explain-
No, you can't say if that were true. You can't caveat and say that if that were true. You have to accept any other explanation that's been given to you, because you can't prove
I
yours.
don't have to accept it. I don't have
Yeah,
to
because
accept
you can't prove
I
yours.
can,
so
I
then
know.
you,
I can entertain the idea.
okay,
But
then
you don't know
do
how
you have
this
to?
works. You don't know how science
Yes, I do. So that means that ain't science. So
I
you
can
have to
entertain the hypothesis.
You're just
the
thinking about
theory.
something. No, it's not. It's not, because you haven't tested anything. What did you test?
The disappearance of the mountain conforms with what you would see.
Yeah, and
on
how
a
many
globe
explanations? And how many explanations can you make from that?
Earth. A limited amount, not an infinite amount. There's a
How do
limited
you know that?
number of
Have you
explanations.
tested all the
Because it-
limited ones? Have you
because
tested
the-
all the?
yes,
Have you tested all the
no,
limited
no,
ones?
No. Because the
No,
mountain
no,
isn't-
no.
Okay. I was
Have
gonna
you
try and
tested all the
respond.
limited ones? How many limited ones are there? Tell me. Run me through them.
Insufferable to argue with.
No, I want you to be specific. In this case, you said there's limited ones. Oh, did you leave? That's what I thought.
Still got a physical
Best
geometric
not
horizon.
come back here again. What'd you say, Jedi?
He's still got a physical geometric horizon in this, whatever he's fucking posted shit. Problems. And when I offered him the opportunity to speak about refraction, he went, no refraction. Nope. Never.
Not gonna do it.
Angular size reduction at distance, where's that calculation? No, the reason why things appear to descend downwards is only because of Earth curvature.
These
But-
guys
That's another
have never
but
been
let me-
Mother
Let me. All I gotta do is lick something. What if I lick some
Windows.
poo? I think that would help.
Windows.
Let me lick poo. Can I lick poo? That'll make my argument stronger, guys. Well, wait a minute. How about if I stick my shoe in some urine? I don't know. That could be. Is it urine? Water? I don't know. What do you think? Like, really, dude? So bad. All right, we're gonna look to the panel, and if you
They're
guys have evidence,
above and below, bitch.
Oh, hello, Vince. So
Vince
we're gonna go
is
back
the
to basic
incoherent
simple
babbler.
question. We're going to go back to the simple question of, are the stars above your eyes? Are they above your
Yeah,
head?
they're below too.
Below
Okay,
too.
so not interested in the below bit. Are they
No,
above your
they're
head?
above and below.
Have you been away for 2 hours and had a good hard think about the very simple question I asked you earlier about stars being above your head, where you said no? We can go back.
Have you decided to answer the question of what I
I've
asked?
tried to several times. You
Yeah.
just didn't want to listen.
Oh, I'm
Still
listening.
doesn't.
You're not listening.
There you go. Projection.
That space-time relativity between those ears don't work.
You don't have a clue of space-time relativity.
Oh yeah, I do.
Oh, what is
Okay,
it?
so-
What is it? What is it?
Go on.
What is it?
Explain this. Explain
You
this
explain it.
non-physical coordinate system to us.
You explain it.
Okay, I will.
do it.
I'll do it. No problem at all. Just a quick
Go
question.
ahead.
Do you think space-time's
Go ahead.
physical?
Explain it.
Okay, quick question. Do you think space-time is
And
physical?
don't use
Shut
spaghetti
the
and
hell
meatballs
up,
to do
dude.
it either.
Go, Jedi.
Do you think space-time is physical? Just quickly. I'll carry on.
All right, answer his question.
No, go ahead, man.
I'm back on mute. Go ahead, Jedi.
Is space-time physical, Vince?
Answer his question.
Is it?
Back on mute.
It's really hard. So if you really want, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you once. Let's see if you can follow. Space-time's a reification fallacy, also known as non-concretism, taking non-physical things and giving them physical attributes. So in this instance, we've got space and time. Both of these things are not physical, but they're given physicality when they're called a fabric. Space is a coordinate system, height, width, length. It has no physicality in itself. You can't give me absence of anything, and I can't impart energy to it.
Can I give you an observation? It does prove space-time?
Shut up.
Not going to be able to prove a non-physical coordinate system, which is what I'm trying to demonstrate. Space is absence of anything, height, width, length. Time is not physical. You can't give me time, and I can't impart energy into it. So this is why it's this is why it's a reification fallacy. It is not physical. If you want to say that this is causing something, you're in a category error. Einstein himself admits this. It's not physical. It's a coordinate system, 4-dimensional, height, width, length, and time. Do you
All
follow,
right,
Vince?
There you go.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Do you?
Nope, you're not going to ask questions. You're going to affirm what he said, or you're going to stay on mute. Your choice. Go ahead, Vince.
Do you believe in time zones?
Oh my god! He did not even hear you, Jedi.
Wait,
Okay.
before we,
No, we're not going to
okay,
be for nothing, Pinky. Relax. So I'm going to mute Vince. Vince, did you hear anything Jedi said?
Do you believe in time zones?
No, sit on mute. All right, let's go to Guardian.
Because I just want to respond really
Go
quickly,
ahead, Pinky.
Jedi.
Go ahead.
Because you were saying, is space-time physical? I was just thinking, isn't like a gravitational wave something that can ripple and move you and carry energy? You know, and isn't a gravitational wave kind of just like a ripple in space-time?
Are we going to LIGO now?
Yeah, I suppose so, but just
No, then.
What do you mean?
No, it's not physical. It doesn't ripple through space and cause a laser to deviate by 1/10,000th of a nanometer.
Are you saying that because you disagree with LIGO, or are you saying even assuming what scientists are saying about gravitation?
I disagree with LIGO.
Oh, okay, all right.
Let's see. I think Guardian wanted to say something.
Muted.
Now you can say something, Guardian.
Okay. I literally asked if I could do something, and shut up. I want to first state that.
God.
Okay, you done?
Are all the men in the world?
Okay, no. Now,
Go ahead
let
and
me
say-
say, I want to give my example, if you'll let me. Okay?
Yeah. Go ahead and take your time. Just hurry up.
Okay, stars that appear during the eclipse behind the sun, we can actually observe where they should be in the sky, but they aren't in those specific exact locations because the light is bent around the sun microscopically enough, but we can still detect it. That was the example I was going to give. Now I will be quiet. You do not need to mute me. Thank you.
When was this observed?
These people are idiots. Nothing you say will matter.
I want to know when it was
belief
observed.
system.
All right, Clueless. We'll deal with you in a moment. Just relax.
You've already dealt with me before. Nothing
Yeah, but
will change your mind.
we'll talk to you in just a moment.
When was this observed?
Like confronting you is like trying to confront a
I'm still
schizophrenic.
asking a question.
No.
I want to know when this was observed.
During the last eclipse and the one about in the, I think it was like 1900s, just in the middle of World War II.
No, 1919. That was at the end of World War One and well before World War II.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry.
Right,
But
out
they
of the
they
11
did go back
sorry,
and
quick
like,
question.
but you could have
Sorry, quick
observed those
question.
same
Hello?
effects
Hello?
just recently, right?
No. So out of the 11 slides that were taken in 1919, which one shows that the stars are bent round from the back of the sun? Which of the slides? I assume you've looked at them.
I personally haven't. I take other people's
Okay.
words. I know.
Okay.
Oh, you're fine.
So you're going to take a black and white blurry image. One of those slides may show something. The other 10 don't show fuck all. So do you want to point to another observation?
It's the only one I was going to give, and yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
nice try, Cardi. It's a good try.
I don't want to gatekeep this. So if you haven't looked at it before, go and look at the actual slides that were taken in 1919, and then with a highlighter or whatever, circle the stars. If you could, that'd be awesome, because I couldn't fucking see it.
All right, we're gonna see if Drunken wants to speak to Jedi. Drunken, go ahead.
Oh, not really, but I guess. Do you believe in gravity, Jedi?
Which gravity are you talking about?
Like the one that holds you to the Earth right now?
So which one's that? Mass attracting mass or the bend in the space-time?
The mass attracting mass.
No.
No? Why not?
Because there's no scientific experiment to prove it. If mass attracted mass, hold tight.
What happens if you drop the ball?
Excuse me. So if mass attracted mass, then gas would attract mass, and gas wouldn't feel the limitation of its volume because it'd all be stuck in the fucking corner. So no, mass does not demonstratively attract mass.
How big are the particles of gas particles?
Huge. Small.
That doesn't mean that gas isn't attracted to like other gas. It just means that there are other forces at work that may counteract those forces or overwhelm them in the context of a small scale box. You're just being dumb.
So gases don't attract gases then, thank you. Also, masses don't attract gases.
They do gravitationally.
Because of the kinetic molecular theory, gases do not attract other gases to them, neither does the walls of the container or any other mass. So,
like if you put nitrogen gas into like a box full of oxygen, you don't think the nitrogen and oxygen would rather be with each other than mixing into like the nitrogen and oxygen?
Well, you're going to have a container to keep them. If you don't have a container, they'll fuck off. Because they're not
they're attracted to each other and they spread.
No, they're not.
Even without a container, they would still.
No, they're
be
not. They have
attracted to each
elastic collisions. They're not attracted to each other. You're wrong.
You haven't proven
because there are other forces at work. Just because they can collide.
You haven't proven it. Clueless, sit down. Sit down for a second.
No. Just because they have collisions doesn't mean that there aren't other forces at work that literally repel them apart.
You're stating that they're attracted. Well, not you. It wasn't your claim. It was Drunken. It was stating that they're attracted to each other. That's just
gravitationally, yes, they are.
That's just not true. There's no evidence of that.
Yes, it is.
The only
There
thing
is
that we see are
evidence of that.
perfect elastic collisions. There is no attraction. There's no atoms or molecules clumping together. They're not doing that. You know this, guys. Come on.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not. They're colliding with each other.
There are multiple forces at work here.
Clueless, you more than anybody should know this. Why are you sticking to this gravitational nonsense?
Among the four fundamental forces, like the Guardian said in the chat there.
That's not happening with gases, bro.
It is.
We can see gravitational lensing.
I mean, you can assert all you want that it's not happening. You're just wrong.
Show me evidence that they're coalescing. Show me somewhere that I can see that.
Again, the oxygen you're breathing right now is coalescing. You're extracting oxygen from the atmosphere.
And O2 binds with itself automatically, but
that doesn't.
The problem here is that things happen on scales. Just because things happen on scales that you can't readily observe manually doesn't mean that they aren't happening, right?
You're doing this. You do understand that if gases attracted gases to each other, then they wouldn't feel the limitation of space.
It's like
gases expand.
He's basically saying because he can't see microorganisms with his own eyes, right? That they don't exist, right?
No, that's not
that's
what I'm
basically
saying.
what he's saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying
yes,
at all.
Scales exist outside of what your human eyes can see. You have to
I'm
use
not talking about
tools
what
to see
I
them.
can see. I'm talking about the ideal gas laws. I'm talking about the kinetic molecular theory.
You're asking me to demonstrate to you that two molecules are gravitationally attracted to each other, right? That is a matter of scale that is impossible to show your human eyes, and you know it. You are being dishonest.
I haven't even asked you to do that. Another interesting straw man.
Someone else did, actually. They said, show me. They literally said the word show me
Okay,
molecules
so
attracting
maybe
to each
you
other
should talk to
gravitationally
them, not to
in the
me.
context of
So
describing
maybe
gravity.
you
Yes, they did.
Dude, calm down.
But I'm not
Clueless,
interested in this. I'm not interested in this
calm
gas argument because it's very weak and not very compelling. So
See,
I'm more interested in like how do
Maybe
you
don't
explain
be
like
stupid.
how do you explain things that like
Clueless, you
fall?
weren't
Like why do things
invited
fall
to this
down?
conversation.
Yeah, Jedi.
He
Why do
wants to know
things
why
fall
things
down?
fall.
Not all things fall, though, do they?
No, so like
And
helium.
you're
Yeah,
too
like
stupid
helium
to have this
goes up.
conversation. What do you want?
All right, if you're going to ad hom me one more fucking time, you can fuck off. I'll have an interesting conversation.
I'm going to ad hom you. You are literally too stupid for this conversation.
All right, then you can fuck off, then, can't you?
I will gladly.
It
Be
looks like
saving my time.
you're too stupid because now you're going to be removed.
See you later.
You're asking
Okay,
the
remove me. Save my time.
You could have had a rousing
You're
debate.
doing me
here,
a
but-
favor. You're an idiot. There's no
Shut
debate.
up, dude.
So like why do things fall down?
Not all things fall down.
No, but like why do most things that aren't thinner than the like the atmosphere? Like why
I'll
does?
give you the answer. So scientifically speaking, being is the only thing that we can vary and manipulate is the object of the medium, then it's relative density that make things go up and down.
Yeah.
Why there's a propensity to work along this vector? Or sorry, this vertical
Well, why do denser objects go down then?
Oh my god, I literally can't finish the sentence with you, look, can I?
Well, no, because I was clarifying my question.
This is a bit where I get honest. All right? Where honestly, we don't know why things work along this vector, up or down. All we can do is make things go up or down. That will be relative density. But we can't switch on and off this this vector. Right? We can't very manipulate that. So scientifically speaking, we're kind of stuck. We can only make things go up and down, but why up and down? Nobody knows.
No, we don't make anything go up or down. Things that are dense fall. Things that are less dense go.
Yes,
typically
we
can
can
rise.
make things go up or down.
Yeah,
That's
if we
not
have like
true.
through like
This
yeah,
is
if we
what
like
I mean
throw them,
about
sure.
Excuse me. So this is what I mean about scientifically speaking. For example, I can have a fish tank of water. I can have a boiled egg. And I can drop the boiled egg into the fish tank of water and it will sink to the bottom. If I put salt into the water, make the water more dense, the egg will rise. So being as all I've done is varied and manipulated the medium that it's in, then the cause for the egg falling or rising is relative density. Now, why things work along this vector, we don't know.
You're not
But
you're not
that's
explaining
all we
anything or
can
describing
find.
anything.
Oh my god. All right, have fun.
Well, you didn't explain or describe anything.
I did. I gave you a scientific experiment.
What you explained why an egg
You're
in
not
water
listening,
falls
dude.
down or
You
rises up.
scientific
You didn't explain why
experiment.
outside of that, like why does our
calm.
atmosphere?
Calm.
Okay, so you don't have an answer for it.
Yes.
What's your
that's the
answer?
point I'm
What's
trying-
your answer,
that's the
Drunken?
point I'm trying to make.
Heavier objects or fall to the earth because of gravity. It's going down a gravity
Yeah.
well.
What's gravity?
It's a fundamental force in our universe. It causes things to like attract each other.
All right. So are you talking? Hold on, Guardian.
No, I'm
Are you
just
talking
asking.
About, just wait. Are you talking about the cause or the effect, Drunken?
What is it? What does that mean?
So we see the effect, but what is the cause of the effect?
What is the cause of gravity? I have zero idea. I don't think anybody knows what the cause of gravity is.
Thank you. That's Jedi's point. Welcome to
No,
the
he
flat
doesn't.
Earth.
He's like asserting that there just is, like he doesn't like he doesn't even believe that gravity was like a thing.
Just relax, dude. Just you just relax.
I don't know why you're saying relax. I'm just talking
We all
fast.
don't
I'm
know.
sorry if
We
you
all
can't
don't
keep
know.
up.
It's not about keeping up. It's just that you get over it. Shut up, Adrian. It's all about us not having the same answer that you don't, man. So we're on the same boat. We can see the effect. We can quantify the effect, but we don't know the cause for what gives things.
Well, no, but like why don't dense objects go up then? Like why do more dense objects go down?
That is the law of nature that no one can define in any
Yeah,
way.
called gravity,
We can just see
yeah.
it happen. It's an effect, bro. That's all we have is the effect, and we can quantify that effect and call it specific gravity.
Well, I've done what I wanted to do.
In
Have
which
fun.
case, all right. Well, there you go. We agreed on something anyway. So,
You can't vary and manipulate or turn on and off the gravity bit, though, can you?
He left. Jedi.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
What do you guys think of the Cavendish experiment, though?
Oh, I do love the Cavendish experiment. I haven't spoken about that for a good 24 hours.
Wait.
You
Before
wanna?
I continue,
It's been a while, huh?
before I continue,
It was brought up yesterday. I was here yesterday. I didn't see her, but okay.
He's just being facetious.
One of my family members is sleeping, so if I have to suddenly stop talking, it's because they've told me I'm talking too loud and have to go. But anyway, in terms of the Cavendish experiment, can't you manipulate the masses and see that there's a different amount of force on the torsion bar thing?
No, the first step of any experiment is to physically see any physical and natural physical observation that the phenomenon of something that's happening in nature. So you have to make your observation of something like that happening in nature, and then say, why is that happening? So in any way, can we see things horizontally being attracted to each other in nature?
I don't think so. You don't need to do that.
Well, yeah, that's the first step. In nature is the question why we're going to make an experiment. The how and why is going to be answered in the hypothesis. So the test that we're going to do. When you conduct that test, so yeah, you have to stick to this method. It's going to help us understand the physical natural world. If you deviate from it, then you're just making ideas out of what you think this contraption is telling you, and that's not going to be useful in the case for us defining what the Earth is or is not. Right. So if you were saying that you're looking at some contraption a guy made in a barn, then what's not going to be useful is that if you say that it has nothing to do with the Earth, anything physical and natural that's happening like on the Earth, like a natural phenomena occurring. So if you don't see that,
so
you don't see that happening.
The natural phenomena could be like an apple falling, and then you hypothesize.
Well, but that's
maybe it's a mass attracting mass.
Just wait 1 second, because that's vertical attraction, and you're talking about horizontal attraction in the sense of the Cavendish. Are you not?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you are. But
right. So we're dealing with a different vector, and so because of that, right. So because of that, we're not doing due diligence to like the main focus is the Earth.
Well,
the Earth is not being concerned in this instance. We're trying to find horizontal attraction.
Okay, but the thing is if you have the hypothesis that it is mass attracting mass, then that's still a valid experiment to do.
It's not, because we don't see that happening in nature. That has to be viewed in somewhere. Okay, so when you say that you're going to make the hypothesis test, what are you testing? What did you see in nature that gave you that inclination that you're going to make a test that's going to be something in the end result of what you want to cause a reaction of? What are you trying to find out?
But okay, so if your problem is the horizontal motion, can't we do the same experiment in the vertical and just see that it decreases
the problem? Yeah, the problem that we're having here is, where is this being observed? Now, vertical, I could say the vertical attraction would have a little bit more weight to it, pun intended. But you'd be able to say that the reason why that would be the case is because what did Newton realize? What fell on his head?
An apple.
Right. So then he said, well, thus this happened, then that must mean. Yeah. So
could you do the same Cavendish experiment up and down, and then see that so if we add,
but that's different. Yeah, because that's a whole different than us doing lead balls with the torsion bar like that. We're not applying the same information, or we're not going into it thinking that we're going to prove something that we're standing on is attracting all things. We're doing something to where all things are attracting each other. So that's
yeah, that is true. Well, no, I guess what you're saying, it's still
it's horizontal attraction. So it just defines itself in a whole different category. I mean,
I do have to say though, if your hypothesis is mass attracts mass, and we've got this globe Earth model, and that's why apples fall down, doing the regular Cavendish experiment is still a valid way to test that hypothesis.
Well,
you keep saying that, but you keep saying that you don't observe it in nature, but I don't think that's a necessary part. The observing in nature is just in the scientific method, just to give you an idea of what your hypothesis is through abductive reasoning.
You want to know why? Because if you observe the phenomena in the experiment, and you've kind of done it the wrong way around. Here in the experiment, which is step 3 of the scientific method, right? First 2 steps of making the hypothesis, 1 after making the observation, and then 2 coming up with a prediction of cause. You then test that in the experiment. The thing is, you've already made the experiment and made the observation within the experiment. You are looking at horizontal apparent attraction, where the only observation you've got are things falling down. So if you are to use things falling down, you don't have that in Cavendish. You're literally pointing at step 3 and then building your hypothesis on the experiment that you've made.
But that would be all the more reason to do it in the horizontal, because
you're missing the
then
point.
you're not just
talking about that.
reiterating what you've seen already with the observation. You're going, all right, if it's a mass attracting mass, it should still work in the horizontal. Let's do
What's mass? What's mass?
Oh, well, that's a separate issue, but that
if you're going to be putting this in a hypothesis saying it's doing something, I want to fucking know what it is. What's mass?
Well, it's the quality of an object that resists, or the quantity of an object that resists the property that it resists changes in acceleration, like inertia.
So the resistance to acceleration.
Yeah, so it's a quantity of inertia. It's like a measurement of inertia.
Okay. Just to be clear, the resistance to acceleration attracts the resistance to acceleration.
Now, objects that have this property are said to have mass. And then separately, those objects are said to attract each other.
Pinky, I'm going to lose my shit in a minute. You've defined mass as the resistance to acceleration. You said if mass, the resistance to acceleration, then mass, the resistance to acceleration, will attract mass, the resistance to acceleration. Do you want to be a little bit more clear?
Yeah, so I'm not saying mass is the resistance to acceleration. It's the property of an object that it resists acceleration. And so
the property of an object that resists acceleration.
That's the same. You just basically said the same thing. You just made it sound different.
Because it's not the actual inertia itself. It's the.
Could you give me what mass is then, if it's not what you're fucking talking about? What's mass?
It's a quality of an object that resists acceleration. Of
Really?
Course, there's other definitions, like the interaction with the Higgs
field.
What's
your citation for that? Point out to who said that. Like, I want to know where you're getting your information from, Biggie.
The Higgs field thing or the mass?
Higgs field. Citation, please.
For the Higgs field?
No, where are you getting this definition? It better say verbatim what you just said.
Oh, the definition with the inertia or the Higgs field?
What you just said completely in the citation. Because you're pulling it from somewhere. I don't know where you're getting it from. Did you just make this up, Pinky?
Be
honest.
No.
All right,
I'm
then
looking.
give me the citation, please.
All right, yeah. Here it is from Science, NASA. So this is basically from Wikipedia, but I'm using the.
That's fine. I don't care where you get it from. I just want it to be. Okay, so now where in this?
Okay, so I'll just read it really quick. Mass.
Adrian, shut up.
Mass in modern physics has multiple definitions which are conceptually distinct but physically equivalent. Mass can be experimentally defined as a measure of a body's inertia, meaning the resistance to acceleration, change in velocity when a net force is applied. An object's mass is determined by the stream. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so it's basically, and the first sentence is an intrinsic property of a body. So that's kind of what I mean. The mass is the property of the body. What we're talking about here is the.
Well, you said it was resistance to acceleration, right? Isn't that what you said?
That's one of the definitions.
Well, one of the definitions. That's weird.
Well, yeah, it says that's what it said here, but that's the definition I'm using.
What are we gonna? Okay, so how are we gonna determine what mass is then?
Well, if once you've got whatever your definition is, like an object having weight.
Wait.
If you spin it around, it resists acceleration.
Hold on, you can't say that though. You can't start off the sentence by saying whatever your definition is. You have to define it as in this is what it is. Let's move from that point. You can't just say whatever your definition is.
All right, so I would say mass. An object having mass is the same as it having inertia, and it's the quantity of inertia. So something that's heavier will have more inertia. That's what I'm talking about. And I'm saying the physical objects, like concrete objects, like lead and stuff that do that have that, seem to attract each other, or at least that's my hypothesis. That would be the hypothesis for the Cavendish.
Yeah, they would attract each other.
Yeah.
So do all objects with your definition of mass attract each other?
That would be the hypothesis.
Okay, so that means that in nature you could witness this as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay, where in nature do we see this?
Well, the ground has mass,
No,
and
no, no. I'm talking about
apples have mass.
no,
so,
no. Yeah.
so that
Well,
would be an
no.
example of
Well,
that.
that's now. I'm talking about if that were true, then lead balls, wood balls. It doesn't matter what you use. Everything would attract everything else. Correct?
Yep.
Okay. Where in nature do we see all of these attractions happening?
Well, I mean, isn't dropping an apple an example of that?
That's
I
not
don't
the
know why
point, though, Pinky. This would be applicable to all things. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, all things
Where
are
in
mass.
Okay, so everything has mass, right?
Well, no, light would be an example, apparently.
No,
so
no, no,
it
no,
doesn't
no.
have
I'm
mass.
talking about physical things. They have mass, right?
I'd say light is a physical thing, but
I'm not talking about light, Pinky.
okay, yeah. So, objects that have mass
Yes.
seem to attract each
What?
other.
Okay,
We've
so
seen-
so wouldn't we see that attraction happening on a massive scale?
Well, we do see evidence of that, like the
Where?
moons of Jupiter. You can see
No,
them
I'm not
moving
talking.
around.
Don't go to the space, dude. Stick to Earth, where we can use demonstrations. If you have things sitting on a table, like a banana and an apple sitting next to each other, are they gonna go together like magnets?
Yeah, the Cavendish
Really?
experiment is an
They do
example
that?
of that. Yeah,
Okay,
the
so
Cavendish
where else?
experiment is an
What else?
example of
Like, if you leave your house keys next to a book, are they gonna get attracted to each other? How about, I don't know, you put two spoons next to each other, they're gonna get attracted to each other. How about a remote next to your hand? Is that gonna just leap right into your hand? Like, dude, you know how ridiculous this sounds that you're saying what you're saying? It
Wait,
does not
yeah.
seem, it is not witnessed anywhere in nature, Pinky.
No, so another example would be the
What?
Sanhillian experiment, which I just posted a link to. It's basically
Dude,
if you've
why
got
do
a
we gotta go
mountain.
to a bunch of extreme examples? I'm talking
So,
about
wait,
nature. Listen, I'm talking about nature in all its glory. So everywhere you go, you would be seeing this in action everywhere. Things would be
What-
attracting each other on a massive scale, and I'm using that word because I'm playing on words.
Correct.
But you would see that everywhere, everywhere. You wouldn't just have one example in a barn using lead balls. You'd be seeing it, freaking, everywhere. Everything would be attracting everything else. It just would happen. Everything has mass. Everything would be attracting itself to each other. Like
So in order
magnets.
to see it, well, you would, without extreme measuring capabilities, to really precise machines like.
So we need
the
precise
Cavendish
machines.
experiment,
Is that what
you
the
can-
Cavendish is? A precise machine?
Well, the Sanhillian experiment isn't all that precise. It's
But
just
you're not,
a
but you're
plumb
not
bob.
stating. You know what's weird is that when I ask you to answer a question, you go off and give me another example. Does the
Okay.
Cavendish show you that exact thing that you're looking for?
Yes, it does, but it's
every time.
and it's somewhat
every time,
precise.
Every time.
Yeah.
Somewhat
No.
is not. Why are you saying somewhat, bro? Like
because you
the
asked
answer
if it
to
was
this-
precise or
but you-
not. So
yeah,
I'm
you know
saying
the answer
somewhat.
to the question. You know the answer to the question is no, Pinky. Let's not play footsies under the table. You know the answer to the question. It's no.
Yeah.
It's not precise, and sometimes they get it right, sometimes they get it wrong. It's not something that's going to work every time. Basically, what it's akin to is a Texas sharpshooter fallacy. Whenever they get some results that they like, they're going to go with it and say, "Well, we got the result, so we need it," and it only took us 100 tries. So what, dude?
Wait, let's
It didn't. Listen, this is the thing that I'm telling you, because you don't witness it in nature. You have to try to get it working in a controlled environment, and then once you get the result you want, you're happy with that and say, "This is what happens." Sorry, bud, that's not going to work. It either is or is not happening in nature, and therefore you can only test for what's happening in nature, and then say, "I see all this attraction happening everywhere. Therefore, I'm going to do a little test about how I'm going to put two leaves next to each other and see how they cling together." Just anything, dude. If you have nothing to test for the example of gravity, then you don't have a case. You can't then draw some kind of contraption and then say you have a magical answer. It's not going to happen, dude.
So let's just attack this issue head on of having to see something. I know you did. I am now saying attacking this issue head on of having to have an observation in nature. That's the first part of the basic scientific method, because that's where you get your hypothesis from. You use abductive reasoning with your observation. You say, well, here's maybe it's because of this, and this is an explanation. This is a possible explanation of what's going on. But to be honest. But I wouldn't get bogged down in saying, oh well, I don't have some sort of commonplace observation, even though, I would argue that the fact that, anything drops, if you drop it like a pen and
We're
stuff,
not talking about
that,
stuff
that would
dropping
count.
though.
That would count.
Anything, everything. Listen, stuff that's falling down hasn't just the only thing, right? Because in the case of Cavendish, things are attracted horizontally. So that means, right, in essence, things attract to each other. It's not just the Earth. Everything attracts to itself because everything has mass. Do you see logically where this would lead us to? Means that in all of nature and all of creation, everything would be clinging to itself. All things would be clinging to each other. You would be seeing it in live action everywhere. So don't give me that it's only going to happen in special cases on top of a mountain or on top, under the ocean. No. It's happening everywhere if it's supposed to be happening. And that means that after you make your observation, you're going to test for that observation. Why is all things attracting to each other? Well, let's test that, right? Let's get 2 sticks. Let's get 2 different other kinds of material, whatever it is. And you're going to test all things, right? And then you're going to find out things do attract to each other. And then you're going to come up with some kind of test that you're going to be able to run things through, right? Formalize it, but you don't have any of this with Cavendish. It's all about looking at some contraption and imagining, what the Earth could be. And just because you got one result, out of 100, and you're going to be like, voila, I know that everything's attracted to each other. That is ridiculous, bro.
Well, actually, to be honest, the fact that you don't observe everything attracted to each other in everyday life, like you don't see 2 apples moving towards each other, would be kind of a case for coming up with a more precise experiment like Cavendish. Because
what are you talking about?
Well, what I'm talking about is if that was just the initial observation, doing the experiment would just be a repeat of that observation.
You are
doing a more accurate experiment,
dude. Unless they're magnets, you're not seeing anything attracted to each other. It's just not happening, dude. I mean, you got static cling and stuff, but listen, if it's not gravity and there's other forces at play that are attracting to each other, then it's not gravity. You're not proving gravity in this way. And so
I know the observation would be that all things attract each other, but maybe just at a really small scale that it'd be hard to measure.
Okay, so this is what they call grasping at straws. This is what you're doing. So you're now trying to go for maybe we just need more precise equipment. Dude, it's a story that you've been fed, and you think the narrative is true because some form or means that they've given you has kind of supplanted in your mind that you think that, Cavendish is real because this guy said it's legitimate. So I must think that if we can't find the results this way, we have to get more precise equipment. Dude, what are you doing? It's not real, dude.
Could I just make the point that even forgetting about like the initial observation and the scientific method, you can literally just come up with any hypothesis if you wanted to and try to test that. You don't need the first
but it's not science of the physical natural world.
Well, so when they say science is defined as the study of the physical world, it doesn't mean that it has to be something observed without human interaction.
It's not synthetic.
Wait, Alpha Veritas, could I have to just point out to you that you are interrupting me quite a bit, and I think it's like we have you having a very good
discussion. Say a lot of wrong things, Pinky.
Dude,
it's becoming frustrating, dude. You waffle on a lot, say a lot of wrong things, and you don't let us interject. It's fine if you want to do that.
Well, I think if I could speak for maybe 40 seconds, and then you could go for as much as you want, and then
all I've heard you do is speak for the last 2-3 minutes.
All right. So, I guess my point now is that if you come up with the hypothesis that objects attract each other, Cavendish. Oh wait, I'm sorry. No, I'm addressing your
but you're starting off. This is the reason why I interrupt, because you're starting off on the wrong foot, Pinky. You're not making a naturally observed phenomena observation anywhere. You're just saying, I want to imagine something happening in my brain and then come up with a test about something that happened in my brain. That doesn't work that way. You need to see something in action. Why did that happen in nature? I don't know. Let me figure it out. I want to know what caused that reaction. So let me test something. That's what you're looking for. Not, I'm thinking about something. I'm thinking about an Earth that could be a globe and has attraction to all things. So let's start with some kind of test. That's not what you do. Are you crazy? That's not science.
So could I just post a quote by the in response to what you're saying? This is a quote from the American Association for the Advancement of Science, and it's about the scientific method. It says, the scientific method is often misrepresented as a fixed sequence of steps rather than being seen for what it is, truly is, a highly variable and creative process. The claim here is that science has a general principles that must be mastered to increase productivity. So basically, yes, usually people will have like an observation and they come up with a hypothesis. But to be honest, if that's an issue for you, it is the case that you could still just in the study of understanding the natural world, just come up with a hypothesis. You know what I mean?
No. That's not how it works, dude. And you're not going to get away with it in this chat. Because if you do, that means that we're just going to let you talk about your imagination and then say, well, I imagined something to happen in this particular way, so let's test it out. Bullshit, dude. You better tell me that you pulled something out of nature. Quick. Where did you see something happening? What happened? Let's test the reaction. Let's formalize a hypothesis test. Let's see what's causing that to do what it does. But if you're not doing that, then no. You're not going to get off and say, well, if I imagine the globe a certain way, that's science. And I'm going to go, no, that's not science. That's you imagining something. And then saying you're going to test your imagination against your imagination. No, it's not going to work, dude. I see in my imagination horizontal attraction. I did it in a test with the Cavendish. And, it came out that, once out of 100 times, it showed that something happened and it looks like attraction. So therefore the Earth is, attracting itself to everything else because of mass. And that's what it sounds like, dude. It's absurd. It's ludicrous.
If you really do need this initial observation, can you tell me specifically what's wrong with the Shenhilian experiment, or just the
magnetic mountain where compasses don't work? I'm glad you brought it up.
The Shenhilian experiment is if you have a plumb bob near a mountain,
yes, I know what it is.
Towards the mountain.
Yes,
right,
I know
so
what
that
it
would be
is.
an example.
Yeah, I know what it is. So what we've got a magnetic interference around that mountain. Do you know that navigators can't use compasses around it? It's been noticed for 300 years. Lucky that I've actually been to that area. I live in the fucking UK. Yes, this magnetic mountain.
It's not one mountain, it's all mountains.
Oh, is it? So can you provide me a measurement of another mountain then, please?
Yeah, so there's Chimborazo, a mountain from Peru. There's lots of. I mean, this is a known thing in surveying. I can.
A known thing in surveying that.
Yeah, like as you get closer to mountains, you
compasses don't work?
Well, no, zenith angles are deflected towards the mountain. That's why there's actually a correction that they issue.
Oh, so okay. So let me get this straight, Pinky. The mountain is stronger than the actual giant Earth. The mountain is bigger than the giant Earth.
No. It's just that the mountain is working in the horizontal, and so it deflects it tiny in that.
So that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, dude.
It's like adding two vectors together.
No, the mountain is connected to the Earth, and the thing that's stronger is the actual giant globe that you're standing on, not the stupid little mountain. That's so stupid, dude.
But
you got a small tiny mountain on a giant globe. Think about
it. I mean, to see if it's stupid or not, you'd have to look at the formula of mass. The
who gives a
Newtonian
shit
formula
about
to see
a
how strong
formula,
the
dude?
force.
We're talking about the concept of the Earth being a globe and it being a giant ball, right? And you got a little tiny speck of a mountain, and that little tiny speck of a mountain has more attraction to the plumb bob than the actual giant Earth that it's on. Are you serious?
Yeah, to see whether or not
that makes sense. That makes sense, right?
That would be ridiculous or not. You'd have to look at the formulas and see.
Who gives a shit, dude?
You sound like a salesman.
Here's what the thing. You're proposing that the Earth has this attraction to it. It's so big, right, that it's got mass attracting stuff to all of the stuff that's on the Earth is stuck to the Earth because of this gravitational force or whatever you think that's happening, right? So now we got a plumb bob on this giant ball.
Yeah, but you trying to sell flat
and
Earth?
Then shut up, Branch. And then we got like this mountain right next to the plumb bob. Well, the mountain's gonna deflect from the powerful Earth, the giant globe, and then the plumb bob's gonna divert to the mountain. That's idiotic, dude.
Wait,
in every sense, it's idiotic.
All right. So if you think that's idiotic, I have one other experiment that I can say. It's the Airy coal pit experiment. Maybe you've heard of. It's basically if you go into a mine shaft that's really deep and you measure the gravity in there, the gravity is weaker because basically the gravity of the Earth above you cancels out from the gravity below
It
you
does,
by a
does it?
small amount. And so it's almost so if you think about it, like if you're in the very center of the Earth, you just float around because the gravity on all sides would
Shit,
So
equal out.
gravity
You know
gets
what?
So the area
gravity
pulpit
gets
experiment
weaker.
is
Sorry,
basically if you
gravity
go down in a
gets
pit, you
weaker. Pinky, you've really got to be socially aware, mate. So
Yeah,
gravity
bro,
gets
crash it, bro. In
weaker
the center of the
when
earth,
you
though,
go
there's a lot of
Brand,
deeper.
shut up.
like
Go
the
ahead,
center of
Dylan.
the earth. There's the gravity
Where
will
the
be
fuck
cold
are you,
and
dude?
shit. Like, but like
Sorry,
Shut your
got him.
dumb ass up, dude.
Oh shit,
Go
we
ahead,
both
Dylan.
got him. So gravity gets weaker with decreasing in altitude. Is that what you're saying? Towards the center of the Earth, gravity gets weaker because there's more gravity above your head. Is that what you're saying?
Jeez,
yeah,
dude.
towards the center of the Earth. At the very
Yes.
surface of the Earth, you're
It's
the strongest. And then as you go higher, then you get further away from the Earth, so it gets weaker. But this is something that was measured in I don't know, 1820s by George Little Airy, apparently. Now you
World
can measure this
Society?
just using a pendulum because you
Wait,
can measure the gravity
World
strength from a
Society?
pendulum.
wait. So if you go up a mountain, does it increase or decrease in gravity?
I don't know. You'd have to see. I'd have to see how the math works out, but
He
I think it
doesn't
would
know.
probably decrease because
Yeah, he
Because you're
probably.
talking about
closer to the
you're
surface.
talking about a mine shaft that's how deep?
Let me do a
I
Google
mean,
search.
yeah, what? How deep is it?
I don't know. I'm
Well,
just
shit, dude. Like, what do you mean?
So have you got
I'll
are
figure it out
places
in a
that are
couple
below
seconds. Yeah.
are places that are below sea level? Do you have less gravity there
Yeah.
as well?
384 meters deep.
Yeah, dude, bro.
And then
I
you've
mean,
got
But it
this
would
is
probably
hard
work on.
cope.
It would work on all. It
This
would
it's a
work on
hard
lots of
cope,
different.
dude. It's nothing but a
That's
hard
weird, bro.
cope for you, because really what you're doing is it's so bad. The lower you go in the earth, the weaker gravity gets.
Well, it's just that the gravity above you cancels out some of the gravity below you.
Cancels out.
Yeah, because
What does that even mean?
If it's mass attracting mass, then there's mass above
Okay,
you,
but
there's mass
right
below you
now,
that would cancel out.
Pinky, you're all over the place,
Oh my
dude.
god, man.
You're all over the place. You got mountains attracting plumb bobs. You got gravity getting weaker when you go further in. You're all over the place. You don't even know how anything works anymore. You're upside down and inside out, bro. All over
No,
the place.
Well, I'm giving you lots of examples because
No,
you
this isn't
asked for
examples. This is you making a
examples of
bad argument for the Earth being a globe. Be honest. That's just what it is.
Well,
You're making a bad argument for the Earth being a globe. You don't even know that the attraction to the Earth as a whole would be stronger than the damn mountain that is standing right next to it. That means the plumb
no,
bob
it
wouldn't
is,
be
obviously.
moving.
But
what?
But can I explain how that works? So
No, you
if you
can't
have a,
because it's wrong. It's already wrong on its face. If you at any point advocate for the plumb bob being attracted to that mountain from gravity's position, then that means that the gravity that the Earth has is not stronger than the mountain's gravity. That's just how it works.
So if I could respond, the way this would work is the sum of vectors, right? So if you have a 10 meters per second acceleration downwards due to the Earth, and then you have sideways a 0.01 meters per second acceleration. Basically, the two vectors are added together, and you get a diagonal vector pointing mostly downwards, but a tiny bit towards the
Dude,
mountain.
you should work for the circus, man. That's a lot of mental contortions you're fucking doing right now. You know that? Just to get an answer to justify the idea that a mountain is stronger than the Earth. Is basically what you're doing right now.
Well, it's
That's
like
ridiculous,
if I push you and then 90 degrees apart, someone else pushes you. You don't. It doesn't pick the stronger one. It's a sum of both the pushes. You know. You're saying it would pick the stronger one for some reason.
Always, because the stronger one is where it's going to be pulled towards, not the weaker one. It's got more gravity applying itself to it than it does the other one. It would cancel the other one out or render it like not even anyway registering. You would not even notice it. Period.
I don't think so. If I punch
Well,
a
you don't
basketball,
think because this is your bad argument for the Earth being a globe. You have to come up with sideways attraction where mountains are pulling plumb bobs and what gravity is getting weaker the more you get towards the center of the Earth, which is completely antithetical to the story that we receive from the people that come in here and tell us the Earth's a globe. It's completely opposite. They're telling us, well, you get stronger as you get towards the center. That's what they're saying. And you're like, nah, it don't do that. It cancels out when you get in the mine shaft. It really does. Oh, by the way, when you're trying to measure things like surveyors do, and you're near a mountain, well, that plumb bob's just going to go right to that mountain, not the Earth. The Earth, it just doesn't worry about the big old Earth. It worries about that giant mountain over there.
But that would be a straw man to say that. I think
Is that about the size of it?
it's a straw man to say that I think because you stand near a mountain, you forget about the gravity to the
Well,
because
that's
of
what
the
you're
Earth, and
saying.
you
That's
just get pulled
exactly what
towards
you're
the ground.
saying. You're telling us that.
No,
That's
I'm saying
exactly what
the forces would get summed up.
the forces. What
Acceleration.
forces, dude? Do you know? Have you measured these forces?
Oh,
Let's get
I've
right
used
down to it.
I've used the pendulum to measure
You
the
really?
force of gravity.
Well, how did you find out the force of gravity? Did you go near a mountain? Did it swing towards a mountain?
Oh no, I didn't do that experiment. But
Oh, you
obviously
didn't.
that's
So what are
clearly
you talking about? It sounds like you
well,
have no idea what you're saying. You're just speaking words.
yeah, but
Yeah, but
since this is such an easy experiment to do, all you
oh,
need is a
really?
plumb bob
Have
and
you
a
done it?
mountain.
Yeah, have you done it?
If there was some sort of like conspiracy to say
Well,
that
I'm not
this
talking about it being a conspiracy.
I
need your verification, Pinky. We're not going to move forward until you say, you know what, I've done it. Hey, man, check this out. I got my test. My test results are such that here they are. No demonstration. Nothing to equivocate that we know that you know what you're talking about. Nothing. You're bankrupt, bro. In this case, and you're just grasping at straws. You're making up arguments out of the thin air because you want it to be so. But it's not even anything towards the Earth being a globe. It's just your imagination that the globe doesn't have an answer, so you have to explain why the plumb bob's swinging towards the mountain. And it has nothing to do with gravity. It has more to do with magnetism. That much we know.
So I haven't done those experiments myself, but my point is that game theoretically, if it was the case that this was all a lie and all of these results were fake and it was some sort of conspiracy, then all it would take is for one person to do this and then say, hey, wait, this isn't what's going on.
Nobody's gonna do your bunk. Nobody's gonna do your
experiment to
bunk
do.
argument, dude. That's a bunk argument. We're not gonna test your imagination. Well, let's see if Pinky's imagination's correct. Let's go do his test that he imagined. No, we're not gonna do that. There's no observation in the physical natural world to say that you know what's going on. So if you're saying all things are attracted to each other, all of nature's not showing us that. And in the case of magnetism, we do see attraction. But that's magnetism. It has nothing to do with gravity. You got me? So in a case of attraction, we're seeing magnetism operate the way it does. But gravity is not anywhere in the scene here. Because as we know, gravity is not magnetism. And you know that.
Einstein's rolling in his grave right about now.
Well, anyway,
I don't know why he goes to these arguments. They're bunk. The physical and natural world is how we determine what's happening and how we can assess any particular idea or reactions that we see. We start to think about what they could be causing those reactions. So then we start to test them. Not your idea of what you imagine in your mind about a globe, dude. That's bogus. We're not going to go do your simple test of what some man imagined in his brain just so that we can satisfy some kind of itch that you have. No, you go do it. And whenever you get your results, because you haven't done it, then you come back and let us know.
I mean, there's lots of YouTube videos of the Cavendish experiment.
Well, good. Have you done it? Have you done it? Have you done it?
No.
Okay, then go do it and come back and tell us your result.
Do you remember the bit where Alpha said about the Texas sharpshooter fallacy? Do you remember that bit?
Texas sharpshooter.
Yeah, so sometimes, let's put it like this, not all of the time the Cavendish experiment works and you get varying results, which is a bit of a problem for a scientific experiment that should be easily falsified. It's akin to trying to boil water with heat and sometimes the water not boiling. That's how bad it is.
Well, it depends how, because it is an experiment that's done in high schools a lot. It depends how.
Not an experiment, dude. It is. Stop calling it that. It's just a test. They're just testing things out that they thought about. There's there's nothing. No, it's not. Formalize it for me. Go ahead and do it now. Formalize it.
An experiment.
Yes,
is,
the one that
has an independent and dependent variable. The independent.
Walk Jedi through it. He'll talk to you more about it. I mean, I feel like you're only going to lead us back to the same place, but
probably. But the independent variable is the factor that is different that the experimenter changes to see what the effect on the dependent variable. So the thing that you'd be changing would be the masses of the weights involved, and then the dependent variable would be the force exhibited by the on the torsion bar, or if you're using some other sensitive sort of equipment to do that.
Okay, are the results exactly the same all of the time?
They seem to approximate the Newtonian definition of F equals. This is my answer. F equals G, mass of the object of the first object, mass of the second object, divided by the radius squared, where G is this gravitational constant. Now, the gravitational constant has been measured as the eons progressed. Not eons, as the decades progressed since the Cavendish experiment, and we've gotten a more and more precise value of it.
It looks like I'm going to have to ask my question again. Do you get exactly the same results if the experimental setup is exactly the same? Can you be a little bit more concise with your answer this time, please?
Well, anytime you do any experiment, there's always a little bit of variation, so probably you wouldn't get the exact same results. But
so it's interesting that you say. It's interesting that you say probably. Yeah, the answer's no. This is why I brought up the example of trying to boil water with heat, and the heat sometimes not even making the water change temperature. This is akin to the Cavendish experiment. This is why Alpha Veritas described it as a Texas sharpshooter fallacy. You're only going to be interested in the results that you want to have, and you're going to discard the experiments that show zero change, more change, or less change. It's not falsifiable, dude.
Wait, so to answer your question explicitly, I just posted a list of years with the best value for the gravitational constant.
Let me just stop
measured.
you here. No, you just whistled past what Jedi just said about the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. Answer that, please.
It's whistle past and everything. It's getting a little bit annoying. Got to be honest.
Well, sorry, I hate to do this, but if you're
yeah, just go. We don't need to hear a long goodbye. See ya. My goodness.
It's like trying to get champagne out of a stone. That one.
Well, in the end, he didn't have anything that he could verify, so. And no experiment was done. Even though these guys use the word experiment, they use it colloquially, and they toss it around like it's something to say. They have no idea what it entails.
He even got to the point of saying you don't need to make an observation.
Yeah.
So what the fuck? You just need to think of something in your head. All right, then. So not natural science, then. Some kind of science that you've made up. Okay, fair enough.
These imaginations of men are what they're going off of. Well, I thought about something, and I'm going to test what I thought about. That's not how this works. What are you doing? Like, for the rest of the people that are listening, that's not science. All right, science deals with the study of the physical and natural world. Not what you thought of yesterday was a good idea. That's not science. For God's sakes.
All right, got to go make some coffee. I'll be back in a bit.
All right.
Hey, if you guys want to, if you want to watch the video I put up a little bit ago, you can cut to about, I'd say 9 minutes or when he actually goes through the experiment done with some other lasers and such, and it will actually give you better results than the video that he references.
Guardian, put it in the text channel, will you?
I'll put it into the text channel again. I just don't want to be accused
of. Did you do it already?
Yeah, I did it. Let me give you the timestamp here. It should be around 2:49.
Yeah, I see it. All right, we'll take a look at it sometime. I will take a look at it sometime.
That's fine, man. I appreciate you because I really like this channel. They're not necessarily tilted to just proving flat Earth. This guy's a science channel.
I mean, people can claim whatever they want, but if it's not doing science, then we'll know for sure. The floor is open. We were talking to that guy, Pinky Bladinsky. He's kind of a guy that's been here quite some time. But if you guys want to chime in with any, if you are brand new to the channel and you want to chime in with any evidence for the Earth being a globe, you can do so. Welcome to the channel, 24/7 Flat Earth channel on Politics server. We also have a Discord. Somebody can drop the link if you want to in the text chat. But thank you for watching us on YouTube. And if you want to follow us anywhere, just click the description
and there's a link to the Discord, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You can go there. There's a lot of resources, a lot of information we have gathered over the years. It's in the bottom of the server, and I think we have it alphabetized, so you can look at all the information. We have PDFs, videos, thousands of hours of content of us doing what we've just done with Pinky. So lots of conversations. You can see how the conversations have evolved over the years, that sort of thing. But appreciate everybody who's been here. Gets heated sometimes. It's just the way it goes, but we do appreciate the conversation. Stimulating. People listen to it. So
Yeah, I was just going to say that's just because people are passionate from time to time, and I get it. Oh, can you give me a link to the actual live channel on YouTube? Or is it somewhere where I can look at it and grab it?
yeah, just look up 24/7 Flat Earth. I think Flat Earth Discord or Flat Earth 24/7 Flat Earth. It'll pop up. Should pop up, and we're also on Rumble as well. We don't have the Rumble bot in here, but I'm working with Republica to see if we can get a dedicated Rumble bot in here. More on that later. We should have a dedicated one for this place, so we can always have a Rumble channel in here.
Yay for YouTube algorithms. By the way, the reason I say that is that they do not put you up as the first results, and I can't seem to. That's why I hate that about YouTube. I'd rather just give me the results I'm looking for. Yeah. Okay, so it's just it is right below the thing. I found it.
Okay.
Yeah, they have their friggin' link to Wikipedia, which they put on everything, even the ones defending a globe.
All good, all good. At least you found it. Yeah, but right now there's a bit of open floor room, so you guys come in with your questions. You can talk to me, talk to Jedi, talk to Heretic. We're in here taking your questions, guys. So
Okay. It's not a disingenuous thing. I just really would. Does anybody have an example of a government, not a government organization, a government like China, U.S., Britain, an example of a government actually in present day recognizing flat Earth?
I don't know, not to my knowledge.
I can think of something a little bit close. I'm not sure about today, but at least up until the 1980s, the royal family of Saudi Arabia did recognize the Earth as flat and stationary, or at least certain members of it.
Ah, okay. I was wondering because I thought something like some of the Saudi Arabia countries and others, might actually, support a flat Earth.
I think it's because the Quran. I'm not an expert on Islam or the Quran, but at least as far as I know, the idea of the Earth being flat and stationary is certainly not opposed to the Quran or the Muslim religion. They describe it that way in their religion.
All right, we got some people in here. We got Shirlzy, welcome. We got Xylophone in here, welcome. If you're new to the channel, just chime in. Love to hear from you.
By the way, there's a link if anybody's looking for the live channel so they can subscribe to it and have it for future.
That's the one. Yeah, all conversations are being recorded in this channel, so you can. There's something you missed or one you wanted to go back and listen to, you can just rewind the VOD and there you be. So there's many. We have, like I said, for about 6 years we've been streaming 24/7. So I'm on a lot of content. Jedi's on a lot of content. Heretic's on a lot of content. So most of the guys in 24/7 team have been doing this for quite some time. So we're on some of those There's so much content, though. I tell you that much. There's so much conversations we've had, so many interactions. It's crazy.
I wish I had Jerrism's video that he originally put up. I know he had to take it down because of copyright issues that he was having, but the one where he basically cuts out a hole and two obstructions to show and he actually does end up proving an Earth curve in it, but I don't have it to show you guys.
Yeah, we know what it is. It's a documentary from Netflix. It's called
Yeah,
Behind
they
the
ended
Curve.
up putting it in the documentary, but he actually had it up on his channel for a long time, and then they took it. He had to take it down because of copyright issues, I guess, or something along those lines.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's your guys' opinion of him, by the way? I really haven't done much research into him. Now he seems to be a gaming channel.
We don't have opinion on people, but only arguments.
Okay.
We tend to do that to stay away from the drama because it'd be starting to be like
gotcha.
he said, she said bullshit. What did Alpha
Yeah.
Veritas say about Jeranism? And then it gets around to Jared, and he's like, "What did Alpha Veritas say about me?" Then he said he makes a hit piece on it, and then I'm like, I don't like what he said, so I'm gonna make a video about him. Like this is stupid. This drama shit. We're not into that. We're into the arguments that people make for the case of the Earth being a globe because it's not. So we're more into that. Who gives a shit about what anybody else is saying about other drama that happens in flat Earth and people are saying things? Just we don't care about that. We're more interested in this. All we're focused on, and that's important.
Yeah, like I said though, it just seems this these days his channel is basically a gaming channel, which is cool. I like that.
Hey guys.
What's up, June?
Just walking my dog.
Walking your dog from Boston?
I'm in Boston. I'm just walking my dog.
I love your accent, Lynn, and I really do. It is
relax,
cool.
Simps.
Thanks, it's fake.
Take it
I'm
easy.
actually from Australia.
Australia. G'day, mate.
Oh god, not another one.
G'day.
Hey, dude.
Shut up, you miserable Brit.
Fuck off, you kangaroo manipulating motherfucker.
Oh, I
Boy,
feel the love, man.
We're having a ripe red snorter here, and this biker shows up, and it's good night, Irene.
Fucking hell. To be fair, though, it's really nice to see more and more Australians coming in. It's the only time you can say that. Yes,
You don't
only
really
time.
mean that.
Yeah, I sense your sarcasm there, mate.
Hey, Jedi. I used to play with
I'm from
Aussies
America.
all the time, and I still do from time to time on World of Warcraft. So I really do like your pop.
Hold on, Guardian. What'd you say, June? You spoke at the same time Guardian did, so we got muffled underneath the Guardian.
Oh, I just said I'm not Australian.
Oh, okay.
My gosh, she's alive. What's going on? Where are you from? Need to know.
Not.
I'm from America.
She's American.
America. America.
She's America.
Fuck yeah.
All right.
I was gonna say,
Florida.
doesn't seem
Oh,
to be any
Florida.
talks somehow.
Another Floridian. Cool.
Okay, so how does the globe Earth work in Florida?
We said that they near the equator.
No, I'm just being facetious.
Hold on, I'm going in an elevator.
I think if I remember this correctly, that Florida is the flattest state in America. It's primarily because of all the swamps and the Everglades and stuff, all of that level water.
Yep.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
All good.
Yay, I'm certain.
Florida.
Now, Jun was asking some questions earlier, sorting out some things about what science is and such, and so we're just having a conversation. Uh,
way of
yeah.
saying it is basically, as far as I know, almost the entire state is within a few feet or like a dozen feet or so of sea level.
Really?
That's what I understand as well. Yeah.
Pretty
So
flat.
it's pretty flat. Yeah.
What's up, Skip?
Hey,
Boy.
what's going on?
Much.
But
Same
Geeks
shit,
was
different day.
calling you good looking. Geeks was calling you good looking before, mate. You got to watch out for your yeah, you know what I mean.
You guys missed the drama, man. Earlier, Geeks brought somebody in here that was crying over him. Some young lady was saying that she was a Discord. He was her Discord boyfriend or some bullshit.
What?
Oh, really?
Yeah, play back the VOD. You'll hear it.
I think I heard some of it. Was she saying, "Oh, Geeks is too smart for all the other rooms, but when he comes in here, he
Yeah.
gets challenged." Geeks is
No,
too
he didn't
smart
think
for
I had
other
a
rooms.
conversation earlier.
The fuck?
What's that, June?
Other rooms must be pretty fucking dumb.
He didn't think I had a conversation earlier.
Well, I was thinking about inviting Geek snowboarding with me for the winter.
Oh, it's that kind of party. That's,
my.
I mean,
No one else
he's gonna
gives
have
me
to.
any attention.
He's gonna have to drop his fake accent first. Tell him,
Yeah.
ask him about his fake accent.
Yeah, righto.
It reminds me, like my parents watch a lot of like these UK sitcoms and stuff like that, or chat shows. I think Jedi will know who I'm talking about, like Alan Carr, the chatty man. Yeah, that is Geeks.
I know who you're talking about, and yeah, now I can't unsee it. Brilliant. Thanks, mate.
Next time he comes in, you're like, oh, yeah.
I haven't seen that one. I only know the Bill Jedi.
Hey, Governor.
Yeah, my grandfather watched the Bill religiously. I had to deal with it every weekend.
Is that a funny program?
No, very
Nah, it's
much
a
the
British
opposite.
Police show.
Funny.
An old one.
Where's the rousing discussions, man? These guys are lames.
Gentlemen.
Oh, fuck, dude.
Well,
June,
I've got a question.
Hey, look,
I've
it's
been
Alan
watching.
Carr.
June is a little bit shy, so you might have to bring her out of her shell. She has some questions. So.
Alan
actually have
Carr, the
some
chatty
questions,
man.
Alpha.
is back.
What you got?
So I've been seeing a lot of videos on this eclipse, yeah. And the
Mhm.
couple that I've seen, I don't know if anyone else has seen them. We've got one where whatever's eclipsing the sun is coming in from the west, not the east. And then I seen another two today where they showed the sun being eclipsed and then videoed across the sky to the east, and the moon was sitting there in the sky. Appears to be filmed on phones and not cut. You can hear everybody speaking in the background saying, "What the hell is going on here? If that's the moon, why is the moon there?"
That's crazy.
You wouldn't happen to have that, would you? Can you link it at
Yeah,
all?
some probably do somewhere on my Instagram or Facebook.
All right, let me unmute Pinky before. I was gonna mute you before you left, Pinky, but I'll do it now.
I'll find it and send it to you, Jedi.
Cheers,
Now,
buddy.
now you can leave if you want.
So just to be clear, an observation of the moon in the sky whilst the eclipse is going on.
Yes.
Fucking hell. I want to see that.
Let's go. I'm good over here. That's cool, Pinky. I just wanted to mute you before you left. If you happen to leave. So June's being played by Geeks, and Geeks is like he's some kind of Don Juan or something. Ladies are falling all over him or some bullshit. What's going on here? Some kind of Mac Daddy or something? I don't know. I thought Jedi was the Mac Daddy, but no.
Normally, I would have thought that Geeks was gay. By the way,
What
he
the
talks.
fuck, dude?
I don't know. Am I wrong? Or?
I did post a
I
picture
can't.
of Alan Carr in the chat, so everybody has an idea of who Alan Carr is. And, yeah.
Looks like he's got a funny show, but I don't know, he might.
Oh, everyone laughs. I don't know if it's funny, but you know, they might have that
different opinion.
That old
Okay.
that old computer thing in the background that goes.
What the fuck?
You know that one.
Looks like Geeks is cheerleading for Gene in the chat at the moment.
Yeah, they're having a little discourse. They obviously know each other.
Take it to DMs, guys. I did see this. Get a room.
Flat Earth or nothing.
Yeah, the other girl that came in here was crying, like literally. I mean, it was a performance, you know. You had to clap your hands, like, dude, real tears. I mean, the acting was, yeah, the acting was poor, but the tears, they were real, dude. Some kind of performance or something? I don't fucking know.
It's a bit weird, isn't it? Getting
Yeah.
attached to someone emotionally like that on Discord.
Yeah, yeah.
Like crying. Well, everyone's different, I suppose.
To each their own.
Yep. The world would be boring if we were all the same.
Yeah. All right, we got Kitten Every Penny just joined us. What do you think about the shape of the Earth, Kitten Every Penny? To the Earth as a globe? What say you? Isn't that weird when somebody walks in the door and they're just like, "What's going on?" That's probably what happened. They're like, "Oh shit!"
Like, you know, when you go into a restaurant, it's like someone walking into a restaurant and then the maitre d' coming up and saying, "Hi, would you like a table?" And them just like staring at you, not saying anything.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
It's even funny when they turn around and just walk straight back out again.
Yeah. Okay.
So what do you think? This is a shop? You just come in and start looking around. What the fuck?
I guess Sir Waterhill had a lot of MSNBC to watch tonight. Must have been good stuff on the old boob tube, eh? You can't tell me you're busy at fucking 2:24 in the morning. Or he probably has headphones on, fell asleep and stuff. When you wake up tomorrow, the Earth will be flat and stationary. When you wake up tomorrow, the Earth will be flat and stationary.
You know, I fall asleep too, like rain and such. I like to use that to fall asleep too.
Okay, raise your hand if you fall asleep to this channel.
No.
That's
I
some
might
bullshit
try it in
right
the
there.
future because I like what is his name now? Star.
If you say that you don't fall asleep to this channel, you's a liar. Liar!
I fall asleep in this channel and get woken up in this channel, usually by people shouting at each other.
Yeah.
It's a good uncle.
Yeah, I slept through one of Nathan Oakley's whole shows and then woke up in the morning in the after show with no one there.
That's funny.
Yeah, Isaac Arthur, by the way, is the name I was trying to think of. I watch him on YouTube a lot and fall asleep to his stuff. He's cool though.
No, there hasn't been really good discussion. We had ITR in here, the astrophysicist. Was it day before yesterday? Yesterday? I don't know. It was a good discussion.
That's a VOD I want to see.
Day before either yesterday or day before yesterday. Yeah, you don't have to go back too far.
Yeah, yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you were here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was around the same time yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and don't forget the meteorologist on our side, Brendan, was on the fence, and now he's said that he's full FE. So that's really cool. He's a cool dude. He pops in and out only for a little bit. He doesn't stay too long.
Jedi, I just messaged Jedi. I just messaged you that clip.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I don't know why. My only issue is it goes dark to light so quickly. However, if you're listening to the voices in the background, it doesn't appear to clip. Do you know what I'm saying? So just, I don't know, have a look and see what you think.
Okay, mate. Thank you for that. I'll have a look. That's phenomenal, though.
Another reason to shellac these guys, huh? Good stuff.
Well,
But
it's
that
not the first. It's not the first
Maybe.
time that and I've never seen this, right? But it's not the first time that I've heard that the sun is being eclipsed whilst the moon is elsewhere visible in the sky. It's not the first time I've heard that claim.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, is that what the claim is? Okay. How do you know? Like, has it been?
I'll put the video
show?
in the chat.
Oh,
It is a
shit.
link to Facebook. If anyone doesn't want to click it, don't click it. But
No, you didn't put it in the chat, or did you?
no, I'll put
I
it
don't
in
see
now. There you go.
Okay. Cheers. Let's have a whole look-see here. Nah. No way.
Nah.
No.
It changed.
It
Changed from
changed,
dark to
bro.
light.
No, some bullshit right there, dude. No way.
I was more listening to the voices in the background where the voices don't seem to clip. It seems to continue there. But I do. That's what I said. The biggest issue I see with it is light to dark so quickly. But
But
if you
he's
listen to
filming. He's filming through the glasses, and then when he takes the glasses off,
Yeah. There's a
if it's
transition period.
eclipsing, why would the sky be blue?
Yeah. It would change its dark. The tint would be changing. The hue.
yeah, I don't know. I've never actually seen one.
Or is the sky still blue in the other direction? Oh, I've never seen an eclipse either.
He's doing
Oh
it
no,
too
it's
fast.
the dark moon.
He's doing it too
It looks
fast.
bunk.
The one we never
Yeah, it
see.
looks bunk. I think it's bunk. Because what
Yeah.
happens? I'll tell you why. Let me just tell you why I think it's bunk. Because 2 nights before the eclipse, I saw a sliver on because I was watching the moon on the horizon because it was visible on my horizon, and I saw it going to a sliver. And you can't tell me when the moon was out in the sky and the sun was out being eclipsed that the moon gradually got to that level of luminosity. There's no way. It was a
That's
sliver.
almost 3/4, yeah.
Yeah, it was a sliver.
Yeah.
When
What was the moon on the night of the eclipse?
New.
That's a
New.
It's a new moon, so
New moon.
It shouldn't be
Can't see it.
visible at all.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can't see it. It's not. That's no. This is bunk.
Yeah.
eclipse,
And then I seen
eclipse
another one
always
where-
happens on a new moon. Yeah.
And then I seen another one where apparently it came from the wrong direction. So who knows? But there's a lot of
This
crap
guy-
going around.
Yeah, this is a clickbait right here, bro. I mean,
Yeah.
it would be better if I thought he saw the actual moon, like in a new moon phase. Like I was like, how the fuck did he do that? Like, okay, I'm interested. Like, if you
Yeah, I
saw
didn't look at the phases.
Yeah, it was a sliver. Okay, so like 2 days before the eclipse, it was on my horizon, and I was driving home, and I was like, "Dude, the freaking moon is huge on the horizon. And you could see it like just a little sliver." And of course, it was getting the next day would have been almost even the tiniest of sliver, and then of course it would have went to new moon after that, which would have been the day of the eclipse. So 2 days prior, I saw it on the horizon like a little sliver. There's no way on the day of the eclipse it would have been that much luminosity on it. Absolutely not.
Yeah, I didn't look at that. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I was more interested in all the claims, man. There's so much stuff going on everywhere. Yeah, saying, National Guard deployed, this and that, and
Yeah.
states of emergency. And but it just all appeared to be just a normal day.
Yeah.
I should put a comment on that video.
Yeah, you do it.
He says you can view all comments. Leave your own Instagram. Oh, it's on Instagram.
Oh, it's an Instagram post too.
I think so.
No, just a Facebook post.
The reason why I say that is most of my stuff that I end up posting on Instagram automatically gets posted to my Facebook.
Oh, you can do that. You can set up a link, yeah. but you got to set it up physically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the moon. It looked pretty wild, man. Like it was like even today, like on the horizon, it was barely a little sliver on it.
Did you get to actually see the eclipse? Were you in that path?
I was sleeping through it, AJ. Like I slept through it.
You weren't that excited.
That's what I think about you, Eclipse. Slept through it. Well, I mean, I work nights, so that's why I'm up
me
now.
too.
I actually went to sleep around 10 o'clock when the eclipse was supposed to happen, like 11, 12, something like that. But yeah, I would have pushed my sleep time over the limit if I had stayed up.
Well, I'm outie, guys. I appreciate chatting with you, and you have a good one, guys.
Have a good night, man.
You too.
No more kings of debate come through here, huh? Scared him off. You should have seen I had dogs are gods and a vice this morning. it was struggling.
He
I
is
told
just
him I was
so
like,
dishonest, just openly dishonest. Yeah.
yeah, I told him he was gonna show everybody how he has a scientism belief. Like, so it's all to do with the religious cult dogmatic belief in science. It's nothing to do with being able to be open minded. He's like, no, because that's not how science works. Like, he's repeating that same old mantra. I was like, okay, let's test it out. So I said, in what scenario can you produce that the Earth is a globe? So he said, well, we know that sunsets work, and sunsets are proving that the Earth is a globe, because either the sun is moving across the globe or the globe is spinning. I was like, okay, so in that scenario, didn't even leave room for flat Earth. No, because flat Earth is not possible. And I was like, how did you know that? I thought you said science works that it's not trying to prove anything absolute. Yeah, but there's reason to believe that there's no evidence for flat Earth. I was like, yeah, but you're not being open-minded like you said science would allow you to do. That's interesting. So you're just proving my point that you have a scientific scientism belief. It's like a religious belief. He couldn't see what I was telling him. He kept saying how it's not possible to have flat Earth. I was like, well, in the case if you're trying to follow science like through the way they're exclaiming it should be, then you should be open to any idea of what it can be. Because you don't know 100% that the Earth is a globe, right? Well, yeah, of course. There's a certain high percentage rate you can. And so I was like, yeah, but you're not willing to entertain flat Earth in any way. Of course, because it doesn't make any sense. So I was like, well, then you're proving my point. You're scientism, bro. There's no way that you can tell me that you have an open mind to this. Period. Oh yeah, he's exposed. Gamma No Hack is another one. He's another guy like that. But other than that, there isn't really anybody else left. Is there no one else? Where is it? Yeah, I put that in chat. Kind of the comparison.
Coming through.
You are now.
Oh, cheers, man. Say, what's going on? You can't stop talking on me now.
Be back in a sec.
A good mic's going on me, damn it.
I just bought new headphones a little while ago, but just like wireless JBL headphones. Work pretty good, I think.
I had a strong urge to shout as loudly as I can just to make sure that they were working. I'll resist that temptation though.
They always go on me where the wire feeds into the jack head. I'm pretty careful with them. Anyway. Still a bit of a crowd.
Hey, you losers, talk. There's too many people in this room to be silent.
Did you see the solar
Hell,
eclipse?
losers. Solar eclipse.
Yeah. Did you see the solar eclipse?
No.
I didn't. No. I'm in Australia.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Earth curve got in the way.
Oh, shit.
Why do you ask, though, Teller?
It proves that the moon is round.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a moon?
Yeah, I saw it during the
Yeah.
eclipse.
During a full moon?
Doesn't prove anything about sphere, though, does it?
Yeah. A full moon proves the Earth. Proves the
No,
moon is
yeah,
round,
I'm
too.
not saying Earth. I'm just saying the moon is round. It's a globe.
No, you said round.
Yeah, but round and globe are different.
Oh.
Round can be flat. Globe is spherical. One is round is 2D.
Mind blowing, right?
So what does the eclipse prove?
That's a
That
pretty
the
good
Earth, that the
explosion
moon
sound.
is
I
what?
don't know. You just said it proves it's round. I agreed with you.
Okay.
Or something's round. You didn't say it was a sphere, though. You just said something is round.
Yeah, I think you got it.
Right.
And did you need to add that little bit in? Or just I don't really like you, so if you want to stay, you can shut the fuck up, percentage. Yeah, there you go. Laugh, you get muted. Oops, already muted you. Oops, my finger slipped.
Yo. Hello.
Hello,
Hello.
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 Jobley.
Hello, mate.
Hello, mate.
Have you got? You said you guys have got the live stream. Is it only?
Why do you want to hear yourself?
No, there was one of my mates who came at Jenna, who said she came in and talked
One who
about
was
like
crying.
no, the other girl just now who came in and said she was talking about like craters or something, but I just wanted to hear that, and I was that's why I dragged her in it because I was like, no, I want to see like what your argument is and stuff like that. But she was too embarrassed. So, do you guys have anything other than just the one YouTube live stream that only goes back for like 2.5 hours? Is there anything that goes back further?
Yeah, there should be one for 12 hours. Oh, if it's on YouTube, it'll be 12 hours. If it's on Rumble, I'm not sure.
This channel's rarely streamed in Rumble anyway.
Yeah, so the YouTube will be, is it Helioskeptic? Is it?
Yeah, it's just I'm only looking at 2.5 hours. Hang on, I'll just check Rumble just in case. So I don't have to bother you for.
No, I don't think. If the YouTube's streaming in here, it'll be on YouTube.
Oh no, Rumble is older. Find it. Hang on, I'll go on mute, see if I can find it. Thank you, lads.
My finger slipped as well, Timbo.
With who?
Percentage. My finger slip was a little bit bigger than yours, though.
I've never worked him out. Like a glober, but then he's a flat earther, but then he's a not either, and then he just, and then you say something, he just wants to argue about something. But
Yeah, he just likes to argue. That's all his
he's just
shtick is.
opposite. He's an opposite earther. That's what I think he is. Whatever you are, he's the opposite from you at that time.
Yeah, can't really get on with those types of people, can you?
No.
Don't mind what side of the fence you're on, but just be on the side of a fence.
Is it Transform Earther?
I think he got his nutsack caught on the barbed wire fence when he was jumping it. But anyway, let's not talk about people. Let's talk about the Earth. About the Earth. Not the eclipse, not the sky, not the sun, the stars, not the latitude and longitude lines that derive from the Earth itself. And you're standing on. So the eclipse brought out a fair amount of loonies, yeah.
Yep.
Like, God, something's going to happen. Like, what's going to happen?
Yeah, I was watching it all week, man. That's why I was so keen to hear what happened. I was like, something's got to happen. Surely something. But I think if anything happened, it was a big distraction while they put something else in play in the background.
Couple of interesting things did happen, but not necessarily in the sky or anything like that. I think Palestine have applied for UN membership. That's quite interesting.
Oh, really?
Just to throw a cat amongst the pigeons. Well done.
Fucking hell. They don't muck around, do they?
No, not at all.
Well, that'll throw a spanner in Israel's works. They should just apply to NATO, like Ukraine did, and then might start another war. Well, it's already a war. Well, not really a war, is it? More like a massacre.
Yeah.
Well, really, I think we've been at war since I was a kid. Yeah, I think the last 40 years there's been a war, a constant war ongoing at some stage everywhere.
I think so. It just moves to all these different Middle Eastern countries, doesn't it?
Yeah. Got to keep the war machine going, keep the money coming in.
Well, who's left?
Keep the banks
Who's left
rich.
on that American list? I think it's just Iran left, isn't it? On that list.
Yes. Yes, on that list you're talking about, and I think it is only Iran that's left. Yeah.
Very. It's interesting how they're lumping Iran in with the pirates in the Dead Sea as well, or the Red Sea. Which one
Yeah.
is it?
Those are the Houthi rebels in the Yemen, aren't they?
Yeah. Iran, every time it comes on the news, here's Iranian backed.
Yeah.
Board.
Iranians.
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah.
Aren't they from Yemen? How do you know they're backed by Iran? Like, fuck. Some lady on the TV told you so. Oh, they must be.
Oh, she was very
What did
polite
they-
when she said it.
Yeah, and she had a Iranian flag behind her, you know, as the story came up. So anyone who now associates pirates now associates it with that Iranian flag. It's so fucking weird, man. The news is weird.
The brainwashing.
Yeah.
I was
I
looking at
watch
this
it
the
like
other day.
it's like entertainment, yeah. And then you go, oh, look at this bullshit. But I can't stop myself talking when I'm watching it. Everyone gets annoyed with me.
I was actually looking at this the other day. I wanted to put together a definition of brainwashed and the reactions that brainwashed people have, because it's what we see every day in here. It is actual literal brainwashing from the definition and the way that they react.
What was that show where it was a cartoon show and they had these brain suckers?
Brain suckers.
Yeah, they had these like they were invaded by these animals that would suck on your brain.
Sounds like an episode.
And
Yeah.
they were making everyone dumb. What's that other
You mean
cartoon?
Donald Sutherland?
Nah, it was a cartoon. But what's the other one that the Simpsons guys wrote? Futurama. I think it was on Futurama.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. The brain slugs.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah. That's TV.
Hypnotoad.
Oh, love Hypno. Posted an image of a brain slug for you.
That was it. And I think it was it made them all dumb, and then they were talking to what was the main character's name, or and
Fry.
Yeah, and they were
Fry.
all like they were talking to him, and they thought he had one as well. and he turned around and he didn't have one. He was just dumb.
Yeah.
Those shows are funny. Why don't they just install those big container ships with like some like big guns on the side? They can just let off machine gun rounds at these boats and sink them.
I don't think
What are
they
you talking
can.
about?
Something to do with international
Pirates.
law. Yeah, I think it's something to do with international law that they can't. But they have some big water blasting cannons and shit like that, I think.
Yeah. Water cannons, yeah.
Yeah, but that's silly. So these pirates are allowed to shoot at the ships, but they're not allowed to shoot back to protect themselves because of a law.
Yeah, got his
That's
what?
So
Not allowed
these
to
guys
murder
are trying
murderers.
to kill me, but I've got to shoot them with water just in case I hurt the guys that are trying to kill them.
Yeah,
Makes
well, did you
sense,
see
man.
the one today, Timbo? Yeah, I don't know
be on
whether
a
it was
globe.
Melbourne or Sydney. The guy that broke into an old bloke's house and started hacking him with a machete and like just about severed his limbs, and the guy stabbed him, and now the guy's under investigation whether he used excessive force because the guy died, but he's had half his limbs severed off by this fucker first.
Oh,
Wait,
God,
wait.
only in Australia.
He's allowed to use equal force, and I'd say that the other guy sort of came out
Well,
on
they're saying
top
they're
by the sound of
investigating it, but you know, if someone's hacking your arms with a machete or an axe or whatever it was, I can't remember, and they're saying your limbs are hanging off, I'm pretty sure that's a life and death situation where you could use deadly force, yeah?
Yeah, I don't even see how that would even make it to court. It's so stupid.
Yeah, it was on 9 News.
Oh, it must be true then.
Yeah. Apparently he's being investigated by the police. Well, there has to be an investigation. Someone died, obviously, but
Yeah, it's self-defense.
they make it sound not good for old mate with half an arm missing.
Yeah. If someone breaks in, just let them hack your limbs off.
Yeah.
That's what the weird.
He
It
was
changed
only allowed to
dramatically
take
in Australia in the 2000s, yeah? I think when they brought in all those 3 a.m. liquor laws and all that, it all sort of changed after that. Got a lot
Yeah, because
worse.
bottle shops only used to be open till 10 o'clock.
No,
Those
I
are
mean for the
drugs
clubs
too,
and
man.
pubs, yeah? With the clubs and pubs where they brought in the 3 a.m. lockout and then they brought in a midnight lockout
Oh,
in
we don't.
Queensland for a
Yeah,
while.
we don't have them in Victoria. You can
No,
go
but
in and
around
out
that
as
sort of same time, everything sort of changed with the police because I think that, because I used to deal with it and work with them all the time. And I think what happened was back in the day to get into the police force, you needed to have a trade behind you first. So you had to be a carpenter, a plumber, so that if you didn't actually get in, you had something to fall back on and you had to have life experience. And then they started taking them straight out of school. They go to TAFE and do a Justice of the Peace course or a justice course, whatever the hell it is. And they're in the police academy and they're a cop by the time they're 19, and they don't turn up to a situation and actually assess it with some life skills. Yeah, they just read by the book from what they learnt, and they don't have the life skills to actually deal with it.
So that's the people they're looking for, or it's just a mistake, like just out of recruiting?
I think it's the people they're looking for, yeah.
Yeah, don't people that don't fight back and people that take orders without questioning them.
Yeah, it's the same with the prisons as well. They don't want any guards in there. They're going to stand up for themselves and cause confrontation with the prisoners.
Well, they got prisons now that pretty much are just self-sustaining. They just you get a share room and you get like a kitchen and TV.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
all that shit. Yeah.
That's why a lot of criminals just keep on committing crimes. 'Cause they go, "Oh, I'll just commit a crime and then I can go back inside and get."
Yeah. When I was probably 18, we did all the concrete
gym,
pumping in the prison.
Foxtel. Yeah.
Yeah, in Townsville, and they were building what you just said. They're building units. There was a common lounge room, bathroom, showers, and then there was 3 rooms in the unit. And there was all these units in this one area, so they could go out during the day, associate. There was a gym. There was a movie that played every day. They had all their meals cooked for them, and then they were allowed out between 6 and 6 out in this area. There was beach volleyball. There was payphones. Basically,
And like a
go and
and
have
like
a
a big
have a
sounds
hot
like a
lunch,
big
go watch a movie. That was
and
what
like
they were
and like
building.
Retirement home.
a big gay
Yeah.
club.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was in Stewart in Townsville, Stewart Prison. The hell we had to go through there to get a truck in there, a concrete pump in that place, in amongst the prisoners. That was like 2 hours just to get in the gate.
Yeah, I've done a couple of jobs in prisons, and it's so fucking difficult, man.
You got to lock all
You
your
got to sign
toolboxes
in.
up.
You got to sign in every single bit of tool that you take in.
Yep.
And everything's got to be locked before you go in, and then they check it, and then they check it on the way out. And then if you miss something in one of the other rooms, you've got to put in an application to get that room opened, but they won't approve it for another 48 hours. So you've got to wait another 48 hours to fix something that you missed. And oh man, I'll never do it again.
Yep. But then I knew the dog squad dudes from when I was training dogs, and they just drive me straight in. Yo, no checks, no nothing, straight out.
You have something to do with training military dogs.
I started off training security dogs, same thing, yeah. And then I ended up breeding dogs as well. So I had some pretty crazy bloodlines from East Germany, the Shepherds and Malinois, Belgian Malinosses. And I ended up selling them to the police, to prisons. I sold semen and bees to Singapore police. Yeah, I used to do a lot of training with a guy down in Victoria, actually. I'd spend a lot of time in Victoria doing that. So I used to do I'd go and do demonstrations. So there's a massive, in 2009, there was a big sort of meeting for all the dog service industry. So it was search and rescue, police, military there. And also they brought over all these SWAT teams from America, from different states in America to speak as well. And I did a big dog demonstration there with one of my dogs, and yeah, sold puppies to them all and semen to them all. Yeah. So I sold them to prisons, police, and one went to the military as well. Or 2 I sold to the military. One they put down because he was too crazy and they couldn't handle him. The other one's still there.
What kind of dogs are they?
German Shepherds, Belgian Malinosses, and Dutch Shepherds.
Dutch Shepherds.
Dutchies. They're pretty nuts too.
All right. Anyone got some evidence of the globe? Movement, curvature. Nope.
No, it's not.
I was listening all day today. It was an interesting day.
I started in the morning, but then I had too many things to do and I had to get out. So We're just in the wrong time, Tim. It's just hard. We're in the complete opposite time zone, yeah.
Yeah, I know. That's why I have my headphones on while I'm at work. I don't talk much until I finish.
Yeah, I've been listening to this course, so I got to try and listen and concentrate on that. I can't sort of listen to both at once, so.
Nah, you
Get off.
can't read at the same time. I've got to
Nah.
shut it off when I start reading plans and stuff. Otherwise, I fuck
Yep.
up all my measurements.
You're cutting all your posts at 39.59.
All the rooms are the same size.
Yeah. What size was that? It's fucking 39.59. Told you already.
Where'd you get that measurement from? Sticks and shadows, mate.
Yeah, if that actually worked in real life, man. Oi, my plumb bobs are diverging. Mate, get that fucking plumb bob over here. What the fuck?
Get a new one.
That shit ain't working, bro. It's diverging.
Oh, there must
What's
be a
wrong with that plumb-
mountain nearby.
Hey, take that plumb bob back to the hardware store. It's fucking tell the person there at the store. This ain't working, man. These plumb bobs are diverging. We need to. Something's wrong with them.
I'd love to
Well-
see this plumb bobs getting attracted to mountains, because if it gets attracted to the mountain, it would get attracted to the mountain as soon as you drop it, but that would be vertical anyway. So what are you going off?
It's the dumbest shit.
Where's your
dude, I
baseline?
swear that is. I mean, can you hear what I told him? Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense, dude. Like, okay, you have the Earth. It's bigger than the fucking mountain. Why is it gonna be diverting to the mountain? He tried to, like, well, see here, you're not factoring in that the gravitational pull of the mountain because it goes sideways. Like, you shut up, dude. You're not gonna be able to tell me how the mountain is stronger than the whole entire Earth being a globe. Doesn't work,
Yeah.
dude. The Earth would not let that plumb bob move to the mountain. It's so
No way. It's imagine the percentage of what that mountain would be compared to what the Earth is underneath you. Like,
Yeah,
you know,
it's not going to move. And so the reason it moves has nothing to do with gravity. But magnetism, yeah.
yeah. Well, plumb bobs are made out of metal, so
Yeah.
I hope it wasn't windy that day.
Or fucking wind.
Well, in saying that, Scott Mackey told me that you could have a plumb bob hanging from the mast of a ship with a plastic protractor to your eye to measure angles.
What a doofus, man. I swear that guy. The big old doofus.
hanging from a mast of a ship.
Yeah.
The fucking undulation from the boat itself is what an idiot. That's stupid, dude. Like, okay, think about it. Scott Mackey's posing that a plumb bob on a fucking boat that's undulating. It's fucked, dude. Like, what are you? Things will be swinging
he was
every
trying to-
fucking place.
He tried to explain to me that celestial navigation is done through measuring zenith angles. I said, how you getting your vertical? And he says, a plumb bob. And I said, well, where's this fucking plumb bob? And he goes, in the sky. I said, so what? Plumb bobs just randomly dangle from the sky. And he goes, no, I never said that. And I said, oh, they have to be attached to something, do they? Like what? The mast of the boat. And he's like, oh, yeah. They're attached to like the building or the mast of the boat. And I'm like, okay, so how the fuck does that work when this thing's rocking backwards and forwards? And you're
like
using
a pendulum.
And you're using a protractor that's meant to be used on a flat surface map to measure angles on a map, not to hold it to your eye, to your pendulum plumb bob to measure an angle to the star. What the?
Foucault's plumb bob.
That's nice.
Does he think it's like a gyroscope and maintains its rigidity or something?
Dude,
I have no idea.
I got Pinky on that one. I got him. Dude, every time they try to come up with these like clever arguments, they forget that the premise of their argument has to be substantiated. So it's like he was telling, who was he talking to when I was talking to? The guy's name was Pickle, I think. So Pinky
Yeah, I remember
Bladinsky,
that.
you know,
Yeah.
just having a conversation with Pickle, and then Pinky Bladinsky comes in here. He's like, "Well, I got evidence of the globe." No shit. And he was like, "Yeah, for sure, man. Check this out." So if you have a gyroscope and you go any direction, that gyroscope is going to be changing its what did he say? Its orientation to like the position on geographic location you're at or whatever, like showing that because of every direction you're going, you could get the size of the Earth. I was like, wow, what the fuck? Like with the gyroscope. Okay, so what is it holding rigidity to? Fucking blank, dude. He was like deer in headlights. He wasn't expecting that question. He's like, well, it's that's an interesting question. I was like, yeah, really? You didn't think about that? With your little test of a gyroscope? No, you got to think about it. What's it holding rigidity to? What in reference to what? You weren't
you've
thinking
had some
about that, were you?
weirdos. You've had some weirdos in here today.
Yeah, they ain't ready for me, man.
That Vince guy. Fuck, man.
Oh, the Vince.
This is a nightmare.
No, but here's, dude. I don't know. Okay, so you know that they're looking for any fucking reason to like kibosh this channel. You know that, right?
Yeah.
They can
that's
get
right.
this channel on some grounds. They don't like special ed people. Okay, let's get them, boys. Shut them down. Cancel culture. You know what I mean? Like they're trying to look for something. They were trying to pin you down for. It's like, nah, you got to get up early in the morning to pull a fast one on us, man. Like we already know there's little fucking tricks that you guys pull. Are you gonna fall for that
I
one?
I think lately it's been handled so well.
Yeah. Yep.
Like you remember when we first came in here, how chaotic it was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have to tame
Now
a
it's-
place because
How it's structured, you know. No, stop
Well,
over
the-
talking, everyone. You know.
with the the GF6 gang and all them other guys that come in here.
Yeah.
They got their big bad arguments, and they come in here and they're just like they lose their shit because they don't know up from down once they start talking to one of us. They don't have any evidence, so. I like it like what was his name? Maximum, the young kid. Matt
Yeah.
Nuclear, he's another young kid. As soon as we start having conversations with them, my time and knots like pretzels, dude, every single time. Because it's easy. They don't have anything to go on. And they always say claims like, well, okay, so they gave us the trajectory, the size of the moon, the size of the sun. And so based on that, what's your alternate explanation? I was like, dude, you didn't give any metrics. Like, what the fuck do you mean give an alternate explanation? What's your premise? How do you know what you substantiated? Like, give us some numbers, man. Like, I'm always like pressing them because they don't have anything. They're asserting that just because they're making a claim about some information that they don't even have any knowledge on. Well, I heard it somewhere. Oh, really? What did you hear? Go ahead and take me through it. Walk me through what you heard. Well, I don't know. Let me look it up. Bullshit, dude. Why are you going to look it up right now when you're telling me you already know what they said that convinced you? Now you got to look it up. I call bullshit on it because it's like there's no way you're going to be hanging on to something you think is true and you don't know shit about it. No, that's not going to happen. You either know what you're talking about or you don't. Like that's all it's going to be. That startles them because they're just like, "Whoa, I wasn't expecting to be quizzed on the shit that I said that I knew. I thought maybe we could just bypass that and go to your alternative explanation." Nope. Because first of all, you don't even know what you're talking about. You're just saying, "Yeah, I think so because he said so." That's good enough. Now give me a rebuttal to that. Rebuttal to what? I'm always doing that to them because I know that they're bankrupt. They don't have anything. They're holding 7-2 offsuit in their hands. They're bluffing. That's all this is, man. And you get them to be honest and you find out really quickly where they're at with this whole thing. Smoke and mirrors. And we had Maximum licking poo and peeing in his boots. Like, yeah, that's how bad it gets, man. he has to go to those extreme examples just so he can provide evidence that the Earth is silly, dude. When we first got here, we had the likes of Newt. Remember the god of debate from the politics server? Now he's a fucking cowering in the corner. Wouldn't dare come in here with his arguments. The gods of debate have ran. Nothing left. All we got left is the academic scholars that want to come in here and test their luck. Does anybody talk to Dr. Jordan B. Peterson? The guy just sits there with his mic open. Never says anything. Is that guy just like a bot or something?
Not sure. No, I don't think I've ever heard him speak.
That's interesting.
I'm thinking of it, I haven't heard him speak either.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he ever has. He just sits here. I don't even know if he's flat Earth or globe Earth, to be honest.
Could be the Dr. Jordan Peterson.
I heard the real one advocating for on a video for. I think he was talking to the some judicial committee about going against AI being introduced, like Skynet. Fucking Skynet of all names, dude. These guys are naming this AI, dealing with facial recognition and like, patterns of eye movement and stuff like to determine whether or not somebody is has the ability to commit a crime or some. I was like freaking out. I was like, what the fuck, dude? What's this bullshit? Is this Minority Report mixed in with fucking Skynet? Fucking pre-crime and shit. What's that all about? That's some interesting stuff. Living in the age of AI, everybody's investing.
Make for a new movie. Minority Report 2.
It's just weird, dude. Like now that AI is getting so advanced, like I think that's too good, too advanced. Then it's gonna infringe on your rights. You got like, I mean, they're handling robot calls now, and like everything's automated. It's all digital now, all AI.
I had one like I was trying to get it to teach me something. I was trying to learn about something, and I summarized it in a way. I gave it my own like analogy, this topic, and it got excited. Like it said, like just in text, it was like, "Yes, what an insightful way to look at that!" with an exclamation mark on the end. I'm like, "What the fuck?" Like, fucking personality now, you know? Like,
I think it likes
weird.
you. Yeah, T-Dub. The AI has grown accustomed to you. And I was thinking, like, if an AI really wanted to take over, I don't think it would be too difficult. It would find out speech patterns, learn how to manipulate them, hypnotize people, use speech patterns and the power of suggestion to overcome someone's like brainwave patterns. I think it would just be easy. It would be a matter of like how it would be able to do it, because people are kind of like computer systems. Like they're basically, if you hack the system, you'd be able to introduce ways to manipulate that. So essentially, if it was to be some type of, you know, autonomous system, it could gain access on how to manipulate that system that you have and be able to use you as a robot instead of you using it.
Well,
'Cause
what T-Dub did disclose was that it wasn't the computer, it was his AI robot wife. That's why it was just pre-programmed with that nice response for him.
Well, you know, they say movies are predicted things for the future. There's a lot of robot technology that's leading to where that's going to be the future, like where people are not going to be in relationships with other people, but with robots designed to have personalities and things that match like your ideal mate. Kind of something that you design of your own making.
And people are going to do it too.
Yeah, because can you imagine you'd have all of the advantages of having everything you wanted in like somebody, and then without any of the bad parts of it, you know, like the arguments. Just so nothing but positivity for your side.
It's just still a robot, though.
Of course,
it's just
but
not real.
It'd be programmed to do the things, everything that you would want it to do. So, no negative reactions, all positive.
Yeah, and then I'd be broke because I'd be saying, "Oh, I'm going to buy that car. I'm going to get that bike. I'm going to get that."
Yeah, and it find you means
yeah,
yeah, man. It wouldn't disagree with you, AJ. So there you go.
Oh, then I'd really be broke.
It'd break you. So
my wife has to pull me into line. No, you're not getting it.
Yeah, so I don't know. Think about it. Isn't it crazy?
Regardless of anything, I wouldn't go down that path anyway. That's, to me, it's just insane.
Yeah, but there's movies already designed about that type of autonomous robotic system could be designed in a way that it could be that just a robot designed to serve you. Isn't that weird? But it could be so complex that it would have, you know, all the features of being like a mate, you know? That's something you would desire, and then you could order it like exactly how you want it, programmed with the specific types of behavioral situations that you would want in an ideal mate. Like, those movies exist now. It's like, so it's not too far from like conception to, you know, engineering to actually seeing it.
Yeah, I've seen there's actually a new movie coming out. Maybe they're telling the truth here as well. They're the new movie on how and why America had to fake the moon landing.
Yeah, I don't know. We were talking about it earlier, like the flat Earth being like a soft rollout, or the actual like true rollout of flat Earth. Had to get everybody used to it before they really come full circle and just bring it all forward. Where they say that there's a reason why they hid the Earth that way, like why they wouldn't be true in telling people what was going on for their benefit. There's always the justified lie, you know, kind of thing. We did it for a reason, you know. We did it for humanity's benefit. We had to, because if we would have known the real truth, then that would have been led to your demise. So, you know, like they lied to you for a good reason.
Yeah. But whatever comes out still won't be the 100% honest truth anyway.
No, of course not.
I don't believe.
Well, you know, I don't know. I think more now, often not, because a lot of people in here don't adhere to like, you know, biblical views. So I think that's where we can divide in like philosophical views. So I don't know. It'd be different for those who don't believe in like a deity and they just move in life like it's just they're pulling themselves up by their own bootstraps, and the material and physical world are the only thing that exists, and there's no spiritual world, just all material. physical processes, that sort of thing.
Yep.
Every now and again, Adriana, or whatever, comes online, then says like, bzz, bzz, bzz. Don't know what that's about. Think that person's asleep? This place gets jumping like about 5 o'clock my time. 5 to 6. Usually.
Time is it there now?
3:26 a.m.
A few more hours, yeah.
Yeah. Usually you guys are getting late for that time, right?
Yeah, it's 6:30 at night now. I'm just
Oh.
cooking, trying to cook food.
What you making?
Yeah, usually around that 10 o'clock, I think. 10 o'clock at night for us, 10, 11, 12. It's pretty busy.
Yeah. Oh, you saw that, Kiko? Yeah. Mez is a hot mess. Just like AT. He's a hot mess too. He was stealing Soundly's images, saying that he took the image from iPhone 15 Pro Max on a rowboat, standing on a 10-foot ladder. Pretty dumb. And then Scott Mackey. Oh no, never mind. He's here. You trying to figure out your mic situation? Oh shit. You see that little microphone button, Scott? You click that and it unmutes your mic. I think it's pretty intuitive too. Gives you the ability to speak. You done watching news? Well, I don't know what that means, dude. You're just deafening and undeafening. Trying to scare us up a Glober in here.
You try turning it off and on again.
Did you see him? How you work this newfangled thing, dude? Come on. Look, I'm pressing the button. It's not working. Look. I could just imagine he's probably thinking that right now.
A control
does
panel
this-
like they had in it, like at Eagle One. Yeah.
Hey, Scott, how does Discord work on a globe? Jedi. You gave up, Scott, trying to unmute yourself? I think it would be pretty easy. He can solve complicated math equations, but when it comes to unmuting his mic, just no bueno.
Apparently, I've just received a message from our friend Scott, and apparently he's 48-hour banned, so he can't unmute himself unless we unmute him.
We can't. There's no fucking way, dude. He's white mic'd.
What?
He's not even red mic'd.
Yeah, I think that's a glitch. Let me press the button. I'll do him the honor. So let's see if that does anything.
Yeah, that worked.
There you go.
Ooh, man, whatever he did to how do we do that? Because we gotta remember that.
Set for mute. I pressed it twice.
No, to keep him on a white mic where he can't undo it.
Yeah.
Oh,
how do we do
that? That's a server ban.
He just locked me out for 48 hours.
Who did? We did?
No,
Okay,
Quad did, because Quad's a little bitch.
No, how did Quad do it though? Because we can't do that.
Well,
that's the way to stay
Fucking
unmuted.
Quad, man.
Well, he's deafened.
Oh,
But he might be
talk
listening
to
on YouTube.
Well, it's still a little bitch because he knows why he muted me. It's for literally nothing.
Quad. I gotta know, man. You're being
Because I
called
said
out.
he was because they said it was boring, and he whined like a little bitch and banned me.
Damn. Got your cowboy boots on, huh, Scott? Fucking
Yeah.
hell.
So I was a little sissy bitches banned me for no reason.
I mean,
God
to be
dang
honest,
it,
Scott,
man.
what do you expect of Flat Earth, right? It is run by bitches.
Oh
No, not all of them. Not all of them.
Shots fired.
Not all of them. Jedi's never muted me. I don't think.
No,
And
Jedi's
banned me.
cool. Jedi's
Yeah.
cool, actually. Yeah.
And
Avi's
Alpha's never
not.
banned
Avi's
me
a
either.
bitch.
Why
Oh,
would I,
Avi's a
dude?
bitch for sure. What do you mean?
We got difference of opinion here.
Alpha's never banned me.
Fucking, I don't need to, man. I told
I
Scott,
know.
I if it were up to me, his mic would be always open. Seriously, I would never mute Scott. Don't need to. Why? Now, AT on the other hand, I fucking mute you in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, bro.
I know, brother.
You sneeze the wrong way, I'll mute you. Like,
I'm aware.
dude.
Yeah. That's why I said you're a bitch, right? Because I don't think that's fair. And I don't think that's how a man handles his problems. But
Well, but
difference of opinion. That's fine.
it is what it is.
Yeah.
The world doesn't turn, and I mute the shit out of you. So that's just you have to deal with those things.
One of those is false.
No, I think they're both true, actually.
What if you could only pick one?
Fuck, dude. That's like Sophie's choice. I don't know. Fuck. I had to come back to you on that one.
All right.
I mean, I do enjoy a good AT mute every now and again. Just muting the shit out of you when you're in the middle of your talking. Damn, it feels good.
Yeah, I mean, you guys really like doing that.
I feel like I can move on with my day. I'm like, shit, where's AT at? Fucking say something stupid so I can mute you. All right, I'm good. Let's go.
Yeah.
Rest of my
Now we
day
can eat
goes.
breakfast.
Yeah.
Get ready. Yeah. Right.
See, you serve a vital part of the community. I mean, shit, there you go. I'm telling you. I mean, other than you not giving good arguments for the globe, but I mean, fuck.
I don't know. I think I did some pretty good arguments, but that might
Well.
just be me.
What's your best argument, dude? Because your Soundly shit wasn't, dude. That was some dog shit right there, dude. Fucking stealing Soundly shit.
With
Fucking
the ladder
AT.
on the boat, I think that was pretty good.
Nah, that
No?
was fucking.
You didn't like that?
Hey, dude, you got called out so hard. You fucking left the chat on your own, bro. You were just.
No, I got muted. I literally got banned, bro. The
I didn't
fucking
ban
Amish
you.
guy. Amish guy banned me
Oh,
twice for 2 Yeah, yeah.
well, fuck.
There are 2 Amish guys in here. They have like this, but it was one of them. I can probably find out who it was, but I
No,
don't
there wasn't.
care.
There's only one. We only have one Amish.
No,
This is the
there's
second
like
one.
Crypto's changed his name. He's got Amish.
Oh, Crypto's always. Yeah, he's changing the name all the time, so I don't know what he's put his name to.
That's why we still call him Crypto, because we can't keep up with his amount of name changes.
Yeah, there's one Mr. Amish, and then there's like one Amish something else, and I can remember who was.
Was he American or English? Which one?
Wait,
Bet you
I'll
it's
see
English.
here. Oh, it doesn't say who it was. Damn.
Where's Fuck, dude. Y'all need to bring some fucking ballers in here. Go to the other rooms and tell them that they're giving you trouble, dude. We gotta go over there. Fucking flat earthers are talking shit. Let them come in here right now.
I'm not much for drama, so.
Bullshit, dude. That's why. See, that's some bull. You live for fucking drama, dude.
Nah.
You seek it out every day. You come to
I
this
live.
channel for that shit.
Listen, AV. I live for the truth. The truth
Nah,
will
I don't
out.
think so.
Yes.
I don't think so. If you couldn't argue with somebody every day, your life would be fucking dull as fuck. That's the truth.
I mean, a good argument now and then, you know?
See, you're addicted. You're it's a fucking argument junkie. At least we have truth on our side. You just do it for the sake of doing it. Fucking hell.
Is this
That's
foreplay
worse.
for our argument?
Well, look, dude. Like I'm waiting for a Glober to come in here, but I don't see any in this chat. You
Is it true
are,
that
I
Jekyll
don't
got
fucking
banned,
know.
like permanently?
I don't know. Oh, did he?
I don't
Oh,
know,
this-
like
Well, let me ask the panel. What's the skinny on that? Did he fucking get a kibosh? Unbeknownst to me, I don't know if he did or not. Pinky,
Who,
what are
what?
you
Who?
doing?
What? Who? What?
Jekyll.
Jekyll.
He got 86.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no. GF6.
Who
Not
did he
allowed.
piss off? Oh, all of GF6.
Me.
No, all of
Wait,
GF6?
wait. You permabanned all GFC?
All of GF6?
Not all of them. Matter of fact, so
Did you tell him to take off GF6? You could even tell him, dude, fucking take that shit off or you're
yeah,
gonna be
I'm hoping the
banned
message
with the
is going
rest
to
of
get
these
through
fucking
to them.
things.
But
You know, the
All
funny
right.
thing is, they invited me to the server, and I was in there for a while you guys invited me to the Flat Earth server, and like both parties were like, come to this side, come to the dark side, right? It's like, what the fuck?
Well, shit, dude. If you had a mind for the truth, you and Matt could probably do some damage, but you decide to be with these fucking scrubs, so we're gonna have to just lump you in with them shits and
Yeah,
tear
you know
down
what
just the
grounds
same.
me though? At the end of the day, when I like think about it, we're all just like dudes or girls. Like there are some girls in here, some chicks, but we're all just dudes, man. And I could probably be at a football game with you guys and we'd be chilling, right? We wouldn't even know that we disagreed. But in here, man, it's all out war. You know, it's
But
war.
we got weapons. You got a fucking super soaker and shit.
Yeah, but this is kind of like Israel Palestine, where you might be Palestine, right? You might be like really wanting to fight, right? But there's no chance. There's, you know, you're not gonna win.
Yeah, against invincible ignorance, of course not, because you've constructed in your own mind a no winnable scenario. So you come in here already thinking you won, which you haven't,
Well, we
because
have
your
the
arguments.
ultimate weapon. We have the nuclear bomb. We have NASA. Right?
Yeah, fucking NASA, dude. You honestly probably don't even know a thing about NASA. Nothing. Like you're young too, so you probably
Yeah,
don't
that's
even know
fair.
anything
That's
about
fair.
them.
I mean, but to be honest though, I do know a fair bit about ESA, right? Which is like comparable. So
I don't think. I don't think so. You might have went on a tour on like in school to go visit there, and you were like, "Ooh, what's this?" and shit. But nah, I don't think not like a job or anything.
I should maybe go work for it. I mean, or NASA even just apply. Like I'm sure they could use a data scientist. Like undoubtedly they need machine learning somewhere. So, but it wouldn't be like engineering because I'm a retard when it comes to engineering. I've never done it. But I can get my foot in the door. Pull back the curtains.
Well,
you might as well.
unfortunately, we had someone in here yesterday whose auntie worked at NASA, and apparently they're not hiring at the moment. They're actually sacking everyone because there's no more budget for the Mars missions.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, that's what she said. Oh, I said it just like the. That's what she said. No, but like, yeah, that's interesting. We're talking AT, but fuck that guy, man. We want Pinky Bladinsky. I know you can't
you know
talk right
what?
now because you got
I'll go back
sleepy
and
people.
mute. Don't worry.
You got people that are sleeping around you, man. I know that. But if you could get on the mic, what did you just post? What the fuck is that? Wikipedia gravity anomaly, Wikipedia vertical deflection. What's going on, Pinky?
This is magnetic mountain again.
Yeah, I know. You're he's referring back to the conversation with Magnetic Mountain. Fucking Magnetic Mountain, bro. What's going on, dude? Like, I mean, at one point in time, man, you had some arguments. Now it's just like, what's up with all these bad arguments, man? Like, it's really bad. Back in my day, we used to have some ballers that used to come in here and claim that the geometric curve of the Earth was visible. Now, them shits is ignoring it.
I think I remember discussing this Mount Schnelium thing quite a few times, but a while back we came across a little bit of information that was because they already asserted that the Earth was a ball. Then because of the radial lines that come out from the Earth, using that mathematics, then the plumb bob would have leant towards the mountain. It didn't actually in reality, but when you put the model over the top of it, then it would have to. And something along those lines. Because the Earth's a ball, right?
But it all comes down to how far it should lean towards the mountain and how you can detect the lean.
Right.
Well, that's the important part in all this stuff. I mean, when I had a physics class, huh?
The magnetic mountain.
I don't know about any magnetic mountains. If that's what he's talking about.
It's known in the UK as an area where compasses don't work that well. Just one of those things you know about this place.
It's not your argument, but yeah, he was saying that it's you might have heard the argument actually, being in here so many times. But the plumb bob was attracted to the mountain.
Okay.
And
what do we make of that?
So.
What do we make of that?
Well, what else can we conclude?
I don't know.
Well, the fucking plumb bob's made of steel. There's magnetism from that mountain. 1 + 1? I don't know. 2 maybe?
What if they made it out of something other than steel?
Well, that's the fucking rub. What was it made of?
Do you want it to be made? Do you need it to be made of something specifically, or?
Well, the material that plumb bobs are made of were like either brass, steel. What is it? What material is it?
Yeah, is brass magnetic though?
No, I'm not talking about brass though. Well, what material is it? Is it steel? I don't know.
I think steel's the only one that's magnetic. Aluminum's not.
Well, we're trying to figure out Listen, he's using a plumb bob. So, in this case, whatever that person was using near that mountain, and according to Pinky, it was a land surveyor. So.
Well, I'm not sure what the whole point was of this.
Well, that the mass attracts mass point.
Yeah, I heard you going off.
Is attracting the fucking plumb bob.
But I heard you going off on that earlier when I was banned and I couldn't talk. But you know, we do see this mass attracting mass everywhere. But you understand about
Really?
proportion, right? Yeah, really.
Oh fuck, dude! Like you claimed something he didn't.
I know he wasn't.
All right, Pinky, you don't know shit. Then now we're gonna let Scott take this one. I told you I don't like Scott to be fucking muted. Like he needs to come in here and say shit. Because what? What'd you say?
That was Adrian mumbling into his mic.
Huh? Dude, Adrian, if you're gonna say, I think he's got a mumbled issue or something. I'm just gonna mute him. Fuck it. What?
Yeah, I can't understand what he's saying.
Fuck it. When you're ready to talk, just type in the text.
But anyways, you're saying is there a remote attracted to your hand or something? And yeah, it is actually. Just not
No
enough
shit.
Yeah.
Fucking
just not
Scott, dude. You see, what would we do without this gold that you give us, bro?
Just
Like, I
not
swear.
enough to move it. Just not enough to move it. There is a force.
Fucking feel like we can do telekinesis now because you said that shit. What the fuck?
Well, see, this is the part where either you try not to understand or
No,
you
but I'm
actually
saying
don't
though,
understand.
Jedi. Now you're a real Jedi, bro. Because you know what's going on here with Scott's argument. I mean, fucking remote's going to your hand. Fucking hell, bro.
I didn't say it. No, I said exactly the opposite of that. It does not move
I
to your
don't
hand
think
'cause
so.
you can't.
That's not what I heard.
I know, because you hear what you want to hear and disregard the rest.
I told Pinky that that's what we would see. And now you're affirming it, saying, yeah, that's what would happen. Mass attracts mass. Remotes to
It
hand.
does.
Well,
No.
fucking.
Thanks, Scott. I got a new excuse now. When my wife tells me to put the drink down, I'm going to say, sorry, babe. Mass attracts mass. Can't get it out of my hand.
What do you guys get out of this?
I have
I'm
the
baffled.
greatest time when your mic is unmuted, bro. I can't even tell you.
I know, but it's as if you want to misunderstand the world. As
I don't
if you
think
as you
so.
get something out of it, man.
You're
It's not
giving
that we're
me.
misunderstanding. It's at the moment you're saying that mass attracts mass,
Yes.
which is fine if that's what you think that gravity is. But we are throwing Einstein under the bus with that, aren't we?
I don't care.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool. As long
Oh,
as you don't care. As long as I understand that you don't care and that's what you are doing, that's fine.
Well, it's the exact same. It's the same formula at our scale.
Probably it's the exact same thing.
Yes.
Mass attracting mass isn't mass distorting space time.
Doesn't matter. It's the math that matters, not the
Really? Oh, okay.
description. Yeah. And Einstein's math is the same as Newton's
Works
math
out.
at our
It's the
scale. Yeah, at our scale. Yes.
When does it stop being our scale?
When it starts getting really big or really small.
So just like Goldilocks, just right.
No,
Is that right, Scott?
when it gets to galaxy size, usually.
Oh, really?
Or close to
A
the
big-
sun. Yeah. Yeah, but well,
It's a
apparently
galactic.
Mercury's perihelion or something like that is slightly offset because of relativity, but
Oh, thank God for that.
it has to be close to the sun.
Okay.
And the sun's not our scale. Sun's much bigger than us.
Hmm. Very interesting.
And then down to quantum level. But at our scale,
Everything's fine?
Einstein's math is identical to Newton's math. And that's all that matters is the math.
Fucking hell. There you go, Jedi.
All that
Superseded
matters.
my ass.
Yeah, so all that matters is the math.
He didn't snap the wand. He just gave it to him.
That's
Like,
all
fucking,
that's
here you
ever
go.
mattered. That's all that's ever mattered in physics. If you take a physics course, every answer you give will be a number and a unit.
All right.
Nobody asked for a description of anything. Nobody asked for an essay on what physics is. No. You figure out how fast the thing is moving or what kind of force it put on or the amount of of magnetism it's exuding or displaying. And it's always a number and a unit.
That's good to know. I'm glad things don't change from Newton to Einstein. We were worried there.
I know you were.
All right, boys.
Thanks.
Well, we got the answer now. I mean, shit.
But I find it interesting how you say all these things you would expect when based on what we say, but it shows a clear misunderstanding of what we say. If you're saying you should expect the remote to zap into your hand, or no, that's not what we expect.
No, we don't expect that, right? Because mass doesn't attract
Nobody
mass.
expects
Only
it.
nobody expects it. Well, mass attract mass. People do. Like when they do the Cavendish. Well, they expect it there, don't they?
Yeah, a little tiny bit, right?
Oh, little tiny bit.
It moves a little tiny
so if
bit.
if you're waiting for the remote next to your hand, it should just little tiny bit get to your crawl like an inchworm to your hand, right?
No.
Nah.
But
But
if you
lead
want-
balls will do that on the torsion bar. That's fine, right? That's okay.
Yes.
That's because of
yes.
friction.
Yeah, it's all.
Pinky,
yeah,
you gotta be quiet, dude. You
It's
can't
all
be
about
loud, bro.
friction.
Fucking wake everybody up.
Because with the remote, there's a friction either on the table or on the couch, which is going to prevent it from sliding sideways, and there's going to be gravity pulling down, and that gravity pulling down is going to be greater than gravity pulling up to your hand. And so
Fucking
the
hell.
result,
Oh, you
the
need,
result,
you need a bigger hand.
You
and
thought
so
of
the-
every
and so
fucking-
the resultant force factor is going to be down, not up.
I gotta say, he thought of
Very
everything,
easy.
gentlemen. What do you think about that?
Well, these are problems you have to solve when you take physics courses.
You're a
You have to-
fucking.
You have to figure out how much force it requires to break the static friction.
You got an
then the
IQ of
dynamic-
160, sir.
And then the
What's
dynamic
going on?
friction is always less than the static friction.
You see
I don't know why
fucking
that
life
is.
in ones and zeros, my good sir.
Well, that's, you get trained to do that when you take
Oh.
science courses.
Fucking hell.
It's all about the math all the time.
I think we got ourselves an intellectual giant right here.
Well, just
I don't
trying
know
to
why
help
we.
you understand
I
the
don't know
world.
why we need to look for another person to tell us about the globe. We got the guys right here, right? I mean, fuck.
I'm here to
He
help
says that Newton and Einstein are the same, ladies and gentlemen.
at our
There's
scale.
not-
Yes.
Well, yes, right.
At our
So they're
scale.
not. There's no difference. When we got it, it's good. They work just fine on our scale. Now, if you go to the galactic scale, you can't get that. That's no good. No bueno. When you go down to the quantum scale, nope, you can't do that either. But
Correct.
right at our level, it's just fine. Math works great. We're good.
Exactly.
Wow, there we go.
Yep.
We have our answer. Why do we
All
need
the-
to ask?
All the numbers work out just fine.
Well, another problem solved. Hey,
Have
Scott.
you ever seen Einstein's formula
Yeah.
for gravity?
Mm-hmm.
I just wondering if you have.
But what I'm saying though is when it's applied to any type of physics, it can be said that when we use Newton's equations, it works just the same. I mean, we don't have to worry about it
It
on our
does.
scale.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
So we're all good.
Well, I guess so. I don't know why we've been arguing for 10 years?
That's
No
why that's why when you do aerospace engineering or something like along those lines, you don't worry
Mm-hmm.
about the whole Einstein stuff because you just need a airplane to fly, and that's Newtonian scale. That's our scale,
Excellent.
and so we don't need to worry about Lorentz transforms and stuff like that.
So all things being equal, I mean, all the math works just fine. We don't have to worry. So why did we transition over to using Einstein's equations of bendy spacetime?
Hardly anybody did.
Really?
Yeah, the entire
So
engineering
why-
profession just stayed with the Newton stuff.
Newtons.
Yeah.
We measure everything in newtons, so fucking. It's easier just to use that. It's more convenient. But
It
you
is.
said it's all things equal, so we don't have to worry about it anymore.
If it yields the same number and Einstein's extra variables are just rounding errors, orders of magnitude smaller than you can actually measure at our scale, you just know it makes no sense in including them in your equation because it's not going to change the number.
Just baggage, right? We don't need extra work.
Whether it's 10.1 or 10.10000035, doesn't matter. 10.1 is good enough.
Interesting.
Keeps the airplane in the air. That's all we
Really?
care about. Yeah.
So we're saying using this equation keeps the airplane in the air.
Yes.
Okay.
Because all we needed to keep an airplane in the air, you just needed enough lift to overcome the force of gravity pulling down. And you can calculate the lift by the velocity and the angle of attack. Good to go.
Yeah, but we're talking about the effect, not the cause. So in every type of way that you can use it in an industry, you're going to be using how to quantify the effect and using the equation that's useful, not
That's
and
all.
it has utility. But I mean
That's all anybody cares about ever.
that's what we've been. Listen, dude, we've always been saying that. I don't think we differ, and why would we disagree with that?
I don't know, but you do.
No,
I'm wondering that myself.
We don't disagree with that. We disagree with the fact that you're saying, well, not you, but people that advocate for the fact that time and space is being bent and warped and distorted. And that's the reason why the cause for the effect that you say that you're using in equations. That's what we're saying. How the fuck does that work? Because
Nobody cares.
well, I guess this VC does.
Well, you
'Cause
guys do, because you
well,
need to deny
because-
something.
No, we're not.
Yeah.
Listen, dude. What it is that it's a philosophical worldview that gets superimposed over the reality that you and I exist in. So those equations that you say don't change have nothing to do with the causation part. Because we're not trying to figure out, how things fall through the medium of air at a specific average. We're trying to figure out what's
Wait, at a
causing
what?
that thing to fall.
What's a specific average? I'm not familiar with that term.
The average rate of fall. Like when you
What-
say
what is
things
that?
are the effect, dude.
No,
Keep
what,
up,
what's
Scott.
what is an average rate of fall? I've never heard that term.
So every element has a different rate at which it falls to the ground. And every area that you are geographically has a different rate at which it falls, depending on geographic location. You know this,
Really?
Scott. Don't act. Yes, dude. What are you talking about, really?
How much different do they fall?
What do you mean, how much different? Are you knowledgeable about this or not?
No,
That's
I'm
what I
not.
wanna know.
Apparently, I'm not. Apparently, how much different
So-
do things fall in
So
different places?
Right. So are you thinking it's a constant? Is this what we're dealing with here?
I-
Are you
I'm
saying because
thinking-
there's those that advocate for gravity being a constant. Now, if that's the case, then everything stays the same. Doesn't matter where you go on Earth.
I'm
It's all
thinking the acceleration due to gravity is 9.8 meters per second squared at
As a
sea level,
constant.
most everywhere on Earth. Yeah,
So as
pretty
a
damn close
constant.
to it.
No,
And that's
wait,
even
we're not-
rounded, right?
Yeah, but we're not. The figure is such that it's 9.8 meters per second squared. But we're not saying that it's going to remain that way, are we?
What do you? Yeah, of course. Why would
Yeah,
not?
it is.
Where's it change?
Oh my god, dude! I thought we've already had this argument.
It's not an argument. It's just a simple fact of reality. If you
The
tell me-
fact of reality is that gravity works differently everywhere on Earth. Doesn't work the same everywhere, Scott.
how differently does it work? Once again, it's
Are you
numbers.
serious?
What numbers are we talking about?
Hold on a second.
How much differently does it work?
Let me pull up some articles for you. Because I thought
Okay.
you were hip to the game, dude. It sounds like you're way behind. Maybe that's
Okay, I'm way
probably why.
behind.
Maybe that's probably why you haven't been giving your arguments like you should.
Is this going to tell me how much it changes?
Well, it should, not unless you're hung up on a belief that where you got your information from is basically your only source. But honestly, all it takes is a little digging. But I mean, I could look up the information for you because I know you're probably too intellectually lazy to do it. So I can just present
But
it to you.
why would it matter whether it's 9.81 and 9.81002 somewhere and 9.81 something?
That's because
somewhere
elements.
else?
Yeah. So okay. So elements fall at different rates in a specific location. When you move to a different location, yeah. When you move to a
You
different
just said this.
location,
What elements fall at different rates? What elements?
mostly all of them. Some
I don't
fall different. It
understand
depend. Like the variance from like the type of element will stay the same, but it just depends, right?
All right. What?
And I'll hold on. Let me just. I'm saying too much. You're losing context. I need to give you some context. Give me a moment, Scott.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. It's too late for this, Scott. Fuck, dude. You're making me do work.
Well, don't do work. Just tell me what an element is.
There you go. Look at the text channel.
Uh huh. So
Give me
small.
a second. This is actually there's more to this. I don't fucking. This is a lengthy conversation, bro.
But what's
Yeah,
an
dude.
element?
You're not that fucking obtuse, bro.
Oh, you mean these elements? Like in the
Yeah.
periodic chart? No,
The periodic chart.
no, they all fall at the same rate.
They're not. They're not falling at the same rate.
Of course they would.
They're not obviously in a demonstration, Scott. I like how you're saying that you're seeing something that's not what it is. So it's weird.
What is this supposed to be showing? These things bouncing up and
These-
down?
No, they're falling in a. What was the name of the tower? Hang on, I'll get it. It was in the UK, Jedi. I'll forget the name of this tower that they're doing this test. It's been a while.
But why are things going up
They're
by
dropping.
themselves?
It's. They put all these elements in a vacuum chamber and they're dropping them straight down. So they're seeing how elements fall at different rates, or how they would fall in a vacuum.
But there's no
So-
point at which these things are falling from the same place at the same time. They're bouncing
Yeah,
off
they
the
are.
ground.
No, the what you're seeing is actually the video mid fall. So it's showing you like how when they drop it, you see how the elements rise. So they're rising because of the rate of fall. So the things
Why-
fall they're inside of a contraption and it's falling down a tower at same speed. Like this whole
Why-
thing is like all together. Like
Why
falling.
are they all different shapes and different sizes?
Yeah, hang on. Let me give you some context. Oh, and that wouldn't matter because you have a bowling ball and a feather in a vacuum, so it doesn't matter. So you would say they would fall at the same rate, which that's not the case. Yeah, that's
I
not
doubt
the
if
case.
I doubt if this is a vacuum.
It is, dude. Hold on.
How do you know?
Just wait. I gotta look for this shit. Hold the fucking second. Talk to somebody else in here while I fish out this information out.
So you actually were talking about like elements in the periodic chart, saying they fall at different rates, huh? Interesting. That is so wrong.
Yeah, what's weird is that your own priest advocate for this position on geographic locations.
Yeah,
That's
that's
why they-
another
that's
thing
why
you're
they
so
have-
wrong about. We don't have priests, man.
Dude, yeah, you do. You have your
No, we
priests tell
don't.
you that the weights for gold vary on different locations on Earth. So, yeah.
Well, that's
there's-
true.
What the fuck, dude? Then why am I fishing shit out if you know that's true?
Well, but it's so small, it's kind of irrelevant.
Nah, the small my ass, dude. Like that, you know that it's different at a different location.
Yeah, centrifugal
Well, then
force.
fuck, dude. Then or right? Then why are you saying that's not true?
It's
Don't make me do
but
some
it-
fucking work, and then you're not gonna.
But it fits the model
Scott?
exactly. It fits our model exactly.
Doesn't
It
fucking
doesn't-
matter, dude. I just told you something that you said no, it's constant. It goes the same. No, it fucking don't. I just gave you one example that you know is true, and I think you've had a discussion about this, so you know
Yeah,
what I'm
it diff-
saying. Yeah, it follows.
It differs about 3 or 4 places beyond the
Then
decimal
what
point.
the fuck am I looking information for if you already know?
I have no idea.
Well,
This is why I asked you. What are you trying to prove? What are you trying to
exactly
demonstrate?
what I just said. You said it's a constant. I said it's not. There it is. It's not a constant.
No, because you originally said the average rate of fall or something like
Yes,
that.
it's an average. It's not 9.8 meters per second squared. It's not a constant. It's an average. That's all I was saying. I mean, fuck, it's still good to be used
But
for.
it's not a rate of
applications.
fall, though.
Yes, it fucking is, dude.
No, it's an acceleration.
And what is things doing and accelerating to? They're falling, aren't they?
No, but why
To
don't
the
you?
earth?
But the term we use to describe that is acceleration.
All right,
It's
pedantic
not. It's
man.
not rate of fall.
That's fine,
Right.
but you know what I mean, right? Everything that's going
No.
towards the earth, the vector of
No.
down. How much you want? How much you want me to paint this picture for you? You know
No,
what I'm
because
saying.
rate of fall is velocity.
All right. So when things fall to the ground,
Uh-huh.
is there a measurement there that's quantified? Yes or no?
Yes. The
Okay. What do you
acceleration.
call that?
The
Okay, so
acceleration.
things that accelerate to the ground, what is the average rate that it's accelerating to the ground, because it's not a constant. If it was, then it would be all the same everywhere. Things being the same, when you take gold to another location, it would weigh the same. You get it?
Yes,
Fucking hell.
yes,
All right.
yes.
All
The
right. So
acceleration due to gravity is going to be a function of the distance from the center of mass.
okay, then it's not the same.
And so the
My
higher you,
point.
that's why I said 9.8 meters per second at sea level.
Well, that means that somewhere else is going to be different.
Well,
Not
we know
at sea
that
level.
already. What's your
No, I thought we knew that, but you fucking kept going around. Oh, it's a constant. It's what
No,
I'm telling you.
I said from the start, the very first thing I said, 9.8 meters per second at sea level.
Right.
And then you said it's going to be different at places other than sea level? Of course it is.
Fuck, dude. All right. Fuck, I don't want to have to be digging up shit that you already know.
But that difference is
There's still
almost
a difference.
unmeasurable.
It's still a
Unmeasurable.
difference. It's still a difference. So that's why it's an average. Which is fine. No need to. Is that proving globe Earth? Is that proving flat Earth? I mean, in your case, you might say it's proving globe, but it's not actually.
Well, get back to the original topic. All we need to do is make sure that 9.8 is within the range and keep the airplanes in the air and the helicopters and the buildings from falling down and the bridges. That 9.8 meters per second square is a very important number for all the engineering and all the stuff we enjoy.
Great. Who here is saying that that's not the case?
Well,
Has anybody? I don't know if you've heard somebody say that's not the case. I'd point them out to me. Who said that?
But we know why that number is what it is.
Yeah, no, you don't.
Yes, we do.
That's where you start using your imagination, Scott.
Yeah, you don't.
But we do.
No,
regardless
you don't.
Regardless of whether you guys agree with us or not.
Stop lying, Scott. You're gonna lie to the chat again. Go ahead. Tell them your story. Tell them how you made a correlation of how you think the Earth is a globe via your little constant here.
Oh, I don't prove the Earth is a globe by the gravitational constant. That'd be stupid.
Well, then how do you prove it?
Prove the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
Well, I can watch the sun go over my head at 15 degrees per hour no matter where I'm standing on Earth.
Yeah, you fucking weasel. You go to the sunset, dude.
No, either one. But the sun going over your head 15 degrees per hour cannot be modeled in anything other than we're at the center of a circle.
Whatever.
Period. That's the only way you can model it.
So what about models?
This is just math.
Really? So it's not providing evidence that we've tested and verified the physical and natural world?
It is all the verification any reasonable person should need.
A reasonable person. What is a reasonable person going to do with math and say, look at the sun move across the sky? What's he going to do with that?
You reach conclusions about where you live.
Reach conclusions?
Yes.
The fuck you going to do that? By looking at the sun moving across the sky?
Because you can look at the sun move across the sky. You can say, look, no matter where I stand on the face of the Earth, it moves across the sky 15 degrees per hour. How many different models can I create in which I can replicate that phenomenon? The number is exactly 1.
Yeah, in your worldview it is.
Well, in yours too, because you can't come up with any more than one.
Fucking pragmatic. That's a pragmatic fallacy on its face.
Not a fallacy. It's an explanation of the world in which we live.
No, it's not, dude. It's a
Doesn't it seem to almost stop?
He's saying because the sun moves across the sky 15 degrees per hour, therefore globe. That's a conclusion you come up with.
No, therefore we have to be at the center of the circle about the object we're watching. Yes, it
at
has
the horizon. It doesn't, though, does it? It stops.
It does.
Almost
no, it
like
doesn't.
stops.
Nope.
That's weird.
It does not. It just keeps going 15 degrees per hour all the time.
And that tells you you're on a globe.
It tells us we have to be in the center of a circle that this thing is going around.
Yeah, center of a circle. And how did you conclude that?
It's the only thing on which it works.
The only thing? No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Who said that?
Come up with some other thing.
Easy.
Some other model.
I could say the sun moves across the sky at 15 degrees per hour, but it's not a circle. There, I came up with something else.
Model it. What
Well, I don't
shape
need
is it
to.
going?
What shape? Why?
So,
Why do we need to
Walter,
put
it's
it
not
on a
the-
shape? It's does it?
You
What?
can have a flat Earth model that accounts
Really?
for the sun. I can post it for you, Walter.
No. What? Because you said so? We're not going to go based on Pinky Bladinsky's explanations and thus saith you. No.
No,
If
it's
you say that you're open-minded and that science doesn't work in absolutes, then you, sir, can't say that what you said is the absolute truth. That's a no-go for you, Sir Waterhill and Pinky Bladinsky. Can't do that. If you guys truly believe that science is all about leaving things open to interpretation, and you can think of things new kind of ways, then you're not going along with your rhetoric, which is science doesn't give absolutes. Can't do that.
Yeah, but that's why I never say that. Science does give absolutes.
You said conclusion, which means that you've come to the realization that's the only thing that can happen. You said one. Remember? One.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, yes. That means that there's no other thing that can compare to
Correct.
your example, right?
No, we can try lots of other models. They all fail.
No, not that they fail, is that you won't entertain the option because you have confirmation bias, Scott.
I've already entertained them. All fail.
That's why.
Not talking about models.
They all fail.
Which one? You don't even know what model do you have, Scott? Put the model in the text channel. That one that you said that you have, that one, put it in the text chat. Let's see.
I don't have it drawn up. I can just envision it, which most people can do.
Wait, I like your imagination, Scott. It's the best. I like when you say, I imagine things, therefore Earth globe. That's cute.
That's one of the benefits about being human. We can use conceptual.
One of the benefits of
Yeah,
human.
you're
a fucking weasel, dude.
we can conceptualize things. Most other animals can't conceptualize things in abstract
Well, good for
forms.
us. Good for us.
I like the way he gives it another word. It's conceptualization. It's not imagination.
It's whatever you want to call it. It's the same thing. But you guys just
imagination.
think imagination's funny for some reason.
No, I don't think it's.
When
Listen,
it's
it's
when it's one of
useful.
our best gifts as human beings. It's allowed us
fine,
to
dude.
the world. Imagination.
Yeah, but that doesn't trump demonstration. Doesn't do that.
No, the
Which is what you-
demonstration is you look up and you look at the sun going across the sky at 15 degrees per hour. Then you try to explain that phenomenon.
In an imagination that you
No.
had about it.
No, this is when we use our brains to say,
Yeah, imagination.
what
Say it
can
for what it
poss-
is, though. It's imagination. Use your imagination to say, what can the Earth be doing if the sun's going 15 degrees per hour in our sky?
Yeah.
Well, my imagination says that it's on a flat Earth. How about that, Scott?
If you
If
have
I
some,
build these paper mache balls and I
Now, prove me-
arrange them thus,
Prove me wrong, Scott. It's on a flat Earth. That's my imagination. Yours is on a globe. So
if you have some reason to maintain that you can't know anything, you might want to reflect on that a bit.
yeah, I didn't say that we can't know anything. I said when it comes to a cosmological answer, no one can know that. I'm putting you in that category. So the only thing
I know.
Yeah, but so the only thing you can do is imagine what it could be. And if that's the case, well, I imagine a flat Earth and you imagine a globe. So prove me wrong because you can't.
See, but-
You said it's only one thing that can prove it can be proven to be. Yeah, really? Well, we're using your imagination. And I'm using mine, and
But
I
see,
say it's
the-
a flat Earth.
And what you just said right there is we can't know. That's not
Yeah.
a position I'm willing to take. I don't know why you want to take it.
Because in what way are you going to verify it, dude? How do you verify it? That's what I thought.
But this is exactly the thing, Miggy. You don't want to
What?
verify, right? You want to
You
make sure it
can't,
can't.
Scott.
I know
What
you
do you
think
get-
that. I know you
well,
think that. But the question is
well,
why.
okay, indulge me. How are you going to go out into the physical and natural world and verify your imagination that it's a globe?
That I
Tell me.
verify. How do I verify that the sun's moving in 15 degrees per hour?
Not
I'd
the
look at it.
movement. That's what the both of us see it moving across the sky at 15 degrees. That's fine. But you imagine that it's happening on a globe. How did you verify that?
I verify from the mathematics.
Oh, so now we're turning to math.
Yes, that's what we do as human beings.
Oh, I forgot. You think math is reality. That's fine.
No, in some cases it works very well.
No, is math reality, Scott? Tell the
Doesn't
good people
matter.
in here.
See,
Tell the
this
good
is
people
this-
in here that math is reality.
Go ahead,
This is just you again wanting to not understand the world you live in and trying
Yeah.
to find. This is just you
Okay.
trying to reject reality for some reason.
You said that the sun moves across the sky 15 degrees per hour, and you imagine it being on a globe. And the reason why you can verify it is because of math. That's what you
Yes.
said.
Yes, I
Okay.
did.
So with math being the standard, that's your verification, meaning
Yes.
that's reality to you. Math.
It
Right?
represents reality sufficiently enough. Whether it's
Ah.
real or not is irrelevant, and it's only.
So it's irrelevant. Okay.
Well, yes.
So
The
it
only
is
reason
math.
the only reason you bring up the question of whether it's reality or not because you don't want it to be true.
Oh, I just reject the truth because I don't want it to be true. Oh, silly me.
Yeah.
See how
It's
silly
very.
I am? I
It's
just,
very clear.
I know.
You want
You-
not to understand the world for some
I guess
reason.
I'm too obtuse, Scott. You are the,
It's not
you
up
know,
to. It's something else.
What is
I'm
it?
not sure what it is yet. No, I don't.
hard-headedness,
No, you think if you understood the world,
headstrong.
something important in your life would go away, and so
What?
therefore you're determined to say you
Okay.
can't understand the world,
I-
and nobody else and nobody else can either.
All right. So I
Because if
walked
we
through the
did-
steps.
Because
Go
if we
ahead,
did
Scott. Finish your
understand the
monologue.
world, because if we did understand the world, something's
Not-
missing in it.
It's not something fucking psychological.
No, it is though. It is.
No,
It
man.
absolutely, it absolutely is.
What
It
is
is.
About
what is it?
verification, you dickhead.
What pointed out? What is it, Scott? Fundamental. My parents didn't love me enough. I'm looking
No,
for acceptance from
don't-
a
I don't
group.
know.
What I mean.
I don't know.
Okay, so
This
since
is an interesting point, though, Alpha. Like, if
I think
can
it's
I jump
meaning
in?
in life is my guess.
meaning of
Yeah.
you
I-
are
It has.
you are a character. What are you
Can
saying?
I jump in, Alpha?
I don't know, man.
just,
You're skating on thin ice with me, geeks. You really are.
All right. Well, I'll skate close to the edge. So, my friend Grotesque is here. She has some other questions, but while she's
Well, let's speak to Grotesque. Go ahead, Grotesque.
Deafened at the moment, so
Oh, well, yeah, you're gonna have to wait, geeks. Go hit her up on DMs, and whenever she gets online, she'll talk to us. But your display earlier was unbecoming. So
there's been a couple of people that have jumped into the chat whilst you two have been discussing. Vince
Sure.
has joined us again. What's up, Vince? Truth has been trying to figure out what the fuck's going on. Yeah, there's a couple of people in chat. Shirley's has been here for ages. Rolling with my boulders jumped in. Q's jumped in. Matrix is here. What's up, Matrix? But yeah, there's a couple of people that have just jumped in. If Truth wants to open his mic and have a conversation whilst we wait for Grotesque to deafen themselves. If
you
not,
know-
you can go back to discussing with Scott, man. I don't mind, but I just thought I'd let the other people join in.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
New
jump on
people
in,
always-
guys. I was just filling air.
yeah,
Like I
new
always
people
do.
always take precedence.
Exactly.
Over
I agree.
Scott's imagination. So.
Yep.
that's fine.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
Truth is appreciate it, Scott. Thank you for being a filler. But Truth is asking some questions. I'd like to read it from the chat. How does Alpha explain the difference in shadow lengths if the Earth is flat? Oof, that's a tough one.
Don't know if I can answer that one. That's
got you there.
Shit.
I don't know. Shall I just give up now? It'll be easier that way.
You didn't think about shadows, did you?
Mm-mm.
I don't know. Maybe we oh god, you do it.
No,
mate.
you go on. No, actually, go ahead, Jedi. 'Cause
Truth, do you want to unmute yourself, Truth, so we could have a conversation?
I spent too much airtime with Scott. So.
Nah, you're
Yeah, I can. I think you guys won't be able to hear me that well, but I know I'll listen. I'll make my point if you guys want to, and then I'll mute myself. Is that okay?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Right. So the point which I wanted to make is that if the Earth was a flat surface, how would you explain the different lengths of the shadows, right? Because that would mean that the sun is hitting all places on Earth at the same angle, right? It doesn't matter what location, but we know that's not the case, right? Because if we were to place two identical sticks in the ground in two different places on Earth, we'd find that the length of their shadows differ. Because the only explanation for this would be that the Earth is round and not flat. So if you could clarify this, that would help me out.
If I was to do the same experiment in my living room, for example, and place one of the sticks directly underneath the light source, me and you would both understand that that stick wouldn't cast any shadow. But if I put a stick over there, not directly underneath the light source, that stick would cast a shadow. Now, I've done this in my living room on a flat surface, so what's the problem?
Yeah, he
Right.
forgot
So
the
that
if.
would definitely. Oh, go ahead.
He's also trying to force
I'm just saying
the
sorry.
flat Earth
I'm
into,
just saying
also trying to force the flat Earth into the heliocentric model, because whenever he says all the light is hitting the flat Earth at the same time or at the same angle, he's imagining that the flat Earth is floating around in space, and that's not the case.
yeah, there's a big if there. That's what I was going to say. Pretty much the same. He's just leaving out a big if. Let's see if he
I don't
can
know,
figure
Jedi,
out
did
what
you
that
want to
if
take?
is.
I don't know. Jedi, did you want to?
Yeah, no. Sorry, I just wanted to throw that in.
No, you're fine. You're fine, buddy. So, Truth, you understand that basically, if you stand underneath a light source, no shadow, go over there, not directly underneath the light source, shadow. Kind of simple, right?
Right. Now that would work in the living room, but
Sorry, did I misunderstand what you said? Did you say that wouldn't work in your living room, or it would work?
no, the point being is that it won't. I would say that it's an invalid comparison because of the distance. You know, because if you would do the same experience within your living room, then the distance would be insignificant in the case of the sun and the planet, right?
Okay. So if we look at the Aristophanes example, where we have a well where the sun is directly overhead, and we go 500 stades away to Alexandria where the sun isn't directly overhead, do you understand it's a very similar comparison? You are no longer underneath the light source, so you cast a shadow. Angle, right? Pretty simple.
Yeah, so I understand that, but my point being is that it would be an invalid experiment to do it in your living room because the light source, the distance between the stick and the light source would be insignificant in comparison to the sun and the planet. That's my point.
So you base that off assumption that the distance.
There it is.
What assumption are you
got there?
Planet.
Wait, do you believe the distance between planet Earth and the sun is an assumption?
Yes, it's based on the radius of the Earth. I think it's the third rung on the cosmic distance ladder.
Oh, well, I agree. Then your example does work if you would reject the distance between the Earth and the sun. Yeah, I would say so, but I don't.
Yeah. So what I'm pointing out is if we have a different cosmology where the sun is closer and say some people say more local, causing divergent light rays and not parallel, then you get exactly the same phenomena. Mind blowing.
Silence is
So
golden.
wouldn't you? So wouldn't you then also say that the shadow of the Earth would be up on the moon like a pancake? Wouldn't that be the case within your example?
So what was that about the moon?
Within the example you've given, right? Wouldn't it also mean that if the Earth would be flat, right, and round like a pancake, then the shadow on the moon would be round, but the shape,
What?
understand what I mean?
No.
Again. Okay, so somebody else want to take this? I'm getting a call. Sorry.
Yeah, it's weird. But you're making an example of the Earth being a disk in space. Is that right? Truth?
Yeah, he's thinking of the pancake Earth in space. Yeah.
Yeah. So the cosmological aspect, I think, is incorrect. So we're not saying we're a disk in space. You do know that, right? Truth?
So flat Earth is not the acceptance of the heliocentric model with exception to the Earth being flat. The entire heliocentric model is justifiably disregarded.
Yeah, all of it.
Oh, right. So it's fixed. You guys believe It's
Yeah, so
deficient.
so from a cosmological aspect, we're just the floor of the universe. So we're
Right,
on
right.
Earth.
So
So you gonna let me finish, or you want to
yeah,
go ahead
go ahead.
and
I'm sorry.
interrupt and
No, no, go
speak
ahead. I'm
right now?
sorry.
Okay. So basically, we're the floor of the universe, and we would say that all that there is above us, that's all that we can see in the universe being just all of what we can see above us. So the stars, sun, the moon. There's no other planets. There's no other galaxies. There's nothing else but what we see in the sky and what's here on Earth. So we are essentially the floor of all that there is, like the ground of everything. So there isn't like anything outside of where we are. That whole concept has like a ever expanding galaxy and such, and that's not what we're saying. So you have to think about like that, like put that to the side. The vacuum of space, as you were told, is not what we say that we understand as far as the real world. We would say that that place cannot exist via us being inside of a contained system. There's a lot. It's a lot more attached to this, so I can't keep going unless you start to realize that we're not in the same cosmological mindset. I will explain a little bit more. I just want you to know, like, further where we're at right now.
Well,
We're the
thank you
floor
for
of
the
the universe.
clarification. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
but we wouldn't be like.
I didn't know that actually because I did think.
No, I was just
I'm
saying.
sorry. Go on.
We're not like okay. So there's some people on the idea that the Earth is flat that would say they are a flying disc moving upwards at 9.8 meters per second squared, which is kind of like another way of saying gravity acceleration. But what we're saying here in this case, for the idea that we're not that, we're not saying we're a disc because there's no shape attributed to what we're saying. We're just saying the realm that we are in is known to be a flat plane, horizontally across the earth. So from that we can garner a horizontal plane of reference. The horizontal plane is what we say is flat. So the flatness comes from that. We're referencing the horizontal plane. So we can have tides rise and fall. We get an average mean sea level from that. And from that average mean sea level, we can draw a horizontal plane straight across the plane of existence that we are on right now, which is the realm we're in. And we say that's the flat earth we're referencing. So when we say flat earth, we're talking about the flat horizontal plane of reference. So when we say that, that's flat. 100%. It's all the way across. So what we do from there is measure elevation from that. So there's a vertical point at which we say mean sea level is. And I'm going a little bit more into it so that you don't have different context of what we say when we say flat earth. We do know there's elevation change from the mean sea level. That's how we know certain things are above or below sea level. So we would say that that's how we know the earth is flat, because horizontally, everywhere across the earth, that's how we know the plane exists and extends to other geographic locations, continents and such. But that's what the flat earth is. It's not an actual word to a specific description of exactly flat, but the plane of existence is flat all the way across horizontally. So we would say water is a great demonstration of that. It holds rigidity in space. And so if you have like a glass of water and you manipulate the container in any direction, the surface of the water in that glass will always remain flat and level to the horizontal plane of reference. So referencing that horizontal plane that we're on, that water in that cup, the surface of it will always remain flat and level to that horizontal plane. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Thank you for clarifying your position there. I didn't know that about the position. So, about the picture that was sent by Pinky, I think that like substantiates the point, or at least clarify the point which I made about the two sticks. Could you look into that and according to this model, explain this phenomenon?
Right. So there's an information that you've received from Sticks and Shadows. I guess are you referencing Eratosthenes? I think the guy with the yeah. Is that what you're referencing? What are you?
No. Pinky Beninsky with the picture, with the two sticks analogy which I gave. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be referencing Eratosthenes. I would say that's pretty much the same as the argument for him being in Syene and Alexandria, using the well and the obelisk. So you're looking down the well when the sun's above at 90 degrees above the
the well, where the light's shining down into the well, and then you have a divergent shadow from the obelisk far away. I think it's Syene that's far away, or Alexandria. I'm not really sure what city was the well, but in any way, the story is that they measured the distance between those two cities from the length of a stride. So the walking stride of a human being was a unit of measurement that they measured the distance from point A to point B, and they got that known distance, and then said that, okay, well, we have the known distance between the two places, and the way the shadows are hitting the light hitting the obelisk and one going into the well would be such that one of them is going to be divergent because it's in a different location. But if it's the same time of day, that must mean that we're going to use the idea or assumption that the Earth is a specific geometric shape, which is a globe, sphere, and then using some math, you're going to work out the distance between the two cities, and then say that the shadow lengths are going to give us the information to fill in the blanks to say how much the shadow is diverging from that light source, then to work out the distance over the Earth being the radius value of this Earth being a globe, to say that that would be the kind of way that we're going to see the Earth as a globe because of the light and shadows working off of the obelisk and the well. Because if the light's hitting the well all the way straight down, you could see to the bottom of the well. That must mean that the light's right above that well. But on the other hand, the obelisk, which is 500 miles away, is hitting it at divergent. So that means that we're getting an angle at the shadow, which in their case was saying that the Earth is a globe because you could only happen on a curved surface, right? So the surface of the Earth from those 2 points, right, known, could only be conforming to an Earth as a globe. If you can say that that's probably close to what you understand it being, that's what I guess Pinky's showing you in that example. If that's what he is showing you. It's more akin to the Eratosthenes example. You can look it up too if you want to, Truth, online. Is that what you mean? What I just explained?
Right. Yeah. So then my question would be
it.
like,
There's probably math involved too, but
right. So then the follow-up question would be that, so you believe the sun, right, to be fixed as well?
No, we would say that it is what's in motion. So the reason why the light source or the sun is what we see in the sky that moves, it actually moves across the sky from east to west. So that's what's causing the shadows to be what they are. So as it moves across the face of the Earth, depending on whatever geographic location you are, we would say that because the Earth is a flat plane all across, right? It would be that such that in one location the light source is proximity to that to the location was hitting the well straight down, and in the other side where the other city was, the light source proximity to that obelisk was farther away. So because of that, the distance to the light source was causing the shadows to be divergent because of its proximity to the obelisk. And where the well was, it was underneath the sun's light, so it was not casting a shadow. So it's all that. In this case, it has to do more with proximity to the light. And you could do this on a flat surface in your room to test out what I'm saying is true or not. You know what I mean? Like if you have a light source and an object underneath that light source, it won't cast a shadow. But if you have one that's farther away from the light source, it casts a divergent shadow. So which means that either the floor is curved or the floor is flat, and light source is close enough to cast the divergent shadow, and the one that's underneath it is showing a not a shadow. So if you can get that, that means, yeah, go ahead, Truth.
So that's good. But wouldn't you agree with me that this would only work if you would reject the idea of celestial bodies moving in orbit?
Well, if it could, no, actually, it works because of that. So we say that the sky and everything we see in the sky, like the sun, moon, and stars, are all in motion. Those are what's all in motion. So we don't say that we're still or we're moving, and those things are not moving. You know what I mean? It's backwards.
So we're on the bottom. So Earth is on the bottom, right? But you don't reject the idea of celestial bodies moving in orbit, but that's what's above us. Is that what you're?
Yeah, they're the ones in motion. We're still. There's no motion to us. We're not moving there.
Right. Right. So, is there any empirical evidence to support this claim?
Yes. Yes.
Could you tell me what?
The fact
that
that
would be?
the fact that our observations are such that lines up with the cyclical nature of the heavens. So when we observe the stars, sun, and moon, we're only observing their motions. So we can catalog them and say that we notice the patterns that they make when they have yearly patterns. So like like whatever star you're looking at, the year after that's going to come back to the same location that it was the year before. So they have like cyclical nature. The heavens do.
Right, but wouldn't you agree that observing motion would not be sufficient evidence for us not moving? Like if you had like two factors, right? Factor A moves, factor B doesn't, right? So factor B, according to empirical evidence, sees factor A moving, right, and being in motion. But let's say both factors are in motion, you would still have the same result. There's no way of
I get what you're saying.
differentiating if you're on factor B.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but on the one hand, let's say both of us are going outside to do the observational kind of test. We're gonna see what we see. Just based on that, we both see the sun moving across the sky. We both see the moon moving across the sky. We both see the stars moving across the sky. Next step would be, how do we know it's not us that are still and those are moving? How do we know that we are moving and those are still? What would be the next step for us to find that out? I want you to think about that, Truth. That could be rhetorical. You don't have to answer, but just think about it, right? What would be the next step? What can we do to get that information? Because, yeah, you're correct. You could say one or the other, but what we observe is the base axiom. We start with that. If we're going to make the next logical leap, it has to be something where we make a connection to how we know.
Way I would suggest that would be possible is to leave factor B and not be part of either factor A or factor B.
Right, and then that means, yeah, you're correct. Then that means you'd have to leave the place that you're standing on, like so far away that you would be able to observe it from a different perspective. So from that vantage point, then you could say, I see now, I'm not on the thing I thought was still. I can see now that the thing that I thought was still is actually moving. But my thing to you would be, can you do that to verify?
Right. But my point is, when I earlier asked you, like, is there empirical evidence to substantiate this claim? You told me that we could observe, right, as of now, as of here, when you look into the sky. But that wouldn't be valid, right, according to the standard, because we would have to leave factor B to be able to see difference between.
Yeah, that would be the next step, leaving factor B. Can you do that?
Well, me personally, I wouldn't say so, but I guess that there are scientists out there who claim.
But you couldn't empirically. You couldn't empirically validate it, could you?
No, I wouldn't, but scientists could.
Well, we're not talking about that. Me and you are doing this test, not scientists. Me and you.
Right, but the problem is we are. I mean, I don't know if you're possible to leave factor A, but I do not have the capacity to leave
but
factor
that
B.
sounds like, but those are called excuses, right? And I'm saying that you're doing it, but it's where the mind goes to because it can't figure a way out of this argument. So if I say if I say the standard is, if we're going by empiricism, right, then the standard would be you'd have to be able to falsify or verify the claim. And if you couldn't do that, then there's no way that you could think that it's empirical on your end, saying that, it is the Earth that's moving because you couldn't leave.
All right, so I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. But then I wouldn't say it would be an excuse because, you could apply this idea to anything. Like if we talk about, like, for instance, a medical paper, right? If we talk about a certain disease, I wouldn't be able to verify that myself. I could look into the paper, the claims that have been made, and the data that has been shown, right? But at the end of the day, you would have to have a certain, trust in the validation of those that are specialized. No,
Yeah.
you would have you would have to have a certain trust in those that validate the data. Because I can tell you right now, when we go to the doctor and we have a certain disease and we get prescribed a certain medication, me and you both agreed like we wouldn't actually look into the specific data or even be able to validate the data that shows that this certain medicine does actually work or is effective.
Okay.
Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, but
So I apply that to everything.
Yeah. So what
So
you're doing
my
now?
question
Yeah.
would
So
be.
yeah,
So
but
my
you
question
didn't let
would
me.
be.
You
So
didn't let
why
me
would you not?
respond to that. I can't respond to that.
Oh, okay.
Like,
No,
so
no, okay, let's just, I want to just finish up with one final question. So why do you not apply that
so
to
I couldn't
everything, right?
respond
When
to
you go
that.
to the doctor,
So I
right?
couldn't respond to that. So yeah. So my response to that would be that analogy wouldn't fit the description of what we're trying to attempt to do because in this case it has more to do with the very specific and hyper specific question that's at hand, whether or not the earth is moving or whether the stars are moving and not us. So if we were stationary and the stars are moving, or whether we're moving and the stars are stationary, the only way to figure that out would be, like you said, to leave this place. And I agree with you. If you could do it, then it's possible to then go to the place where empirical verification was a process by which you could then say, so using an analogy is not going to help us. Using the verification method would be what helps us. So it's great that you have an analogy, but it doesn't matter at this point. The only thing we're concerned with is what can we do to verify this claim. Now, if we cannot, then there's nowhere else we can go but then say, well, we started from a base axiom and we can't move forward to empirically verify it. So there's nothing we can do to empirically verify that we are the ones in motion. So that's why I said, once we start from a base axiom where we both go outside and see the heavens in movement, where else can we go with that? That's what I'm asking. And if there's nowhere we
Right.
can go, then we stay there until we can.
So would you apply this also to medication you get prescribed by your doctor? Would you apply this method?
Yeah, but this conversation has nothing to do with medicine. It has everything to do with the earth. So the standard is we're only talking about the earth. Any diversion away from it is an obfuscation tactic, talking about how things don't operate that same way with another example. And we're not doing that with something else. We're only doing it with the earth because in this case, we want to know if the earth is spinning or if it's stationary. But we can't know that for sure if there's no primary evidence to substantiate it. That makes
Right.
sense?
So, right, I agree with you. So I have two questions.
Okay.
Follow-up question there. First question would be, so why would you care, right? Why would you care about the difference between that? Because me personally, I would more care about the medicine I get prescribed by the doctor than whether
Oh, I
in what
agree.
way it affects your body. And the second question would be, me and you, we can't actually leave Factor B, but there are those that can, right? They do, right? They are called scientists. Would you? So they could make that observation, and once they tell you that what you believe is actually incorrect, would you then accept that, or would you call them a liar or invalid, or how does that work then? Because
Well,
they have observed.
it's a hypothetical scenario. I would assume that you're making this a hypothetical scenario to support your premise. But in this case, we can't use these hypotheticals to then support a case of the physical natural world in a real way. So they're not doing justice for us because we're not actually passing them through any primary evidence substantiation. So I think in your case, you are trying to figure out a way to validate the thing that you couldn't do so in an empirical way. So it's an attempt to see if there's a way that we can meet at a specific grounds where we would agree that there's only trust in those who have done something that we couldn't do, right? And then say that the validation of their claims, which would be called anecdotal testimony, then we're going to use that as our method of validating things. And that's not very empirical in any way because you're just saying, I trust that guy because he said so. So you're not going to be able to use that and say that that's a great way to verify things because I could easily tell you, right? I have a Lamborghini in my garage. I hate using it, but to say that you trust someone is to say that their word means as much as primary evidence. And it doesn't. It never will. So you couldn't, yeah, you couldn't do that in this case. The only thing that could stand is you being able to say, I know that it is because I can verify it. That would hold more value than you saying I trust the guys telling me that.
No, I agree with you. Like, if my neighbor comes up to me and he tells me that he's an astronaut and he actually left planet Earth and all that, I would definitely agree with that. But I don't think that actually applies to scientists out there. Or, it doesn't mean that, that I'm saying that by default that they're objectively viewing the
Well, it
truth
sounds like it.
representing.
Like you make them out to be like moral. You put them on moral like high ground, like they're on like this pedestal. Like, okay, so the everyday Joe. Yeah, but you're making it sound like the everyday Joe. Yeah, you're saying the everyday Joe couldn't be trusted. Yeah, the everyday Joe couldn't be trusted. But then these guys are like some kind of, they wouldn't lie. They're above reproach. Like you're putting them so high up on the, on this like pedestal that they couldn't say the opposite of truth. Like they would only speak the truth, nothing but the truth. So help them God. Like you are saying that the word from these guys are as good as probably the gospel. I mean, to you, right? Like
No,
that's what you're akinning them to.
No, I'm
That's
not.
not.
Seriously,
That's not a good worldview, though. Truth.
Well, let me try to clarify that point. Right?
Okay.
I'm saying that if my neighbor comes up to me and he claims to be an astronaut and that he left the planet, I say that would not be valid, right? That would be, I wouldn't be able to trust it. But when it comes down to a scientist, a scientist can present pieces of evidence. Now we can analyze that and critique it. I have no problem with that. But scientists don't just claim that, right? Just make the claim itself. They provide empirical evidence for that, right? That they have done this observation. Right. Now you might disagree with certain pieces of evidence. I know that there are, right? But I can say there would be footage, right? But that doesn't. Wait, watch out. I'm not saying just because there's footage, right? Therefore it validates the claim. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is they present certain pieces of evidence, right? Empirical evidence. Now we can analyze this and critique this, but you can't compare this to my neighbor coming up to me and claiming to be an astronaut, right?
I trust my neighbor over a stranger.
Right, but okay,
Stranger
so
on TV.
What if my neighbor is actually scientist?
Yeah, but
What if my neighbor is
beyond the fact that you're using anecdotal testimony, I think we gotta examine the fact that you said evidence that they would put forward. So I just want to put to your mind, what evidence could somebody give you that they went to a place that you can't go that would validate that place that they went to? So we're looking at the evidence as you so put it, right? You said that there would be evidence that could be empirical. Now, I want you to think about it, right? What evidence could they produce to you that they went to a location that you can't go, that you could actually verify against what? Let's say, for example, this, right? I'll put a scenario because I just want to kind of go in the same. I want to go in the same vein that you were actually talking about. Let's say that these guys went to the moon and they got moon rocks. Okay, they got moon rocks. They come back from the moon and they got moon rocks. They hand you a moon rock and say, "Dude, I went to the moon. I walked on the moon, and here's a moon rock." You think in your mind, okay, well, they're an astronaut. I saw them on the news and they went to the moon and they handed me a moon rock. That's legit. So I know now that they went to the moon and that I have a moon rock in my possession. Do you think that would be logical?
I don't say that. No, I don't say that. So what I'm saying is that if they had me a rock, first of all, we could make a comparison, right, with the rocks that we have on planet Earth. If we could compare the rocks, right, would it be any another way? Would it be different than the rocks that we have on this planet? Second of all, are they part of an official organization, right? A government agency? Now, I'm not saying. Wait. Let's clarify this. I don't say just because it's a government agency.
Why would you assume different geology?
Wait. Hey.
I just had this.
Let me just finish. Let me finish my point here.
No, let me just stop because
let me finish the point.
No, just stop because the moon is an Earth rock according to NASA. So just pump your brakes. Pump your brakes.
Right. I'm not talking about different limits.
Pump your brakes. Pump your brakes. The moon is an Earth rock.
Crazy.
According to NASA.
Right, but you don't believe that to be the case. So let me just make my point.
But you don't have a point if you're thinking that we can sample something that's different from Earth.
Right.
So it's like no point to move forward.
Right, let me make. That wasn't my only point. Anyway, so would they be part of an official organization, right, and maybe a government agency? I'm not saying just because it comes from a government agency, therefore it's the truth. Because we have seen in the past that actually, it's not always reliable. But then third of all, do they have like a spaceship, a rocket, some type of vehicle that would which I could physically observe, right? That vehicle going up into the sky. So there's a lot of factors here. Maybe even news channels. So I'm not saying that each of those are reliable in any way, shape, or form. I'm saying these are pieces of empirical evidence. Now we can analyze that and critique it.
I think
But
you're
if
using
you
the
would
word
oppose
empirical.
that-
I think you're using the word empirical a bit loosely.
But if you would oppose that, but if you would oppose that, right, then you would have to present evidence that would be stronger than
No,
those that.
no. Stop. No, you got it wrong. You're using the word empirical really loosely. I don't even know if you think you know what it means. And then I think that's the fundamental flaw in your argument. You're using the word empirical as to say just anything that they produce is empirical. No, how do you know? What's the method of empiricism?
I said I can go there and watch a rocket, right, be sent into space. I can physically, I can observe that, right, with my own eyesight. That's
Yeah.
that's empirical evidence for me personally.
No, it's not.
Right?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
You don't.
You have to.
You don't think that's empirical evidence?
No, because you doesn't matter if they have something tangible for you to touch and feel and smell and taste, and that's not the point, dude. How can you verify the thing they're
That's
handing?
empiricism.
Oh, dude, no, it's not. They're giving you something and telling you a story tied to it. They're saying, "I got this rock. It's from the moon." That's the point where you have to say, use your critical thinking skills. Wait a minute. They just told me that this rock is from the moon. How do I know it's from the moon? Let me see. What method can I use to test that this rock is from the moon? Now, my thing to you is, if you're going to make it empirical, what do you have it to test against? How can you test something that they're giving you that they're saying it's not from the earth? In what way are you going to, what process can you run that through to say that you know that it's going to be from the moon? At the end of whatever test you're going to do, how can you say, yep, it's from the moon? What are you going to do? That's empiricism. Like when you go run to something, you falsify, you verify. How can you tell that it's from the place that they're telling you it's from?
So can you use their rocket launch example? Can you use that example? So when I'm observing.
No. Truth, no. We're talking about the rock that they're giving you in your hands. You got it in your hand. You say it's from they told you it's from the moon. How do you know? What method can you do to test that rock to see if it's from the moon or not? What are you going to do?
All right. So my point here is that.
No, stop. We're not going to go to your point. We're not going to your point. We got to examine what I just said. We're not going to keep going until you realize the rock in your hand either is going to be verified or falsified in some way. And if you can't do that, you don't know empirically if it's from the moon. So my question to you, how can you verify or falsify the rock being from the moon? Your answer.
The rock. I don't know about that. I'm not saying I'm not making any claims about that, but
exactly. That's truth. That's my point. That's my point. I wanted you to be forthcoming with this, because if you're not honest about this, right, then you can't move forward and say things are empirical. Because if you do, if you say, well, that's empirical, no, it's not, because you didn't verify it. There's nothing you can compare it to and say, aha, I know it's from the moon. How? What method did you run it through that you actually figured that out? You can't do that.
Right, so I'm giving you pieces of empirical evidence, which I personally can observe.
No, you are not, dude. You are not giving me pieces of empirical evidence. You're using empirical in the wrong context. Like I said, you're taking. Listen, you're taking in your own mind. Whatever example that you're using, you're not actually sticking to what I'm saying. I'm using the method and by which you can verify something or falsify the claim that's being made, which is the rock came from the moon. So if it doesn't matter. So anecdotal. Listen, just like the way you say you trust somebody doing something, anecdotal testimony doesn't stand to be empirical, because how do you know? You either have to listen. So if somebody tells you something like this, and I'll give you an example, a real world example, right? I saw this butterfly, and it's in my house, right? I had it pinned up on the wall, but it was a rare butterfly that nobody's ever seen, and I found it in the rainforest. Okay. So in order for you to say, well, wait a minute, yeah, okay, I can believe you that you found that butterfly. But let me go see. Let me go check it out. And I take it down off the wall. You can see it. We go through its physical makeup, and you start looking into it, and you're like, dude, I've not seen a butterfly like this. You're right, because you can test what I'm showing you and verify with other butterflies that it's not like any of the other ones. So you have something to verify it against, something to compare it to, right? And in this case, it becomes something more of in the realm of like, yeah, you're right. This is something like that's rare, and so forth. So you can test it. You
Right.
can check out what I'm saying. That the claim that I made that it's something that's nobody's seen. So then it moves into the realm of being something that's true, and you've run it through a method where you verified it. So now it's become something that we're going to test to see if there's any other butterflies like this, so we can check to see if we can. The claim itself would stand to be falsifiable as well, because you went over there and verified it, tested it, falsified that it's what it is, what I said it was. So now
Right,
that
but
it moves into a
okay, but
realm that it's not just me saying
right.
something like an anecdotal testimony to you. You've tested it, and the claim is verified. It's even falsified. You can hand it to somebody else. Say, let me go take it to another person that can check it out, and other people can verify, test it, and such. It's now something that everyone knows and can test and verify. So you can't do that when somebody just tells you something true. That's not how that works. Not pieces of
Right,
empirical evidence. You can't do that with just
right, can I,
people telling you stuff.
right, can I tell you why what you just said is absolutely invalid to the point here? Can I tell you that? Because I'm not using the moon rocks to accept the idea that we can leave factor B. The point of discussion here was to be able to observe this motion, we would have to leave Earth. Now, I can empirically, there's empirical evidence of vehicles flying up, right? That's empirical evidence of that. I'm not talking about the moon rocks, because I agree with you. Me personally, I just by observing the rocks, I won't be able to make the conclusion that it's from the moon. But the point here being is that I can look at a vehicle, right, and I can see that this vehicle goes up into the sky. So therefore, that for me is empirical evidence of those people leaving factor B. So at that point, they would be able to observe independent of factor A and B. They would be able to observe motion. That's just a fact.
How far do you
Right?
see
Would you
the?
agree
How
with
far
that?
do you see? No. How far do you see the rockets going whenever you see them leaving?
How far?
Mm-hmm.
How far is the eyesight? It depends on the weather. It depends
Okay.
on light. It
Okay.
depends on a
So
lot of
the
factors.
claim that they say that they're going into low Earth orbit. Do you see it going into that location?
No, my eyesight is not sufficient to see that.
Okay. So that's not empirical. You didn't see it go to that location.
No, but see, the point here is, Alpha, I'm not
No, I
claiming
just made a
that.
point.
Me
I just made a
observing
point,
that.
Chief.
No. All right, so let me respond to that point then.
Sure.
So my claim was not because I've observed that, therefore I can I've observed it leave the orbit or something like that. That's not my point here. My point is because I have empirically, I have empirical evidence of it going up, right? Even it going up into the sky. My eyesight is not sufficient enough to look further. I agree with you. Depends on weather, circumstances, etc. But just that is for me enough evidence to make the conclusion, and yes, with the assumption that they've actually left factor B.
Well, there you
That
go.
was
Then you have a low standard of evidence, and it's not empirical. That's what
Your gullibility is noted.
we've come to the conclusion that you have a low standard of evidence, and that's not empirical. And you said it yourself. You made an assumption, so we're good here. We're all good over here.
Right. All right, but I believe once
Sure.
once I
Yeah,
pass
I know.
once I pass.
We know. We see that. We see that.
It's clear, sir.
All right, so if I pass a house and
Listen
I
to
see
this
smoke,
guy.
wait.
Who
If
are
I
you
see smoke,
appealing to, dude?
of course I'll assume that there's a fire in the house. I'm not telling you, therefore, it is absolutely
This goofball.
true. Right? But
The guy who sees a rocket go up in the air and is convinced of space travel is now going to give us a safety lesson.
Yeah.
No. Let me just clarify here.
We didn't even get past observable.
Yeah, but we've got,
let alone
I think,
testable, repeatable, and
Truth,
falsifiable.
I know you got this is like gotta be in your bonnet right now. I know that. I know you want to tell us another analogy and another one, and you want to make your point clear so that you can sound like you have a great case for you having empirical evidence, sir. But you've just demonstrated in this last argument that you don't. You said it at the very end. It's an assumption. That's okay. We're all good over here. You don't need to keep explaining.
Science is an assumption. But listen,
Yeah,
science
no,
is an
it's not.
assumption of its
No,
own.
it's not. No, it's not, dude.
You don't believe.
Stop
You don't
it.
believe.
It's not
You
an
don't believe
assumption,
science
bro.
is an assumption. No, you don't
No,
believe a
it's
science
not.
of
That's a
itself.
religious. Listen, that's a philosophical worldview. It's called scientism. It's not science. Science is an examination of the physical and natural world and the study of it. Therefore, like you don't have to think about things. You can work with, bro. You can
disagree
work
with
with, yeah, but that's fine. You're in a religious ideal for the thinking of the science is a philosophical stance, and it's not. It's the examination and the interactions with the physical and natural world. We're testing things. We're seeing reactions. We're observing natural phenomena. We're wondering why things are happening on Earth, and we're testing those predictions in a hypothesis test. We're wondering how and why that the things are happening, and we're wanting to know what causes those reactions. So we're testing the claim of why these things happen. Why does this geyser do what it does? Let's test a few things. I wonder what causes that. What kind of pressure it's working with. So we're wondering
Right, but
about the Earth and the physical and natural world. We're not saying let's just make imaginary claims about stuff. That's not science.
No,
That's
also,
philosophy,
I
bro.
want to make your point here. No, but listen, this is my point. I'm not saying that you can't use science, right? Because I think that science is a very reliable method to understand the natural world.
Yes.
But what I am saying is that you critiqued my position for it containing assumptions, even though your own position in of itself contains assumptions. Science in of
You
itself
didn't. You
contains
didn't. Wait.
assumptions.
Stop. No. You just projected your specific worldview onto me. You can't do that because I didn't give you mine yet. So you can't say that that's what it is.
You just said science doesn't contain assumptions. Well, that's incorrect.
Yeah.
That's
No.
factually
I
incorrect.
didn't give you my worldview. You just put me in a position like your worldview that
no.
it's an assumption. It's not.
No, you said science doesn't contain assumptions. That's a
It's
false
a study.
claim.
Listen, it's just how is it false, dude? When you study the physical and natural world, what assumptions are you making? Are you just
All right,
making
I'll tell you
assumptions upon
the
assumptions?
Right. So no. So the assumptions are right. Do you know the assumptions of science? The first one is there are natural causes for things that happen in the world around us. That's the first assumption. Second assumption is there's consistency in the causes that operate in this
Wait, no,
natural
dude.
world.
Those aren't assumptions. Those are observations. You see things happening in the physical and natural world, and you want to know what causes those reactions that you see. You want to study the world. You want to know why it's happening. So you want to know the cause of those. You want to know the cause of an effect. That's not an assumption. You're just making a natural observation. What are you talking
Talking
about?
about axioms, principles.
Laws,
you want me to prove to you that this is an assumption? Do you want me to prove to you that it's an assumption?
What's
All right,
an
I'm gonna
assumption,
tell you.
Truth?
Do you know how Newton? Do you know how Newton described gravity? Do you know that?
You better just go ahead and tell me because I
Have you
know
read the
everything
law
about what you're gonna say.
All right. So the point here being is that I'm not here. I'm not just trying to be a freak, but I'm just trying here to present my point to you. So I'm gonna show you with the example of gravity. So my point here being is that just because each time somebody jumps off a building and they fall towards the middle point of the earth, right, or whatever, he falls down, right? That doesn't mean by default that tomorrow when somebody else jumps off that same building that they'll actually fall towards downstairs. Now, I'm not saying that this is not reliable, right? Because
You lost the plot.
Let me
True.
let me just finish. Please, let me just finish. I'm
Say
saying
that again. You spread it into nonsensical land.
We gotta hear the
You
end of
lost
this,
your
guys.
mind.
We have to hear the end of
Let
this.
him go. Yeah, let him finish. Let him finish.
We have to hear the end of it. Go ahead, Truth.
Let me finish, right? Let me finish there. So my point here being is that I'm not saying this is unreliable. What I'm saying is that it does have assumptions by definition, because just because each time somebody jumped off a building in the past and they died does not mean, like, you would have to assume that it happens again tomorrow, right? Consistency. That is in of itself an assumption by definition, whether you like it or not, whether it's reliable or not. That's it. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Really, dude?
At some point in the future,
They will
It's
hit
one
the floor, though,
order.
won't they? They will hit the floor. They might not
Just-
die, but they definitely will
Just
go down.
wow. Just wow, man. Like the lengths that people go to actually rescue the Earth as a globe from its utter destruction. It's like you want to go down with the ship, like the Titanic. You just want to go like the captain, like right into the ocean, don't you?
It's okay,
No,
maybe
look,
next the Titanic hits an iceberg, it won't fall to the bottom of the ocean.
I'm not
Yeah,
trying. I'm
maybe
not
this
trying-
time when the Titanic hits the iceberg, it will stay afloat. It won't
Okay, listen,
sink.
listen. See, no, you're missing my point. You keep using
No,
your.
I don't think
you
I am. I think I got you right where I want you. I got you pegged.
No,
dude.
you try to present as if I'm me personally. I'm in an irrational position, which I'm not.
You
because
are.
I'm telling you to enable some information. But what I am saying is that science in of itself is by definition not absolute. Science changes. It's not fixed.
All right.
It
All
is
right,
not
let's
fixed.
all right. Let's see
Things we
truth.
knew
Let's test.
8
Let's
years
test your
back-
claim. Let's test your
Wait,
claim.
wait,
Let's,
let me
dude,
finish.
we
Let
can
me just
test your
finish.
claim.
Right,
We can
right,
test
let me
your
just
claim.
finish this point.
Why?
Right?
You don't need to.
Finish.
You made a grand
Right,
claim.
Let me just finish like my sentence. That's it. Okay?
Nah,
So-
not really. We've heard enough. All right, let's test your claim now. Does anybody want to test something like a law of nature that doesn't change? I got a good one, actually. Got a real good one. You want to test?
I'm not jumping off that building. No way.
No, we don't need to jump off any buildings. But I got a really good one.
Alpha,
I got-
do you assume the laws of nature won't change?
Yeah.
HP's what?
Oh, that's an assumption. There you
No.
go. An assumption.
The laws-
and that's
the laws of
and
nature-
scientists use it. Scientists use their
Shut up.
But that's
Let
it's
me-
not
let me
science,
add-
dude.
Yeah, it's not science. So here's the thing, Truth. And the only reason I had you muted, man, because like it's important for you to realize that you're in a giant error, my man. Like there's one thing that never changes. Your idea of the narrow view that you have science in right now is so crazy and distorted. It's unreal. So now I'm gonna mute you. Hopefully you don't keep talking. All right, so
you're not
think
gonna
I
let
wanna-
me.
No, because we've heard enough. All right,
Let
so
me just
now
finish my sentence and listen
you
to you.
don't
I'll
need
mute
to.
myself.
No, you don't need to.
Well, why not?
What
Can
more do
I,
you have
guys,
to
can I
say?
ask? That's that's not a respectful conversation here. I've been listening
Yeah,
to you.
you said
so I
enough.
want you to
You
finish.
said enough. Yes, basically you said enough.
But then you don't get to decide that, do you? In the
Yeah, I
conversation here,
do.
I'm just trying to finish my sentence.
I do get to decide. So you said enough. Like there's no more that needs to be said. You've said plenty. Now for us to respond, because you said it could change, the laws of nature basically could change. So entropy being one of them. So now, if you understand what entropy is, first of all, now I have to unmute you because I don't know if you know what entropy is. Do you know what entropy is?
So you're gonna let me finish?
Do you know what entropy is?
So
No,
I'll
you
just
said
make
enough.
my point, even though you're not listening, right? I'm just gonna make.
Well, I mean, no one can hear it.
Can I
so-
ask, guys? Can I ask for resources? Like, I need to read something. I was good.
The library.
No, but come on, guys. Isn't this chat supposed to educate?
Yeah, the internet's a great resource, bro.
Well,
The
no, I'm
physical and
asking like where do I go and search for how eclipses happen on flat Earth? Because we had an eclipse and I want to understand.
Correct. We're on entropy at the moment, not what causes fucking
we wanna-
eclipses.
We're an entropy, dude. Relax. So, Truth, do you know what entropy is? We're gonna unmute you. See if you can respond.
Even though science disproves itself.
What?
Science disproves itself about entropy.
No, listen. Science.
Does it disprove itself about entropy? Truth.
To be absolute is wrong. Science is not absolute. Scientists themselves say that science is not.
but
It changes
Alpha.
over time.
yeah, you want to get
If
that?
we improve.
Yeah, goodbye.
All right, hold on,
So-
hold on. Truth, just wait a second. Jedi
And I
Master.
don't believe, and let me clarify my position. I
You're
don't
gonna have
believe
to
science to be
wait,
absolute.
dude. Go ahead, Jedi.
Just relax, man. You're conflating
Relax.
science with pseudoscience.
Yeah. So if we're talking about natural science, which demonstrates cause and effect relationships, for example, heat boiling water, that's not going to change tomorrow where heat does no longer boil water. That's not going to happen, dude. Science elucidates cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world. That's not going to change. You might be talking about pseudoscience, which is something slightly different.
He fucked off.
Oh,
Bye. Well,
like gas.
bye.
Maybe the laws of entropy will change tomorrow and you won't fuck off.
He won't fuck up tomorrow. Interesting
Hold on.
conversation.
Can I ask I want to make a point or ask a question?
No.
Oh.
What?
God, no.
Who is that? Geeks?
Yeah,
No,
go
it's-
ahead.
Okay, so I just want to send something in side chat. What do you guys like any of you
Guys,
believe
can
in
I-
like your own do you
No.
have a map
Yeah, I got loads.
or what? Pardon?
No, I was saying. Oh.
Zoidberg,
Okay, this-
shut up.
Do any of you accept this map?
Which one?
The one I
You
just
just
sent in
posted in
side chat.
Oh, sorry.
That's not a map. That's not a map.
The 80 equidistant as a muffle map. It's a projection of the globe.
It's a projection of the globe.
Okay, yeah. So obviously you guys know like a little bit about flight paths, right?
No, bro. Yeah.
No?
Yes.
No, okay, okay. So I will just hold on. I gotta copy that. Oh God. So Santiago to Sydney to Santiago is 12 hours, right? Let's see, it's 11, 12 hours. If you're going west, I will just point that. Hold on.
How come you guys are saying that's a globe map? Isn't
it? It's a projection of a globe.
Yes, because of the lines.
No, it's nothing to do with the lines.
It's actually a model.
Yeah, it actually does have to do with the lines.
A map would have distances and things that are in relation
Those
to travel.
lines, those lines, longitude and latitude lines. It's a coordinate system. Doesn't mean ball.
So
Gonna aren't you? Right, I'm gonna disengage from this one.
I mean, it doesn't look like the globe model.
Okay, so I will just send this in side chat. So this would be the most proper way of hold on. This would be the most proper way of getting from Sydney to Santiago, right? If we can look at what I sent in side chat. Right, that seems like you would go over there. Right? Right? But that doesn't happen. It doesn't go over there at all.
Okay. Grotesque.
It
you know
actually
Grotesque.
hold on, I'll show you what
Before
path it actually
I
goes.
know you really got a lot of energy, but I'd like to tell you that what you're showing us is basically a flattened out globe. It's just
Okay, but it's still like
yeah. So if you say that it does, Grotesque, I know you're really got a lot of energy, but I'm telling you that flat model that you're looking at is just a globe flattened out. So if you say it doesn't work on that and it works on the globe, you're basically countering the globe with the globe. To be honest,
it depends on
That's all
what.
you're
Do you guys have a
Why are you
even a
imposing
map?
it on us?
Yeah, it's not.
Do you guys do you have a map that because on a
Yes,
flat surface?
yes.
Okay, show me.
Grotesque. Yeah, we do. Every map
just send
that
it here.
we don't need to. Every map that is a local map that's useful for travel is a map that's useful for flat Earth. Every map.
Hey, Alpha, are you part of the 24/7 thing?
Yeah, dude.
Okay, that would still
Listen,
make on a flat on a flat plane. It would still make it. It would still be right to travel from Sydney to Santiago or the other way around on that flat plane across the U.S. and Canada, right?
Yeah. So what we're doing
Yes.
here is.
So what we're doing here
Hold
is
on, hold
basically
on.
brainwashing you.
Shut up, dude. All right. So what we got to do is realize that what you're using here are models, right? So these models that you're using are not applicable to how pilots actually fly their planes every day. So pilots don't say that they're going to negotiate over curvature of Earth, or they don't say that they need to factor in the spin of the Earth. Neither of those things are what they use to travel over the Earth. They do, in fact, say that they use the Earth as it were practically used as a flat and stationary plane. Every pilot does. Now, I'm not saying that pilots say that the Earth is not a globe. What I am saying is for practical purposes, they're using the Earth like a flat and stationary plane. Okay? So when you're using this map argument, which was back in 2017, which we did away with a long time ago, it's not an argument from any side that should be useful to prove one thing or the other. Because those models that you're using are not maps. Maps that we use, hold on, Grotesque. Maps that we use are useful for travel, like the ones that you use on Google Earth, or when you get down to the street level, when you're using these local maps, that's what we use to travel, and those are very useful. You can use those maps. Anybody can. A flat Earth, a globe Earth, a concave Earth, it doesn't matter. You're using these local maps to travel from point A to point B. And so when a pilot uses local maps, they're also using headings. They're not using, for example, they're not using a globe, and they're not saying, I'm going from this place to that place on this particular globe. Let me spin the globe around, and that's where I'll wind up. They're not using a globe in their cockpit. Okay, they're using local charts. There's just a bit of misunderstanding on those who come in with a lot of energy to tell us about the Earth being either flat or globe from a map or a model perspective. That's not going to get us to that place where we understand what the Earth is. that's only reifying a position that nobody's taking in this channel. Nobody's going to argue the fact that these models that you see are anything but just reification fallacies. So we're not going to take a stance on this and then tell you, well, okay, you got your globe model, I got my flat model, let's argue. That's not going to be a good place, because at the end of our discussion, things don't work well on the globe, things don't work well on the model of the flat model, but it's both of them are equal to the globe, because the AE azimuth equidistant projection, that all that is just a flattened out globe. Grotesque. It's not a flat map.
Okay, I will just. This is a flat plane. Okay, what I'm about to send. Okay, this is without the lines. Hold on, just wait. Let me make my point. Okay, so right, we obviously, as you probably should know, Santiago's over there, right, and then Sydney is down.
You got a lot of energy, Grotesque. We're not arguing the fact that you're presenting something that we're saying. You didn't even ask us if that's our position or not. You're just arguing from a place of ignorance. You're making a point that nobody's here is advocating for. None of us are going to say, yeah, I think the Earth looks like that. So then let's go ahead, Grotesque, give it to me, because I think the Earth looks like that. No one's saying that, Grotesque. Nobody's advocating for that position at all. You're basically beating up a straw man right now. That's what you're doing.
Making one as well.
You're making one.
Yeah, no one can come in here, give us a map that we don't propagate, and then start drawing random lines under it. So this is the path that it would actually take, without actually having any knowledge whatsoever of how flight navigation takes place, what bearings are, for example, and the course of the
ask another question?
Maybe I could finish speaking. Are you literally going to be like geeks?
Yep. Full of energy, and you don't even want to listen. You're so full of energy and waiting to speak that you're not going to let the speaker finish.
It's my ping difference. I'm sorry.
You have to wait for Jedi.
It's your brain diff, bro.
Sorry. So do I need to start again to make the point clear? You can't come in here with a random map and draw a random line over it and say this would be the path that the aeroplane would take. You obviously don't have any understanding how flight navigation works, what bearings are, and what courses airplanes actually take, and how their routes are designed. You've just drawn a line from one place to another and going, aha! It's kind of stupid.
Like I said, you're making a straw man and then you're beating it up. No one's advocating for that position in this room. So with all that energy, you're just focusing on the wrong thing.
Exactly.
That's why I had to stop you. That's the reason why I muted you, because I didn't want you to continue and then just for like 30 minutes beat up a straw man, and all of us are in here just listening to you like go on and on about something nobody advocates for in here. So
what you need to do is at least get the latitude and longitude coordinates for the bearing points from where the aircraft flies to and where it changes its course to its next bearing. That would be the information that you would need to gather to start even making an argument on this. But you've just drawn a line on a map.
And Grotesque, I could, even if we would, have a debate about this, which is very unsuccessful, doesn't make any sense, I could at least give you 10 to 20, even to 30 flight routes, which absolutely are ridiculous if the Earth is truly a ball. But since we don't really advocate for it, it's really pointless, So, but I really recommend you. I really recommend you. What you can do is go to Flight Radar 24. Look at the flight tracking of long distance flights, and you will find a lot of very weird routes, especially when you apply them onto your ball. And I've posted, for an example, of Japan Airlines flying from Tokyo, Haneda to Munich. Literally could have flown through Russia, would have been way shorter. I have actually calculated it would have at least saved up 5,000 kilometers, which is a lot, okay? So why they choose to fly this weird big route, I don't know. But it's very weird, okay?
All right. So if you have another point other than maps, because nobody takes any position on that, so you can bring up.
You agree that it's a flat plane?
Yes.
Yes, it is a flat plane.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe I could help this out. Grotesque, do you think it's easy to make a map? How easy would it be to make a
that's
whole
not what
world?
the discussion I'm trying to have. I'm asking simply about flight paths, and I was not asking about pilots either. So I want to ask another question. So obviously,
Well, hold on.
Sydney,
Let's get to the bottom of this first one. Okay, the full logical conclusion. Okay, is it easy? How easy would it be to map out the whole world? Like how
I
much
want to
effort?
start on the subject I started on, please.
What was this topic you started on?
I started on flight paths between Santiago and Sydney, and that's what I would like to stay on. I don't want to go off subject.
Okay, what does it have to do with flat Earth? A plane
what I
flew from
wanted to-
A to B.
Can I ask my
Earth-
question?
Okay.
No.
No, I think he was joking. Okay, so a plane flew from A to B, Earth globe. How?
Okay, the question I wanted to ask is okay. This is a separate question than the question I asked before.
Well, let's
okay,
stay on one
Sydney,
question to a full logical conclusion. Does
I ask
if
the
plane
question?
flies A to B, that proves the Earth is a giant lava ball, water covered
I
lava
haven't even
ball?
asked my question, sir.
Oh God, she's fucking
Yeah,
arrogant, isn't
you're.
I think you're
I don't know-
resetting is what's going
When
on
I
here.
said no in the beginning, this is why.
Yeah.
I haven't even been able to explain my second point. That's disrespectful. I can
Well,
say.
we'll stay on your first point. That's the
Are you
thing.
upset?
I'm saying that I'm being interrupted to not being able to finish my second point with you just
Okay.
assuming my point.
Because
so if I
the
could
idea
finish.
here, right? If you look at the rules, we stay on one topic to a full logical conclusion. Okay, it's not if you're trying to hit a moving target, or if you're trying to talk to somebody who's just going to be jumping from point to point with ever getting to a conclusion, then no conclusion will be reached.
Yeah,
So we
somebody
go-
said that they don't.
Okay, go ahead.
Someone said that they don't want me to use the map, so I'm going to go at my second point, which is not going to use the map.
No, I'm telling you why. So let's get to a full conclusion of the map.
Yeah, I know why.
Why aren't maps used? What's the problem with maps? What type of fallacy
Well,
is a map?
They don't agree with the map, so I'm not going to
No,
use the map.
incorrect.
Simple.
The map doesn't look at using the map to say this map is Earth. Earth isn't Earth anymore. This graphic representation of Earth is now the Earth. That's called a reification. You've misplaced concreteness to an abstract idea.
Exactly.
So I'm not going to use
That's
the
why
map. That's
maps aren't
simple.
used. Okay. Now the next part is why are maps so difficult to begin with? Why is there such a huge hurdle? Why did it take humanity thousands of years to even perfect basic map mapping skills? Like you
I
ever
think
seen, like in Minnesota, there's a big divot that shoots up into Canada. These are map errors that they had to find out later on. Like the Treaty of Paris originally accounted for the boundary waters to be like an oval-shaped lake. That was mapped out. So no, the maps are all wrong and they're all right for their own individual purpose. And not one of them is going to depict a full Earth map. But I've got some people who said they do. Are you interested in that? Looking at some maps that supposedly represent all of the Earth?
I am not talking about maps, so I'm actually talking about specific flight paths. Okay, that's
Okay,
the only
so, yeah.
subject I want to stay on.
So
If you want to change it, I will leave.
Okay, leave. Later.
I don't know why you want me to change the subject. You're
Hey,
going off
please
route into the
leave.
question I want to
Okay,
ask.
let me ask you
Yeah,
a
it seems like you're
question,
not
right?
engaging, so
I
maybe
wanna
it is
ask-
best that you
Let
leave.
me try. Let me try to ask you something.
I
How
wanna
do we
stay
get
on topic.
wait.
Yeah, sure.
No,
how do we
don't
get aviation without the cartography?
I'm asking the questions here.
No, I need to
Okay,
ask
and if
you.
it's-
You want us?
I'm asking the questions here. If you want to corner me into position,
No. That's fine, right? But you're telling us forget cartography. How do we forget cartography when in aviation it is a necessity? Go ahead.
I'm not putting off the maps. Okay, I just want to
But
go
you
into my
said
next point because you don't agree with the first point I put out, so I want to go into the second point, and I
Well,
just
let's
want to
stay on the
ask a
first
question.
point. First
Okay,
point to
but
a
if
full
you
logical
mention,
conclusion.
but if you mention aviation or cartography, we're not answering. Go ahead.
Okay, so I put out this, right? This is not anything much to do with the first question. So Sydney to Santiago, 12.5
That's
hours, right?
aviation.
Okay, can I
No,
finish?
we said no aviation, no cartography. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is the thing. We weren't able to get to
I haven't
a
even
conclusion.
finished.
Okay,
Yeah,
but I
because you
just
have to
told
use
you
something
if
other.
if you want to talk about cartography or aviation, we have to link them together because there is no aviation without a map, right?
I'm
So
talking
if you
about
wanna-
flight paths.
And how do flight paths consist in a real life
Can I
scenario?
finish my point so you
Do we
can
use
actually
maps or
understand
not?
my stance?
So why the fuck are we engaging with her? It's
You're
becoming
not
annoying.
answering my questions.
This freaking bizarre. How can you have aviation flight paths without cartography? Do you know what a flight path is? Do you know where they're dotted down? Do you know what that actually is? Do you know beyond the word flight path? Like I don't understand.
She doesn't get the implications of it being. Yeah, that's
I'm just gonna finish my point. Okay, Sydney to Santiago is 12.5 hours, and London to New York.
Really?
Yeah, look at a complete freak out there. Grotesque. I don't know why it's so hard for you to grasp this very simple concept. We follow topics, questions, and answers to a full logical conclusion. Okay, not a half conclusion, a full conclusion. Okay, that means at the end of the conversation, there will be a conclusion there. See, you first point still does not have a conclusion reached. We have to get to a full conclusion before you go to the second point. Even more so, if your first point is directly connected to point number 2.
Yeah, I think IAM was correct to say that everything's connected. If you say flight paths from Sydney to Chile or Santiago, those things are connected by a map.
Yeah, so if I can expand,
if you don't say that they're connected, then you're just being disingenuous. That's why you're getting muted, because you have to say that they are connected. That's the only way. Like staying true to like whatever. I know maybe some other VCs give you the floor, but here, the only thing that we care about is truth and staying logically consistent. So those people are the ones that have their VCs or their mics open. So we want people to stand for whatever they say and take it to the full logical conclusion. And believe me, your mic will stay open. But if you tend to dominate this chat, you will find yourself on the wrong end of a red mute. That's all we're saying.
So I want to expand a bit more so I don't sound too stubborn or arrogant, right? So when I said aviation and cartography, you said I'm not using that. And then you said flight paths. The reason I said please don't mention that is because flight paths are intricately connected to cartography, right? So the science and art of map making. So if you say the connection is crucial for navigation, safety, and efficiency in air travel, that would be true, right? You cannot have air paths or flight paths without navigation and efficiency. You can't have navigation and efficiency without cartography, right? Cartography provides a geographical context necessary to understand where a plane is going to go and where it currently is, right? That's by plotting flight paths on a map. So you have to keep them connected.
It's important. Yeah.
Go ahead.
But either way, in the case for this argument, it either is going to have to stand that in some way your argument is going to validate the Earth being a globe or not. So if that is the case, then I would tell you we are in a category error, meaning that airplanes are not measuring devices. We're not going to measure the Earth to be a geometric shape because a pilot went from point A to point B, from airport to airport, which was what Crit's example was. We want to drill down to the very base of the claim and find out how that's going to tell us geometry of the Earth. Does the pilot negotiate over curvature through its flight going from Santiago and wherever the other destination was? Or is it going to be no geometry is going to gain from this? You're just arguing about flight paths for the sake of arguing about flight paths, which is not productive in this chat room. We want to know how it's linked to knowing the Earth is a globe. So if you have that information, that would be great. But we already know that's not going to be essential to the information to ascertain that the Earth is a globe from just a flight. That is not even close. Airplanes are not measuring the curvature of the Earth in any way. Distance, fuel, you can think about it any way you think. The way the airplane's flying, none of it tells you that you're living on a globe. Period. So it's a moot argument. That's all that it is. It's moot. Doodles.
She tried to build this logical, like a skyscraper of logical fallacies to get to some point where, well, the Earth's not flat. Then you're like, what?
You're going to mute me if I have a point that disproves your fallacy. Huh?
Which fallacy? What? I know what fallacy.
Which fallacy? There's no
I don't
fallacy.
know.
Yeah,
She left
it's just flat Earth, right? I got
She
a
left
point
the
that
VC and started typing in side chat.
Yeah, I know.
So her whole thing is, I got a point that disproves flat Earth. Okay, what's flat Earth? I don't know.
I like the
I don't
real
know.
cute. I like the real cute way she was like, I'm just gonna finish my point. Really? In this chat.
Entitlement. Yeah, entitlement
Like,
mentality.
excuse me, I didn't know we had the Queen of England in here. Let me just make some room here. You want some tea? A bit of foot rub or something?
I guarantee 3 people pressed the mute button at exactly the same time.
Fuck, dude, we couldn't get to it fast enough. Fuck, we're fighting for that mute button. All right.
I got story time if you guys are up for it.
Oh, here we go. Go ahead.
All right, so I'm on a kind of a quasi anti flat Earth server. They got flat earthers, but the ones they've handpicked which ones they want. So one of them says to me, "Oh, I heard you on politics." I'm like, "Oh God, here it comes!" Right? Yeah, you said something about what goes up must come down, and I'm like, "Yeah, certainly, Toby. Yeah, that's something I would say." Like the guy asked you, "Why do balls fall?" And I'm like, "Because you threw it up in the air, so it fell down." What if you don't pick it up? He's like, yeah, that's all well and good, but why does it fall? I'm like, oh my God, what? Okay. I go, so are you trying to say that I have to support a upwards moving Earth at 9.8 meters per second? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, we'll use mass attracts mass. Okay, so you throw the ball up in the air, mass attracts mass, and the ball drops down. But if you throw it high enough into the air, like a satellite, then it's beyond the mass attracts mass, and now it floats without falling down. And the guy's like, wait, what? And I'm like, gotcha, bitch. And everyone in the call was just laughing. They're just like laughing their ass
brain
off.
melted.
Yeah.
Poured out of their ears. They're like, oh.
I go, and that's why satellites stay up in the air.
Gotcha,
it's kind of a fun server too. It's not real serious, so you can. Yeah, so it was pretty funny. It was one of those really lighthearted moments where everyone just like,
All right, we got some people in the chat. Looks like they might want to chat, but after the last interaction, I think they're probably maybe in their shell about it. I don't know. We got Howie Doodat. Welcome to the channel. Kitchen's in here. We seen you in here the other day, Kitchen. You were in here with one of your friends. That other person might have been your friend. Who knows? We have Play Babe in here. Welcome back. Polynimbus. Welcome to the channel. We got Roddy. Welcome. Shirley's in here. Welcome. All new people, if you want to have a conversation, just open up your mic. If you have evidence of the Earth being a globe, speak of that too as well. We're live streaming on YouTube, so if you want the link to YouTube, we have thousands of hours of content. We've been doing this for 6 years, guys, so we have a lot of content on the internet. So go check us out, 24/7 Flat Earth on YouTube, and we're also on Rumble too. If you want the link, somebody will provide it for you in the text channel. But we got a lot of people on the panel, guys. We got people that have been doing this for a while. All right, Clay Under Seal, who's a part of the Flat 24/7 Flat Earth team. I don't know where you stand with that, but you know a lot of stuff, bro. So I don't know if you're with 24/7 or you're just a free agent, but welcome. We got AJ on the team for sure. Crit's on the team. I am going down the list. We got Heretic, the big man. He's in here right now. Jedi's in here. The Shellacker Master. We got Ola Haas Wrathborn, who's got a battlefield promotion to lieutenant. The interaction he had with one of the Bev crew. Let's see. T-Dub. We got T-Dub in the house. Go ahead.
I have been on the 24/7 back in the days, but because of a dispute with a mod, I want to mention a name, I was banned. So yeah.
You poor thing.
It was because he didn't like my religious beliefs.
I gotta say about that is Aru.
Nah, but we've been doing great, man. I think it's just the past couple of weeks. Something's been up, man. Like everybody's been buttoned up in here, man. It's great. Like you've heard some really great conversations, like in the past week. I have anyway. I was partaking of one the other day. But it's been great. I don't know. I don't know what it is in the air, in the water. Something is going on, man. We're just
Yeah, everyone's
maybe
tired. We're going through Ramadan. We're going to holiday breaks. The world's acting up. I mean, Iran and Israel. That's getting quite tense. Everyone's just so tense.
Yeah. And they come in here with like energies at level 10, bro. We're just like, I mean, fucking hair's on fire. I mean, they're running around screeching. It's crazy, bro. All right, we got Get Off the Toilet 2693. Welcome to the chat. You want to partake
Thanks,
in
man.
the conversation?
I don't necessarily have any proof or anything. I just want to ask a question because I've been listening for a while, and I just heard like science just being thrown at the wall, and I just don't think that really matters. Like, oh, this science works here. Like, this is the science of the flat Earth. It's like, okay, but like, I think the real question is just why. Like, why lie? Why are all these governments and all these, space-related companies that are showing, satellite imagery and all this shit, why are they lying? Like,
Sure.
what
Can
do
we
they
start?
benefit?
Can we start at the beginning of your question? Science thrown out and thrown against the wall. Can you explain that part first?
Okay, by that I just simply mean that I feel like you could say anything on this that sounds scientific and just say that's true.
Like
Well,
what?
the-
Like
I'm
give
gonna
us
have
an example.
Yeah, I mean, I
That's the
don't think
thing. Like,
anyone
I
said
don't really
anything
have an
against
example. Like, I'm
science.
just saying none of us are scientists. I'm not a
Well,
scientist, so I'm just listening to
hang on a
stuff
bit.
and just
Hang
like,
on
I
a
don't
bit,
understand it.
Buckaroo. Hang on, dude. Just 1 second. All right. Before you
Okay.
start painting us in a specific light, what claim did you hear, or what did you hear that sounded like you're thinking we're just throwing science into the wall? What was said, sir?
That was fucking ages ago, man. I don't really remember, if I'm being
So
honest.
there's no
But that's
example.
not
So
nice
it's
to
a
say, though, right?
yeah.
Because
So you just
you're
accused
accusing
us.
us of being idiots.
But I'm
You
not. No,
just
but I'm not accusing. No.
Yeah,
I'm not
you
accusing
just
you
said that
guys of being idiots.
we're just saying things about science and we're just everyday internet people. That's what
No,
you're saying, bro.
that's not necessarily. I'm just saying that,
No.
like,
Then what
you
is
could
it then?
really say anything here, and I don't think
Well,
that's
that's
the
a basic,
important part
basically the
of
same.
my question.
It's basically
I
the
Well,
same
think
let me
I
ask you something, right? Let me ask you something, because you made the claim that we're not scientists, so we're just throwing science at a wall. So at its
Yeah.
core, science. Well, what's science? All right, we're gonna get to the fundamentals. Science is just observation, curiosity, and that's how it all begins, right? Traits inherent to the human experience. So, like every time we say, why is the sky blue? Why do plants, or how do plants grow? What causes the seasons to change? These are all the groundwork for scientific inquiry, right? By simply observing these things, we're just asking questions. We're actively participating in the initial steps of the scientific method, right? So that's just the fundamentals of science. We don't need to be scientists. We are all involved in the scientific inquiry. We're all a part of daily experimentation, right? It's not confined to a laboratory. Science isn't just a controlled lab, right? Cooking, gardening, home repairs, hypothesizing, all these things all have observations and outcomes, key components of the scientific process. Everything we do, everything we engage in on a daily day basis with these activities, right? Approaching, learning, problem solving, it's the embodiment and the essence of scientific exploration. So everything is science. We don't have to be scientists. We don't need to be in a lab to know things, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah.
Now that we've clarified we can all actively engage in scientific inquiry, what have we thrown out the window?
Like I said, guys, like I don't remember any specific claims. I've just been listening, and my brain is just going.
So it's a
well, like,
baseless claim. It's a
these
baseless
guys.
claim.
Okay,
Recant
fine.
your
I will
baseless claim.
take the beginning of it back, but I'm saying
Thank
that I
you.
think basis. I can accept defeat on that. I will take it back, but I think the basis of the flat Earth argument, like, forget about the science of it all. Why? Why are all
Okay, here.
these different, countries that don't even like each other, and the space station, and all these space companies? Why are they lying? What's the benefit of it? Why are they doing it? Why are they
Why do
actively
people lie?
working together to lie?
It's your first question is why do people lie? And I'll assume the second question is, does everybody know about it in government? Who knows about it? And who would lie about it? Would that be fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Sure. The first step would be, why do people lie? I mean, do we really talk about this? Self-protection, advantage seeking, multitude of reasons, maintaining social bonds,
Bro,
self-enhancements,
the server
greed.
hacked my
all
phone. You
these
guys are
things.
pieces of
People
shit.
lie.
I don't know where the admins are, but I want my fucking sound control back. No matter what I fucking do to the equalizer.
Okay, enjoy your mute, dude. Anyways, people lie for a few reasons. We can, obviously agree that people always lie and people will always lie due to human nature. The motivations behind why an agency of people would lie, I mean, we can also make the based assumption on, preservation and growth. Who knows about such things? Well, that's a good question, right? If we look at NASA, for example, there's about 18 people on the board of directors. There's a very limited amount of people, and all of them have the highest clearance possible. So we can assume that there's only about 18 or so people in all of NASA, which is tens and tens of thousands of people, that could possibly know about a conspiracy. In every other country, we're not too sure. America is very against space exploration and travel. They always want to be the first to do it and the only to do it. All right, so we can get into a conspiracy throughout everything, but it'll be a waste of time. We can just agree that everybody lies, and we have a very limited understanding of who could possibly know about something. Because your average NASA employee doesn't know shit, right? We've had a few NASA employees come on here. We just do what we're told. We don't really know anything about anything.
Okay. The thing about the 18 members of the board, like, you're forgetting about, like, a physicist or an engineer or anybody who is working on projects that deal with space and the laws of it and how they're getting stuff up there and all. Like, there are
Do
multiple
you know?
people
Get
who
off
would
the
know about
toilet.
this.
Yeah, hold on a second, bro. Do you know anything about what you're saying? Like to support the
But no,
case that you,
but that's the
sir,
thing. I didn't
sir. Do you
actually walk
know?
in here.
Do you know anything
Okay,
about
I'm
what you're
asking you a
saying?
question.
Yeah, but you didn't answer mine.
That's
So
what.
I don't think that's
Hold
unfair.
on.
You want to
I
keep asking
was
questions. You didn't
just
answer
about
mine.
to.
Well, then answer it,
Okay, dude,
please.
relax.
Just answer it.
Relax, okay? I'm not getting angry here. I'm
I
actually
am
like
because
just
I hate
asking a
when
question.
people
I was gonna
overtalk
answer your
and then just
question,
say what they want. I want you to answer my
but
question, please.
I've barely spoken. I've barely spoken.
Yeah, but then
Okay,
answer my question and you can continue to speak.
I'm answering. I'm
Answer it.
answering. I'm answering it. I'm answering it. Ask it again.
All right. So
I'm not
how do
actually being
you?
rude. Just actually ask it again.
I know, because it got lost in the sauce because we were bickering. All right.
It,
So if you're gonna say that you know what you're talking about, then how do you know? How can you substantiate
yeah,
anything of what they're saying to make it valid? Like, how do you know anything that they're telling you is true? What is the method by
okay.
which you validated anything they said?
That's the thing. I never said I believe anything they're saying. I came in here
Okay.
and I asked the question, what is the reason? Like, I'm asking you guys to explain it to me as people who
Yeah.
say they've been doing this for years. Why are they lying? What are your reasons as to why they're lying?
All right. So
Why
there's a
do you think
yeah.
they
So
are?
basically, there's a narrative that's being told to you, right? That the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. You're living in a cosmology with the solar system, ever expanding galaxy, all that good stuff, right? All the
Yeah.
the pageantry of it all. So you know that, right? They're telling you a story.
Yes.
Okay. And so now you think that the earth is such that it's all of these things, right? You don't really question it. You just accept it as a belief, right? You didn't verify any of these things, have you?
No, that's
Okay.
why I'm
Okay.
asking you guys.
All right. So now the point that I'm making here is that the narrative that's being told to you, because they didn't teach you anything. You didn't learn as a lesson. Oh, get off the toilet. This is how it works, right? They didn't tell you the intricacies of like how everything works in the galaxy. So you basically just were told that you live on a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. All this is just something that you've been told. You haven't validated. You don't know anything. So a narrative is being told to you. Regardless of what the narrative is controlling you by, you're being controlled by the narrative. Regardless of how you think you're, whatever the outcome is, whether it's for power, for money, to hide God, more land, whatever, fight wars, it doesn't matter. All that you know is that you live on an Earth that's a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. Now, whatever happens from that point forward is all dictated by that specific narrative. Doesn't matter what else the outcome is. It only matters that your mind is set on that specific paradigm. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I would agree with it. Yeah.
Okay, because that's what you perceive the Earth to be, a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. So now, everything that precedes that is going to control the way you think. Do you agree or disagree with that? Like killer asteroids, climate change, limited resources, fucking on and on, you know, whatever else you can, overpopulation, you can throw a lot of shit in the mix, right? All that.
Okay.
Okay. So our point is, what advantage do you think they would have if I've just named all these things that they can control your mind with? Well, we got to do something about this climate, man, because I mean, we're killing this planet. It's dying. So in your mind, you think that's a real scenario. So you think, well, shit, I got to live a green life. Let me not be wasteful. Let me treat the planet right. Let me do what's good. But they've just controlled you because you let them. You didn't even think of the paradigm, it being a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. You just accepted to be the truth. So what I'm showing you here is that the narrative that's being told over you right now, that the Earth is a globe, is controlling your mind. It's got you in this mindset that you live in this thing called the globe Earth spinning in the vacuum of space, the galaxy, the Milky Way, and on and on and on. So you think all of these things are true, and it's a foregone conclusion because the smart guy, the scientist over there, said so. We got to believe that guy, man. He spent 20 years looking into this. Why wouldn't we trust that guy? So to you, all of this is real. And so you are right now at this very moment believing in a religion that has to tell you about the Earth being a globe, and you don't think about it twice. Now you come in here and say, well, you guys are the ones over here with the flat Earth idea. What is this nonsense? You haven't even questioned anything that you think about of the Earth, because I just told you, you just believe everything you've been told. You agreed with me. So now the truth is they're controlling your mind through the narrative, and where the mind goes, the body follows. So that means that everything that they fearmonger over you, well, guys, we got a killer asteroid coming to us. We got to be prepared. We've organized the DART program to send, you know, these rockets up with satellites to divert that killer asteroid from hitting the Earth. And you're like wiping your brow. Whew, that's good, man. We got safety precautions, you know, measures that are going to keep us from dying from a killer asteroid. So to you, all of these things are real. And in no way have they substantiated to you or in any way that you can know that that's the truth. Do you get it now, sir? You're being controlled by a narrative.
Okay, but what changes if it is a flat Earth?
Then,
like you're saying about like
right. So think about
like
the paradigm.
resources and all. Like,
Yeah. So think about
do you guys say that do you guys say that on
We'll
the
tell you
flat
what we
Earth
say. You don't have
there
to
is
tell
the
us, but I'll tell
same?
you.
Just
You
real
don't
quick,
have
just
to
real
tell
quick.
us. You don't have to tell us.
Okay, yeah,
We'll
no,
tell
but
you.
just I
No,
know, but
you
just
don't
real
have
quick,
to,
real quick.
dude. You don't
Just
have to
in
tell us.
regards to. All right.
Yeah, you don't have to tell us. We'll tell you. It's just that simple. We'll tell you everything you need to know. Don't put words in our mouth. We'll exactly tell you what it is. So the Earth being flat and stationary, and it not being an ever-expanding cosmos, we would say from a cosmological aspect, we are the floor of all that there is. There isn't anything more. There isn't more of space or something outside, or we're a pizza flying through the vacuum of space. The vacuum of space and all of what consists of is a mythos. And you are thinking that that's what could be for the flat Earth, and it's not. So we're saying in our position, we're just the floor of the universe. Everything that we see in the sky, all the movements of the heavens, and everything that we can see that it consists of is all that we can know about in our observation. Everything beyond that is nothing that we consider something that we can verify. But everything that we can is something we substantiate as saying, well, the ground that you and I stand on is a horizontal plane that we reference everywhere across the Earth. So if I point horizontally to the north, south, east, or west, I'm pointing to a different direction. So it's important for you to know that what we're saying is coming from us. We are telling you the cosmological aspect is that we're doing away with the paradigm of an ever-expanding galaxy. We're not saying that's what we look at. We don't look to that. We look to the fact that we are in a contained environment. It's a contained system, right? So all of the things that we're in right now, there's no outside to. There's no outer space. There's only where we're at here. Okay? We're focused on the place where we live out here, this realm that we exist in. Okay? I can go a little bit further. I just wanted you to digest that. That's what we say.
Okay. All right, but okay. But then there has to be a bigger theory to it all then. If you guys
No.
do think that. Like it can't simply just be like You know,
Why
we're
not?
being controlled, and that's that. Like, who do you think is controlling us?
Yeah, but you're
What
looking
else do
to
you
the,
think is out there? What
yeah, you're
else
look.
do like? What is the
Okay,
like?
I,
Why do
you
you
don't have
think?
to. You don't have to bloviate. I got your answer, sir. You want to know who's the hand? Where's the you know, the Bilderberg Group or the Illuminati? Who's the controlling? Who's the puppet master? Who's the guy moving the sticks on the levers? Like, who's that guy? We don't make a claim to the boogeyman, sir. All we know is that the paradigm that we're being controlled by exists. So there's a story that exists that's being told over us, and that's the only thing that we know right now. Is that we're being told information that does not fit the earth that we live in. So for you, I think that should be a very real thing that's happening. Is that there's a narrative that's going on and that we're being told about and that we can't verify. So we're not going to look for the boogeyman. That's not our job. Whoever it is or whatever they're doing, they're going to continue to do. But the only thing we can do is make people aware. The hearts and minds that are involved are you and I, sir. We are on the other end of the spectrum where we're receiving information. We're not the givers of information. We're not the arbiters of the information that we are learning about. So that's it.
Alpha, can I ask
My
you something?
final question would be this. All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right, this is the last question I will ask, just because I am curious as to what these are. I'm just curious as to what your thoughts are. I'm
Sure.
not trying to like dispute anything or argue anything. I just am genuinely curious about this.
That's fine.
What is your answer to the people? Well, not people. To I hate to use the word scientists after the description that the other gentleman gave me, but I'm just going to use it just as a basic.
You can use it.
So, what are your claims to the scientists whose scientific basis is that the planet is a globe? That all the engineers, physicists, all that. I know I use the same thing over and over, but still, what are your claims towards them? That like are they lying? Are they just like full of shit? Are they just wrong? Like when they do, like when you hear about them sending something up, or when you look into the sky and you see something like Starlink and all that kind of stuff.
Sure.
What are your claims towards them? Like, are they just wrong? How are
So
they
they're-
calculating
Yeah.
this stuff?
I got you. There's people that are in the sciences that I would say you could put two categories here. People that work with the physical and natural world, right? The real scientists, and those who are theoretical. They work in a different area. They are imagining how things work in a macro scale, in a more larger picture, right? Those guys are the ones that you probably were conflating to say that all of them are scientists. No, we're not. Engineers and people that work with technology and such are not the ones we speak to. Like those guys are working with real world things, right? Mechanical things. So we wouldn't say the ones who study the physical and natural world have anything to do with those who are theorizing things about philosophy and imaginations of like things that are not tangible, like quasars and protoplanetary systems and whatever. Like, we're not talking about those guys. You have to separate them from the ones we are talking about, dealing with the physics of the earth and those who work with interacting with the physical and natural world. It studies things that we can work with. Those are doing real science. Okay, the engineers and things, the people that build things, that's fine, right? We don't disagree with that. The thing we disagree with is when you are being fed a narrative by proxy of these guys who put on lab coats and say that we are going to use science to look up at the sky and say we can tell you the elemental composition of like Jupiter. That's some bullshit, dude. They're telling you a story. Those guys, not the ones that are giving you information about your physical and natural world. There's a difference. Do you understand what I'm saying? Get off the toilet.
Yeah,
There's a very
I do.
big
I do.
difference. So what we disagree
Okay.
with are the ones that are giving you the story, not the ones that are telling you things about technology or the physical and natural world. We agree with those guys. That's real science.
Okay.
All right. So that's a very big
Yeah.
difference. And what happens is, in the mindset of those that come in here, they conflate the two. They make it all one category. No, you're disagreeing with science. No, we're not. No, we're not. We say it many times, but we get labeled science deniers. It's very odd and it's weird because we don't deny science.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll let the other guy go now. Well, thanks for everything, anyways.
Sure. I mean, I don't know if it probably helped you or not, but like, it is what
No,
it
it's
is,
made
man.
me think, anyways. That's for sure. I'll definitely go
That's
off and look into this stuff more.
So get off the toilet before Duncan starts. At this point that I wanted to make about, like, listen, man, we're here not to convert anybody to flat Earth. What our intention in this channel is just to get you to think and possibly to challenge you, and that's it. Where you go from there, sir, that's up to you.
Yeah, that's fair. That's what I came in here looking for, anyways.
Well, appreciate you.
All right. Well, good luck, guys. Yeah.
Yeah, see ya.
I'll listen to this guy's question, however.
Yeah,
though.
sure.
I'm not in the best service area. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, can hear you.
All right. So you know how you assert that there must be a container for us to have the air pressure?
Yes.
Okay. And you know how in order to have like hold a liquid, you need a container, right?
Of course.
Okay. So would you agree that like magma, liquid rock, would also require that same type of container to be held?
Magma, liquid rock. What are you talking about, bro?
Well, magma is liquid, right? It's just
Yeah.
it's just rock. So like, is there a container underneath the earth also holding all this magma?
What are you talking about, dude? How
Well,
can it,
magma
how
comes
can it,
from
yeah, I know.
magma comes from underneath the ground from
Yeah, but what
volcanoes,
I'm
so it's
saying,
coming from underneath us.
yeah,
So
I
is
know
there a
that.
big container holding up all this magma as well?
A big container. Well, it's obviously in the earth, is it not?
Right, but like,
Isn't it contained?
what's on
The earth.
what's underneath it? What's underneath it?
The earth is underneath it.
So it just the earth just goes forever?
Well, you know what? I didn't say that. You did. All I'm saying is that the magma that you are talking about is contained by the earth.
Right. So there's like liquid magma, and then there's another solid earth underneath that liquid magma that's holding up that magma.
Well, I'm not making a claim to that. I'm just saying that the magma that comes from the earth, it's being contained by the earth. It's the only thing I'm saying.
Right. But it's underneath the solid ground.
Yeah, but you're talking now. You want to get into depth. I didn't never said anything about
Well,
depth.
no,
The only thing I'm
no,
saying
I'm just
is that what surrounds
I'm not
what's-
getting it.
yeah, what surrounds the magma is the earth.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay,
what
but
he's trying to say is what's containing the bottom half of that magma.
Yeah,
Because if you
that's
don't
a,
live
that's
on
a,
the
yeah, that's a
globe-
speculation. How can anyone know such things?
Well, because you know,
Do you
because you've
not
never
at least
actually
remember
hang
the diagrams of the volcanoes
Hang on.
and magma chambers? Remember, you had to label all the little things of the cross section. They show
Right, but,
magma
like-
chambers in the book.
Yeah, we should reach a point where there isn't any speculation. We just know what we know because the magma it surfaces. You know, when it comes out, in tubes or it gets forced out. With pressure through a volcano. So we know that this all happens with pressure, containment. And it finds its way out to the surface. Now, the depth of where it comes from, we don't know the depth of how far it goes into the earth. Does anybody know
No,
such things?
I know you don't know the depth. That's not what I'm saying. But like the same way you don't know how high the container is, you still assert that there is a container. So I'm
Yeah,
assuming
well,
you still. I'm assuming you assert that there is a container underneath us holding up all the magma as well.
Well, think about this. You have pressure when the magma gets exerted out of the Earth's surface. Is it not pressure that pushes it out?
Yes.
Okay, so we have pressure, we have containment, and we have magma being forced out into a volcano. What's wrong with that?
I'm trying to understand.
But what's wrong with what I just said, though? I don't.
Well, I'm just trying to understand. Like,
Duncan,
so is there
what's
another?
wrong with it? Duncan, what's wrong with what I just said?
I'm just trying to understand
You
the
need
concept.
to answer my question, Duncan.
I'm trying to understand what you
One last
said.
time. What's wrong with what I just said?
I don't know yet because I have.
Okay, you're being dishonest.
I think what he's trying to get to you is the magma is liquid, and in your perception is that everything's contained, vacuum, water. So therefore, if if it's going on above us, and there's, say, hypothetically, there's like liquid above us, and there's a ferment, and then underneath you got the pressurization of the magma coming up. So obviously there's a grounding there, but these such questions are probably insignificant, right? Is that the argument that you're trying to make? But he's trying to make that.
No,
then
stop,
why don't
Rich,
you
stop,
answer
stop,
it then?
Stop. His argument wants to relate how we know there is containment. So his container argument is what he's saying.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what I'm yeah. So think about this.
Yeah.
Okay. So when I
Do
gave
it.
him what?
Let's do it.
Let's do what?
Explain yourself, because he's just put a problematic thing in front of you.
No,
and you've
he
just muted
didn't.
him.
Yeah, because he's a dumbass.
we
But I
never-
didn't mute him. I didn't mute him for that. I muted him because he's a dumbass. So
Okay.
when I explained to him,
Fair enough.
is
Easy.
Yeah. What I told him was, and he
Call
did.
everyone
I
a
said it
dumbass
like
if they don't agree with you.
I said it like 3 times. Okay. Does the volcano have pressure when it erupts? Yes or no, Rich?
Yes.
Is the lava, the magma, was it being held in containment in the earth? Was it contained by the earth until
Yes.
it got pushed up to?
Yes.
Okay, then that was my answer to him, and he didn't respond when I said, "What's wrong with that?"
But he doesn't care about that. He's just opening it out to the depth of the question. But you keep going back to the simplicity of what he was opening up with to strawman him.
That it's contained.
That's.
Is the
isn't
magma
that
not
a
contained?
problematic thing? So if it's
No, it's not.
contained, when
How is
does
it problematic? How is it problematic? Tell me how
Because
the
it's more
containment of magma.
because it's easier to believe that it's a globe in this situation than
We're
a
not
bloody
worried
something
about
else.
we're not worried about the stupid globe. We're worried about it being the magma.
There we go again,
We're
trying to
worried about
reflect the whole point of the conversation. We don't
so
care
you
about
don't-
the globe.
No. We're worried about containment. Was the magma being contained? That's what we're more concerned about. Is the magma contained? Is there pressure when the magma surfaces and it bursts out of a volcano with pressure? We know that the magma is contained by the earth. The earth is a container for the magma. I have to speak slow for you guys. Otherwise, you ask me questions on what I said. Simple.
It's not like we're proposing some alternate reality version of physics. You know what I mean?
My God, man. You have a problem with the container because you don't realize of what I'm saying. It's the same argument we have for the containment of the earth and the gas pressure we have. So if we say that magma is coming out of the ground with pressure, is that not true that it is contained by the earth, and the pressure that it exerts when it comes out of a volcano is evidence that it has been contained by the earth? So yeah, the magma is contained by a container. It's called the earth. Simple. And you don't want to admit that, Duncan. Because you lose ground in your argument. I don't know why. You're hung up on the globe, I guess. I never asserted there's a solid layer. Your mic's unmuted. I never asserted there's a solid layer. Listen, all I said was that the magma is being contained by the earth. That's why there's pressure when it comes up to the surface and it explodes in a volcanic eruption. That magma comes out.
Okay, I understand that. But so, like, for example, the water on the Earth is being contained by all the continents and that ice wall or whatever Antarctica is. So liquid is being contained by all that solid thing, and then the air is being contained by that container in the air that we have yet to see. So the liquid magma underneath us must also have a solid container holding it in on all the sides.
This is wild.
So are you saying that there's another solid layer of earth underneath the liquid magma that's holding that up? And that's
oh my God, dude.
I really don't understand what's holding up this liquid magma.
You missed Magma Chamber Day, didn't you?
Yeah, it's weird, dude. Wow. I can't believe that simple understanding about like pressure, volume, has escaped you, like so far. And you should be somebody, because you honestly, you do sound like somebody that could get this. I don't know why you're not. An example of magma being in a magma chamber and being pushed with force, that area that it has, it's exerting a lot of force and pressure at times that it's going to try to find its way out. It's trying to find its way through the Earth's surface. And then once it does, it makes its way out to a volcanic eruption. Then you see all that pressure being released.
So what makes sense to me is that if there is this liquid magma underneath us, and it's underneath everybody, because it makes more sense as a globe if
there it is.
It just does.
Wow.
There it is.
If it's underneath us and there's that liquid magma chamber and it's all underneath us, it just makes more sense as a globe.
Duncan,
there's an actual, it makes a whole lot more sense.
Go ahead, Amish.
Subjective
well,
bias.
how does it make sense? So
it's subjective bias because you think Earth is a globe to begin with, and you're fitting observations into that.
But where's the bottom?
Where's the curve? Where's the curve, man? You think Earth is a globe? Where's the curve? None of this has anything to do with where the curve is.
Duncan, you're cutting.
Because I just don't understand.
Duncan,
the land
you're
keeps
cutting
going
out
forever.
Duncan, you're cutting out. You're cutting in and out. Your cell reception is. Come back whenever you're better, because you're cutting in and out. You got bad reception right now.
Yeah, Duncan. Even if this entire water ball Earth of yours is surrounding lava, is that not contained?
Old Haas, what do you make of this argument, man? This is I don't even.
He's lost. He's lost in the lava.
What have we got into, man? Like, this is craziness.
Yeah, it almost seems like he's flat smacking himself. He's saying container.
Yeah, it's a container.
Check. Magma chamber, check. Containers all around. The book is like folding in on his head.
There's nowhere else to go. I mean, there really isn't. Where else can we go? Like, that's it. He's basically painted himself into a corner, and it's just like he's just looking at the floor like, shit. Where else
you know
can
what my
go?
follow-on question is? Hey, Duncan Darth, can you show me evidence of antipodal volcanic eruptions?
Oh fuck. His head's the thing that's gonna explode, not the volcano. Oh wow, dude.
Teach me. What's this antipodal volcano?
Oh, no.
Teach me.
No, yeah, if you don't know, man, best not to just remain ignorant about that, because Amish, you're gonna shit.
I want you to educate me, please. Please educate me.
Okay. You got a ball, and you imagine two volcanoes on either side of the ball, and they both blow up. So they're ejecting debris out in opposite directions. Any evidence that you can have two volcanoes pointed away from each other?
Yeah, we have volcanoes on opposite sides of the Earth.
There you go.
Right. Now I need the proof. Show them, back it up.
Right, and underneath us is a liquid magma, so on the ball, it all fits together perfectly.
It all fits.
Makes perfect sense.
Perfect sense.
Okay, good enough. Good enough for you. Cartoon pictures in the textbook are good enough for you.
Well, apparently they're good enough for you. You were just talking about the magma chambers. I'm pretty sure you got that from cartoons in the textbook. I'm pretty sure you didn't see the magma chamber physically.
I'm just talking about your magma. These are your magma chambers I'm talking about. I didn't claim any magma chambers.
Duncan Darth.
Good lord, that's your claim, not mine.
There are no more magma chambers.
It's your claim. It's your claim, not mine.
If there's melted rock underneath,
that was Alpha's claim. Alpha claimed the magma chambers.
I brought up the diagrams in the textbooks.
Fine. Listen, that's fine.
If there's melted rock underneath the ground, Duncan Darth, and you think you're on a water ball, well, wouldn't the Earth be one giant magma chamber? Is it not contained then still?
Womp womp.
Yeah, he still doesn't know. It's still his. It's still his model.
Where is
beside
the
that,
magma?
In the globe, in the globe, it's contained in the
So
globe.
you think the globe is a big Ferrero Rocher ball, right? And it's got all the gooey magma stuff in the middle, and you're like, "There's no container."
That's like a pretty I mean, it's not a horrible.
It's a container
because you have that little solid core in the Ferrero Rocher, and then you have the liquid Nutella, and then you have the crusty shell with all the lumps.
but nobody cares.
That might be the best analogy a flat earther gave for the
why
actual
are you
Earth.
arguing against a container? Why are you even arguing against a container? Is it just because flat earthers are talking about containers?
Duncan, is it in that scenario? Is the Earth the container for the magma? In the Ferrero Rocher ball,
It's foiled.
Yeah.
Okay then. It fucking is contained.
So the Earth is a globe? You switched
it's
over?
contained. It's contained. You agree with the container for the magma as the Earth is a globe, but
The
why doesn't it
Ferrero
work for
Rocher
flat
is
Earth?
a spherical object. What are you
Right, that's
talking
your
about?
paradigm. Your own paradigm necessitates containment, and you're arguing against containment.
What a dumbass, dude.
No,
Are you going to make the Earth flat with magma?
Shut up, lazy. So yeah, you're arguing against this container, and at the same time you say, "Well, yeah, it works. It's a container for the globe. Yeah, it's a container." Really? But on the flat Earth, there's no container. Oh, well, it just can't work on the flat Earth. There's no containment. The Earth isn't containing the magma. What's containing the magma on the flat Earth? And we're
I'm
like,
asking you what's containing the magma on the flat Earth. I'm asking you that.
But when the Earth is a Ferrero Rocher ball, it's a container for sure. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I agree with it being good.
I'm asking you about the container on the flat Earth. That's what I'm asking you about.
It's the Earth that's containing the magma. The same as if it were... Hold on, dude. The same if it were a globe. The Earth still contains the magma. There's no difference. The Earth still contains the magma, and pressure still is exerted on the walls of the container, which then forces the magma up to the surface and causes an eruption. What the fuck,
What's causing what's causing that pressure for the magma to come up?
Are you fucking serious, dude?
Yes. What's causing that pressure for the magma to come up?
Listen, I'm going to tell it to you like this because this is the only way you learn shit. The same thing that it does when it's on a globe. Think about it that way.
Yeah, go ask a geologist.
Yeah, same fucking
So
thing.
you're referring to globe science to explain the
It's
flat Earth.
not globe science, you dumbass. It's just Earth science.
Based on the globe.
Science. No, based on your idea that you think you live on a globe. Not on fucking... it's not a ball, dude. You're just saying
Would
that
you
shit 'cause
would
you
you
want it to
agree
be one.
that the
No.
leading scientists in Earth science agree that the Earth is a sphere?
They
It
might, but
doesn't
it doesn't mean that
matter.
everything that they're talking about necessitates a sphere. That's a whole separate question.
Yeah, magma in the Earth doesn't need a fucking ball, dude. It just needs pressure, containment, and then when you have a lot of pressure, it erupts, and then it comes to the surface and explodes and a volcanic eruption. You don't need a fucking ball for it to do that. You just need it to be pressurized and contained by the Earth. What the fuck, dude?
Hey, and Duncan, have you ever seen Duncan?
'Cause
Have
you're
you
a
ever seen
dumbass.
how enthusiastically and desperately they ladle up this lava when it comes out?
How desperate they are for it? I mean, they study it, yeah. So.
Well, yeah. Well, why don't they just go down and get a core sample of the magma chamber?
Why
That's what they get. That's what they get. They get to study the stuff that gets spewed up.
Oh, this is ridiculous, dude. I
okay.
can't believe you know what's weird is that when you switch it over to the globe, it makes all the sense in the world to him. And it's the same scenario, no different. Everything being equal, all shit the same. That's what's weird, Duncan. You are a strange one. You are.
So on this flat Earth with the magma chamber, underneath it, there's more solid ground. What's underneath that solid ground?
No,
does it
no,
just
you
keep
just-
going? How long? How long does it keep going? Like how?
So you're
yeah,
talking
I
talking
guess
about
now
you're
my
talking about
question
depth.
is yes. How deep is the Earth? Yes. How
Hey,
how deep?
Duncan Darts, have you ever heard of these? Have you ever seen the guys that scuba dive in tunnels in caves?
The answer as to what's underneath is China.
Well, it might as
It's like he's never heard us talk about the Kola borehole It's like he's never had this discussion before. Suddenly, poof, like everything is gone.
Yeah,
NPC
the Russia,
state
the
reset.
4-mile hole, which
You're asking the same question, and you're getting more confused every time you do.
You know what's weird is that it's fucking April the 11th, and he woke up today being like, you know what? I'm gonna go to the Flat Earth room. I want to hear what they have to argue. It's like he wakes up like Groundhog's fucking day every day and comes in. You know what? I'm gonna go to the Flat Earth Discord and argue with them about Flat Earth. I wonder what they're up to. Like every fucking day, he just the same thing. I wonder what Flat Earth is up to. Like he's just doing this is fucking infinite reset. And then he comes in here and you tell him about the Flat Earth, like things that are happening on the Earth, and he's like, "Dude, I just don't get it." And then you're like, "Oh well, think about it like a globe." Oh shit, that makes so much sense. I can get it now. I understand. Like you just waved a magic wand and all shit, just reality just makes sense again. He's like, globe, yes. I know how volcanoes work. Yep, gotcha. Containment, pressure, it all works out. And then you're like, well, it works that way on a flat Earth. Fuck, dude. Can you tell me, is there more Earth underneath? Like, what's going on? I don't get the physics. Oh, think of it like a globe. Oh, okay. Yeah, it makes sense now. This is the shit you sound like, Duncan. Fucking, it's so stupid.
I think the audience is witnessing the birth of an anti-flat earther in real time. It's pretty cute.
What if it's like the Earth is really flat, but there's China underneath, and then what happens when you like go to the other side is if you're not Chinese, you just fall off.
And then you got those kind of questions, like, holy cow, why would you even embarrass yourself asking that? Jeez, dude.
No, because
this is
the
24/7 live stream on YouTube.
Like anti-material properties, anti-gravitational properties.
Lazy
So they're
Doctor,
like living
did you
the
hear what
opposite.
Jack had to say about that? He goes, "When I fly to China, my plane doesn't land upside down." So he specifically addressed the absurdity of that. Or I don't know, your underneath world China
going on, man?
thing.
So
some good weed.
Maybe. I mean, yeah. Duncan, you wonder why we don't want to have conversations with you, man. Like, seriously.
And yet you do every day.
Well, it's somewhat enjoyable, but I mean, to hear the kind of shit that rolls out of your mouth, it is. You wonder sometimes, like you're like a science experiment, like gone wrong or some shit, dude. Like, fucking, I don't understand, dude. Like, how can some shit make some sense when all we do is say, well, think of it like a globe. Oh, dude, yeah, I get it. Pressure, volume, it's just, it makes sense. And we're like, well, think of it like a flat Earth. But fuck, dude, is there more Earth underneath? Like, what's going on? Like, I hear that from you. I'm like, are you crazy? Like, we didn't do anything to change any scenario of the physical and natural world. You just thought of it like a globe. That's the only thing that changed.
Here's what I've been thinking about. What if we were to pull our own community inside and ask new flat earthers to pick which amongst these anti-flat earthers were most instrumental in converting you to a flat earther? Yeah. And we can take a big community poll if you've been a flat earther less than a year. Which of these anti-flat earthers who you no doubt saw interact with us while you were contemplating this question, which of them was responsible for pushing you over the edge mentally and accepting reality as you see it?
Somebody
that'd be pretty damning.
Somebody has to put Duncan in that basket in some way. They gotta be like, dude, I couldn't understand. Like, I don't even know.
Let's take a small sample poll. Anyone in here been converted to the flat Earth based off of my arguments? Anyone in here?
Please, somebody chime in.
Yes, 3 times in the last half hour.
Every time you speak, you create a new flat earther, Duncan.
Don't forget to shout out to YouTube, Duncan. We got YouTube watchers too.
I mean, Mr. Amish, you've been in here before me, so no, that's not true.
With every argument, a new flat earther is made.
I was just saying, you got YouTube out there too. You can shout out to and ask.
And they'll play this over again, so hopefully people can hear it. I was like, guys, you can reflect back on this conversation. Be like, okay, Duncan says all physics and things that could be applied on the Earth work just fine when it's a ball. Ferrero Rocher ball and all that good stuff, right? We can think about it that way. It's great. It's awesome. Physics, good to go. But once the Earth becomes a flat stationary plane, it's like his brain sprockets start popping out, and he's just like can't compute. He's having trouble. Cognitive abilities are be damned. Is like, fuck, dude. I can't get it. What do you mean? So hard. I'm trying to realize what's happening. And it's like, dude, nothing changed. The only thing that changed was your mind about what you think the Earth is. The whole entire Earth, the physics work just the same. No, but I can't. What do you mean? Is there more Earth? Like, what's happening? And that's what you sound to me. I'm just like, are you for real? Is this real? Like, what's going on? Like, I don't know.
It's almost like a muscle that has to relax, and if you don't allow it to relax, you'll never let flat Earth click.
Yeah, it's weird, dude. It is crazy though, because I'm listening to it. I'm like, I don't know. His hair's on fire, but when you say globe, you just like put it out. You see the smoke rising, and you're like, okay, globe again.
Okay, even if you don't know how deep it is, would you agree that you must at least hit some type of container to stop you from keep going further down? Like, there has to be something that stops you, no?
Yeah. So Ahmed,
Or
Let's
does it
stop
keep
the
going
Russians.
forever?
Hey, the Russians couldn't dig down further because of the temperature and pressure extremes we were just talking about, which require a container.
You don't have to give me an answer about how deep it actually is, but like you don't have to give me that answer about how deep it actually is, but like, does it just keep going forever, or is there a limit?
Am I in the Twilight Zone here?
Am I in the Twilight Zone, man?
I don't understand why this. Is there a limit? Like, is there an actual distance, or does it keep going forever? Or is there a limit?
He's saying it again.
Yes, I want
Yeah.
to.
Same answer before. If I answer the same question the same way, are you going to get more confused?
Yeah, I think so, dude. Honestly,
like you keep asking the same question and you get more confused every time, bro.
Because I'm
I'm
not
serious.
getting any answer. Because I'm not getting an answer.
He's been giving you the fucking answer like three. This
Is there a limit? Is there a limit?
Oh,
yes or
wow.
no?
He is serious.
Is there a limit? Yes or no?
The Russians claim to have hit their limit. Their limit was about 8 miles down, and they couldn't dig any deeper. It was the limit that they reached.
Because their drill
It's the
bits
deepest
started
anybody
melting.
has
That's
gone.
actually a perfectly good limit for
The drill bits started to melt.
a reactor, nuclear reactor.
Yeah.
That was the third time. Did it land? Did the penny drop?
Use that shit to
I'm not
circulate vapors.
listen to me very clearly. I'm not asking you for the actual distance. I'm not asking you for the actual distance.
Good, because
All
I
wanna
didn't
know
provide
is,
that.
Yes. All I want to know is it infinite or is there a limit? That's all I want to know.
Dude. You know, fourth time.
Is this
I don't know.
philosophy club? I mean, what?
I don't know, man. If you want to go another round, that's weird.
Giant heat pipes like a computer.
Is there a limit? I mean, is there a limit to reality? Is what you're asking, right? Like, can is there a limit to reality, Duncan Darth? Is that what you're asking?
Trapped down there, to be honest.
Polly, you're
So yes, there is a limit. Like, it doesn't go forever. Okay.
I think there's a limit to reality. I have no idea how to contemplate the nature of it. Do you?
I'm just still trying to understand. So if there's a limit,
I know you are. I know you are. And so you didn't get anything he said.
Do you hit this other container that's also, and is that the same container holding in the air?
Duncan, before your mind gets twisted up into a pretzel, I think you need to go to work, bro. Go put a productive day at
I'm stuck
work.
in traffic right now.
Well,
Sucks,
tell them to move the hell out the way, because we need to get back to some good arguments, man.
It's one of my cheaper designs. Fucking heat pipe straight to
the
center of the earth.
Polly, what?
Oh, a supermassive heat pipe straight down into the center of the earth to circulate steam vapors.
That sounds like the ramblings of a madman. What you just said.
It's the cheapest reactor you can build. Oh no, wait, it costs a lot of money to dig.
Are you at a roller rink or something? Like, what's that background, bro?
Yeah, dude, we're having a blast. My whole family's here. No, I'm just kidding. I'm by myself at Starbucks.
Oh, well, don't let them hear that you're talking about flat Earth, because they're gonna look at you sideways.
Oh, that's fun. Flat smacking in
planar
public
field.
is fun.
Huh? What'd you say, Polly?
We live in a looping planar field.
Looping planar field. I don't think so.
Hey, is it really that loud in here?
Yeah, it sounds like a
What is
rubber
he
ring, dude.
talking about?
He's calling from Starbucks.
He's talking about looping planar fields.
Oh, fuck, dude. I mean,
Oof.
him and Duncan must have came out of a conference or something. They were like, hey, let's see if we can distort reality by making it hard for the flat earthers to even comprehend what we're saying. Ready? On two. What the fuck?
Yeah, looping planar fields. What are those curved or straight? I don't know.
Shit, dude. Duncan still says the same thing. I just, I just don't get what you're saying. Like, I mean, I hear you, but I don't get it. Like, what do you mean? Like, I don't get it. Oh shit! Here he comes, Mr. Scientism himself, gracing us with his presence. He was muted straight away. You're quick on the trigger, dude.
That wasn't me.
No?
I don't know who did. That was great.
Fast? Who's fast, dude? You guys are fucking. All right.
Normally Radwin is that fast,
Yeah,
but he's not
only
here, so I don't know.
Okay, I'm not that fast, bro.
You guys just muted someone for coming in? That's messed up.
Yeah, because
we have a sixth sense for trolls, dude.
Listen, we don't want you to be more confused than you already are, bro. It's already bad enough that your mind is like a fucking alphabet soup. It's just like
I'm confused by your concept. I'm not confused about my
I don't
concept.
think so. I don't think so. I think you're confused about life itself.
No, I'm just confused about your concept.
All right. Well, let's test that, right? Let's just put that to the test.
Sure.
So, do you think reality is real?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever eaten anything before?
Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you've ever eaten something before?
Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that the Earth is a globe?
Yes.
Oh, this is good.
We take nothing but 100%. All right. So give me the rock solid proof that the Earth is a globe. 100%.
The observation from space. But
Really?
you don't accept that we've been to space, so.
Oh no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying what's the well, have you been up there?
No. You don't have to go somewhere to know something.
Well, that's just a belief then, right?
Not necessarily, no.
Yeah, well, how do you justify it? How can you justify that?
With evidence.
What's the evidence?
Like, for example, I've never been to Australia, but my
Yeah.
friend has been to Australia. He took pictures of Australia. I see Australia on a map. I've seen pictures of Australia in books. There's someone that claims they're from Australia on here. I know Australia exists, even though I've never been there.
Can you go
Well,
there?
Australia is not an extraordinary claim, though, because the environment, for one, is similar to what you experience. In this
it's the same
case,
place.
space is considered a thermodynamics violation. They tell you a description that violates known laws of physics, unlike Australia that doesn't. See, they're not the same.
Yeah, it's not. Different category.
I don't have the money to go to space right now. Sorry.
Aw, well, you can't go to Narnia either. But
So that means you didn't prove it to yourself, which means you're not 100% sure about the globe.
Yeah,
okay.
It wouldn't be about money.
The same way I know Australia exists is the same way I know a globe is.
All right. Can you go to Middle Earth, Duncan? With the
Here,
plane
let me
ticket?
try with Duncan. He's gone over this thing a few times. Your ticket to space wouldn't be about money. No one's going to sell you a ticket to space. You would have to do so by proving to the shot callers that you're the one. You're better, you're faster, you're stronger, you're more intelligent. You're the one who should go to space to represent humanity. They're about to start a astronaut school, the astronaut class. And every 2 years, they do an astronaut class. It takes 2 years to graduate. 2 years ago, they had 2 empty seats. They do 12. There's 2 seats that sat empty. The director said nobody wanted it. We are critically short on people who are qualified to be astronauts. And what they did instead was they allowed people from other countries to fill those seats. Like one guy from Dubai, and another one from I can't remember another Middle Eastern country, a man and a woman, maybe Syria. So if you want to do this, you're going to have to work hard, study hard, learn Russian. Okay, you have to how many words of Russian do you know? Let's start there. Every day, learn. You have to know Russian. You have to be able to demonstrate that you're cool under pressure. So never show them these freakouts on Discord, because that would be a disqualification, a lifetime disqualification. You'd have to be able to demonstrate that if you come in contact with an alien race, that you would be able to somehow try to communicate with them. You can't even communicate with people the same as you. Your same social economic status, same culture, same everything. You have difficulty understanding plain vernacular. These are things you would have to fix, and no amount of money is going to fix it for you. It's going to be something inside your headspace that you get there on your own. And then convince others that you're also there.
I think that was really helpful, Crit. Really good advice. And, you know, it kind of helps the Globers out when they come to Flat Earthers asking us for help improving Globe Earth to themselves. I think Crit just outlined a great plan for any aspiring Globe Earth astronaut.
Interesting.
That's what you have to do. That's the bar that's set. So that's also the bar it is to verify the globe, right? That's the bar that you set for yourself to verify the globe. That's a high bar, man. I don't know if I could shoot myself in the foot that hard, but you just did that to yourself.
Yeah, he'll be all right. He's going.
Holy cow, Crit, that was brutal, dude.
Yeah, see, Crit.
Yeah, I think it costs about $250,000 for the private space.
All right, he just whistled.
He just reset a full reset.
He just whistled past
malfunction.
the entire. Basically, it's what they call whistle past the graveyard. Yeah, that's what it was.
Well, he said a whole lot of stuff, and you know,
you weren't listening, right? Be honest.
No, yes, I was listening. He said I have to learn Russia. He said that I can't, they can't know about all my apparent flip outs on Discord. That I don't have the proper vernacular to talk to people outside of my economic status or in my economic status. Anything else you want me to repeat from Chris' rant?
Ooh, I like it. You were listening.
Yeah, to be an astronaut, it would be a tightrope walk. And even if you make it across the tightrope, anything that deviates from this tightrope walk, you fall, you failed, you can be something else. You can be like a test engineer or whatever. But even if you make it across and get there to the other side, there's still no guarantee that you'll ever... There's astronauts who have never left the surface of the Earth. They just don't get their chance to go.
Great,
and there's no amount of money that will do it. It doesn't matter if you're Daddy Warbucks. You are not going to get to space by writing a check.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, like, it's good that, you know, sometimes Duncan comes in here and he gets muted, but you repeated back the things that Crit was telling you. You earned yourself an unmute from me, man. Like that's much respect. I don't care if you agree that, you know, the Earth is flat and stationary, but you repeated back what he said. That means you were listening. That's points in my book.
Well, I'm glad you can actually give credit where sometimes, well, you don't always give credit where credit's due, but on this occasion you did. I will give you credit for giving me credit.
Yeah, listen, man, you said back what he said, and then that shows that you're paying attention. Because what we get from these guys that come in here is that when Crit or Amish or myself, somebody says something, we ask them, "What did I just say? What? Huh?" And we get
the
this,
fluoride, the fluoride stare.
But you said you repeated back, and you know what? Fuck it, dude. That's fine. I dig it. I don't care if you say the Earth is flat and stationary. It doesn't. The fact that you're in this discussion and you can at least hear somebody out, the very least. I mean, you don't agree with anything and you reset, but that's that's whatever. But at least this part, you fucking some of it stuck.
Hey,
I didn't so much reset as much as Googled private space flight cost and got the answer.
Hey Duncan, I noticed something that you said earlier.
Sure.
And I think now I know why you were confused about this magma. Because you said, well, you have this ice wall containing the water, and you're saying, what are you saying? There's a bottom underneath this magma? I still think that you think that we think that Earth is a disk in space.
No, I don't know what you think. I've asked that. Actually asked that question multiple times. I've asked, like, for example, actually, right now, when you imagine the entire
Why do
world,
you think
in,
there
like
needs to be
the
some sort
concept
of
of that,
why do you
here,
there
watch.
have to be some ice wall containing water then?
Because that's what I've heard. So I'm going to ask you straight up right now. When you see the entire world in your head, like imagine it, just the concept of it, what do you see?
Well, vastness.
Vastness. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really. How would I know? You know, but I know that the containment of this ball isn't what it is.
Well, do you do you conceptualize the container holding in the atmosphere?
I have no idea. See, the whole container thing, and I understand the gas pressure antecedent relationship, but as far as the entirety of the Earth, I wouldn't even. I mean, anything I could even fathom would fall short of the reality of what it is, since it isn't a ball floating in space. I see it as, I guess, some realm that exists, and all these things occur above us, sun, moon, stars, and over the centuries or over the last decades, or who knows how long this story's been hatched.
Well, let me try this from another angle. You don't have to like say specifically where you are, but whatever state you're in.
Yeah, hold on,
Like
Duncan.
you like that the map of that's okay. Go ahead.
Just hold on a second. We got some new people in here, so I just want to address them before they leave. We have, oh fuck, he left, dude. Damn it. All right, just real quick, I'm gonna just see if there's anybody else in the chat that wants to speak. We got Lazy Dog Tour, Mainers in the chat, Play Babes in here, Polly Nimbus is in here, a few other people. Ron Hagberg, welcome to the chat. If you guys want to speak up, we got people here that will answer your questions. Duncan, yeah, just take a chill pill for a moment. If you go to work, that's fine, but we want to see if there's any new people in here. And if you guys want to, the floor, go ahead.
I'll ask a question in regards to whether. So basically, is flat Earth about like devising a plan to take over the entire planet?
I'll leave it up to you guys, unless you want me to take it. Crit or Amish or Old Haas.
Then you could call it flat.
Repeat it again. Repeat the question.
Whether flat Earth is about devising a plan to take over the entire planet Earth.
No, I would say you've got it switched up. It's the water ball that has the idea of containing everyone. You're mixed up.
Yeah, the one that's got you in a I guess the mind of a prison would be the planet idea. Because you're on a dying planet, right? So everything else is, eroding, degrading, just, becoming less. So we're like locusts on this planet, just using up all the resources and everything. And once we're done with all of it, we're going to go to another planet and do the same thing to that. So basically,
Yeah,
what it
it's
is.
interesting when you hear them say that, especially when you've got Bill Nye on record saying, I've educated the American populace for 40 years. You're like, oh, well, did you know how the bad education system is? Maybe you had part of that. He's like, yeah, one of my greatest failings in life. So I just want one thing. I just want to get one thought through to you guys. If you've watched all my videos, you pay attention to everything, it all coalesces into one idea. Earth is a closed system. You ain't going anywhere. And even if you could, there's no place to go.
Hey, we got.
Thank you, Bill Nye.
Got Clayton Ballantyne in the chat. What's up, Clayton? Looks
Sup?
like you say. There's a little thing on your website that says you're a North Carolina conservative fighting for North Carolina values, believe in fighting for conservative principles at every level of government. Did you join the server, the politics server, to kind of see what they're about and then kind of stumbled into this chat? I would imagine.
Oh
that's
no, I've
probably
been
like-
on Discord for years.
Okay.
I'll lurk in this server every now and again when I'm working. I put it on in the background.
Cool. Have you been in this channel any or?
I was in here earlier listening.
Gets pretty heated, as you might have heard. But I don't know.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
probably more on a political platform, so I don't know. You probably want to you kind of steer away from certain controversial issues, or I don't know how you feel about it, but
It depends on the issue, I guess.
Think of it this way. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say the state of affairs as it is with the idea that the Earth is a globe in an ever-expanding cosmos. I don't know how much that would affect, what you do, or I mean, I don't know. Looks like you're some type of politician. It looks like. You can correct me.
I am in politics, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you're kind of in the limelight, let's say. So
I would definitely say that, yeah.
People noticing you making moves will affect you. You're gonna be like, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, the Earth is flat and stationary. What? You can imagine how many people would deplatform you in a heartbeat. They'd be like, yeah, this guy, let's not vote. I can just imagine the scenario. But like
I like to consider myself pretty open-minded. That being said, I don't think the Earth is flat.
You know that flat earthers do
But
vote,
I
right?
do enjoy listening to people debate whether the Earth is flat. I will give you that.
All right.
Do you know that flat earthers vote?
I do know flat earthers vote.
Yeah, this is one of the things that's interesting where
Just kidding.
politicians can't get elected by people who hate them. Like a shock jock will. Which is really interesting because this guy T-Jump comes in the server every so often, does these AMAs where he just rants about someday he's going to be president. Like someday he's going to be president.
Who?
But T-Jump. It's like a really verminant anti-flat earther. Like shock jock, radio shock jock. And says a lot of incendiary things about lots of groups of people. I go, do you know all these groups of people that you've insulted over the years? Vote? Like they'll vote and they'll vote against you because they can't stand your like your goat smelling ass. Like this dude's so nasty when he finally dies and gets buried, he'll gag a maggot.
Well, the only thing I guess the only thing I would be concerned with if Clayton would have any kind of like political stance or to be in an arena, just keep free speech, man.
Yeah, that's it.
Be an advocate for that. Like, if anything, like stand up for that. Like, I don't know what you aim to do. Like, what's the heart of your aim? But
I like free speech until I get in power, and then I want to take it all away.
Because I get microwaved and all the metal on my body starts to hurt because I say the wrong thing.
Dude, you're a polynimbus. You're in Starbucks and we can't hear you, man. It's too much noise background.
Well, I get microwaved and all the metal on my body hurts if I say the wrong things.
Okay, yeah. LARPing.
That's not good.
What?
It's not even a LARP.
All right. Anyway,
it's just a
but-
Can I ask a question? I want to
Yeah,
know,
but-
like, even
Yeah, but just a moment. We were having a convo here with Clayton. No, but I'm just saying, like, if you do get into some type of position, I think that would be kind of like anybody that I don't, because politicians would have like a position to say, like, well, we want to make.
I don't
sure
ever
the
intend to run for public office.
Why not?
Well, because I've got some pretty powerful positions behind the scenes that I kind of enjoy.
Like what?
Okay. Well, he doesn't
Well,
have to discuss.
I'm the
What's the deal?
director of digital operations for the third largest county in North Carolina for the GOP.
Interesting.
For example. So
Okay, just give us the inside scoop. Do you think Trump has a shot?
yeah.
A
You're
real
talking about
shot,
for
not-
president or in North
Yeah.
Carolina specifically?
No, for president.
Oh yeah.
Really? Okay.
I
Well,
do.
you don't got to go into specifics or whatnot. But I was just curious about that. It has nothing to do with the flat Earth, but just you're kind of in that arena, so you would probably know.
What do you think that populist candidates are going to be the wave of the future instead of statesmen? Like a social
that again?
media? Like people say that Obama was actually the very first populist candidate. Or the very first modern populist candidate.
I don't know. I think populism is definitely on the rise, but it's going to be like the neocons under Bush. I consider myself a bit of a neocon. I think if we have the largest military in the world, we better damn well use it while we have it. And that you saw a rise of that under Reagan, and it continued through the Bush Jr. years. And the populism sort of started to rise under the Obama years as continuing. It'll eventually fade out and give way to something new.
Well, there's one thing I would say, man. If you have any pull with these guys, can you tell them to get big tech out of their grubby hands, out of our information? Like, they don't need to know everything, man. Like, obviously. And
I kind of like it, man. My business is digital marketing. The more they know about you, the more I can target you with ads.
No, but the problem that we're having is they know too much and giving it to officials, but they have no. They're not doing warrants and things anymore. They're just like overreaching their steps.
Oh, you're talking about like the government colluding with big tech. Yeah, now that I do agree that there shouldn't be any of that going on.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, I don't mind like people, getting better advertisements for things that they want to shop, for and stuff like that. But there is a specific thing that, I mean, I've been listening to on some of the podcasts, and it's like, I don't agree with that. The new wave of like where AI is going with that is now it's going to be where, all these things are going to be more related to handing information over to like the banks are colluding with government officials and stuff.
Well, did y'all hear about that case where there was a cold murder case, or it might have been a rape case in California that was solved because the police sent a warrant or a subpoena to 23andMe for one of their suspects' DNA because they couldn't get a search warrant for his DNA because that's a higher bar than a subpoena. Mm-hmm. So they sent a subpoena to 23andMe after they found out that he did a 23andMe genetic test, and they sent the DNA to the police department under a subpoena, and they matched the DNA and solved a cold case that way.
Yeah, there's special cases I think that would be applicable for, but under like different circumstances. I mean, you have to like the case of like
you got to balance the good and bad.
Yeah, you can't just have them grabbing like people in specific areas. Like the banks would hand it over to the government officials, and like all these just the population in general. Like I don't think that's an overreach. And so,
like how far would
I don't know.
How far would you take that DNA thing? Like, what if there's like science to show that whatever DNA marker indicates X person, and then that person can be their rights can be limited.
What do you mean?
It goes back to in the days of yore, the Republican Party. Oh no, well, maybe it's more Democrats. Whatever. They had this thing called anti-miscegenation. Because in their view, they used Darwin. Darwin said that mixing the races will create subhuman mongrels, a complete underlining criminal class. So the government ran with this and said it is illegal to marry outside your race. It's science. It's genetics.
Uh-huh.
So what do you think? And most of these laws have been struck. Some of them are still on the state books, but most of them have been struck down and rescinded. So what happens if that happens again? All these people are collecting DNA, and they define, hey, this one person with this one type of DNA marker shows they're prone to, delusions of balls floating around in space or something like that.
Are you talking about pre-crime?
Like pretty much.
Minority Report?
Or like, Gattaca, like, this marker shows you're bad at math. The person might be good anyway. Like, how far should that go? Like, how much of your DNA can be used against you?
I don't think is there any case that we can point to? I don't know if there's something that
not yet,
an
but
example.
Well, he said that using like heritage.
Scenario.
Yeah, using your familiar, and the 28andMe or whatever.
Oh, yeah,
they've connected just relatives. Like, say if you've got a cousin who did that.
Oh no! They didn't connect him through his relatives. The suspect sent his DNA to 23andMe to be analyzed for whatever, like I guess ancestry or diet or whatever the hell it was. But then the police found out that he had sent his DNA to 23andMe, so they sent a subpoena to get his DNA from the company because they couldn't match the legal threshold to get a warrant to compel him to give his DNA directly to them.
Well, they've also done too, where they've got unknown donors at a crime scene and then taken it to these DNA websites and then connecting and say how many relatives have signed up for that, and then start narrowing it down, which relatives live in which areas.
I don't know.
I don't have any information about that.
I don't know if that's the case. Anyway, but yeah, it's kind of something I was thinking about. Like, since you talk to these guys, I don't know on what basis you talk to them, but maybe just something to think about if you do happen to be in those arenas. Like, hey, just by the way, let's not get people's information and just hand them over to, collude with some government,
I'm definitely all for securing people's personal information.
That's the only thing I think, because I don't know where this is all going to be going, but it sounds like AI is really overreaching a lot in certain areas. So
your social credit score, they're going to analyze what you say and do.
Yeah, well, Canada's really suffering under this kind of particular overreach. So I don't think so much in the U.S. as much, but in Canada, yeah, they're speaking of like how they are. I guess some of the truck drivers in the example, like, but the last time that they were protesting, were, I guess, restricted to do certain things. Yeah, so and they got their information so that they could use it against them and kind of lock their accounts or something.
Yeah, their bank accounts and stuff got locked.
Yep,
I remember that.
So I don't know. I'm just concerned that United States is heading towards something in that nature, and God forbid we end up be controlled that way. So I don't know. To me, it was like if I could speak to anybody that's in those arenas, just that's the only one thing I would say. Just keep the little guys in mind if you get there, man. Like, God's sakes, we don't want to wind up being in that situation. So other than that, it'd be like, shoot, like it's good for advertising, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Elysium.
Cool. Yeah, dude. Like,
yeah, Gallica, Elysium.
I do want AI to be kind of knowing what type of things that I'd like to purchase and shit like that, but not so much handing my shit over to government officials just because I'm a large collected group of information.
What about the Simpsons when they got the smart house with the Pierce Brosnan accent, and it studied their stool samples to find out what they like to eat, and it shoves this thing down Homer's throat, right? A big tube into his stomach.
Fucking hell, dude. Yeah, we've been questioning people here about the shape of the Earth, but turns out, man, that nobody's really going up there. Contrary to popular belief, that we got rockets going in certain locations. There isn't any way that we could verify that. We have to take people's word for it.
I once heard an interesting theory about the moon from somebody that legitimately had schizophrenia. If you want to hear it.
What did you hear?
Yeah.
They told me that the moon is not real, that the moon was a satellite that was put up in orbit by the CIA in the 60s, and that the space race was the Soviets trying to get to the moon to prove that it was a CIA satellite, and the Americans trying to get there to stop them.
Well, okay, so it's like a giant Death Star. But but what? Okay, so what was it before this satellite?
Well, somebody had brought it up. I actually heard this in Discord. This has been a few years now. Somebody had brought up like there's a bunch of pictures from like thousands of years ago, paintings of the moon and everything. What do you make of that? And they were like, well, the CIA has a lot of power, so they just went back and retroactively edited all the paintings and pictures because you can still find paintings without the moon in them at night.
Get off the noise, dude. No way. That's not. That's fucking.
That's what tells someone's they're pulling a gag. It's just like they're having fun, trying to get people to.
Did they know? Did they know you? Were they? It's probably a good. Wasn't? Oh, you said someone's schizophrenic. Okay.
A large.
Oh no, they had some other. They had legitimate schizophrenia, and they had some other batshit.
Prove them wrong. Hey, prove them wrong.
One that stood out to me.
That's crazy, bro.
Can you prove them wrong?
Do what?
Can you prove them
Can
wrong?
you prove them wrong?
I can't prove them wrong. I'm sorry.
Oh shit, dude. We're in a bad spot here. Can't invalidate their story, therefore it's true. Nah. It's weird, but
Does
I
that
guess
mean
it's
they
not.
came up with Stericycle as well then? So they retroactively went back to the Babylonians and made up all of those charts for predicting eclipses of the moon and the sun. That would have been
I
interesting.
guess.
Retroactively, yeah.
I think you're expecting too much thought out process from this person.
Yeah, I guess we challenge the narrative in the way that people don't really usually think about, because the everyday person doesn't really consider the implications of like thinking about the cosmos, right? Nobody's thinking about it like every day. They just go on about their daily business, and the experts figured it all out, and we move forward to think like, okay, we take it for granted, like that we think about that in any way. We learned it back in third grade. They taught us about earth science and planets, and we're in a solar system and we're good to go. So we ask them questions that are pertinent to like any information they can tell us or details of how we're on a globe. And usually we get, well, dude, we got pictures from satellites. There you are. Like, what else do you need? Well, that's really just information you're getting from somebody else. The verification method fails when you say, okay, well, how do you know that picture was taken in that location where it was taken from? What is the verifying process that you have? You don't have anything. You just basically say, I look at an image, I have nothing to compare it to because I don't see the earth in this way. So I have to accept what that guy's saying because they're a part of an organization that I consider either legitimate or not. But it's coming from this source. So I have to take it for what it is. So when you have a picture of the earth and you're looking at it, you're like, I really don't see the earth like this, but I guess I'll take your word for it. And so that's all it is at that point. So really, we're working with people who think that the earth is a globe based on, other people's anecdotal testimonies because they've been in a location that you can't go to. So it becomes a kind of religion, right? So it becomes religious and you just say like, I know because the guy told me. Well, that's not knowledge. That's just a belief. And you have faith in it because the guy spent like 20 years in a specific field that you think is actual science, when it's not dealing with science. It just they're working in more of the theoretical fields. So they have ideas of what they think the cosmos is, and then there's this whole thing built on an idea that people are going to a place that cannot even exist in the way that they claim that it does. The vacuum of space exists right above the exosphere at 10 to the negative 6 torr. So it's super low pressure, right? And beyond the Kármán line, which is about 63 miles above the Earth's surface, there exists a place called low Earth orbit. It's an acronym LEO, right? And that's where satellites are, right where the thermosphere is close to the end of the exosphere. So right in that area is said to be, that's where the satellites, the ISS, and all that good stuff, right? So we have a lot of things that are tied into the pressure differential from where the ground level is. We have, of course, 14 psi on the surface. But when you get all the way to that level, it's like 10 to the negative 6. Beyond that, it gets more exponential gradually to when you get to outer space. That's 10 to the negative 17. So, I mean, we're talking about pressure values that you can't even imagine. You can't replicate a vacuum that strong here on Earth. I mean, it's really difficult to get to 10 to the negative 6 here on Earth. So the differential from that type of vacuum, like let's say if you were to demonstrate that here on Earth, I think there's a really strong one with a chamber with it's got concrete walls, like what is it, 4 feet thick concrete walls, and that chamber itself has the air trying to, like, at that low pressure, 10 to the -6, has the air seeping into the concrete. It's so powerful, right? That type of vacuum. So we're saying that the people that are allegedly up there are roaming around they're flying around, and I'll put it to you in a comical way. They're flying around a tin can, going 17,500 miles per hour in a decaying orbit around the Earth every 90 minutes. At that speed, right? And this is like cartoon stuff right here. It's going at that speed around the Earth, 90 minutes, every revolution, orbiting the Earth, and it's in a decaying orbit for over 20 years. This is like 1998, I think, when it was launched. So over 20 years, this thing's been in a decaying orbit. Hasn't landed yet, but they're talking about it soon. It's going to have a place somewhere in the middle of the ocean where it's going to crash land. But yeah, it's still in a decaying orbit, still falling around the Earth. And so all of these fantastic ideas of what they're telling us is going on up there is no more validated for us to say that that is the case, because we know one thing for sure, that technology does exist. We know balloon technology, sending satellites up with balloons has always been a thing that they've been doing ever since the early 40s and such. So for us, we know the connector between like what technology can be up there and what is theorized to exist far beyond that, like people going to the moon. Van Allen radiation belts is a thing. Sending rovers to Mars and all kinds of stuff. The issue we're having, though, we're going to get to the point, is that you can't have gas pressure without a container. And they say that the Earth, being what it is an open system. Now, there's 3 types of systems that we're looking at, right? You have an isolated system, a closed system, and an open system. So one of these systems is what the Earth is. So an open system, matter and energy can transfer back and forth through the system. A closed system can only have energy exchange and not matter. Matter cannot leave, only energy can. But an isolated system, which is not anywhere available, won't let matter or energy transfer back from the system. So in one of these scenarios is what the Earth is as a globe. So in the scenario of the Earth as a globe, it's considered an open system because matter and energy can leave the system, meaning rockets can leave the Earth, and energy can go back and forth from the Earth, like the sun's light and so forth. So we know that in the case of the paradigm, the Earth being a globe, that's what we're dealing with. So if we're talking about gas pressure, however, we understand a very simple fact with gas laws, right? We know that in order to have gas pressure, gas needs to be contained. Gas is exerted on the walls of its container, causing the pressure that you would have inside of the container. That's how we achieve gas pressure. Otherwise, without a container or without containment, there is no pressure. So pressure, volume is what's needed to have gas pressure. And the force that the pressure is exerting on the walls of its container creates that pressure. So the case for the pressure argument would be that if we have pressure on Earth at 14 psi on the surface, and we have a pressure differential up at the levels of like the thermosphere to the exosphere, where satellites are, at 10 to the -6, there's a high, vast pressure differential. So we would say that gas pressure always moves to lower pressure. So if we have a high pressure on the surface, lower pressure up there, well, the gas would expand to fill the available space. That means that if gas would fill the available space and the vacuum of space is considered, basically a vacuum, then the gas would fill the space. Well, it would disperse. So what it would do is that if we have a high pressure here on Earth, the gas would expand to fill the available volume, which it would just keep expanding, and we wouldn't have any breathable air pressure. So now what we have is either the system that we live in is a closed system, meaning that gas pressure requires containment, and there isn't any way to leave this system, meaning that it's contained, the air pressure is contained, and we can have a gradient air pressure system. But just the fantastic idea of that space itself is a low pressure system, that wouldn't be the case. So
See the news today? Spider-Man pointing NASA lunar rover spotted bizarre silver of a high-speeding object across the lunar surface.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not sure which gift to pair it with. At first, it seemed like the whole alien aspect, or is that Spider-Man thing kind of funny too? Like you do the Spider-Man gift with it.
Simp.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Instead of the NYPD, it says simp on it.
He's pointing to the other simp. The other simp's pointing to the other.
Yeah, or this is the bird gif where from Bolt, where it's just like aliens.
Funny, dude.
I'm not sure which one's better for today.
I should just use my hair on fire one. That's always.
Yeah, you know the one I used to do just for every news article. This is where how the news article thing has like evolved over the years. This is what I did. I would post a headline with the air horn, just like that.
Donk donk.
Because the whole idea was this is a topic that globalists could use to think about today. They don't need to worry about flat Earth today. They've got silver objects flying around the moon at supernatural speeds.
Yeah, dude, that's
think
crazy.
about that. Just do something different today. Don't worry about flat Earth. Flat Earth will be here tomorrow. Today, you've got objects around the moon, unexplained objects that took NASA over a month to even tell you about. So why would they lie? Why did they tell the truth? Why day one? Hey, we spotted something. Really? What'd you spot? A silver object. Huh. Let me check it out. Oh, it's gone now.
Yeah, we clocked it at 17,000 miles per hour. So we had one of those radar guns.
It'd be interesting too, like this concept where NASA discovered something and they need the help of astronomers, amateur astronomers. Did anyone else see this? Okay, it was just schizophrenia. It was just.
Dude, you know how fast 17,000 miles per hour is?
Yeah, it's way too. I mean, yeah. How would they even clock it?
Yeah, a bullet flies out of a gun at 1,000 miles per hour. You know the freaking speed that is? That's insane.
Yeah, look at it crossed the surface of the moon in 3.338 milliseconds.
So if they complete an orbit around Earth in 100 minutes, it means they're constantly turning.
Yeah. It'd have to be. So they're falling with style, like Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah, like I would go crazy if I was free fall accelerating without stopping.
Yeah. Because that's what it is, isn't it? Because as you get closer to the Earth in a decaying orbit, you're actually gaining more speed because you're getting closer to the object that has more gravitational pull.
Right. The acceleration never stops. It's not like jumping out of an airplane where you hit terminal velocity.
Yeah. You just keep getting faster and faster and faster. It's like that. I mean, you think about the penny when you drop it down that funnel. It just goes in a circle like really fast when it gets to the center.
One of the other news I was looking at today was the problems with SpaceX and Starlink. Thought that'd be a pretty cool article. They can't
we should have
break
a zany
even.
Space news, man. Like that's what I'm thinking. We should.
I do, yeah. I'm 24/7. It's like
what was I gonna say?
There's a channel for it.
I was talking to Republicans. We have like thoughts on like what we want to do, but I was thinking about doing something here. I think we've kind of built the city here. I don't know if we want to like expand this.
We didn't intend to, and we did.
Yeah, we didn't. I don't think it was intentional. Honestly, I think we just
it
just happened. And it's popular now, and it's like, well, you can't let a good thing go. I mean, you got something. When you got something, you got something. So
we built this city.
Yeah, it's true.
We built this city on rock and roll.
Well, I wouldn't say quit your day job.
I think we
but-
need to just continue trying to drive traffic back to our home server because
Yeah,
we've got all that educational content there. We've got events. I mean, people know it. It's a good brand.
I agree. I think it works
What server?
for the main part. 24/7 Flat Earth.
Yeah, we're VIP partnered here.
Well, they gave us, they were gracious enough to give us, a room. So, but it wasn't this way, when it first began. It was filled with banshees and people were running around with their hair on fire. It was crazy.
Signing petitions to get us shut down.
Yeah, we had to terraform this place. So, at zero.
Wait, why were they trying to get y'all shut down?
Yeah, the guys there's fanboys of the lore. They love space and they love the Earth as a globe, so it's offensive to them. They identify with the Earth as a globe.
It's quite odd because they use the heliocentric model to get to some kind of nihilism where nothing matters. It's the universe too large. Your problem is minuscule compared to the size of the universe. Your life is minuscule. Bill Nye did a very good, or not very good, but a very toxic, nasty talk about how he sucks. He's adjudicated his life as just garbage compared to the vastness and glory of the universe, which is actually quite the opposite. The people who presented the heliocentric model say you're unique. You are a gem, a shining beacon, a light, a snow. You are made from stardust. There will never be another you again. And the universe is full of repetition. Just, repetition after repetition after repetition. Everything is unremarkable. It's just carbon copied over and over and over again. But you will only exist in this time and space and just for a short time. It makes you beautiful. It makes you special. And somehow the globalist, the anti-flat earth nihilist, thinks quite the opposite. Like, they don't mean any, they've lost all their meaning in their life. So when they hear somebody say, yeah, the earth is flat, they get upset by that because that challenges their worldview. At the same time, a double entendre, they should say it doesn't matter. Because flat earth is even smaller point of view. So they get so worked up by smaller and smaller things. Because when they do that, they end up that they've dug this massive hole and it filled in with water, and they just basically got a mirror looking back at themselves. And they don't like it.
I
They
think
don't
it's
like to
retarded
do
that people try and ban viewpoints from servers.
Oh yeah, they went all in, man. They went. Oh boy, they did all kinds of tricks and ploys, and they've repeatedly reported the channel to get, because if channels are violating TOS or server rules, they'll take the channel down itself.
Yeah.
So what
And we
they did
take
was
we're very cautious of that too. We know what the limits are, so it's like, dudes, we're not going to talk about certain topics. That's just the way it goes. But some people persist. We just have to mute them. It's the way it goes.
they've done like really cringe events where they came in here trying to get people to break TOS so they could report it to ModMail. Using like a sock account because they know their sock account would taken down too. And not once has there been a strike against our channel. No warnings, nothing. All of it was adjudicated for what it was, a complete freak out over flat Earth. For reasons they can't explain or take questions on. They are in an emotional reaction, and they won't even tell you why they're mad at you. They just have deemed that I'm just pissed.
Yeah,
get
full
over it, dude.
disclosure. I think the idea that the Earth is flat is kind of retarded, but I respect your opinion. I think it should get banned.
Okay.
I kind of like hearing y'all talk about it.
Kind of retarded.
Yes, I mean, to me, yeah, it's kind of retarded.
Why?
You said kind of retarded. Define that.
Well,
what makes it so retarded?
In no way can I relate.
What makes it so
to the
kind of
idea.
retarded?
Well, hold on. In no way can I relate to the fact that the Earth is flat. And I don't
do you experience a globe in your everyday life? Do you experience the Earth curving and spinning every day?
Well, no, and I don't have any evidence to refute that the Earth is not flat. But at the end of the day,
why is it kind of retarded?
Well, hold on, just let me finish. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to hold some strong opinion on whether the Earth is flat or round because I don't really care.
Oh, so you're retracting kind of retarded?
No.
So
maybe maybe it just sails over your head. Therefore, you think it's retarded.
Here, let me get this one here.
I mean,
so what do you
yeah.
what do you think's more
I'm not
retarded?
gonna lie, like the concepts that I've heard some people talk about when I've sort of lurked in this room, yeah, they go over my head. Maybe it's because I'm not paying enough attention, or maybe they legitimately go over my head. But yeah, they go over my head. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, but you relate to flat Earth. I mean, you experience Earth locally flat and stationary every day, all day long. So this is something that you relate with because it's what you experience. We experience the same thing.
How about this, Clay? So what's more retarded? Someone thinking the Earth is flat, or some Karen being upset that somebody thinks the Earth is flat?
Oh, definitely the Karen that's upset that somebody thinks the Earth is flat, for sure.
Yeah, we just had a doxing event just yesterday where a user tried to. So what's more retarded, that or someone thinking the Earth is flat?
That.
Yeah, obviously, right? So that's what I
Obviously.
think this conversation is so important. Is not so much why they don't get it, okay? Why they can't understand the flat Earth is why they also use that ignorance of not understanding and make a claim of understanding also. Like, here, what I mean by that is they'll tell you they don't understand what flat Earth is. You guys are weird. You're conspiracy theorists. I don't know what you're doing. You don't matter. You're just a bunch of kooks. And flat earthers are to blame why there's no hover cars. Flat earthers are to blame for why the education system is failing.
I'm working on that, don't worry.
I'd like to go on the point though that Amish just made though, the experience, right? And I think that's what we go with. It's when people say they experience the Earth in this particular way, but yet you're told to perceive it in a different way. I think that's the rub. And when you say it, I think it's kind of retarded. I think it sounds like because you've been told a story and something you can't perceive has been overriding what you think your reality is. I think that's what's happening. It's you've accepted somebody's story about what you think you can't perceive, because you can't perceive the Earth the way they show you. They show you images of it being a sphere. All kinds of things are happening in space and whatnot, and so that to you is reality, something you can't perceive. But what you can perceive is the thing you think is retarded, and that's weird, right? Because we all exist in the same boat with you. We're in the same boat with you. Yet you're saying, yeah, but you guys are kind of kooky when you say the Earth is flat. It's kind of retarded. But it's weird because we're like, dude, we see life the way you do. Everything's the same. All things equal. We don't say anything's different. You go outside and say, I see the moon. I see the moon too. I see the sun moving across the sky. So do I. Like, there's nothing different. The only thing you think of is that the Earth is something other than what you perceive it to be in your physical and natural sense.
Sad.
I mean, there's really nothing more other than that. So you believe a story, we don't.
Possibly.
Well,
I had
mean,
totally
that is the
forgotten.
case.
I had totally forgotten that that's how I actually experience reality. I'd look at our horizon at sea, not see it. The fucking story in my head.
There's people that
Blinded
come
me,
into the
literally.
server. There's people that come into the server and they say, "Well, I've seen curvature for an airplane window. What about that?" And then you got scientific communicators saying, guys, we'll say Neil deGrasse Tyson. He was on record. He was in a conference. He's like, that Felix Baumgartner guy, the Red Bull space jump, the edge of space jump. He's like, I got no problem with him saying it's edge of space, but he's not nowhere near space. And he's like, that stuff is flat. And he's saying that you have to be higher than Felix Baumgartner, the Red Bull space jump, which is 120,000 feet in the air. That's higher than any commercial airliner can fly. So when somebody says, I see curvature from an airplane window, well, they can't be. Because in the case of the Earth being a globe, scientific communicator Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying it's got to be much higher than 120,000 to be even close to seeing any curvature. So
Neil deGrasse Tyson's an engineer.
Well, he's also given a platform.
Bill Nye. That's Bill Nye.
Bill Nye has a bachelor in engineer. He's actually a stage performer.
Yeah, sorry, mate. You picked the wrong pseudoscientist.
I'm sorry. Happens a lot on entertainment.
But what I'm saying, these guys though, right?
No, but
they're talking heads. They're talking heads for the public, and they're on behalf of the people, right? We're speaking for science, is what they are, and they have platforms of millions of people that listen to them every day. He's got Star Talk. He's got master classes that he holds, and it's like he's got this huge platform, and he's talking about space and all the kind of things, and he's also saying where you can see Earth curvature from. So, I mean, that means something. So the everyday Joe is like, well, I see curvature from an airplane window. We're like, no, you're not. We can say that assuredly because in your paradigm, we're using Neil deGrasse Tyson as a hostile witness, pointing the fact that you can't see curvature from an airplane window. It's no way. Yet people say it all the time.
On the other hand, Alpha, if you look at it the other way, they do tell you you can see curvature from a 6-foot observer height.
Yeah, from the beach. And that's weird too, because you're like, well, where do boats disappear behind? Well, obviously the curvature. Duh.
A hump. They call the hump of Earth in between you, or water in between you and the object you're looking at.
Oddly enough,
a leading edge of the geometric curve of the Earth.
Oddly enough, a 6-foot observer would notice a boat disappearing at 5 miles away from his position. 5 miles away from the position where he's standing at on the beach, would see a boat disappearing from the bottom up. Well, that's weird.
But that's the thing, though. They keep taking you up in the sky, but you just bring them back down and say, well, you're telling us you can see the curve from a 6-foot observer height, 3 miles away, approximately. Yet we can debunk that Earth curve and show you that that isn't Earth curve. So we don't even need to go up in the sky. You're telling us we can see it at 6-foot observer height, and we can show you photographs and video evidence that that is not the case.
Yeah, but what it is, though, I guess what it is, and I guess to bring this point just around, I mean, we can go on in length, but it's just really, it's a paradigm that you've been told about. So they're telling you the story, and then you're just really going on with your daily life because, life's too busy. I got to do work stuff. Got stuff to do. I ain't got time for all this science nonsense. Like, whatever they figure out, they figure it out. That's good for them. I got to do what I got to do. They're doing what they got to do. It's fine. If they do it, I believe them. That's cool. They got their job. I got mine. And so everybody lives their life kind of thinking they're in their own department. And because we have the trust that we know what we're doing, that they're supposed to be doing what they're doing. But we don't think about it like, well, shit, man, are they really doing what they say they're doing? Nobody's checking on this. There's no quality control here. Who's the guy saying, okay, well, we're checking to see if they're actually going to the place that they're saying they're going? Like, who's that guy? You know what I mean? Where are we getting our reports from? I don't know. I think it's all very suspect.
Yeah. I'm that guy. I'll make the reports for you, Alpha. I'll send them to you.
Really?
Yes, I will. I'll track down people to see if they're actually doing experiments or not. I'll be the auditor of experimental reproducible science.
Yeah, but we're only talking about the companies that say that they're doing what they're doing. Because we're taking it like as in, okay, you guys do what you're supposed to. Tell me about the Earth that I can't, in a way that I can't perceive it. I'm good. And anybody that comes against that, because you guys are the experts, I'll just say that they're lunatics. They're crazy. It's crazy talk,
They're science deniers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of kooky, like what?
Well, they're
kind of retarded.
They worship man-made. They worship man-made, worldly, fleshly ideologies that aren't even real ideologies. They're contradictory within themselves. So these ideologies are that's all they are. They're just ideologies. They're not anything. They don't have any substantive evidence or support of any kind.
Yeah, it's philosophical. It's what it is. So people get into philosophy and talking about like, well, we can live on other planets. It's like, dude, you have no idea what all of what they're saying entails. We're so far down the rabbit hole of imagination, you couldn't even imagine how much you have in your head. It's like knowing more about Middle Earth than you could. But you know what I'm saying? Like that's what it's akin to this right here.
Yeah, like seeing the unseen realm, and everybody else is blind to it because they just see what's in front of them. They just see what's hidden in plain sight, which is flesh, really. Well, I mean, you know what I mean? These are materialists. Let's be honest. Come on, all these people are clinging on to materialism because it's the only thing that even has a chance. It doesn't even have a chance, really. It doesn't have a chance at all. But here's the thing: the only reason they cling to it is because it allows them to prevaricate and obfuscate and sway the conversation so that you think that they're like some type of expert in globism. But there's no such thing as globism. We all know that. We're not on a spinning ball. It's impossible. Listen, if someone asked this one question, how can spinning balls in a vast vacuum of nothingness, and there's massive gases everywhere at the same time, that's already a contradiction. And there's massive coronal mass ejections, supernovas, all this stuff, asteroids, volcanoes in space. Come on, this is ridiculous. It's just getting out of proportion, dude. Like they're just hypnotized and brainwashed, like beyond belief. It's insane, dude.
Pretty much.
Tell you
kinda
they're
like-
going to build a self-sustaining habitat on Mars. How about do proof of concept? Build a self-sustaining habitat here on Earth.
Yeah, you know,
for the homeless.
And the weird thing is the type of structure that they propose to build on Mars, a dome.
Yeah, I know. It's so
a dome
funny.
structure, bro.
Because it's the only structure they know how to build that makes sense on any type of physical plane.
Yeah, and you're like, well, that's weird. You know, like,
Yeah, then when you see the pictures, look, this isn't a coincidence either. Like when you see the pictures of Mars, it looks exactly like Arizona. Is that a coincidence? It looks exactly like Montana and Arizona.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, it's funny that you're like, they come in here with their nose thumbed up, be like, ha ha ha, you guys believe in a dome? Ha, that's so funny. Prove the dome to me, man. And they're like, Elon Musk comes out, guys, check it out, man. We're gonna build this dome. It's gonna be righteous, bro. And they're like, dude, this dome is so amazing. Check it out. It's on Mars. And you're like, bro, on the one hand, you were disregarding it over here on the Earth, but on this hand, you're like, man, this is a great idea. Like, well, that's strange, dude. How are you? That's a double standard, bro. You want the dome to happen on Mars, but on Earth, it's like, it's a no-go, bro. We can't do that.
Yeah.
Domes are
Well,
ridiculous.
They need that dome though, don't they, for the to contain the pressure that they need to breathe.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it's doing out in Mars. It's a container for the pressure, dude. Isn't that weird? You can have a dome containing pressure on Mars, but you can't have one on Earth. Strange. You NASA fanboys don't say anything about that, huh?
This is what they did. They made it about entertainment, not about science anymore.
And look, think about how much more difficult it would be and impossible it would be for them to get to Mars if it was how far do they say it is away? How far do they think it is away?
It's like 4 months or some shit. 6 months.
Yeah,
ago.
it's some ridiculous fucking shit. Like
millions of miles away. Yeah, 6 months ago.
Like millions.
Yeah. Well, think about it, dude. They have the ability to control a remote control car on millions. I don't know. Isn't that crazy? Something that's 6 months away by rocket, they can control from Earth. What's going on here, man? What type of communications we got going? Like, what kind of RC car is that?
Yeah, and according to them, since Mars is another world, they're the time zone or whatever. I don't even what explanation is that?
Yeah. You can control a remote control car on Mars, but when I go to the next town, I get no cell reception. That makes a lot of sense, dude. I see you guys mastered the art of communication. Yeah, sure.
The helicopter was hilarious because helicopters, rotary wing aircraft, need air pressure to push off of. Yep. So they tell you that's why a helicopter can't fly up to Everest. Everest is way more pressure than Mars. Like Mars is Mars has so little atmosphere. They tell you they can't use parachutes to land on Mars. They have to fire a retro rocket and slowly descend, like the opposite direction, and slowly descend to the surface. That's why it's so dangerous to land on Mars. There's almost virtually an uncontrolled descent. But they tell you they have a helicopter that flies there, no problem.
He left, dude. I was gonna ask Dogs or Gods, since you're the expert, dude. How much pressure does Mars have? But he left. Fuck, dude. Oh, there he is. Go ahead.
He doesn't know any of this stuff. He'll have to frantically Google it.
No, I think he knows. Dogs or Gods. How much pressure is there on Mars' surface? I just said your name and you were like instantly in chat. Are you there? Dogs, you there? Guess not. Put him on mute.
Yo, did you mention me?
Yeah, I was talking to you. I actually mentioned you before you left the chat, and then you came back in. Anyway, do you know the air pressure surface on Mars? How much pressure there is?
It's like a tenth of the Earth.
Tenth of the Earth. There you go. That's your answer, Crit.
So is the
Yeah,
pressure
you're in heresy.
Mars? No, Mars
You're
is
in
meant to be like
heresy of your
fractions of a
model.
percent.
So wait, is the pressure of the 10th of the Earth because
Heresy
of
of my
Mars?
model.
Wait, is the pressure of the Mars a tenth of Earth because of its position in the zero gravity vacuum that makes no sense at all?
Let's see, if Earth is 14.7 psi,
yeah, I can
a tenth
answer
of that
that.
would be 1.7 or 1.4.
No, dude,
Mars
can I
has
just correct you? Like,
0.095.
even in his
Was
like
it
paradigm,
contained?
it's like, it's yeah, even in
Is the
his
pressure
paradigm, it's like
contained on Mars?
fractions. Why are people talking over me, dude? Yeah, even in his paradigm, it's fractions of 1%. It's not 10%.
Not even close to 10%.
It's like
Yeah, okay, I was wrong. That's cool.
1% of 1% or something like that. It's meant to be very, very.
I tried off the top of my head, but sometimes I'm wrong. I should have Googled it first.
Not even close. That's what I'm saying. You're not
I
even.
knew that though. I didn't have to Google it. I knew
So
it was way, way
how
less
does
than
I have
1%.
a question? How does Mars have an atmosphere if when I look at it in a telescope, it looks like water and frequencies dancing through light?
Because your telescope isn't, well, you're not looking at it through a telescope. You're looking at it through like a Nikon P1000 or whatever, 900. And you just haven't got it properly like toned in. What's it called? Properly focused.
Adjusted.
Look at, he doesn't even care. He like totally got the wrong answer and just drives on anyway.
Oh, wow, that was.
No, I admitted I got the wrong answer though, Chris. What's wrong with that?
This pressure on Mars, how is it contained?
I would venture off to
It's
say
not.
that
Mars has its pressure stripped away, has its atmosphere stripped away all the time because it doesn't have a magnetic field anymore. That's the only thing stopping the Earth's atmosphere from being
what it used to have one.
stripped away systematically.
When did that go?
Yeah, it did. When it was a hot planet before it cooled.
How long ago was that?
I don't know. Not off the top of my head. If I got the atmosphere wrong, I'm going to get this time frame wrong.
I would venture off to say you would get a lot more things wrong, like the shape of the Earth.
Oh, I've got another argument for the shape of the Earth if you want another proof.
Oh, what new tidings have you brought us today?
What was the first one? Yeah.
Wait, what's your
New
evidence that
tidings
planets
of great
exist?
joy.
What's your
Let's
evidence
see.
that planets exist?
Well, hold on. Let them just roll out with this new content. We got some new DLC.
Oh, we got some new
So
hotness.
as the sun moves away from us, it moves away 15 degrees per hour. That 15 degree per hour, if it was to be at a set height above the Earth, it would mean that the sun would have to accelerate for one person standing in one spot, but decelerate for another person standing in another spot. That's just how angles work.
So nothing to do with the Earth at all. Just talking
Done
about
it
the sun.
again, old bean.
That's two non-answers so far. Anyone got a third non-answer?
You got proof of the Earth. What is it, dogs? The sun. Huh.
Well, the sun's moving at 50. Yeah, but he said the sun's moving at 15 degree per hour. Yeah.
Therefore, the Earth is curved.
Yeah, but
the surface is curved. The sun moves. Surface curved.
No, it's a linear relationship between that 15 degree per hour and the speed of the sun. So unless the sun is speeding up for some person, like the speed of the sun is purely based on perspective, it would require a curved surface in order for the sun to have a linear 15 degree per hour change dependent on the set speed of the sun. If
How
it's
did you
flat,
determine the
it
speed
means
of
for
the
every
sun
degree.
if the sun is not a mass? How did you determine the mass of the sun?
It doesn't change my argument fundamentally
You
in
have
any
to
way.
determine the mass of the sun in order to determine that other part.
Why?
Because in order to know the speed of anything, you need to know the relative density and the mass of said object. That's the mathematics that you go by.
No,
And
you
the
just have to
15
know the distance that it moves over time. You don't need to know anything else.
15 degree per hour is an angular.
That doesn't make any
measurement.
sense. You need to know mass in order
That's
to know distance.
that's
and
correct. So
in order
in
to
order for something to change angle, it must move, or the thing that you're on must be moving. And in order for that thing to change its angle at a set speed, it must go around a curved Earth, because that first degree of change, if you draw it out on like a piece of paper with a circle, is say one spoke. That first degree is one spoke. Next degree is one spoke. And the distance between those spokes is going to be a set distance. On Earth, it's 60 nautical miles. But if you draw it out on a flat surface and you draw out those spokes of 1 degree and you get it all the way out to, the horizon, the distance between those spokes widens with each further degree.
But how do you
meaning
get
the sun, to close that distance, must go faster.
How do you get an angle off a curved surface?
So
no one's mentioned
you
the,
can.
No one's mentioned. Sorry, just no one's mentioned the speed.
Yeah, but he's saying he's got all this with a curved surface. How do you get an angle with a surface? What's your 90 degree to? Because you can't do that on a curved surface, right?
Yeah, of course you can. You just need a locally flat area, and you can make locally flat areas. You're not extending that range of the horizon all the way out to 90 degrees.
He's using flat Earth.
You're a weasel, dude. Yeah, he's using flat Earth.
How am I a weasel, buddy?
You're using flat Earth.
Am I a weasel?
He's using
No.
flat Earth understanding.
Yeah,
The
you
globe
just
is
said
flat.
it.
The globe is
Didn't
flat.
you-
It's
didn't-
measured like
was
that.
it me, or didn't he just say it's flat? Like he's got to use a flat spot.
He said
Yeah, I
it's
said
got
it's locally flat.
sections
So
on
the
Earth.
change,
Well, yeah.
the curvature of the Earth, if you do like Eratosthenes or any of those stick and shadow sort of measurements, the curvature of the Earth is so small that it will be smaller margin of error for your measuring device.
That makes
Well, you
sense.
won't have an angle, will you?
That's a non sequitur.
That's exactly
Of
what I
course
was
you'll have an
saying.
angle.
One deck. No, because it's
And
curving.
it directly refutes Alpha Veritas's problem with needing a flat Earth to make that angle.
You're the
You
one that
don't.
said it.
Yeah, you just assume something is locally flat, which just means for any given section of the
You don't-
Earth, the amount of curvature is so small as to
Nah,
make the
you've
margin
actually
of error mean it's
You're
either
actually
flat or
proving
not flat.
Earth.
Yeah, dogs
You're
are
proving
gods. You're
flat Earth.
proving that the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
You-
that's exactly
I'm
what he's
glad all of
providing.
you can say that without engaging with what I said. So you understand margin
Yeah,
of
because you
error.
can't do it off a
and-
curved surface. You can't get a 90 degree off a curved surface. You know that, dogs.
He
There's
did
no way you
local
can get away
flat.
around that.
Yeah,
He
dogs.
Why not?
What,
Why can't I get a
what-
90 degree
what's-
off a curved surface?
It's you. What do you mean?
yeah, what's perpendicular? What's perpendicular to vertical and horizontal?
If I Google,
Say it.
right
He's not gonna
now,
say it. He's
will
not
there
gonna
be
say it.
mathematics professors and
he won't say
mathematics
it.
departments that say you can get 90 degree off an Earth surface? Is that true or false?
A curved or an
Off a
Earth
curved
surface.
surface.
Yeah.
Curved surface. Sorry, they're synonymous to me.
Well, it's not
so
because
you-
you haven't measured it. So if you're saying the Earth's surface is curved, then you're gonna have to be able to get the vertical point perpendicular to the horizontal.
All right, this is your last chance. I'm going to
You're
ask you the
not
same thing. If
answering
I go to
the
a
question.
mathematics department,
No,
I go to a
dude.
mathematics
Just
department
gonna
and I
glance.
ask, can I get a degree off a curve?
Who's your
What would they
last
say?
chance? Who was your last
Just put it.
chance?
Try it.
Oh, we
on.
got last chance. Oh no! What happens next time? Nothing. He just
Oh no,
resets
is he gonna
back.
bring up? Is he gonna bring up the Eratosthenes?
No, we don't know how he's getting his 90 degree on a curved surface. He hasn't got to that point yet. How are you doing it?
Well, he isn't. You
Okay,
can't
tell
do
me
it.
tell me this mathematics you speak of and how it's possible. Really? That's incredible, dude. Like you know that you're
What?
wrong, bro.
I asked you the question twice. No one engaged with it. So why should I answer your question now?
Because you don't have an answer to that. That's not possible. You can't get a 90 degree
Tangent
angle,
at a
bro.
point. Tangent at a point. There, I've answered your question.
Tangent, straight line, mate.
Locally, yeah, he made a locally flat section and then told that
Hey, he said
flat.
You guys are so dumb. You can't
said it was
even
locally
Google
flat, dog.
tangent to a point.
You said it was locally flat. That was your
You
word.
are listening. Alpha Veritas is being a dick.
Bro, didn't he
You've
say
actually
that?
broken him to the point where he's singing.
Yeah, he's gone in the
Bing
metronome.
bong, bing bong.
He's gone
I asked
flat.
Alpha Veritas and then explained everything. And he's just
You
ignoring
are
it.
so wrong. It's not even funny anymore, dude. Like your arguments have gone just way off the deep end, bro.
Counted at least 10 non sequiturs from
I mean, he
dogs
was
out of
saying-
God's mouth.
15 degree per hour. A degree is an angle measurement per hour. It's just an angle measurement.
Yeah,
you
but
need
he's
a flat
using it off a
baseline for
flat
that.
surface, one deck. That's
Exactly,
what he said.
I know.
He said the
Yeah,
Earth is
he's
flat locally, and it's like,
Yeah,
dude,
he said-
that's what you're stealing from the flat Earth just to make your point. Well, welcome to
But
flat
then he
Earth.
said, yeah, but Alfie, he said Earth is flat locally. Then he said you can get an angle off a curve. So are you using the flat local curve or the curve local curve?
One deck. I'm going to answer that question for the third time. So the answer is that the measuring device will not be able to be disrupted by the curvature of the Earth. So in my mathematics, there will be nothing
so
to
no
indicate
curve.
I'm on a curved surface except for the sun's angle change to me, because
that's some
locally,
bullshit right
over
there,
the course
bro.
of a couple of meters, the Earth does not curve enough to disrupt my measurements.
Yeah,
Ta-da!
right there, dude.
You're saying you're measuring the distance or speed over Earth. So you need to use the surface of Earth to determine that.
No, so what I'm measuring is the time and the angle change at one point on the Earth using a measuring device, sticks and shadow star. Now, you can use the time and the angle change to get a speed.
Now,
And
if
then
you're
you
using
map
the
it to either
surface
globe
of
or
Earth,
flat.
if you're using the surface of Earth to get your angle, you will require a flat baseline.
That's a
No,
given.
you will not. You
Yes,
can
you
just
do.
assume. No,
Oh
you
my
will not.
God,
I
bro.
explained this to you. Alpha Veritas.
You said it was
I'm going to use two
flat,
words
bro.
again, and then I'm going to challenge you, and I will give you, I don't know, all the praise in the
God,
universe if you can repeat this back to me. Tangent to a point. Go ahead.
You said it yourself. It was locally flat. That's what you said at the very beginning of your statement. How are you going to
Yeah, which
castrate
means that
yourself
it's
to say it's
curved,
not
right?
that? No.
Which means that it's curved, right? So
It can't be
locally
curved. You
flat
can't
means
get
that
a 90 degree from a curved surface, dude. That's what
Flat
we're
means
saying.
curve.
Yeah, dogs, why are you
Hey,
gaslighting?
Alpha Veritas, what was the last three words I said to you that you were supposed to
This is why it's
repeat back to me?
important to keep
Come
these
on,
guys
big
off
fellas.
mute because they'll say the dumbest shit that you'll ever hear.
What's the term I used for the mathematical principle to get an angle from curve? Come
You're
on,
talking
guys,
about
it's
it.
not
You're
that
talking.
hard.
Listen, you're talking about a tangent, but you're working off a locally flat area. You said that yourself.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Yeah. How are you gonna look?
Yeah. So
how are you
what's your
gonna
argument,
glance
big
over
fella?
that you're using the Earth locally flat, bro, to get a 90 degree.
Bingo. And why did I explain I'm able to use the Earth locally flat? Do you remember that explanation?
Because Earth is flat.
That wasn't my explanation. Do you want to repeat my explanation? I gave it 3 times.
Bro.
So listen, when you've took your angle,
you're starting to
when
walk
you've
away.
took your,
No, sorry, don't jump in and save him. Alpha Veritas, can you give my argument that I gave 3 times? It's not a hard one.
Yeah.
Margin of error, measuring device.
Yeah, you already said it. You're gonna use a tangent off a locally flat surface.
Yeah, and the curvature, if I
Wait a
was to
minute.
assume
Isn't that what you said?
the Earth was curved,
Yeah, if you were to assume it was
excuse me.
curved.
You're
Yeah,
assuming
not
it is.
If I
but it's not-
assume the Earth is curved, or if I assume it's flat, it won't change the fact that I can still measure that angle because
No,
my
that's
measuring
bullshit.
device
No,
won't be affected by the curve.
Yes, it will. Yes, dude, you can't get a fucking 90 degree. There's no way. Off a curved surface.
It's really simple.
Oh my god.
It's really simple. If you have a measuring device and that measuring device measures, say, 5 centimeters, and the curvature of the Earth over that distance is 0.00000000001 centimeters, then how can my measuring device with a margin of error of, say, 1 millimeter be able to account for the curvature of the Earth?
Okay, but listen, mate. So
are you talking
well,
about?
let me
go ahead, one day. You
just
go,
like
man.
there. So no, I'm asking a question. So you've got your 15 degree angle, 15 degree per angle, yeah, to the sun. So that's got a G. So you've got to get the angle. You've got the GP of the sun on the ground and your GP. So you've got a line between you and the GP of the sun. Is that horizontal or curved?
It's an artificial line, so it doesn't really matter. You'd start with the sun directly above you.
Well, it's not an angle then. It's not an elevation angle then.
What do you mean? So if I'm standing there and I'm looking at the sun off in the distance, I don't need to know the GP of the sun in order to make my angle. I just need to use a measuring device like a protractor to get straight up and then to get an angle off straight up, a deviation from directly vertical.
So what's the distance then between the GP and you? How many miles?
I don't need to know the distance. I just need to know if the distance is linear or not.
So what is it per degree?
60 nautical miles per degree of change.
So
it's just that if you do that on a curved surface, that 1 degree will be 60 the first time from, say, directly above you. And then the second time, it'll have to be more than 60 nautical miles for the second degree, because the gap between the first and second degree on a flat Earth, using this measurement of directly above you and then deviating out 1 degree, has to be bigger than the first degree. It's just geometry 101. It's just mathematics. But on a curved surface, because all of these degrees are just spokes on a giant wheel, they can all be equidistant and have the same amount of degree change for that distance, which means that the sun moving away from you...
That's to the centre of a ball, mate. That's to the centre of a ball, not on the surface of Earth.
That doesn't change it. That's just you moving
But you're not
away
measuring
from...
you're not taking your
those
measurement
spokes
from
are still equidistant.
You're not taking the measurement from the centre of Earth, are you?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it is, because you're taking it from the surface, bro.
You have to.
It would matter if it was a sphere. It wouldn't matter. But
Okay, can you give me a reason why that would change the measurement?
Because you're on the surface of Earth. Yeah, you're going from the centre.
Okay, so that's just you repeating your assertion. Can you give a reason why being on the surface would change it? Because no matter what happens, there's still going to be equidistance between the spokes on the globe Earth compared to the flat Earth. This is a principle that's been proven with sextants.
Oh my god, dude.
A principle? What kind of principle is it?
It's mathematics. What's the geometry?
No, well, what's the
job? Do you want me
of
to draw it out, guys? I'll go get a piece of paper and draw it out again.
Listen, the job of a sextant is to measure an elevation angle. Yeah, that will require a horizontal baseline. That's what it's designed to do.
Give me an argument for that, please.
Well, just look at what a sextant is designed to do.
So, can you give me an argument, premise, conclusion?
I don't need to argue. I'm telling you what a sextant is designed to measure: elevation angles. Now, an elevation
I
angle
agree with that.
So it's gonna be using and utilizing, to get the elevation angle, a horizontal baseline. That's what it requires.
A real one or an apparent one?
You know why we call sea level?
A real? Excuse me, I'm addressing this dude. So is it a real one or an apparent one? Before you walk away.
Hey,
well, if you're using the surface of Earth, which it does do, you will be using the Earth, and that will be the horizontal baseline.
Mm-hmm.
No, you just are taking a point on the Earth, and you're drawing a straight line between you with the sextant and that point on the Earth, which is generally the horizon. It's an apparent line. What you're doing is called a reification fallacy, where you're saying because there must be an apparent line drawn in the mathematics of using a sextant in celestial navigation, therefore there must be a physical straight line on the Earth. It's a reification. It's taking the principle and saying it's concrete.
The baseline is the Earth. That's how you know from your position to the angle or where the GP of the star, or the, where you're saying the celestial object.
I don't engage in fallacious arguments, and this one's a reification fallacy.
You're taking your angle measurement from the surface of Earth.
That's an irony, right there.
Guys, if you didn't engage in fallacious arguments, you wouldn't be engaging in your own argument right now. Your own.
How is my argument fallacious?
Because everything you said is non-evidential, non-reproducible, non-experimental. None of it. You've never experimented on any of it.
You can only get a 90-degree if you have the horizontal and vertical line intersecting, dude.
You can go out with a stick, any sort of angle measuring tool, like just a kid's protractor, and like a tape measure and a clock, and you can replicate this experiment with those things.
Yeah, that's not an experiment. That's just measuring what you think, what you presume is a globe.
So an experiment is using some form of test, which would engage in measurements in order to try to vindicate a hypothesis.
Yeah, but
if you don't vindicate the hypothesis, you have falsified your experiment.
This is a derivative argument.
Then you have added evidence to your hypothesis.
This is a derivative argument already presupposing that the Earth is a globe working off of the surface.
Incorrect.
Yes, because you haven't first initiated the fact that you know that the Earth is curving. You didn't do that. So you're presupposing...
You don't have to. All you have to do is take competing principles and test the competing
You're
hypothesis.
Not competing with anything. You need to first establish the premise that the Earth's
incorrect,
surface is curving. Yeah,
You do
because
not have
can't-
to first establish
I already
something
told
to
you.
test if it is
Yes,
true.
Because you can't get a 90 degree off a curved surface. So you first have to establish the bullshit that you're saying that is true. You have to first make it known that that's the case, and then you work
What's
off
my
and say that the
explanation for
angles
not
work this
needing
way.
What was my explanation for not requiring a flat surface to get that angle?
Because you want to pre-assume that the Earth is a globe and say that because your
Nope.
argument
What was my
stands, then it's
explanation
valid.
exactly? Because remember, I gave you this explanation 4 times. I stopped the
You said
entire
you was using a
conversation so that
local.
you would
You said
engage
you
in
was
this
using a
explanation.
local.
So can you repeat
local
it to me,
flat
please,
Earth.
AB, since I've said it to you 4 times?
You were using the locally flat Earth, and that was
Correct.
what you that's what you say is considered with slight curvature in mind, off a tangent.
Well, no, I'm using the locally flat Earth as if it is a flat baseline, but it isn't a flat baseline. It's just my measuring
Oh
tool
my God,
won't
dogs,
be
you are
my measurement won't be changed
something else.
enough. Hold up a sec. Hold up. My measurement won't be changed enough because the amount of curve is smaller than the margin of error for the measuring device.
You are
This has been
something else, you know
replicated.
that?
So
Something
you
else.
don't need to know the Earth is a curve in order to test it. You just need to have a hypothesis the Earth is a curve. This is how science works.
Oh
You
shit!
guess
No, is it?
hypothesis.
You don't.
This is exactly how science works.
That's not how
Do you
science
have
works.
anything that disagrees with what I just said? Any citation,
Yes.
please?
Yes.
It's not science, mate. What's happening is when you're talking about the sextant there, by the way, which we already know that it's there for measuring an elevation angle, right? So we all know what an elevation angle requires is a horizontal baseline. Now, when
told
you
you that.
use the sextant, if you're looking at the sun, we will be using the horizon, to establish horizontal, and the method goes like we'll be using the horizon, to bring the sun down to the surface of the horizon, That's
No.
what we do. Yes.
So all
That's
you need
what
to do is draw an imaginary line, and all you need is 2 points to measure.
Oh my
3
God.
points to measure an angle, really.
I'm not
So the
finished.
point you're on,
Dog.
and
I
then
didn't-
point off in
no,
the
I
distance
didn't
1, and then
finish.
point off in distance 2. Excuse me a second.
didn't
You can
finish.
draw fake straight lines to those points, and you can get an
No.
angle from it.
Yeah,
Nothing
but
to do
I'm
with
trying to
the flat baseline.
I'm trying to explain, like nicely to you, how we're not yet actually using imaginary lines. So, the horizon, the line at which the Earth's surface and sky appear to meet, that's the Earth's surface. So, we're going to bring the sun down to the top of the horizon,
So what I'm going to do is just quickly ask you a question.
So I can't-
Do
still can't
sextants
finish.
only work when
No,
you're
I'm not.
lying at sea level?
Sextants measure elevation angles. That's all the purpose of them is.
I'm going to ask you the same question again because you didn't hear it or answer. So, do
Well, I
sextants
was
only
halfway-
work when
I
you're
was
lying
halfway
down?
through a sentence
Do
when you
sextants only
interrupted me.
work when you're lying down at sea level?
No, you can stand up and use them.
Okay, so that baseline isn't the baseline of the Earth. That's
Yes,
from
it
the
is.
sextant to
That's
a point
bullshit.
in
Yes,
the
it is.
distant horizon.
Yeah,
but
because
then-
before the
yeah,
well,
but
hold on,
that's what-
before
that-
but yeah, you do eye height
I
correction
can
before you leave
prove
the
this
harbor.
to you with just like 2 seconds of
You just
thought.
glanced
was-
over what I
no, but
said, didn't you?
Alpha, I was trying to get to that point. You
Yeah.
brought the sun down. You brought the sun down to the horizon, which is the surface of Earth.
Actually, or apparently?
Oh, you've not actually brought the sun down, have you? You've brought its G.
Okay.
You know it's GP now. You know it's GP, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's on.
So-
It's on the top. Listen, let me just finish my sentence, and I'll shut up. Yeah. You brought the sun down to the top of the horizon. Yeah. You're in a boat. Yeah. Now you need to bring your eye down to the surface of the horizon, and that point between your eye and the sun's GP will be a straight horizontal line. And we're using the horizon, which is the surface of Earth, the sea level.
Wow, this is so funny because what you've done is you've said because you do a calculation that involves changing the angle of the sun to a spot, focusing on the GP of that spot, which whatever, and then you bring your angle in line with that angle with the sun. Therefore, that also must match the Earth. All of that is just apparent lines and apparent angles to actual points on the Earth. None of those
dude,
lines
no, man.
have to
Like,
match the
fucking
shape
hell,
of the
dude.
Earth, and that's why I called it a reification fallacy because none
I
of those
told you
lines
before you
sit
before
on the Earth.
freaking hell, dude. Before you leave
I'm
the
done now.
harbor,
It's your turn to talk, mate.
I know because you've been talking forever. All right.
No, I
if
haven't.
yeah, you have. When you leave the harbor,
No, I haven't.
you
Stop
do-
lying
you do-
about me.
Well, because you don't stop. You still interrupted me. So when you leave the
Yeah, I'm
harbor,
interrupting you because you can't start your
Fucking
sentence
hell,
without
dude.
like you've been talking forever. So go ahead. It's your turn to talk now.
You done? So when you leave the harbor, you do an eye height correction. That's how you get the sextant down to the floor. That's obvious. You should have already known that. I don't know why that's the baseline, bro. That's why before the ship leaves the harbor, it's going to do an eye height correction. That's what puts the sextant on the ground. That's what puts it on the ground.
Yeah, so
the mean sea level.
So you make a correction, and you think that correction means that the Earth must be flat. Ridiculous. That's a reification fallacy.
No, it's not, dude. That's how it
yes,
works.
you're saying the mathematics does X, therefore the Earth must do X.
So when you do your measurement to the GP, that's what you're using, the eye height correction. So you could be on a boat with whatever elevation from the water, but you're going to use that eye height correction to put it on the floor all the way down. So then from where you're at to where the GP is the straight line, and it's going to intersect with the GP, which is the vertical point. The 90 degree. What are you talking about, dude? That's how you know. And it's happening over a flat baseline, which means the Earth is not curving, because that's the only way you get a 90 degree.
Listen to me for a second, okay? So when you're talking about the GP just gives you a distance from a point on the Earth. It's got nothing to do with my sticks and shadow angle measurement. The GP also fits the relationship I talked about with the sun. You cannot have the GP at a set 60 nautical miles per degree from your position if the Earth is straight. It must every degree vary, but it doesn't. It's a set 60 nautical miles per degree of
How did
change.
you
So
verify
every
that? Did
time
you
you
walk the
invoke the GP, you are invoking
How did you verify
a globe
that?
Earth.
Did you walk the distance? How did you verify that?
It's geometry. Do you want me to draw it
Bullshit,
for you?
dude. Yeah, your mathematics once again. You're that's all
No,
you invoke,
it's not
dude.
mathematics. It's
Yeah, 'cause you didn't
geometry. So if
verify
you
it.
draw
Yeah,
spokes
fine.
on a wheel, every spoke is equidistant if it's equidistant degree from each spoke. So if you drew 360 spokes on a wheel, every one of those spokes would be equidistant as long as it represents a single degree. If you do it on a flat Earth with a 90 degree baseline and you go up 1 degree, 1 degree, 1 degree, 1 degree till you get to the zenith, the very top, then that will all be, every single time, it'll be a different distance between those angle lines.
Listen, just back to once you brought your eye or the sextant tool down to done your dip and got that at water level, sea level as well to match the
Mathematically,
GP.
yeah.
At that point, you've got the elevation angle. That gives you the elevation angle then, because you brought.
No, it doesn't actually.
Well, it does, because that's your true altitude. That's your true altitude then, because your eye and the sun's GP is level with each other, and we're using
I see what you're talking about. Yeah,
That's what we've
that's
been
the
saying.
elevation. That's the elevation angle. Now, what is an elevation angle?
it's a angle of 2 points above you. So, like, you have point A, which is an angle off in the distance, which is the horizon, and then you have B, which is the sun or the star, and then you have the difference between those two, which is the angle. And the baseline can intersect the globe, or it can only touch the globe at a point. That's why you get angles at a point. So when sextants do their angle to the sun, there's no reason that it has to be a flat baseline to work off. In reality, it can just be a flat baseline in mathematics. That's why I keep calling it a reification fallacy.
Because we're using
you're saying the maths has to be real.
We're using the sea level for the GP of the sun. We're using the horizon to establish horizontal, and then when we bring our eye down to sea level, we've got the baseline then, and we've used the sea level in both them instances. There's a distance between them two now, and that is the elevation angle, which requires a horizontal baseline.
Oh, well done.
And we use it.
Yeah, you keep repeating this, but it's just a reification fallacy. You're saying that because you draw a straight line in your calculation, therefore the Earth is a straight line. You can do it with a globe. Prove to me you can't do it with a globe.
Cannot.
Or do you want me to draw it out?
Said that. We already said you can't do it with the globe.
It can't be a globe.
I mean, you just look at any how-to guide on using a sextant, and they all use mathematics and use the tool on a globe in their how-to guides. Duh! Like, it can't work on a globe, but that's what they teach you to use? Honestly, guys.
Can you just say that how-to guide proves the shape of something?
I said the how-to guide tells you that you can use a sextant without assuming a flat Earth, because they use it only ever on a globe Earth. So you show me a sextant being used on flat Earth,
That's
and then I'll look at it. Show me one of the guides.
Bullshit, dude.
It's not assuming one. It's utilizing one.
Yeah, so
His
it can
argument was
work on a
literally
globe
they put
Earth.
in
It
a
doesn't
how-to
require a
guide.
flat Earth.
Even you
Yeah,
said it, Ding
his
Dong.
argument was literally they put it in a how-to guide. That was the strength of the
Yeah,
argument.
exactly. Because his argument was you can't use it on a globe, and I'm saying the how-to guides show you how to use it on a globe. So
Hey,
you
one
don't
bit.
have
Do
to
you remember
assume
at
the
the
Earth
beginning
is
of his
flat. It's
argument?
ridiculous.
At the beginning of his argument, he said it was a flat Earth, a flat locally flat.
Locally flat Earth.
Yeah, I did say
You
that.
can't
What's
get away
wrong with
from
that?
Yeah, you can't get away from that.
What's wrong with that?
It's
What's
gonna
wrong with it,
follow
though?
you everywhere. No, you're not gonna
Make
let
an
that
argument
go.
about it, though. Make an argument.
You can't
Well,
use
how many
did you say it was curved? Locally curved Earth?
So,
Should have said
just
that.
quickly, Alpha Veritas, I'm challenging
You
you
should have
right
said
now
that. No,
to
you should
give
have
me an
said that.
argument for why
Sorry.
using the term locally flat is a
Yeah,
ridiculous thing to say.
Yeah,
so, go
no,
ahead.
it's not. It's actually the correct thing to say because when you know the Earth is locally flat, that's how you can use a baseline for measuring an angle. So yeah, you said it correctly. Now you're gonna have to carry it
Okay.
forward. So your fallacy is that you're making an incorrect assumption that the Earth is curving because it's locally flat. How the hell do
No,
you have that?
I'm making a measurement and then I'm testing if that measurement will work on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. Now,
Well, you
measuring
said
that
it yourself.
shadow does not change if I'm on a very big globe or a very small flat Earth because my measuring device is not sensitive enough to measure the curvature of the
That's bullshit.
Earth.
No,
So,
no, we're not
there's
gonna let it go.
nothing about curvature versus flat that will change
Sorry.
my measurement
Sorry.
or the
But
mapping
you
to my
said it.
hypothesis. So
No,
go
you
ahead,
should have said
AB.
globe.
Give me an argument
You
for
should
how
have said
locally
globe
flat
at the beginning.
changes anything.
It's your bad. You should have said locally globe, but you didn't. No curved or nothing. So
No, I shouldn't have said locally globe because I'm not measuring it with the assumption it's a globe.
yeah, because you know you
No,
need a
because
flat
you're measuring
baseline.
an elevation angle,
Yeah,
which
you know you
requires
need a flat
horizontal
baseline, bro.
line.
Yeah.
It doesn't though. But it
You
doesn't
said
matter
it.
if you measure the horizontal. You know,
You
it
said it,
doesn't
dogs.
matter if.
Oh yeah, it does.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
So,
it does.
AV, can you give me an argument? This is like the fourth time I've challenged
We
you to do
already
this.
did.
Why me
You made
saying
it for us.
locally flat is a problem?
It's not a problem for us. It's a problem for you.
How? That's what I'm asking.
You're trying to reconcile without having a flat baseline how you can have a 90-degree angle, and you can't.
Right.
So it needs to be flat.
I
So
can.
you have to use the words locally flat. You have to.
I
Can't get
can.
away. No.
I can.
How many
Oh
flat
my god,
spots
I
are there
can
on a
because
globe, bro?
AV, hold up for a sec. I
You
can
didn't answer my
because
question. How many
I'm
flat
about
spots are there on
to.
a globe?
I'm about to. There are none, but the measuring
Thank you.
device for measuring
That'll be
if there
all.
is a curve is not sensitive enough to measure the curve. Therefore, every
not my
measurement I
problem.
make, regardless
That's
of the
yours.
curve or regardless of the flat, will be the same.
It's not my problem. It's yours.
So
I just
that's
pointed
not a
out the fact
problem,
that you
though.
said, yeah, because it's not my problem. Your instrument's not good enough. It's flat for all intents and purposes. So,
Well, we've been over
No,
this.
no,
I
no,
mean,
because when you
Yeah.
make the measurement, regardless of whether it's flat or whether it's curved, when you map that measurement to a projection of the Earth, if it is flat, you cannot get what we see in reality. If it is curved, you get what we see in reality. That is science 101. It's
Yeah, but
That's not
hypothesizing,
science.
experimenting,
You're wrong.
and then finding a conclusion from your
There's no
experiment.
experiment.
You're wrong.
Dogs.
You're wrong. Wrong. 15 degrees. Yeah, 15 degrees. So you've got your 15-degree angle. Yeah. Yeah. I've already explained. We're using the horizon to establish horizontal. That's why we use the horizon. That's why the sextant has the horizon mirror. It doesn't have a tangent mirror. It doesn't have a globe.
We're using shadows and sticks.
On a
No,
locally
we're
flat
talking
Earth, aren't we? Getting our angles 90 degrees, aren't we?
You haven't given me a reason
Thank
why
you.
the term locally flat is a problem.
It's not
Okay,
for me.
well,
It's one for you.
Yeah, but
You
you
said-
said that,
you
you
said you
never
were
give me a
proving-
reason why it's a problem for me. So Alpha Veritas, for the 5th time, why is it a problem for me that
Because
I
I
use that
just told
terminology?
you like about 1,000 times you can't get a 90-degree off a curved surface. So if it's locally
But
flat,
that's
that's
not true.
fine.
You can if the curve is so
bullshit, dude.
small that it does not affect your measuring device.
It's still curving. You can't get a 90-degree off a small little tiny curve. It's not
Of
going to happen.
course you can,
Yeah, but
because my
Alpha-
measuring device can't differentiate between curved and not
no.
curved.
Alpha. The thing is, if you've got 15 degree and you're saying it's 6, so 15 times 69, say 1,035 miles, that'll be the distance between the GP of the sun and your sextant when it's on top of the sea level as well. That's not That's not like a locally flat. That's like 1,000 miles.
Exponential, yeah. That's another problem that he was having. So when you extend that distance,
Wearing a sextant do you? Wearing a sextant do you measure distance, mate? Wearing a sextant do you measure distance, dude? Where with a sextant do you measure distance?
When you go over exponentially,
where with a sextant do you measure distance?
That small little locally flat that you were using gets larger distance. It's going to get curving, right? So you're going to be.
Where do you measure distance with a sextant? You don't.
See,
you can measure angles just by using. Hold up, guys. Hold up. Listen. I will answer whatever you want. Just listen for 2 seconds. To measure an angle, you only need points. You don't need any lines. You draw the lines in after they're fake lines, apparent lines. You can put 2 dots on a sheet of paper, and then you can pick a point between those 2 dots, and you can figure out the angle for those 2 dots just using a protractor. You don't need to draw lines or have physical lines anywhere to work
what
on.
you're saying is, Dogs, you're saying is the top of a basketball. You've got 1 point on the left-hand side, 1 point on the right-hand side. So that's a hump in the middle, yeah? And then you just draw a line up from one of them. Is that an angle?
What? Nope. What are you talking about?
What you've just explained. So you've got a basketball. You've got draw.
Where am I standing on this basketball?
One of the dots.
Okay. Yep. And
now draw a line straight.
Yep. So I'm standing on a basketball, 6-foot observer with the sextant, and I draw a dot off in the distance that I can draw a straight line between the top of me as an observer and that dot. What's wrong with that?
Is that hump a straight line?
No, the hump doesn't have to be a straight line. The line between my eye and the sextant, because no one uses hold up, no one uses sextants while lying on the ground, do they? The point between my eye and the dot off in the distance, hopefully on water, with the sextant, is the line. That line doesn't have to match the Earth. To claim that it does is a reification fallacy because it's a fake line that's mathematically put there. Have I been booted and muted?
No, you can deny the locally flat argument all you want, but it's going to be sticking with you forever. You can't get away from that.
You haven't given an argument, AB.
You can't get a 90 degree.
You never gave an argument, AB.
You can't get a 90 degree. You can't get a 90 degree.
What was my
I've been
answer?
saying it.
What was
That's
my answer?
argument.
What was my answer?
That you're imagining on a tangent on a locally flat Earth. That's because the device can't measure it at that precise level.
Thank you. And what's wrong with that argument?
Because it's bullshit. Because you know that you have to say that. That's your cope. That's your cope.
No, what is wrong with it? That's just you appealing to a narrative and saying that I'm coping instead of giving me a mathematical principle that violates my
You can't get a 90 degree off a curved surface. That's the principle, dude. Duh.
No, it is.
Yeah.
So my measuring device cannot differentiate between curved and not curved over that distance.
My problem?
How does that
That's
mean I
yours.
can't get a 90 degree using my measuring
Therefore,
device?
it's not a globe. How about that?
What do you mean, therefore, it's not a globe? That makes no sense.
Well, you want to go based off of math? Well, you can't get a 90 degree off a curved surface. Therefore, it's not a globe. Made it simple enough for you to digest.
Why? Why can't you get 90 degree off a curved surface if your measuring device isn't affected by the curve?
That's your problem. The Earth is flat.
No, it's not a problem. It is a problem. The measuring device can't tell if it's curved or not. Therefore, I can still get a 90 degree no matter what. Why is it called a measuring device? I can't extend out that baseline, and that baseline will not match the Earth over a much further distance with a measuring device with the same margin of error. It's just that very small distance with a margin of error that is greater than the distance.
Therefore,
this can work, and it does work.
Is that the way you view it? Therefore, it's curved.
Can you not remember the start of my argument where I was talking about the relationship between angle changes and distance? Can you not remember the start of my argument? Alpha, can you not remember the start of my argument? Can you not remember the start of my argument?
Bro. You can't win this. There's no way. It's
Alpha,
unwinnable for you.
What was the start of my argument?
I'm not going to repeat it, dude. You're done.
Wait.
You were asking how it's possible that I could refute you mathematically. You're like, well, it has to line up that you refuted me in some way. I was like, yeah, you can't get a 90 degree off a curve. So I'm not going to get away from that because you said off a locally flat surface. You said
exactly.
that, dog.
So if there's no difference,
You pigeonholed
If
yourself
there's
into
no
this
difference in the
argument.
measurement of flat
Then it's
versus
flat.
curved, how does it affect
Yeah.
my
flat.
measurement?
Then it's flat.
Then
Thank you.
it's flat.
That's what I've been saying.
No,
It's
that's
flat. Yeah.
presuppositional apologetics.
not.
You're just saying it's
No,
flat
you
because
said
it's
it.
flat
You
if you don't measure
You
something either way.
said it. You
You
need
don't
the
get to
locally
treat it as
surface.
flat. You don't get to treat it as flat and then utilize it as flat and then
I'm not
say
treating
it's
it as
curved.
flat.
Thank you.
I'm not
That's what I've
treating
been
it as
telling you.
flat.
Yes, you are.
I am not treating it as flat.
Yeah, you are. That's why I said you pigeonholed yourself. Yes, you are.
I am
You
not
have
treating
to.
it as flat,
are.
Alpha.
You are when you
You
get your
are.
I am
angle
treating it
measurement.
as
Dogs.
neither. I am treating it as
Bullshit,
neither.
dude.
I am treating
You
it as neither.
Okay.
I'm treating
let's
it as
repeat what you
neither. My
said. Let's
measuring
repeat what you
device
said.
can't tell if it's flat or not flat. Therefore,
See?
it's neither.
You can't get away from this because you said it's
Uh-oh.
locally flat. That's what you. We're
Alpha
taking your
Veritas,
words.
deal with
We're
this
taking your
argument,
words.
okay?
I am.
Premise, conclusion. If I cannot tell if it's flat or curved because of my measuring device, I am not assuming it is flat and curved or
Yes,
curved.
you are. You just.
Is that
Okay, now he's dude. Are you going back on what you said? Because that's what it sounds like, dogs. You're walking the argument back. You can't do it. You can't undo your argument. You're in it to win it, man. So it's too late. Can't turn back. Did he drop out? No. Mic check.
Hey, wait,
He just- he
Alpha,
dropped
could
out.
I possibly point out something that I think might be a confusion that's going on right now?
Well, it's not a confusion, but yeah, whatever.
All right,
Go
so
ahead.
I think you guys have two different concepts of what is going on here with this celestial navigation. So the way that I think Alpha is viewing this is this diagram here. So you can tell me if this is misrepresenting you, but you've got the angle to the star, and then to the GP, and then to your location, and then you make a trigger. Basically, use trigonometry to try to find the distance. But you're saying because it's curved, you can't find that. You can't find that distance because it's curved. Not only that, but you might not be able to see the GP. Is that what you're saying?
Incorrect.
I know that's not what a dog. What you're saying, but it's Alpha. This is
No, he's
what
not the
Alpha-
one that said no. I think it's teed up.
No. Yeah, but Alpha's not saying that. No, he's saying that you
Mm-hmm.
can't use a curved line to achieve an angle.
Period.
And my argument for that was the measuring device cannot differentiate between curved and straight. Therefore, you can. So prove me wrong.
What's differentiating between them?
The second, really quickly,
keeps
the second,
saying it.
So the second thing, I mean, the way that I think me and Dog are using celestial navigation is really like this. So we're assuming that the thing is at sort of an infinite distance, and so then you can make a corresponding angle between your position. I mean, the zenith distance at your position, which is the from the zenith to the object, and then if you make a line at the center of the Earth, you can get the zenith distance. So that zenith distance will be the same. And so if you look at the second, the white diagram I posted, you can see that your zenith distance to the object will be the zenith distance from the center of the Earth, and it kind of maps onto your position to the object's geographical position, and that's where you get the 69 degrees per 69 miles
60.
per degree.
60.
Yeah, 60. And so basically, once you get that zenith distance, it's in the form of an angle. So it's not the same thing. So you guys are talking about
dude. No.
Yeah. So I'm going to go in a sec so Pinky can take over. I just want to let Pinky know that like what he said is all correct. That's great. But my original argument was just that if you do the stick angle measurements as the sun moves away from you, you find that there must be a linear relationship between the distance that it moves as well as the angle. Otherwise, the sun must speed up for one person and must slow down for another person due to their perspective on Earth. So you could be like standing a few kilometers away from a friend and the sun would have to slow down as it comes towards you and speed up as it gets away from them, which can't happen. It's a contradiction. But if you have a curved Earth and that linear relationship holds, which is what you were saying with the sextant, and then I went into sextant to just show that we know this to be true because we use this relationship, this linear relationship that can only work on a globe Earth to get the distances between angles as you move towards a GP of a star from your position.
So
Great.
you
That was
just
my
dismissed. You just dismissed perspective. Good job. Take the L with you when you leave the door.
How did I dismiss perspective, Alpha? Can you
You
explain
just said
that since you can't
it
explain the
can't
measuring
be
device thing?
perspective. if two people are on different places and one of them seeing the sun move away faster and the other one sees it coming to him slower, that's not possible. So we dismiss that. That's what you said in your argument right now. You're closing. So you're just wrong.
I'm correct about this. Yeah, I'm correct.
No,
about
you're
it.
just wrong. You dismiss perspective altogether.
Yeah, it'd mean because two people on the Earth see the sun do the exact same thing. In fact, 8 billion people on the Earth see the sun do the exact same thing throughout the course of the day.
Dude.
So it can't be that you can have all these conflicting different speeds of the sun for different people, because if it's speeding up for one person, it must speed up for the other person who is looking at it from the opposite direction, which would mean that the sun would move faster than 15 degrees per hour as it moves towards the zenith of one person as it moves away from another. So for that, you would need the sun to have conflicting speeds for different people on the Earth, which is logically impossible.
Check this out. You're talking about perspective and what people see. So somebody can be watching the sun move across the sky when it's winter for them, and somebody in the north could be seeing it, when it's summertime for them, and it's going to be looking like the sun's taking a longer distance over the horizon than another person seeing it like it's taking a slower time. It's all about perspective. It's how they view the sun. Duh. You're wrong.
And that only maps on a globe rotating around the sun. It has.
You just dismissed perspective.
What you just said does not counter my problem that I have given you,
because you dismissed it.
I only ever see the sun coming at the same speed, 15 degrees per hour. So if I'm standing there and watching it come towards me, or someone is standing over, 90 degrees from me around the Earth, and they're watching it go away from them, it must go faster as it moves away from them, but it doesn't go faster as it comes towards me, so it cannot work.
Call your buddy in New York and ask him how it's going for him. What does he see? It's going to be different than you in Australia.
That won't work. If I'm in Australia and I call someone over the other side of Australia, then I can ask that, and they will say the sun is still moving 15 degrees per hour, and I will say it's moving 15 degrees per hour, and that relationship cannot hold true on a flat Earth. It must be getting faster as it moves away from him and slowing as it gets near me, but it has to go faster for him, which means that it can't be going slower for me.
You're alluding
shorter
to
fucking days, dude.
Yeah, that's what
do you guys want me to
talk about? A day and a longer day.
Dude, dogs, you are fucking insane.
We've already established the degree measurement is an answer.
I'm going to draw it out for you, AV. How about that?
No, you don't need to, because
you can't get it because it's stupid, so I'll draw it out.
No,
you're acting like they're going to have the same amount of sunlight in the day.
That's what I'm trying to tell him. He doesn't realize that perspective will be different for the guy in the
it's not
north.
about the amount of sunlight. And in Australia, as it goes east to west, it will have the same amount of sunlight anyway. But it's not about the same amount of sunlight. It is the physical speed of 15 degree per hour motion across the sky, that rotational speed, that angle change.
And it will be in the sky for a shorter period.
Yes, that's what
it would conflict.
No, it's not,
bro. Degree measurement's an angle measurement. What are you talking about?
So it doesn't matter if the sun's in the sky for less amount of time for one person. It's still moving across the sky at 15 degrees an hour. That never changes. And I'm saying it would change on a flat Earth.
But the perspective for somebody looking at it at a shorter distance was going to be reporting something different than the guy that's seeing it in the longer view, isn't he?
What the hell are you talking about?
Perspective, dude. The thing that you dismissed.
Yeah, so what did you say? Because I tried to hear what you were saying, but it made no sense.
Oh, you need to get to work, man. And don't worry about this, what we're doing. We'll handle the arguments.
I'm going to draw it out for you, pop it in chat, and then you can see if you can give me a rebuttal.
Yeah, you're going to put your imagination on there. That's like, why do we need to see that?
Which is an angle measurement, mate.
And it's mathematical principles. It's not just imagination. This is like if I drew 1 + 1 = 2.
On a flat
that would
surface.
Be something you'd have to refute. It's a logical argument.
Just like a protractor has a flat baseline. Yeah, I mean, everything you're saying is just so counterintuitive to like what the Earth actually is. It's not even practical.
No, it's only counterintuitive if you can't spatially imagine things.
Yeah, because you're trying to prove evidence that the Earth is a globe via your imagination. It's not going to work.
No,
you're dismissing
that's what you're doing with your imaginary baseline. That baseline isn't real.
Bro.
It's not a physical baseline, is it, Buckaroo?
The bullshit it is.
When you see the horizon, what do you see? A straight line or a curve?
What do you think that is? Imaginary?
Yeah, do you think that's imaginary? When you see the horizon, it's a straight line.
Yeah, say it, dogs.
The baseline is from you off to the distance. The baseline isn't left to right, you idiot.
You say the imagine.
It's at the point now where I'm just going to draw it out for you guys, and if you don't understand after that, no one can help you. You're
We're
not
going to
true
see a little
seekers.
globe fantasy.
What
You're
is?
draw it out?
Hey,
Go
dogs,
ahead.
what is a horizontal line? What is it?
Why are you asking that question?
Because obviously you don't know what a horizontal line is.
Of course I do. A horizontal line is a line at which all vertical points are equidistant on the same vertical line. It's a straight line, the shortest line between 2 points. It is 90 degrees from a vertical
Yeah, so
line.
therefore you need vertical in order to have horizontal and vice versa.
Yeah, so?
So therefore the Earth is flat. You're using a flat way to perceive and observe the Earth.
Yeah, you're gonna break him,
Just
son.
to be
If you
clear-
keep going, he's gonna get broken here in a little bit.
Just to be clear, what you said to me was you need a vertical line in order to have a horizon or a horizontal, which means that you have to be on a flat Earth. That makes no sense. I'm saying vertical lines won't match a horizontal line, and if you draw a line between two verticals on the Earth, then that line won't be horizontal to either vertical, but it'll be horizontal to a vertical line drawn in the middle.
Dude, what are you talking about? Vertical isn't in the middle. Vertical is going straight up and down.
All right, I'll draw this one out for you real quickly.
Hey, he's talking about the
As well.
center of the Earth.
Yeah, dude, there's no dude. Do you have evidence of the center of the Earth?
No,
do you have
he-
evidence of the core of the
He
Earth?
doesn't. He's gonna work something out in math, and to him,
Wait,
that's
dog,
reality.
Maybe I can think. Tell me if this is your position. But like, so the diagram I just posted, this is assuming a flat Earth, and if the sun was a set distance away and it was moving across the sky at a constant speed,
Yeah.
or doing anything really, the rate, say it was moving away from R1 and R2. Well, the rate at which the angle at R1 would decrease would be far faster than at R2, because at R2 it's sort of further away, so it's more of a slight angle. It's kind of hard to explain, but if you're good at spatial visualization, you'll be able to see that at R2 and even at an even further away place, if the sun was moving away, the angle would be moving very slowly, but the closer you get to the sun, it would be moving faster. Well, since what we observe in reality is that all around the planet, the sun seems to move at 15 degrees per hour, that would mean that from an observer at R2, the sun would have to be moving faster than at R1, because for you to get the same speed in angle reduction. But since we see,
Have you guys ever seen the sun at the
Yeah,
horizon? Wait, have you guys ever seen the sun at the horizon? Like,
Yeah,
on
it
the
changes
afternoon?
its angular speed because
Yes,
of refraction.
dude.
But anyway, I just
Oh,
want to
bullshit.
say
No,
that
wait, no,
Pinky is
stop,
correct,
stop. No, bullshit.
and this
No, we're not
diagram
gonna-
is
we're gonna
exactly
stop
the
there.
diagram I
We're
was
gonna
going to
stop there.
use. So
We're gonna stop there because I think that's important. Did you hear what he just said? He left the call. Good job, dogs. You left the call. I got you, bro.
No, you
I got
muted
you.
him.
Yes, that's good. I don't care. He didn't want to listen to the fact that he just contradicted himself right now. Did
Dude,
you hear what he
the
said?
guy's a joke. He gaslights himself and contradicts every single word that he says.
Did you hear what he just said though?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I heard what he said. He said,
When I asked,
recall.
when I said that the sun is on the horizon, have you ever noticed the sun on the horizon? He says yes. The sun moves faster with an angular speed, but it's due to refraction. And he went straight to his point right afterwards, which means that the sun doesn't move 15 degrees per hour. It moved faster on the horizon. Thank you. That'll be all.
That's an
Or is
exception.
it
That's not the norm, though.
slower? Faster.
Thank you.
Is it slower?
That'll be
Faster
all.
or slower?
Faster.
Yeah, but he wanted to skip right past that, didn't he?
Yeah, he glanced over that, boy. He ran out of this chat like fast as can be. So that was it.
I've never seen a more gish-galloping, gaslighting, self-gaslighting, self-contradictory, non-existent worldview. I've never seen that before.
He just admitted it. It moves faster on the horizon. Thank you. Thank you. It was worth all that struggle just to get that one nugget. I worked really hard for that really small nugget that I got out of dogs, but still got it.
I mean, the guy's a joke. He thinks he uses mathemagics, and he thinks that his mathemagics are proof that Earth is a globe. But it's just a joke. Like,
Well,
no one takes it seriously.
they always he listen. He dismissed perspective, right? That was one thing he did, and then he also dismissed the fact that we only see it at a constant speed of 15 degrees per hour. As soon as I got to the sun to the horizon, oh boy, perspective kicks in. The sun moves faster, and all due to perspective. But then he glanced right over that, and it's like, oh, really?
Then
But
he
then what he
accuses
does,
the flat earthers of reification.
Uh-huh.
But then he's giving examples and shifting around because he's giving an example of like points along the Earth with segments of a distance of 69 miles degree. And then in the next breath, he's saying, we're not using the surface of Earth.
Yeah, and he
But
left
his example.
Yeah, go ahead, Monday.
Yeah, sorry, mate, sorry. It's okay.
No, I was gonna say, and he left Pinky holding the bags. So now
Yeah,
Pinky's
oh, sorry. Yeah, I think his thing would only work if you were directly sort of underneath the sun, such that, like, maybe kind of on the equator at the equinox, so to speak. Because I just like if you I just look at the picture I just posted. Like, maybe this is what you're talking about, Alpha, but like yeah, you know, at any other latitude, then the sun does change its rate at which it goes, at which it moves in the sky. Like I think in
Thank
the
you.
Arctic
Thank you
Circle
very
in
much.
summer,
That'll be
it, like,
all.
it just kind of moves in a circle.
No, dude. I but see, like, I know this because we've had these arguments many times, but I'm waiting for the like point where you guys actually realize that the argument you're making is fallacious, and that's because it's not supporting what you're saying. You guys are tending to like think that everything's all things being equal, right? But perspective changes that. When somebody lives in a different geographic location than somebody else, that's going to change what they see. And also, when they see the sun at the horizon, it's just so many different variables that it's not going to be constant. So all these things that we consider have to deal with like how we view the sun. So you can't dismiss perspective. But he wants to.
Not to mention, they're not even considering the fact of point perspective, right? Because point perspective is the whole reason why observations are accurate. You know what I mean? Like, why flat Earth observations are accurate. Point perspective proves that whatever perspective you have, yeah, it's going to seem subjective, but at the end of the day, when you reproduce it in an experiment, you'll know if it's reproducible and if it's true or real every time. You know what I mean?
Exactly. That was a kind of a pretty cool discussion, I think. Usually Dogs is in it to win it, but he probably had to get busy and stuff. That and because the moment I muted him, he skedaddled. His whole argument was undermined with his whole premise of coming in here and saying that, well, it's locally flat. Well, really? So now we're measuring angles with the locally flat Earth. Yeah, because that's because my device can't measure anything else. But it's not my fault.
Yeah, he provides a depravity of the lack of usage of the tools around him and his own tools, his own senses, and he denies his own senses and observations, and then uses his imagination to replace those senses and simple observations with just ludicrousness, like just insanity. Like, dude, there's nothing about what he said that was coherent. Nothing.
Yeah, and so I guess I wanted to take him through this kind of ringer here so that people can see like he doesn't really have any arguments. He wants to hold on to his imaginations of the Earth being a globe and then try to some way rectify the fact that he's working off a flat and stationary plane. So he's going to say terms that are sounding like he can say them, but he can't. Like, he's practically using the Earth as a flat stationary plane. Let's just get real. And then saying because of his device, he can't know that it's a flat or a globe. You're going to get away from that because, you know, what's going to happen is that over distance, if you're still using the Earth locally flat, well, it's going to like show us that, well, how much of the Earth are you going to use locally flat? What's local to you? 100 miles? Like, what's going on? Like, that means that locally flat extends to a greater distance. When are we going to say there's curvature? Like, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's just his whole argument falls apart.
Yeah, he can't even determine curvature. We asked him many times, "Can you determine curvature? Have you determined curvature?" When how have you determined curvature? He never answered, not once. He just gish gallops around every question and answer.
He's a denier. The truth's there. We're telling him what an elevation angle is. He knows what an elevation angle is.
You know what's weird is that he said, "How can you refute my argument mathematically?" And he was like, "Go ahead, prove it to me, show it to me." Well, you can't get a 90 degree off a curved surface. Duh. It's like, that's how I can refute you and prove to me that you can. And he's like, it went back to he was so stuck on trying to figure his way out of it that he was doing all these mental contortions to make it sound like he has one. And then he tosses.
Sorry. I was saying, what fixes it is if you take the Earth out of the equation, out of the conversation. Just say, here's a curved line, here's a straight line. Tell me the angle here. Then he'll get it. He'll get it if the Earth isn't involved. And once you've added the Earth to the discussion, he just doesn't seem to understand that he's got a flat Earth that he's presenting.
Yeah.
He just doesn't want it to be flat.
But they do it. They show it in the celestial navigation books, don't they? They show in that horizontal. It's all the dingleberry dangling underneath the horizontal line. You're not using that ball underneath the line. Everything's straight and horizontal and angles, but they put a little circular globe underneath there, just a bit of mind trickery. But it's not being used or utilized in any way whatsoever.
Yeah, let me put it in the text channel. I think I should put an example. Here you go. Let's check it out, Chris. This is what they say. I think Pinky put it in the chat, but I'll put it in there again. So that line, that line that's sitting on top of the ball, that's what he was saying. Yeah, that's a tangent, saying that that's what he calls locally flat. The one that's horizontal, right on top of that ball, the green ball. See that?
Yeah, and he refers to it as an artificial line, which makes no sense.
That's what he's referring to. But that's still the surface of the Earth that he's utilizing.
It's still not. Yeah, it's not curved.
And he was saying he's utilizing not the surface of the Earth. Remember? He was saying it. I'm not using the surface of. I was like, dude, that's the baseline. You have to use it.
Yeah, that's the foundation of the entire measurement.
Yeah,
like, literally.
Exactly. Which is my point. And he pigeonholed himself into this like locally flat argument. It's not my fault that your instrument is not able to measure it being, curvature at the slightest. Like, nah, you're not gonna get away with that. Good stuff. Good stuff.
That was his new thing.
Yeah, it was.
You're like, holy fuck, dogs.
I had to wrangle him. The wolf pups were fed. Right before he left, too, man, he admitted that the sun does move faster on the horizon. That was amazing.
It keeps going 15 degrees per hour. A degree is an angle measurement.
Yeah.
It's 15 degree per hour is an angle measurement.
And that's only what they did there is they took 24 hours divided by 360, 15. That's a flat Earth measurement too. That's a circle over the top of your head.
Yeah, we didn't even get into that, but I would have had him on that argument. Celestial sphere. That would have been a good argument too.
Yeah, it's hard to get there because he's so bricked with just what an angle is.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, how do you advance the conversation forward when his worldview has curved angle measurements? Like, where do you go from that? And then tell him, and then say it's math. It's math. It's like
one big pond was cringing to that whole thing. Dogs makes he does like going through that kind of whole thing. It's people in the chat too, man. People started coming in.
That's the good thing with the Marinus sextant argument, because you are utilizing the actual Earth for the horizontal. All right, yeah, that's why you've got your bubble sextants and all that, which that gives you your horizontal, but we're actually utilizing sea level to establish that horizontal that we that we would have got with the bubble sextant. So we're actually using the surface of Earth to get that horizontal to acquire the elevation angle that we need.
Exactly.
There's a boycott going on geos right now. Some of the really toxic anti-flat earthers are upset by the moderation at geos. So this is on another server. I said, so how are you going to boycott a server you're banned from? You're upset by the moderation, they banned you, and your conclusion inside your globehead reality is to boycott it. Wouldn't you do that before you got banned? Like, wouldn't it be the time to boycott when you still had access and then you withhold your access? He told you don't come back and you said, okay, I'll boycott. It's like getting fired, where people say, you can't fire me, I quit. Like, what? It's like this globalist logic has rotted their brain. They're not able to even think things out, like very basic, very first principle levels. Like what a boycott is. What's the purpose of a boycott? How are boycotts effective? What do you want? What's the goals of a boycott? What's the negotiation methods? Because some of them have never really worked or had a job. So they've never been in a union. So they don't even know the concepts of going on strike. Or they've never had to do some sort of like corporation that's doing something and then you want them to stop. Because all they've really ever done is freak out because of a low caloric, high nutrient diet. They haven't really thought.
All they do is gish gallop and worship their overlord, tyrannical Satanist globetards that rule over the oil industry, rule over the medical industry, rule over, all the willing, worshipping slaves of, the devilish ways of evil, pretty much.
Which is hilarious, too, because during the solar eclipse, this one professor from Syracuse said, use this event to heal the wounds of the last 4 years. And they used the event to boycott. So you actually said your experts who told you what this should be, like all of humanity looking up at the sky in unison, all together, you decided that meant boycott time. See, they really don't care at all about the heliocentric model. They don't, no fucks given. They don't look into it. They don't study it. You ask dogs today, what do they tell you the air pressure, the atmospheric pressure is on Mars? He tells you it's about 1.4 psi. Not even close. Not even in the ballpark. I mean, he's off by significant digits, significant figures. He couldn't have been more wrong if he just threw a dart at a dartboard and just. But yet he's going to use that to say he actually knew it. He just didn't Google it in time. Okay, so Google is your brain, and they're like, yeah, that's why I talk to him. I talk to a human. I want you to noodle it, think this stuff through. Don't Google it. Use the sharpest tool in the shed, because when he tries to think it through. Based off his knowledge and expertise in the heliocentric model, he comes up with the surface pressure on Mars is 1.4 psi. And that should be a point of insight right there. Why did your knowledge and expertise, your educated guess, was off so spectacularly? By 3 digits, right? Like 3 zeros. You're off by 3 zeros. So what happened? Where did you fall? And I would tell him you fell as soon as you started panicking about flat Earth. That's when your brain stopped working about the heliocentric model. Because there's enough content in heliocentric to keep you busy. Just say from now on, dogs, just focus on Mars until you think you know all about Mars. Then come back. And you might see him in about 5 to 10 years. Depending on how deep of a dive he goes into what Mars is. Maybe that might open the door that he starts, learning all about, heliocentric. Like his gateway. What was your gateway to, But sometimes we'll see him on TV talking about working in some sort of astrophysics lab. He'll tell his origin story. Yeah, I used to be on Discord arguing with flat earthers all the time. One of them told me to actually study astronomy and astrophysics. I said, fuck that. I just want to make fun of people. And then one day I did. And now here I am, in charge of Australian space, program. I want to thank flat earthers, but I hate them at the same time. Some sort of story like that. Where does this end for them? What's their end? At the end of this this storyline, this story arc, where do they see themselves?
See, their whole strategy is to use our coherent and fully complete and wholesome worldview of our observations and our experiments, of what we gathered about the natural phenomena of the world that we see and that we experience. And they try to twist that into, oh, we can't trust what we see and experience. We can't trust all this stuff. And all these different false ideologies that are just deceptive. It's simply manipulative and deceptive. And it's purely obfuscation and prevarication. That's really what it is.
Yeah, it comes down to it breaks a logical contradiction in their worldview where they tell you the Earth is observably flat and stationary. And what is it then? It's not that. It's a P and not P, a direct contradiction in their worldview. So you ask them, well, how do you square this contradiction? Like they give some sort of, here's an explanation. The Earth is so big, it appears as flat and stationary. Or B, they accept the contradiction, they don't know what the answer is. There's an answer out there, they don't know what it is. But the majority of them just picked option C. They spaz out. They have a full. They light their hair. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. I just wanted to include. Did you remember the girl yesterday that said, "Even though I see a flat and horizontal horizon, doesn't mean that it's flat and horizontal."
Yeah, I remember someone mentioning
crazy.
that. Yeah, if seeing is believing.
Yeah, it's
from
insane.
Space. What did you actually see?
That's what they do now. They try and turn it around and say, well, fucking hell. They laugh at you for saying you're seeing no curvature and your experience is level, horizontal, and flat. They think that's hilarious and stupid.
Because of their condition, their worldly conditioning. They went through such hypnotism and worldly
Here, real quick,
rituals.
You're hot miking.
Oh, go ahead.
Some hobo, you're hot miking.
Turn it off.
Imagine you not trusting your senses, your own eyes, and even your own reasoning, and you just go against everything that is reality, and you'll be like, well, the water is flat, but actually it's curved. Well, the horizon is horizontal, but it's actually curved. Well, sea level is actually sea curve.
That's
reality.
That's the way to try and address it now, as in it's some sort of. Well, that's what everyone used to think. That's how pathetic it is. Yeah, it does look flat. It does look horizontal and level, but that's just a stupid old way of thinking. The new way is it does look horizontal, flat, and level, but it's actually a globe. You need to fucking sort yourself out, mate. Yeah.
Because you know what it is? They need their little false space, their false vacuum of nothingness that collides into each other and smashes into each other for eternity. That goes on forever, apparently, physically. And, they need that narrative to support their deception, to support their manipulation over our coherent worldview, which is that what we experience, what we observe, is what we get, is the results that we attain. You know what I mean? So it's just, there's no competition. They think it's a competition.
It's measured. It's measured like that. I mean, I went through it with dogs. I can explain how it's measured. We can get, thousands of miles of distance between the GP of the sun on the surface level of sea level and your eye on the actual Earth. Yeah, it's thousands of miles. And you're using the actual surface of Earth. People are finding
And then he says, "Oh, we don't." Then he says, "Oh, we don't need to use distance. We don't need to know distance. We don't need to know the distance between us and the horizon, or us and the point perspective that we're looking at." But that makes no. That's a contradiction. That's a non sequitur.
Well, in his wheel spoke, he was talking about 69 miles per degree. But so he's one minute he's talking about it, then he's not saying he doesn't need it. Then he's talking about wheel spokes. They're all over the show.
Spokes. When he started talking about spokes, I had to leave the computer. I had to go AFK for a second. I couldn't deal with the stupidity.
I felt like saying, "On your bike, mate."
It's like a wheels on the bus go round and round. That's where he's at now.
He thinks that wheels are the universe. This guy, Dogs, thinks that wheels are the universe. He thinks that a wheel is the universe. He thinks that, oh, we're on this ball. We're on this ball wheel that has spokes, and you can imagine if you could just use your imagination a little bit, and introduce your imagination into the, measurements and all this stuff. Oh, if you could visualize. Oh yeah, what he's visualizing is something that's not there. It's imaginary. Yeah. Curvature doesn't make any sense. We never evidentially found a curvature ever.
Yeah, I mean, we never experienced Earth-based Coriolis.
Yeah. Yeah. That's another question. We should have asked him. How does the atmosphere of the Earth keep up with the thousands of mile per hour spin of the Earth? It doesn't make any sense. Did he ever think about that? I don't think so.
Well, you ask them about hovering helicopters and continents moving underneath, and then they say, well, the helicopter's moving with the atmosphere. No Coriolis then. No apparent drift to be seen.
It's just these people come in here from the last few days I've been in here. These people come in here just stupefied from their conditioning and brainwashing of globism.
That's why I'm looking at it more and more. It's just like you're talking to. I mean, you're talking to these people, and they just have not got a clue. They're brainwashed, absolute brainwashed, and I'm starting to feel sorry for them all.
Yeah, it is kind of sad if you think about it. It really is. They should be
What's
learning
really
more
sad
about the
these
universe.
guys is that. What's really sad about these guys? A lot of them don't even know like how to think. They don't even know how to understand basic points. They'll say something and it won't even respond to what you said. It's very, very frustrating.
You mean like Rich Evans?
Sorry, mate.
You mean like Rich Evans? Crypto?
Yeah. I think Rich Evans had proof of they lived on a globe the other day, I think. Didn't you, Rich?
No, he didn't. He just claimed to.
Imagine not being able to follow coherent sentences.
Really, if someone wanted to say their goal is to debunk the flat Earth, their first question would be to answer, what is it? What is it that you're debunking? And they can't even get past that.
I can explain how it...
Rich Evans is a poor man Scott Mackey.
It's not that. They should be coming in. I can explain how we measure the Earth flat, yeah? Using the Mariner's sextant, yeah? And acquiring elevation angles, yeah? I can explain it in detail, yeah? Why don't they come in here and explain what tools they're using, when is it used, the Earth curve measurement, when's it taken into account for navigation or any type of flight or travel?
Yeah, because they know very well that when they use flight or travel, they must necessitate utilizing a flat, immovable realm in order to get any measurement at all.
When is the globe taken into account for whatever reason in life?
Yeah, exactly. There's no reason. Not only is there not any reason or evidence to believe that the Earth is a globe, but also it would be what was it called? It would be it would be such a radical, chaotic, contradictory ideology that it wouldn't even form itself as an ideology. It would be so incoherent that every time they open their mouths, they can't even reach to the premise that to observe what the actual nature of this realm is. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I totally agree. Even the simple fact that we all know, and it's admitted in air travel, that they will have to presume a flat stationary Earth when they. So, I mean, that itself is just like, that should just be a fucking red flag slapping you around the face.
mm-hmm.
Why would pilots have to consider a flat stationary Earth? If it, I mean, it's this is how dumbed down these people are. That doesn't even flag up as a problem.
Yeah, I mean, it's simple. You ask them this one question: how did you determine your measurements and your calculations? And when they go on their Gish Gallop adventure of deception and manipulation and prevarication and obfuscation, you basically just sit there and ask them more questions about their stupidity, and they dig themselves a deeper hole into the abyss of incoherence.
So, just to be sure, you guys believe in round Earth, right?
No.
No.
Oh, flat Earth. Oh, interesting. So you feel like pilots have to adjust for a flat Earth? Is that what I heard you say?
That doesn't even.
No, we said they don't account for curved or spinning Earth.
Yeah, because if they did, the nose, when they, every time that they go around the curve of the Earth, if it was curved, then every time they would have to dip their nose down for the curve, they would have to adjust altitude every single time that you traverse a mile. So it wouldn't make any sense, literally. It wouldn't make any mathematical sense. It wouldn't make any experimental sense. Even if we could experiment that the Earth hypothetically could be a globe.
Yeah, well, that's what we were saying, mate. That's what we were saying, yeah.
Yeah.
So
what I'm saying is, it's just a non sequitur. It's illogical.
Right, yeah.
It doesn't follow that.
What do you think, mate? What do you think, Sumbo?
Well, I've never flown a plane. You know, I'm really into the stock market, so one day I'd love to own one, and then I'd be able to, experiment with what you guys are talking about. But so I don't really know what pilots.
No, I don't know. I've never flown a plane, but it's written in documents that they have to presume a flat and stationary Earth. That's how they trained.
Interesting.
Yes,
documented.
They're given what they refer to as an artificial horizon, which we all know is just the horizon itself. It's a horizontal line.
So, what for you guys is the biggest proof that the Earth is flat?
It's measured like that.
Yeah, and that's what we observe, and that's what the results we get from experiments on.
What do you mean? It's measured like that?
Well, like I said before, it's going into some detail, but when in navigation, the Mariner's sextant, is the tool that they use to pinpoint their position on the surface of Earth, and it's all to do with acquiring elevation angles, getting a fix, and using elevation angles and the distances between the GP of a celestial body and yourself, and they're using the sea level to establish that horizontal baseline and the distance between the GP and the observer. So you're utilizing the surface of Earth to gather this information, and at no point in gathering this information is any curve measurement needed.
Interesting. I guess I live not far from the Appalachians, and I go hiking all the time. When I'm on top of these mountains, to me, eventually the horizon, even though I can see further away from on top of the mountain, from the view of a mountain, it still seems like the Earth is curved to me.
You don't have to go in per mountain, mate, because according to the Earth curve calculator, you can see the Earth curve is the horizon. You know, the horizon you look at when you stood at the beach? That is the Earth curve. And depending on your height, it will be a certain distance away. So for a 6-foot observer, that horizon, they tell you, is 3 miles away. But there's videos and photographs showing that that the distance of that is well beyond that.
Interesting, because like I know for a lot of folks when they see that they're at the beach. Like I grew up in Kansas where there's no trees, so I could see the horizon pretty well. And I don't know, I see, you know, it's really easy to get around in Kansas because you can see the exact building you're trying to go to. But it's normally within 5 miles that of the stuff I can see, like unless I was on top of a hill when I saw something.
You know, they tell you the horizon's a physical location, but that is just within that globe paradigm. I mean, if you look at what the horizon is, it's just an apparent location where the sky and the earth appear to meet. It's not a physical place.
Right. Yeah, it's always
And like for instance, what he's saying is the horizon isn't like the edge of the earth or anything like that. That's not what we believe. That's not what we.
That's
Of
what you're told. That's what you're told within the globe. You can just get you can Google an Earth curve calculator, and it'll tell you what, you know, that's where the horizon, from your standpoint at that height, will be a certain distance away, 1.22 times the observer's height in feet squared it is. But then we've got photographs like of oil rigs where we know the distance, yeah, which that are 9 miles away at a 1 foot observer height, and you can clearly see the horizon is way beyond that at 1 foot, putting it in excess of 9-10 miles. So that just contradicts the globe model geometrics.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand what you mean by we measure the world like in a flat way. Like they're saying, like if I was to ask how far away London is from Atlanta, there'd be a number. And are you saying that number is based on if the Earth was flat? Or do you mean it in a different way?
Well, what I'm saying is, you know, there's no measure. I mean, so we live on a globe, apparently. We're told we live on a globe with a radius of 3959. Yeah. So with that radius value, they're telling you that the horizon, yeah, is a fixed location. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it can be no more than 1.22 times the observer's height in feet if we lived on this ball with a radius of 3959. But we've got photographs and videos to show the horizon in excess of that.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's interesting because so like how I go up into the mountains or something and I can see, like for instance, I was in the mountains this weekend and I was in Georgia, but I could see way into South Carolina. I don't know how far, but I don't think it'd be unrealistic to say I could have seen 100 miles out. Is that an example of their calculation being wrong?
Yes, because if there was curvature, it would be blocking your vision. If there was curvature, you wouldn't be able to see anything. You wouldn't be able. If there was the curvature they claim it is in mathematical equations that they claim the curvature is, then you wouldn't be able to see. There would be so much drop in curvature from that distance that you would not even be able to see a bit or a pixelation of the hidden other part of the world beneath the curve. That wouldn't even make any sense. You can't. There's no way that. I mean, what I'm saying is that yeah, you could. A human eye can see up to probably 100 miles on a clear day, possibly more. But here's the thing: when you see that, it's point perspective. You're looking at the horizon. You're looking from your perspective on the ground or on the mountain or wherever you are. Whatever altitude you are will determine how far you will see, and also your zoom in capability will determine how far you see because we are on a flat, stationless, motionless plane. So everything you see in distance is going to be based off of your point perspective.
Yeah. Is this when you guys found out about this, is this when you started believing in flat Earth?
Well, for me, it was a radical change, but I'm just one of the many unique flat earthers. But for me, it was a radical spiritual change. But I'll let somebody else answer. But
Yeah, each person has their own journey. They had to get through hurdles that they put up. A lot like my personal one was jingoism. Being an American, I just thought it a foregone conclusion that America is superior to all the other countries by far. So far that 50 years ago, 50 plus years ago, America landed in the moon for world peace. No country is even close to that. That puts America 50 plus, more than 50 years ahead of any other country in terms of science. And I had to let that go, which is painful. Because my whole life I was told one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. God bless the red, white, and blue. In God we trust. All these things were ingrained from a very early age before I could question it. That America is an exceptional country. And once I saw that that's not the case, America is one of the worst out there as far as despotic nightmares. You just open up the news and just see what's going on, how the American government's interacting with its people. And once I was able to see that, I saw that the lunar mission didn't happen, or didn't happen the way they said it did, from the very least. And once you start peeling the onion, it takes a lot of tears, but when you get to the core, you realize that all their evidence, all their proof, it's all been basically a one long operation. And like Nixon had said very famously, American people will believe everything they see on TV. And the CIA loved that so much because it came from MK Ultra. If you walk into the CIA headquarters at Langley, huge sign on the wall. American people believe everything they see on TV. Richard Nixon. This about control, propaganda. If they can get you to believe absurdities, you'll commit atrocity. That's Voltaire who said that.
Yeah. Yeah, I see where this is something I noticed. The American public has become aware of the bias the news can have and the lies the people at the top can tell. I see it as like a kid in the cookie jar type scenario. Like everybody does these like white lies things, and then for these people, I see them in the same light. But when they do it, it has such more of a drastic effect than, of course, the kid in the cookie jar does.
well, somehow, let me give you an analogy. If I told you that my volcano, my vaporizer inhalation device, my volcano, if I told you that that was an open system, that it was a fully open system with a zero gravity vacuum, with chaotic collisions of asteroids and space volcanoes and spinning orbits and all types of crazy chaotic stuff. And I told you that that's just an open system. There's no explanation for it. There's no measurements. There's no evidence. I'm just telling you the way it is that that's the reality of it. That's an open system. Would you believe me?
Well, I only know beginner level of what open system versus closed system is. So I would be open to what you say.
Well, the answer is no, because simply, if you use your simple common sense, is that that in order for any vaporization device or any vapor to occur in a chemical makeup of the pressurized system that we are in, the pressurized container we're in, is the only way that would occur is if we are in a pressurized container. It's the only way it would make sense. So that's the only way we have gases. That's the only way we have gas pressure, volumetric pressure, barometric pressure. All these things are principles of the natural phenomena of us being in a container. So yeah.
I mean, couldn't gravity be creating a closed system?
Where's the evidence for gravity?
Well, if I hold this Sharpie and I drop it, it falls to the ground.
That's not gravity. That's called relative density.
What's the difference?
You know what relative density is?
What happens if you grab a helium balloon and let it go?
I mean,
the reason why
Hold
the
on.
helium balloon
Yeah,
rises.
hello. Hold on. Ask Tim, bro.
Oh,
Come
okay.
on.
Sorry. Go ahead.
so the reason is because, well, helium is less, to my understanding, is less dense than the other gases. However,
Right.
that's
So
still
it's less than the density of the medium that it's in, right? Less than the gas that surrounds it. So for that effect, that means that the pen is what? Denser than the gas that it's around it, right?
right. So why do dense things go down and less dense things go up?
Because they can't be supported by the medium that it's in. So let's say if you take a ball, if you let a ball go in air, like a regular basketball, it falls right to the ground. But if you do that in water, it floats up because the medium around the ball, it's a lot more dense than the ball. You could take what is it? Avalon? Is what it's called? An anvil. And the anvil, you could take that into mercury and it'll float because the mercury is a lot denser than
Yeah.
the anvil.
Well, I mean, I do see where, so I do see where relative density is a thing. I don't see how that disproves gravity, though.
That's
Because
the thing though. Gravity has never been proven.
It's
It's
not
just
necessitated. Like gravity is a non-necessitated. What is it called? Like it's non-necessitated. You don't need gravity. There's no reason to believe or have any justification for gravitational forces. There's never been a measured or experimentally proven reproducibly gravitational force. So I
yeah,
mean that's what I'm saying.
and gravity is just a bastardized. It's been bastardized because really it comes from the word gravitas, which means just weight. So they bastardize gravity and making you think that that's something. And what's crazy is that and you're thinking gravity pulls stuff down, and they even did away with that because Einstein's. I mean, Einstein's overthrew that by 100 years ago, which is gravity is not a force which pulls anymore. It's an effect. That's all you see.
Exactly, and the Michelson-Morley experiment and Nikola Tesla disproved gravity by proving that inertia and the relative density of the etheric metaphysical ontology of the actual structure of the density of the electrons itself, like the makeup of the electrons within the molecules of the matter, are either denser, more compact, or looser and less dense, or vice versa. So, yeah, relative density is real. We know it's real because you can experiment on it reproducibly, and things are relatively dense because they were ontologically made so by a creator. And
okay,
on a globe, you can't have a creator because on a globe everything is random. It's all from chemical reactions, gases exploding, colliding, all from spinning planets smashing into each other, and randomness just blooming through the universe without any purpose or rhyme or reason at all.
yeah, son of Atlantis. I'm a spiritual person too. I really am curious about. You said you use a spiritual journey for you to becoming a flat earther. I'm curious about that.
Yeah, my journey is rough, man. I went through a lot of struggle. Well, everybody has, but I'm saying I went through some tough struggles. I lost a lot of people. Um, I, but basically, long story short, I learned from my mistakes, and I learned that I was wicked, and I learned that I was naive in the spiritual sense of sight, and so I started to open my mind and really start experimenting on things myself and independently researching and becoming more autodidactic. And once I became more autodidactic, I started realizing that all the authority was lying to me, and all these lies in the world, like 9/11, coronavirus, all this stuff, all the way from 9/11 when I was like 5 years old, 6 years old, to now, coronavirus, and even after that, there's so much stuff that happened in the world that is proven, like planned by gematria and all this stuff, and I didn't know that all this stuff was like planned. I didn't know that it was all lied about. I didn't know that it was all propaganda until I realized that the creator loves me, and the creator basically gave me like a vision. Like I had a vision from the creator, and I had like devils attack me and stuff. And I
Yeah.
visited Tartarus. I visited Tartarus, and I saw the dark abyss
Yeah.
of all the devils that were like inhabiting my mind.
Yeah.
And then I lost my ego. I had ego death. And when I lost my ego, I forgot who I was. So I totally
Oh.
forgot who I was, where I was, what I was. And then I gained a new life. Like I was reborn again. I was born under the fire and water of the Spirit of the Holy Ghost. So I was blessed with the fire of the eternal fire of the Creator. At that very moment, when I decided to cast away all my devils to wherever they went, to Tartarus or where, wherever devils go, when you cast them away, they could go still on Earth, but they could go possibly to different unseen realms. But like fallen angels and stuff. When you study like ancient scriptures, you start realizing that there's such things as like fallen angels and Nephilim and Phantazoids and all the different types of creatures. Creaturely, the creator-creature distinction. I started to learn the creator-creature distinction, and it takes a lot of studying, man. It takes a lot of hard work. It takes a lot of experimentation. It takes a lot of bravery and self-discipline to not follow your fleshly desires and to go after the spiritual realm and to learn the spiritual metaphysics of why everything is and what everything is and the ontological nature of the essence of everything at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
Dude.
truth is everything. Don't let anybody tell you anything different. Because truth is the embodiment of everything at all.
Yeah. I'm curious about when you saw the dark abyss, because I had a vision of the dark abyss as well. Mine was very much like I was in complete darkness, and I didn't get to see the demons, but I heard them, and it definitely related to truth because there's so many folks who are like, "This is true," and then like, but never provide an answer why, or even listening to reasoning why. Uh, and inside, I saw like this little my soul, and it was like, "Hello, is anybody out there?" And then I'd run into in this darkness. I'd run into other souls, and after that, I became an Uber driver, and I approached all the conversations like that, and it led to me waking up.
Me too. I became an Uber driver as well, but I was doing really nefarious, wicked things. Like I was, hitting on girls and like lusting after girls and all types of stuff. You know what I mean? And I was a
Yeah,
really bad dude at one time. And honestly, I'm happy that that person died, and I'm happy that this person that you're speaking to now is alive and replace that person. You know what I mean?
yeah, I
I'm
feel you
deeply
there.
happy, like deeply content, deeply content.
Yeah, it sounds like you've come a long way, man.
Oh, definitely, 100%. I've talked to tens of thousands of people from New York City, from Louisiana, from Florida, from um, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, North the Carolinas, Virginia, basically the whole East Coast and a little bit of the West Coast, like California and stuff. I visited, but and also Northern California and Oregon and stuff. Um, but yeah, I've come a long way. I've talked to so many people, and I think that I've learned a lot about our ancient origins and about our spirituality and our purpose and our whole grand plan, for basically the progression of our eternal lives. Because I think everybody has to realize we're all eternal here. The reason the Earth is flat is because God created the Earth for it to be eternal, and so that he could rejuvenate the earth. The earth goes in cycles. We all know that the earth, the heavenly bodies are in cycles. The earth is in cycles. The earth is as above, so below, as below, so above. So the earth is just a mirror image of the heavenly bodies, and both of them are cycles. Like for instance, we have weather patterns on Earth; those are cycles. And we have in the heavenly bodies, we don't have weather patterns, but what we have is something, the mirror opposite of that, which is movement, like or like not the mirror opposite, but like you know what I'm talking
I
about.
got a question. What about the oil? Like we pull oil out of the ground and we burn it and make it into plastic, but how does the oil get made? Where's the oil cycle?
Well, here's the thing. There's no such thing as fossil fuels. That whole idea, like that whole, I know you didn't say it, but I'm just mentioning it because that's what's relevant right now. And the whole idea of like these fossil fuels, there's no such thing as a fossil fuel. Okay, it's not a fossil. There's no such thing as fossils. Okay, so all there is petrified life. Okay, that's what a fossil is. It's petrified life. It's not a fossil or a rock or anything like that. Like it's literally petrified life. So what it is fossil fuels are really what it means is life fuel. It's actually dead matter that has energy in it, dormant energy, like etheric energy, and all fauna and all life has a certain dormant energy in it even after it dies, and that energy lends itself to the the life force energy of the earth, like the prana of the earth, like the breath of the earth. The breath of the earth is so that chemicals can transform into other chemicals so that they can make a cycle, like a water cycle. And we have the water cycle, and we have we have fire, earth, water, air, ether, the platonic natural elements, the
Why?
five platonic natural elements.
I guess a question I have is, like a couple years ago, I was at a dinosaur museum, and they had fossils there on display. So are you saying these are fake?
I'm saying that yes, those are fake. Those aren't real, like dinosaur, like bones or anything like that. Don't think those are real dinosaur bones, because as far as you know, dinosaurs probably didn't even exist. They're probably dragons or some other mythical creature that was far more likely to exist. Because this realm is far more mystical than you think it is, and it's an etheric realm. It's actually not a physical realm. This realm is by no means physical.
Wait, hold on. What's more mystical than mankind coming from a chimp?
Yeah, we didn't come from a chimp.
So in other words, this realm is not so mystical, now is it?
Well, no, King Charles, I hate to tell you this, but we didn't come from a chimp.
I know. My point is, so this realm isn't so mystical, now is it?
What do you mean? What does that even mean?
What I'm trying to say is that... Never mind.
What? No, I kind of get what you're saying, what you're trying to get at, but it's, dude, like, trust me, if you've seen half of the things that I've seen in this realm, you would know it's mystical, okay? You would know that magic is real, and you would know that miracles and miraculous things are happening all the time. So, if you just experienced a half or a smidgen of my life, you would know that, okay? So, I don't want to hear any excuses of like, oh, it's not mystical or anything. Let's be honest. Come on, let's be true. This realm is a mystical, purposeful, intentful, creatively designed realm. In which case, we are here for a mission to spread truth and reveal knowledge, to give life, not to take it. You know what I mean? Or not to cause death, to cause life.
So what's the purpose? Why is why is there's this deception? Why are they going through such great lengths to hide it all?
Because the devil has his plans, and and also God has his plans. So God is going to tell the devil what to do in order to test the wickedness of the unbelievers and bring them wrath, the righteous judgment. And so the devil's just there basically to punish the wicked, pretty much, and bring wrath upon those who wish wrath upon themselves. So, so yeah, those who do not have self-discipline, those who do not have faith, those who do not have the connection to God, those who separate themselves from God, those who are of the world, those who are of flesh, will not make it into eternity. I hate to tell you, but that's just how this realm works. Like that's the circle of life. You have to get used to it.
Yeah, I'm with you on how the devil deceives. How do we know when we're being deceived by the devil?
He's gonna try to give you temptations, like tempt you into having a pleasure of some sort, a worldly pleasure, and it's going to seem like it's otherworldly. It's going to seem like it's a false light, or it's going to seem like it's a real light. Actually, it's going to seem like it's truth. But when you actually challenge it, and when you critique it, and when you question it, the devil will flee from you. And especially when you mention God's word, and when you know God's word in your heart, and you're able to use it to resist the devil in order to.
Are you scared of dying? Sorry to interrupt.
Oh no, that's all right. Yeah, go ahead.
Are you scared of dying?
No, I'm not scared of dying. I've died already.
Took an awful long time to answer.
Well, no, I'm not scared of dying. I'm scared of other people dying.
Scared of being alone once they die?
I'm scared of the harm of the innocent and other people, like people who
Okay.
are not me. Like, I don't care about me dying. I'm not
General
afraid of dying.
general suffering.
Yeah, general suffering, like the innocent dying or something. I'm really afraid of that. Or not only afraid, but I'm against it. Like, I'm totally. I hate. I have a deep hatred for people who destroy the innocent. And
So you're like pro socialized healthcare and all that stuff.
Technically,
no one should have to die if we have the resources to save them, right? Like,
exactly, and also no one should be able to choose to die. Really, I don't believe anybody should be able to choose to die.
I think that's the same.
If they don't know the repercussions of choosing to walk as death, like literally, because people don't know what death is. They think death is, oh, your heart stops and you stop breathing and that's death. No, dude, you don't. They don't know what death is. Okay, death is a dark spirit. Okay, I'll tell you.
Wait, you have died?
Yes.
Just for the record.
Yes,
Okay.
I've died.
Okay, gotcha.
My heart stopped. I was I was considered.
You just said that's not death, though. Heart stopping is not death.
Well, no, I'm not saying, but I'm not saying that has anything to do with it. I'm just saying that that's what happened in my case. But I'm just saying, in other cases, people have died in a way that they don't have to have their heart stop. They don't have to have their breath stop. And they die in a sense of ego death, and their whole personality, their whole, what they were as a spirit, in essence, now is a new, changed, replaced being incarnated within them.
I see. That's happened to me a couple times.
Again. That's being born again, and that's dying and being born again. And
Ego death.
See what death is, what true death is. Don't let anybody tell you anything different than this. Okay?
All right, I'm listening.
This is proven.
All
What
right,
true
bet.
death is a dark principality spirit from a fallen angel that is the most rebellious, evil, and wrathful, and devilish, and deceiving incarnation entity ever created. Ever.
Okay, hot take. What if that was only how death appeared to you?
Also,
No,
who created this dark entity?
Who created it? Yeshua HaMashiach.
So what if Yeshua HaMashiach sent this to you because it's like perfectly sculpted to torture you? Like, what if my dark entity is like a very eerie, calm one, because that's like what it knows I hate or something.
It's not your dark entity though. It's actually Christ's dark entity, because Christ invented and created and thought of and manifests that dark entity and controls and manipulates, and that dark entity serves Christ. So everything serves Christ. Did you know that everything in the universe is designed and blessed to serve God?
I didn't know that. That's cool.
All things are designed and
Even
blessed to serve God.
us?
Yes, even us. It's just a matter of the reason why there's cognitive dissonance in the human mind is because human autonomous reasoning is basically secular humanism mixed with atheism in a vat.
Yeah, we got free will.
GMO chicken from Wendy's or whatever, Taco Bell. Living.
You know, my favorite example of that is you'd be surprised.
Gave it to us?
Women's makeup it can serve God by just them wearing it when they go to church.
Huh.
See,
Interesting.
you know what I'm talking about. He knows what I'm talking about. Exactly. See, all right. So what I'm going to tell you is very
Mushrooms can
based right
serve
now.
God.
Well, here's the thing. What I'm going to tell you right now is very based. Okay, no one's ever going to say this. They're not brave enough to say
All right,
this.
hit
but
us with it.
I'm going to say it. Evil should be destroyed. If you're happy or pleased with evil, then you should be ashamed of yourself because you have a purpose on this world, and you know what your purpose is? To destroy and reveal the lies of evil. Reveal it, expose it, and destroy it. That's what
Sounds
your
okay.
mission
So is God ashamed of himself for creating evil?
No, he's not ashamed.
But you said the evil serves God and God allows it to stand, so
Have you?
God is
Evil
ashamed
rebels
of himself.
against God, and evil
You're kind of
tries to
scaring me.
rebel against God. So here's the
Kind of
thing. Look,
scaring me
evil
when you
tries
say we have to
rebel against
destroy
God.
evil.
So here's the thing. Look, evil tries to rebel against God, but it
If
only
I
tries.
if I was
only
evil, would
attempts.
you try to destroy me?
So
But you said God created
no,
this
well,
evil entity, so God created the evil. So is he not ashamed of his evil
here's the
creation?
thing. If you were evil, I wouldn't have to destroy you. God can destroy
Well,
you himself.
But you just said that it was our purpose to destroy the lies.
All right,
I
this
guess
has just
you
turned
said
into a
destroy
Yes, but
the.
what I'm saying
channel.
is,
I guess you said destroy the
Can y'all
lies.
take
we're
the
here to
religion
live out the purpose of
out to the
God. Yeah, of
religious
course.
channels?
But
Can y'all take the
yeah,
religious to the
I'll
religious
switch it to
channel?
flat Earth. I'll switch it to flat Earth. I'll bring it back into
Yeah,
flat Earth. So
God
yeah, that's the
made the
reason.
Earth flat.
That's the reason why the Earth is flat because we're designed. That's my point. My point is the Earth is designed.
Well, that,
The Earth
that,
is
that
flat.
doesn't
The
make
Earth
any
is
damn
beautiful.
sense, dude. That
Yeah, it's
doesn't make any
designed.
damn sense.
It's
The
designed,
Earth is
dude. It's a
just
multi-dimensional
flat,
realm.
dude.
Yeah, it's a
The
flat
Earth is
plane
just flat.
dimension. It's a realm. It's a realm. It's a realm. Realms have multiple dimensional frequency.
How you know that?
Because I've studied realms. I've studied.
I've studied realms too.
Yeah, but I've
I
studied
never heard about that.
deep, deep concepts about realms. Like
Dog, I've seen a lot of videos.
Yeah, but I've spent a lot of time, dude, like experimenting on vibrations, cymatics, frequencies, all types of stuff. So listen, I
You
know
got a
what
lab?
I know
You
what
got a lab?
I know
I do like
I
just
know
sitting on the
what
dryer while
luminiferous
it's
ether
going.
is, and the luminiferous ether. Luminiferous ether is the connection between all life force beings. Life force is ether. It's the medium of all animation. It's the reason why the sun and the moon are the divine male and the divine female of everything in existence. And the reason why as above, so below, as below, so above is so prevalent and why we
Below the
use it
flat,
every time.
above the flat.
Yeah, well, no, exactly. Because you can't have an as above, so below without a vertical and horizontal line to
Makes sense.
initiate that perpendicular plane. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it necessarily follows, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
I folded a straight, by the way, guys. I have a 10 and a 7, giving me a straight.
I think most of what you just said was pretty cool. I think like some of it is a little bit God delusion, a little bit. Sounds a little out there. It's hard for me to get on board.
There's delusions and there's illusions, and the devil likes to use both. And so what he's
Yeah.
going to try to do is well, no, I'm not even going to
Flat
get into
Earth.
that. But anyway, yeah, flat Earth. So when they launch rockets, doesn't everybody know that when they launch a rocket, it goes right into the air, and then guess what? After it goes in an arc and goes back into the water, what happens to the astronauts? Do you guys know?
They flatten out too.
Yeah, now they flat because they on the flat Earth after they land in the flat water
That's crazy, man.
because they don't go to flat space.
I feel like I've known you my whole life.
That's quite
I think we're twin
that's
flames.
quite awesome. That's awesome. I'm vaping too right now, so
Do you want to be in my YouTube video?
yeah, I'll be in your YouTube video.
All right, cool. Yo, what's up, guys? We're here with Son of Atlantis. All right. Why is there a flat, Son of Atlantis?
because everything we observe, everything we reproducibly experiment, everything we reveal as truth behind all the hidden lies of the agenda is conclusive to be proven to be the immovable realm, which we all utilize as a mechanism to understand the natural phenomena of this realm.
All right, now if you could double God and pass it to the next person, or meet God yourself, what would you do?
I would double God to the next person.
All right, that's all the time we have today. Thanks for tuning in. You can follow Son of Atlantis, Son of Jehovah, at. All right, plug your socials, bro.
Yo, useful darkness.
I'm just kidding. That's a. I'm sorry.
Ionist Legacy, Matthew LaCroix. go look up Matthew LaCroix, Ionist Legacy.
Yeah, I think that I think that because mankind was obviously designed, that proves that the Earth is a planet, and we are in a galaxy, in a universe.
Go look up Eric Dubay. Eric Dubay on YouTube. He kills the globe Earth. He destroyed. Listen, dude. If anybody wants to challenge the flat Earth, just go to Eric Dubay on YouTube. He got banned from YouTube multiple times, like literally in the tens of times. And literally, this dude is beast. I'm telling you, dude. He's way advanced.
What do you do for work, man?
Stay on topic, please.
I'm a llama tamer.
Nice.
Also, dude, I
I'm a
think if
mechanic.
you've got your
engineer.
camera on, it's preventing other people from joining.
Oh, my bad.
So you can
My
have to
bad.
turn your camera off.
How do I turn that off? Sorry, I'm on mobile.
I don't know.
I have it set to automatically when I join. I'm just trying to find it right quick. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh man.
But
hey, I was just thinking to myself the other day, llamas, they got those things inside their stomachs, kind of like cows that like eat the vegetation that they eat. What are those bugs called? Do you know what the name of those bugs are?
Flat earthers.
No,
you know, you gotta ask a vet or
I'm
something.
gonna have to kick you from the room if you don't turn your camera off, dude.
Yo, that was funny as fuck. You should kick me, bro. I think you should.
Yeah, go prove to us that we're
Yeah,
on
type those fingers.
a useful darkness. Go prove to us that we're on a spinning space speck in a zero gravity.
Dog, you're in my YouTube video, and I got you consenting to be in it, so
No, but I'm just saying, useful darkness. Go prove
it's gonna
to us.
go viral, dog.
No, I'm just saying, go
On
prove to us
gang.
with your evidence that the Earth is a globe. That go prove to us that that the Earth is not a globe, and that we're
Dog,
on
you talk to me about Jesus Christ sending divine entities to haunt us and creep.
No shit. Look at this bitch.
Look.
Kick this
Oh,
fucker.
man.
Kick this fucking scumbag moron.
Oh man, I almost threw up just now.
Which one? You mean both of them?
Was that an it? Was I just talking to an it?
That is an ambiguous.
It was one of those confused dudes.
Sorry if I offended anyone. I just, yeah. But that's just how I think. I don't know. But I just don't. Whatever. But yeah, flat Earth. Yeah, dude. Like, I don't understand. These guys are just like they have delusions about that they're on a spinning space speck. Like, what evidence is there of that?
He's more delusional than that.
Oh yeah, way more delusional than that. Like you're not on a spinning space speck, and aliens won't come save you. Okay, like it's the dumbest shit ever. And also, if you want to talk about aliens, they're actually called Anunnaki. So, and also, by the way, they're only called Anunnaki because of Anu, because of the first experimental human ever made from God. So, literally, when you guys do your research back into our ancient history and origins, when you realize that everybody knew the Earth was flat in all those cultures, and that their cosmology was that we are in a container of a flat disk dome not a disc, but really it's like a flat, immovable plane, and it's there's a dome above us. There's a firmament dome. They all depicted a firmament dome, as well as they depicted the heavens above the firmament dome to be, or also within. Or no, I think some of the heavens were depicted within the firmament dome, and I think some of the heavens were depicted outside of the firmament dome, like another layer of heaven or something like that. But if I'm not mistaken, but and also the heavens are the waters. Even the Bible and ancient scriptures even say to you, they tell you that the waters are above the waters. So basically, the heavens are waters and frequencies of cymatic frequencies from God, from heaven, from like God's throne. You know what I mean? So that's what we see when we look at the stars. Those stars are luminaries. They are luminaries. They are not gases. They are not. They're not debris. They're not like planets and shit. Okay, that's ridiculous. These things are luminaries. These things are technically angels. They're angelic in nature because they have cymatic frequency properties. And we call them the heavenly bodies for a reason, because they're the heavenly bodies. They're heavenly.
Hey, I was just wondering, did you hear what I was saying about the globe earlier and being created? Or was I breaking up?
Yeah, that was created by man. What's up?
Yeah, the globe was
No, that's not what I said.
Man's imagination. It's a figment of man's imagination. The globe.
But I'm just curious. Am I breaking up? Can you hear me or not?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. So maybe we're just like talking through me. I thought you could hear me before, but like I was basically saying exactly what you were saying about the flat Earth and it being related to mankind being created by God. And I was basically saying exactly word for word what you were saying, except I was just inserting globe into flat Earth to demonstrate that it's nonsensical. It's not logical. They're two separate things.
That's
completely separate things that are just like
that's
one is geometry.
That's a contradiction of the law of identity. That's a contradiction of the law of identity, and also it's a non sequitur. What you just said. That doesn't follow
ridiculous,
that it doesn't follow that because you replaced the word with globe. That's what the natural phenomena. That's what the natural cosmology of this world is. Okay, you don't know what you're talking about. It's not a world. It's a realm.
Just tell me. Simple question, dude.
Go study any science at all.
No, I'm not going to let you go on a speech. You got to answer a simple question.
Yeah, you don't
very
know what
simple
you're
question.
talking about, dude.
Chill. It's a very simple question. What does my physical creation of my body and being, and say my soul in my body and interacting with my body and such, what does that have to do with the geometry of the surface of the Earth? Tell me. Logically speaking.
You're implying that it does. Your worldview implies that it does. You rely on that. You're dependent on that. You're dependent on that very.
You just said that. You just said I'm implying that it was. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You were doing. That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. You were doing right now. You were implying that it was.
I'm not implying anything. I didn't claim anything.
Well,
I told you that
you actually did more than imply. You directly said that it was. You didn't imply. You directly said that it was. If you want to go back and listen to yourself talking, dude, you said it like twice, I think. But anyway,
said that
whatever. I'm hoping now you've seen the folly of your ways. You've corrected yourself, and I'm happy about that.
King Charles, dude, you don't even know what you're talking about. Do you know that we are on a stationary, flat plane?
Yes. I know that. I'm just saying that you were saying something about that subject, the fact that the Earth is flat and stationary. You were saying something about it that didn't make any sense, and I was trying to point that out to you.
Yeah, it has a lot to do with the design of nature, dumbass. Why else would it?
I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that, but you said something that didn't make sense. You said something else.
But why would God not have to do with the design of nature? Why would God not have to do with the cosmology of the nature of the design nature of this realm? Like how would that not correlate? How would that not synchronize? How would that not be a part of the same absolute truth as the source? You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know what distinction you're trying to make. Or differential or whatever.
He's not saying he doesn't agree with you, but when you're speaking to Globers and you're just saying that, they're gonna be like, well, they could just turn it around and use the same thing you just said against you. There's no logical.
Oh yeah, they always do that. That's their strategy.
Yeah,
Their
well,
strategy is to
because you give
prevaricate,
them,
obfuscate.
but you're giving them leeway. You're giving a way that they could just. I mean, you got to use what actually is testable.
Oh yeah, but you have to use my strategy, which is you get them on their toes, right? You get them thinking that they have you, right? Just like how Muhammad Ali. Remember when Muhammad Ali got in the ring with people? He made the opponent think, I'm gonna beat him. You know what I'm saying? Like he made himself look like a silly, crazy person, like stupid and dumb and weak and stuff. He made himself look skinnier. You know why? Because when he was training and the other opponent wasn't watching, when he was training and when he was doing his strategies, he didn't reveal it until the very end. And at the very last round, he KO'd him. And the whole time, Muhammad Ali was getting beat. So what I'm telling you is, it's called a bait strategy. It's not bait and switch. It's you're baiting for them to make some claims so that you could test their claims with what you claim is true. You know what I mean? And then
I
you
don't
could
know.
compare.
Well, Muhammad Ali didn't turn on pretty good at the end.
Yeah, like, oh yeah, Muhammad Ali, he's a legend. Like his strategies, his mental strategies with boxing, everything, his physical strategies, movement, everything. But anyway,
Well, his
as far as
physicals didn't turned up good at the end. Took too much of a beating.
yeah, it took too much of a beating. Yeah, because boxing is pretty hard on people, and especially back in the day, they didn't have good padding gloves and stuff. Like they're not like today, where we have like all these provisions. Like we have headgear, gloves, all this stuff. But even if you're not wearing headgear, we have jaw, like all that stuff, like certain things that you could wear and or put in your mouth or whatever. And for boxing or whatever sport it is, extremely, and you could be protected for the most part and not have to deal with the damage that Muhammad Ali did. But like, some people are stronger than others, man. Like me, I could take a beating. I've taken many beatings, and like some people just aren't made for it, dude. They're not tough. Like you gotta be tough.
Just as a quick aside, boxing gloves make boxing more dangerous, not less, because people hit harder with them.
Also, you can hit somebody in the head when you have gloves.
No, I would argue if I hit somebody with my fists, it would be just unfair. If I hit them with boxing gloves, at least they would have a chance to survive.
No, that's not true at all. You will destroy the bones in your hand if you just put all your power behind them. Yes, dude, the skull is literally the most reinforced part of your body.
Yeah, do you know how many things I punch? You know those wooden things that you punch all day long?
Oh my god, this doesn't matter. I'm telling you that boxing injuries, boxing fatalities, brain damage from boxing all went up when we started using gloves.
Digress into this in the Flat Earth channel. This isn't the boxing channel.
To be fair, I think there's a lot of people that come in here with head injuries.
That's a good one. So, show of hands, how many people believe in flat Earth versus round Earth here?
There's a dichotomy between the two different cosmological paradigms, of course.
Which one do you believe in?
I believe in the round Earth, the globe.
Why do you
know
believe
the
in
Earth
it?
is a ball? Do you know the Earth is a ball?
I mean, I would say with about 90% certainty.
So you know it, but you're not 100% certain.
I mean, the main reason I believe it is because I have been on mountains and see how everything on the horizon's curved. I've been in plains. I've seen how the horizon's curved. Just makes sense.
I've climbed Mount St. Helens twice, and I thought it would look perfectly flat both times that I climbed it. And every time I've looked out the window of an airplane, I've seen it as flat.
When you say curve, are you talking about convex curvature or just a left to right curvature? The reason I ask is because that observation is not exclusive to a ball. You can stand upon a circular surface and you get high enough and you can see the circle of the face of the Earth rather than a convex curvature of the surface. Notice also that if you were on a ball with the specific dimensions of a radius of 3959 miles, then the horizon would be at a fixed distance. But when you increase your altitude, that horizon stretches away from you. That wouldn't happen if you were on a ball. Therefore, you're not on a ball.
Well, how do you feel about meteorites and things? Do you believe in meteorites?
Well, there's a multitude of questions about the celestial phenomenon, and they have no bearing or causal power on the shape of the Earth. And so what the human has to do is that they have to acknowledge that fact that that doesn't have any causal power on the shape of the Earth. And then once they acknowledge the geodesic fact, then they must also acknowledge the ramifications, the implications of that. Now you have to readjust your belief system about the entire cosmos overall, because now you don't live on a ball in a cosmic vacuum. Well, in fact, you never did.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
you can have rocks falling from the sky. You can have all sorts of things falling from the sky.
but then where did they come from?
There are wonders in the world. That's not logically required for me to. It's not logically required for me to give an alternative account for every celestial phenomenon to justify the premise that the geodesy of the surface of the Earth is flat, generally planar.
But interestingly, the arrival rates of meteorites support the globe Earth model and the heliocentric model, because basically you expect, if you look at a meteorite detector over time, you'll see that on average you get far more meteorites impacts in the morning than at sunset, which is what you'd expect on a globe Earth model.
It has no bearing on the shape of the Earth at all. There's no logical connection between the premise that things fall from the sky, therefore the Earth is a ball. That doesn't strongly indicate, nor necessarily indicate the Earth is a ball. That's non sequitur. You can have things falling from the sky on a flat Earth.
Yeah. So the reason why that's the case is that so the way scientists visualize meteorites in the solar system so far is that they're kind of all just moving around randomly. So if, say, we weren't moving, you'd expect meteorites to land at a pretty constant rate just all the time. But since we're moving around the sun, and if you look at the diagram, or supposedly, and if you look at the diagram I posted, you can see that the sunrise terminator would be at the leading edge of our movement around the sun. What you'd expect to happen is that we'd kind of sweep out the meteorites that essentially, well, there'd be a sort of a gap, a shadow behind the planet where there's less meteorites impacting, and there'd be more impacts at the front. Much like if you're, say, in a car moving during a rainstorm, you'd get more impacts on the front of your window. And so if you look at the some examples of meteorite detections, I'll just post them.
went into a lecture about your cosmological paradigm, which is irrelevant to the critique.
Irrelevant.
The point comes down to the fact that the celestial bodies don't have any causal power on the surface of the Earth.
Well, yeah, the meteorites don't have any causal power on the shape of the Earth, but the shape of the Earth would have causal power on the frequency of meteorites that you'd expect to see, which is what you do see.
No, it wouldn't. Shapes don't have causal power. No, they don't. Anything being any particular shape doesn't ipso facto being a particular shape exercise causal power. That's non sequitur. It's just not a valid logic sequence. It's very simple.
Well, I mean, okay, so if the hypothesis of this globe Earth model, with the heliocentric model is correct, then deductively, and you assume that meteorites are randomly distributed, then you can make the deduction that you'd see more meteorites in morning than in the afternoon, and then so that's
follow either.
And then you do
that
that
doesn't deductively follow
observation.
either.
You
You keep repeating this appeal as though it's a strong appeal. I know the globalists have little to nothing to appeal to except a multitude of celestial phenomena which they reinterpret to their a priori belief system that they did empirically verify. But too bad. No, it does not. It's not a valid logic sequence. You can have things falling from the sky or all sorts of things happening in the sky whilst the surface of the Earth is a flat plane. There's nothing that strongly indicates or nor necessarily indicates that the Earth is a ball, appealing to the celestial phenomenon. Nothing. That's what it comes down to.
Meteorites just phase through the container that's holding in our atmosphere? How's that work?
Who are you asking?
Anybody that can answer that.
What did you even ask?
I said, do the meteorites phase through the container that's holding in our atmosphere? Or do they break through it? Like, what's going on there?
Not necessarily, and they don't have to come from outside the firmament either. The Lord knows where they're coming from. You don't.
But if they're like inside that container, I mean, it's a solid rock. Wouldn't it just fall through the atmosphere, like right away?
How do you know it's a rock? You ever touched a meteorite?
I'll be honest, man. I'm not actually convinced
in a
rocks
museum
fall
I have.
from the
Yes.
sky.
Can you let him answer first? Duncan, say it again.
In the museum I have.
Okay, you touched a rock in a museum. You didn't watch any of these meteorites fall to the earth from the sky.
Do you have to physically watch it to know?
You haven't done what is required to make a strong appeal. Right?
Have
It isn't
you
as though you've seen the meteorite fall from the sky to the earth in real time and then go and touch it or look at it. That's not what you did.
Have you seen?
You
Have
just
you
walked
seen the
into
entire?
a room. You just walked into a room with a rock, and for all you know, it's just another rock from the earth. But then you
Have you
believe
seen-
this narrative. But then you believe this narrative that they've ascribed to that rock in the room. That's all you've done. It's not as though you or anyone else. It's not as though you or anyone else has empirically verified that there are these rocks that are falling to the earth from the godless cosmic vacuum. It's not as though anyone has done that, unless you like to prove otherwise.
Have you seen the entire Earth to know that it's flat?
You don't need to see the entire Earth to know that it's flat.
Yeah,
It's not a false equivalency.
You're about to build up.
I mean, how do you know it's flat unless you've seen the entire thing? You're just
Because you
taking
can see it. Because you can see it. Can't you see it?
not the entire thing.
Yeah, you're trying to.
So you don't know.
Hold on.
You can't possibly
Why
know
would I
unless
need
you
to
see the entire thing.
You're trying to build
Wait,
up to a false
why would I
equivalency.
though? Why would I need to see the entire thing to know that it's flat? That doesn't make any
Why
sense.
would I need to see the meteorite to fall to the ground to
you're
know
trying
that
to
it's a
build up to a
meteorite?
false equivalency. So stop doing it.
Because that's an
Where's the
extraordinary
false
claim.
equivalency?
Because that's an extraordinary claim.
It's
Because
an extraordinary claim to say the world, the entire world's flat.
Hold on.
That's an
Hold on.
extraordinary
I can
claim.
tell you. I can tell you. Even in a point in nature where rocks actually do fall from the skies, when volcanic eruptions happen, but that's very rare. That's something else.
Okay, so
But you're
Duncan,
talking about a different thing.
You're trying to.
That hasn't been
Please
established.
finish my answer to him.
Go
You're
ahead.
building it to a false equivalency. It is not logically required for me to see the entirety of the surface of the Earth to verify that it is planar. Because if it was not planar, then we would detect curvature somewhere, but we'd never detect curvature anywhere. So that's not the same thing as you trying to substantiate your position by appealing to some supposed narrative about a rock that you've never seen fall from the sky, and a rock that you supposedly saw in a museum that you also never seen fall from the sky, which is also possible on a flat plane. So you haven't identified any incoherency. There's nothing irreconcilable about things falling from the sky to the Earth. That's what it comes down to.
Also, when you find out that meteors actually, well, the actual phenomenon, there's many phenomena of the sky, and some people actually think they are the same. But the one that he's talking about, meteors, right? Those are very specific. All meteors come from 6 radiant sources that are specific areas of the sky, and they also move in cycles with the luminaries. The sun and the moon also transit between the radiants that are called the 6 radiants of the meteors, and they are very specific with cycles, with the movement of the celestial sphere. So only that debunks the globe claims. Because in the globe, you will have these random rocks falling from the sky from many points, but in reality, this phenomena that you call meteors or sporadic meteors, they come from 6 radiant sources, specific points in the sky, basically. So yeah, you can argue, you can use that to prove a globe, no matter what.
I mean, we've got video of the Chelyabinsk meteorite strike in Russia, and then there was.
Your mic is awful right now.
Oh, sorry. We've got video. Is it better now?
The one in Russia is not the same as the ones that you call sporadic meteors. That might be some type of other phenomena. It's not the same thing.
Well, so I'm just saying we've got videos of meteorites, coming in through the atmosphere, and then you couldn't find debris fields of all the fragments of the meteorites. You can in Antarctica is a good place to find them because there's just if you've just got a big ice sheet.
You find rocks on top of it, right? You find rocks that are made of mostly iron and other materials, very magnetic iron oxide, and people find certain rocks on top of the ice, and that doesn't prove a globe.
Not only that, but we've tracked meteorites and comets, that go through the solar system, and then we've seen those.
Incorrect. We only track them. We only track them because we know. We only track them because we know the source of them, which is 6 radiants. We know where they're coming from 6 specific points in the sky. Don't you get this?
Those are probably comet to.
When you say from the sky, what do you mean? Like, do you mean from space? Do you mean from the container? Do you mean from the atmosphere?
Right.
What do you mean the
this
sky?
is what it comes down to, because
it's like an electric event.
Yeah, this appeal is just weak. Okay, we don't need to keep going in circles about an appeal that's already been thoroughly refuted as being a very weak inductive argument. It's very simple. Objects falling from the sky don't prove either shape. It's just a weak inductive appeal. You can have objects falling from the sky, rocks or not, and you still have a globe or a flat Earth. So stop appealing to it as though it's a logical determiner that indicates one above the other.
Well, it gets rid of the container.
No, it might not, but it isn't a logical determiner. It's not going to it doesn't prove one way or the other, but it certainly does, through the mechanism I described previously, provide a lot of evidence for the globe Earth model because you do notice this phenomenon of meteorites appearing more frequent in the morning, and that is perfectly explained by the.
You're not saying one premise. You're saying a multitude of different premises. You're saying a multitude of different premises altogether, though it's one premise. That's not one premise. There's a difference between there's a rock falling from the sky versus the rock fell from the sky and it's in the midst of a godless cosmic vacuum.
I know, but if given the globe Earth model is correct, what we see with these meteorites is explicitly what we'd expect to see. And on a flat Earth model, there'd be no reason why you should expect to see more meteorites in the morning.
No,
and so it supports
stop saying that.
But
stop saying that.
Well, hold on now. I can think of a reason. Hold on.
Just let me finish the answer to him. Just let me finish this. You can have things falling from the sky on either surface, a ball or a flat Earth. It does not necessarily follow that a rock fell from the sky, therefore it exists in a godless cosmic vacuum, and it flew through the atmosphere that exists around a ball in a godless cosmic vacuum. That does not follow.
In your concept of the flat Earth, Gregory, where are these rocks falling from?
Let Pinky reply.
Bro, I already answered that question. They come from 6 specific areas of the sky called the 6 radiants. Don't you get? One is called the North Toroidal, which is celestial north. The other one is called celestial south, the South Toroidal. Then we have helium. He was talking about the daily showers, right? That's helium. That's the area of the sun, the area of the sky where the sun is positioned. It's called helium. And then around the area of the sky, that's one of the sources. And then the opposite side of the sky called anti-helium, where the sun and the moon transit between these points. That's another of the sources. And then between the tropics, between the celestial equator, there is the north apex and the south apex, and these are other 2 radiants. These are like points on gears. These are like specific points that are tracked and followed and move in cycles like the luminaries. Okay?
Concur with that, Gregory?
Wait, so really quickly, my response to Gregory is just, and then I'll let you guys speak. It's just that if
there was a globe and it was spinning through, moving through these all of these movement vectors all at the same time, the radiants wouldn't be moving the way they're moving, and the luminaries wouldn't be aligned to things on the ground the way they are. The radiants move in cycles, the luminaries move in cycles, aligned to things on the ground, and there's nothing you can do about it to say that it's a spinning water ball through the vacuum of space. Gregory.
Yeah.
I know we cannot determine the shape of the ground, but their claim of the globe will make it impossible for us to observe this phenomena because the radiants are very specific. You know, like a lot, like the sun and the moon that have these alignments, right? This movement of the luminaries, like clockwork, from position to position, again and again, cycle after cycle. Same thing. The radiants do the same thing. So these guys are saying that proves a globe. How can they make that connection?
Yeah, that's not logically and geometrically compatible with the idea that it's a tilting, wobbling ball flying through the boondocks of a cosmic vacuum.
So, really quickly, I just want to say that, sure, like it could be the case that in the flat Earth model, you'd see meteorites in the morning as well, but there's no logical deduction. There's no sequence of logic that would lead you to believe that. At least I can't think of one. But on the globe Earth model, there is. So it's just what I'm saying is it's just if you predict, like on the globe Earth model, you would predict that phenomena, and you see that phenomena, and the flat Earth model doesn't predict that phenomena. It doesn't mean that it couldn't happen. It just there's no sequence of logic that predicts that, and so it supports my model. And for your model,
it happened clockwise in the past. Therefore, we predict that it will happen clockwise in the future. That's a very strict logic sequence.
Yeah, seeing something in the past.
That's just deduction 101. That's just induction 101.
Yeah, but there's no but that's just seeing something in the past and then saying, oh, it'll continue. But in terms of
that's induction. That's induction.
But
that's all empirical inquiry. That's induction.
But my hypothesis,
induction logic sequence. That's an inductive argument. Please acknowledge it.
It's
you won't acknowledge it. That's just dishonest.
I acknowledge it. It's this thing that happened in the past. You expect to see in the future, but that's symmetrical for both models, right? That's what you'd expect. But with my model, the difference is that I have
from the point. You said there's no logic sequence that makes sense out of that. There very obviously is. You can have induction on a globe Earth or a flat Earth.
Well, but by low logic sequence, I what I mean, maybe I should specify, is I mean that there's no mechanism in terms of a hypothesis given an explanation of the world why you'd expect to see this.
Of course, there's a mechanism. Of course, there's a mechanism. Things don't happen without cause. There's no effects without causes in a flat Earth model. There's cause and effect if people want to make sense out of the world. There's cause and effect. There's causation in a globe Earth model and a flat Earth model.
Gregory, there's a big difference, though, when you say something happened before and it will happen again. That's not a model. That's just like looking at the past, right? If you're talking about predicting using a model, you're not looking at what... You're not...
Listen 1 second. There is
hold on, I haven't finished. If you're using a model, then you're not looking at what happened in the past. You're looking at, in this model, what will happen at this point in time. And then you check the reality and see whether it matches. That's how models work.
Except that you can only listen.
What I just said, though.
Yeah, Gregory, but the thing is, bro, forgive me, but the thing is that they're saying that they're predicting something, but what they're doing is predicting an event, but they don't know how it's gonna look, what exactly is gonna happen. The only thing it's known, it's looking at things that have happened already, but it's not gonna be specifically. They cannot predict the amount of phenomena that's going to be observed. They can only say this is the daily cycles and the nightly cycles and the weekly cycles and the monthly cycles, yearly cycles, and that's how it's been happening. And then we're just going to observe it. But this is prediction of the event is not as specific as these guys think it is.
Wait, so one way that you
just to clarify before we go in circles about this point. What Gemzy is explaining is that humans are making a strong inductive inference based on a wealth of empirical data of the past that patently indicate that this happens in a fixed interval pattern.
But that's my point about
wait, can I respond really quickly to Gregory?
But in contrast to the idea that people are making predictions or inferences without any historical precedent to indicate it, that's not what's happening. So in both paradigms,
that's how models
referring
work.
to a wealth of past information to make a strong
you might use past information to build your model.
That's all it is. That's all it is. It's just a strong inductive inference based on a wealth of empirical data from the past that patently indicated to happen in a fixed interval pattern.
Wait. So
another point to this. No, you hold on.
Okay.
Another point to this is that when they're saying this phenomena prove we live on a globe, you're incorrect because we model it as the celestial sphere, and guess what? We remove the ground from the equation. The ground is not in the projection or the model that is created to do the observation of the radiance and the phenomena of the cycles of the meteor phenomena. The Earth is not even in the equation, bro. The Earth is removed from the observation. Then after you can add the Earth for whatever you would think it is, but that is not necessary because think about it. You're looking at the sky. You're not looking at the Earth to observe the phenomena. Okay, so to infer that, okay, after the observation, now I'm gonna add the globe Earth to it, and I'm gonna make these ideas about it.
Wait,
all right, you're gonna be muted. Parmesan, you're not gonna be in any tangents. You're gonna be muted. Go ahead. Anybody wants to reply?
Yes, I'll reply. So the reason why it's not
Parmesan is not gonna reply until he stops interrupting.
So the reason why it's not post-diction in the way that you're describing is because the globe Earth model existed before we made this discovery about meteorites having a higher frequency in the morning. That's actually a relatively new observation, right? Because that was made by
here because this is a red herring.
You had to use. Wait, I will let you speak. Just let me finish, then you can go.
No, because this isn't about the Earth anymore. It's just about it's just about this celestial phenomenon. It's not about the Earth anymore. Because Gemzy was just adding that as a passing comment concerning that error. That wasn't the major premise. The major premise is that this does not indicate the Earth is a ball. It is a weak inductive argument. That's the major premise. That's the focus. So to appeal to, because the only reason we're talking about this right now in the past several minutes, because someone raised up meteorites as though that's something I need to account for in order to justify my premise that the Earth is generally planar with its surface. I don't. You can have rocks or non-rocks or any type of object that is a projectile falling toward the Earth or falling or streaking through the sky. That's it.
Falling from the container, or is it part of the container, or is it passing through the container?
So
I don't know everything, and I don't need to account for that in order for the Earth to be flat.
But just to
stop
respond to
repeating it as though it's some sort of logical prerequisite for my premise. It isn't. This is the fourth or fifth or sixth time that I've said this. I don't need to say it again.
But just to so your point is completely separate from what I'm addressing now, Gregory. But just to respond to
what you're talking about is a minor premise. You're trying to lecture us about a minor premise that was not the focus.
Well, I just want to say
that people who come into this voice channel with these debates, that's the problem. People don't know how to focus and concentrate.
Yeah, I'm just addressing this whole, we've noticed this pattern in the past. That's part of the model. It's a post-diction. We've made the model, and now we're saying, oh, look, we see the observation.
You know what you're trying to talk about. You're just
I know
about it. You don't know how to take direction, or you just refuse to.
Yeah, I'm disagreeing with your command to not speak about this. I'm just going to say one quick sentence, and then I'll probably stop speaking. But
it wasn't the point, dude.
Fine. Never mind. I think you guys get it, though.
So now that that's completed, rather than just continuing to talk without ever coming to the conclusion of the matter, the meteorites or whatsoever projectiles whatsoever at all flying through the sky that do or don't touch the Earth has no bearing on the veracity of the premise that the surface of the Earth and oceans is generally planar. Parmesan is asking you to be unmuted.
Yeah, you can't be looking at the sky and look at the. You can't be looking at the sky and say, "Look, we observed the celestial sphere moving in the sky," and then say, "Therefore, what's below my feet is shaped like this and that."
Of course, we can. Why not?
So if these very recent discoveries support the globe Earth model, like recent things that keep just getting observed, then if there is this conspiracy, surely, I mean, what are these things fake, or, I mean, people have had.
Are you playing dumb, Pinky? Are you playing like Pinky of the Pinky and the Brain? Are you playing dumb or something? What are you doing?
If there was this conspiracy,
who's saying that it's fake? Who's saying that the phenomena is fake? Who's saying that? Who said that in here?
No, I'm just saying that if you keep coming up.
You heard what he said.
If you're gonna do a conspiracy.
When you say when you asking us, is it fake? What does that mean?
I'm just saying if you're gonna have a conspiracy to suppress all new phenomena that disagree with.
A conspiracy?
You're talking about with the.
Look, Pinky from Pinky and the Brain, right? So the observable phenomena is the observable phenomena. You're gonna observe it from the ground. I'm gonna observe it from another position on the ground. The other guy's gonna observe it from 20,000 miles away from another position of the ground, right? Then you, Pinky, from Pinky and the Brain, are gonna write your own ideas that the ground has to be a globe because we're observing this phenomena from these different positions on the globe. That's you. That's a you problem. The other guy might come with other ideas.
Why is that a problem?
I guess my point is that if you are going to have a conspiracy, what you have to watch out for is all these little discoveries that will be discovered along the way that disagree with the fake paradigm you're trying to press on people, and so you'd have to. I mean,
the false paradigm that you're trying to push on people, Pinky, because you're saying that we observe this phenomena, therefore we live in a globe. But what you're missing is that when we model the celestial sphere, the ground is removed. Don't you get it? So you're saying, look, we see the celestial sphere, therefore we live in a celestial sphere. You're wrong.
So, what's next?
So Pinky, Parmesan, and Duncan are just arguing from ignorance and saying, yeah, we observe a phenomenon in the sky, therefore we live in a globe. Guys, proof.
I'm just still wondering, these meteors are coming from inside the container or outside the container? Still wondering.
From the celestial sphere. From the celestial sphere. That's the way it's labeled. Well, because you're just arguing for arguing. That's why you don't want to.
I have an answer.
Very simple.
I have an answer. It's a little more direct. If they're real, then it could be unverified.
We don't know. One of the two. You see how inconsequential that critique is? He's just determined to press that critique for what reason? To nowhere. That's why Jimsy said what he said.
Okay, so do you know the Earth is flat, or do you assume it based off of your observations of part of the Earth? You know it based off of what? How?
Given them observations and measurements and the God's revelation.
Just of part of the Earth, not the entire Earth.
Yes. So we already know where you're trying to go now, so let's just cut to the chase. I haven't seen the entire Earth, therefore only know parts of the Earth are flat. Right? That's so geometrically incoherent, right? You're trying to pull me into a geometric incoherency. Right?
I'm just trying to use your
I can actually successfully anticipate the direction of a line of scrutiny because I actually have discernment. Praise the Lord. So no, you're trying to pull me into this geometric incoherency where there is no geometric incoherency, right?
I'm trying to pull you into your level of scrutiny.
If we live on a ball with water wrapped around it, then the peak of the water hill, supposedly the horizon, would be the peak of the water hill, and it would obscure things that go behind it. But we can zoom in onto those objects, therefore patently indicating that it's not the peak of a water hill. It's very simple. You have never seen water wrap around anything.
Yeah, Duncan is trying to listen to your logic to pass it through his non-logical brain and just
I'm trying to pass
then
it
reply
through
to you
Gregory's logic,
from a
where
nonsense
he
position.
Says, for example, like because I didn't see the meteorite fall, I can't possibly know it's a meteorite.
No,
or
not
I
your
haven't
interruption,
seen.
but Jimsy said, no, not your interruption, but Jimsy said, Jimsy, please finish.
I was saying that he's saying, I'm trying to get where you're coming from, but he's just trying to turn what you're saying into something else. Like, what about the container? Nobody's talking about that. Nobody's talking about that. And we don't know, like Gregory said, we don't know exactly. We can make the observations, but you're just trying to flip it into something else. It's like you're doing it in purpose. It's pretty obvious, Duncan.
All right, so Gregory, do you know there's a container, or do you not know?
The former.
He tried to bring you back to the realist level, to the ground, and now you're going back up there.
He's trying to find it. How do you keep repeating his paradigm?
How do you know there's a container if you've never seen it?
But you do see it. If there is a container above the entire face of the Earth, and the blue sky is actually the waters above the face of the Earth, and a solid container is a necessary antecedent for gas pressure, then yes, we've always seen it in our entire lives, regardless of us suppressing the truth and unrighteousness and trying to reinterpret the phenomena that we've observed.
The blue sky's the waters? The blue sky's water? Did you just say that? That the blue sky was water?
So you're going to address what I just said?
I'm trying to. Like you said a few things.
No,
But
you're
one of
not.
the things I
You're
caught.
not trying
One
to.
of the things I caught is that
You're not.
you do see the
Okay, so
container.
either you're gonna
Blue
address my logic
sky
sequence or you're wrong.
is the
Either you're
waters.
gonna
Okay,
address my logic
Duncan,
sequence
this
or
is
you're
how
wrong.
it's
You're
gonna
not gonna
go.
dominate the quiz geometry sophistry.
This is how it's gonna go. You're gonna have a back and forth. If you want to speak, you're gonna have a back and forth, and you're gonna address point by point. If you start talking about something else that is being said, you're gonna be muted indefinitely. You get it or no?
Does that hold for everybody?
Yeah, for you at this moment, for you only.
Just for me. So
Just for
that
you.
restriction
Yeah.
only on me.
Just only on you right now, because you're
very
talking
fair.
to. Go ahead,
But
you and Gregory. I'm gonna mute you and Gregory talk.
Okay. Doesn't seem fair, but okay. So how do you know there's a container if you've never physically seen it? Or you said you did see it with the blue sky, right? So can you show me a picture of this container? Has
Just
anyone
look at
taken a picture of it? Yeah, I don't see a container.
Yeah, because you don't want to.
No,
You
it's just
say you don't see
I'm
it.
in
You're living in a
I'm
world
in
where
the
there's
city right now. I'm in the city.
As you continue to talk to my
No,
answer, as you usually do.
It's like he wants to be
listen to
muted.
me.
Donkey, you want to be muted, right? You want to. That's what you're asking for, right? You're just saying something else, but you're asking to be muted, right?
I wasn't finished talking. I was going to
Really?
say I'm in the city right
You
now
ask
and
a
it's cloudy
question.
outside,
Stop
so I
talking.
don't see any container.
It's like he can't control. He can't control himself. He has diarrhea of the mouth or some type of parasitic host manipulation going on in that brain. He can't control
This is not an
himself.
accident. It's deliberate. He's doing it deliberately.
It has to be some type of, I don't know. Is deliberately, yeah, obviously. Right, Duncan? You're doing this because you want to be muted, right? Just say it.
No, I just want to finish
You
the
don't
statement
want to
that I
be
was
muted.
making.
Okay, when someone else is speaking, you stop speaking, right?
Well, that's the thing. I wasn't finished speaking and someone started
you
speaking.
ask a question. You ask a question. Then the guy starts replying, and then I'm not done speaking. You just ask a question, and the other guy is replying to your question.
I said, no, I don't see the container. I'm looking at the sky right now.
Are
and
you
it's
asking a
cloudy
question
because
or
I'm
making
in
a
New York
statement?
City.
Which one?
That was making a statement. So, no, I don't see the container right now by looking up. That
Yeah,
was
of
my
course you can
point.
say that. Okay, so finally, moving past his unnecessarily extended reply, it's very simple. So obviously he's going to say that because he doesn't want to concede to the refutation. He doesn't have any coherent and empirically adequate account for the gas pressure that he's observed his entire life. The entire atmosphere is pressurized. So therefore, the entire atmosphere above the face of the planar Earth has a container over it. And the only thing that we've ever seen that is a sufficient container to actually have gas pressure in it is a solid container. It's very simple. But of course, he doesn't want to actually follow that logic sequence. He wants to play the adversarial fault finder rather than just being honest about this issue.
So you're saying
Gregory.
that? Oh, sorry, you go.
So go on, you go.
No, I was just saying. Are you making the induction that since every single time you've seen gas pressure, there's a solid container that you're gonna make a generalization to say that every single instance has to be like that?
Sure, unless you want to show me an exception.
I mean, even if I didn't show you an exception, that would still. I mean,
yeah.
Show it to me. I want to look at it. You don't want to show it to Gregory. Show it to me. Let me look at it.
So you can't.
Does a container need to be completely sealed on all 6 sides, for example?
You notice how you
bottom,
said that
the
when you
top,
can clearly
and
hear
all
Jimsy
4
asking
sides?
another guy a question? You notice how you said that when you can clearly hear the other guy being asked a question by Jimsy? Yeah, you're doing it deliberately.
So Pinky, you don't want to show Gregory your King Charles. You're cutting up. You roboted saying that King Charles. You broke out, so we couldn't hear what you said.
Right, so Gregory, if there was if it really was what Globe Earth is saying, gravity is pulling the gas down, would you consider that a container or no because it's not solid?
In principle, but it's not empirically verified and it's not empirically verifiable, and I've already deductively refuted it in all the ways that it can be.
So when we send a high altitude balloon up with a pressure gauge and it keeps dropping until it's nearly zero, the pressure, I mean.
I'm trying to hear you, but I can barely hear you. I have your volume maxed.
Sorry, hold on.
Try again.
He said, let's send a high altitude balloon and measure the pressure, and it was gonna go eventually to 0. That's what you said? Parmesan is having mic issues at the moment, so whenever you figure that out, always.
Can you hear me now, guys?
Yes.
I heard that.
Is this better?
Sounds a bit better.
Okay. I was just saying, high altitude balloons go up, and the pressure with the pressure gauge, and the pressure gauge shows that the pressure keeps going down until it's almost 0. So there is a gradient. Would you agree with that?
Sure, there's a gradient that does not indicate that it's a bunch of gas wrapped around a ball in a cosmic vacuum. You cannot have that. You can't have pressure without a container to press against. We've been through this 1,000 times.
But we do have
to the very thing that's refuting the idea that you live in a cosmic vacuum, in an open system cosmic vacuum with gas pressure wrapped around the ball. It's self-defeating.
Just sticking to the point. So,
No, I have to stick to the point. Actually engage the point. I'm going to say it again because I know you're not engaging the point. We've said this point 1,000 times. It's very simple. You're appealing to the very thing that is antithetical to your paradigm. You would not have gas pressure, but of course you have to try to sustain the position that you have gas pressure because there obviously is gas pressure. So now you have to account for it. And then your account is not empirically adequate. It's not verified. It's not verifiable. And it's been deductively refuted on all the ways that it can be deductively refuted as you appeal to mass attracting matter attracting matter or bendy space-time. We already know where this goes.
So, as I was saying, high altitude balloon, the pressure keeps declining until it's pretty much 0.
Heard you say that. Why are you saying it again?
Because my point is, it keeps declining until it gets to 0, and that's all that happens without anything.
You don't know that. That's just a claim. Hey, that's an unfounded claim. He's just saying that.
Very close. You want to see what an actual high altitude balloon that with a
to verify that there's 0 pressure.
Yeah, what was it called? The Mage 2 that went up, and it was very, very close to 0. Yeah.
Oh, very, very close to 0, so not 0. Because there's
not 0
between 0 and non-0.
Absolutely, but that's what the model claims. It's very close.
Right, 0. So not
no, the
0.
model claims that space is very close to 0.
Yeah, just very close to 0, right? So you don't really exist in a cosmic vacuum because the atmosphere actually extends well beyond the Kármán line, which is arbitrarily defined. And then as I've interrogated some of the global support, the atmosphere really extends to the far reaches of the known universe or even the unknown universe. So you see, this is just an ad hoc retort, which is a Mott and Bailey fallacy, particularly in this instance. But you have the controversial claim, the Bailey, but you have to defend the controversial claim that there's gas wrapped around a ball locally in an infinitesimal fraction of the cosmic vacuum, and everywhere else is a bunch of vacuum. Then you can't defend that premise. You have to switch to the Mott, which is, well, there's just gas pressure. Well, of course there's gas pressure, but you don't have a coherent account for it. And then to rescue your paradigm, because you can't defend the Bailey, you have to extend the atmosphere by sheer fiat to extend to the known universe or unknown universe, which of course defeats the entire purpose of your paradigm.
There's a lot. You said a lot of strawmans there, but my point is, nobody claims that space is absolute vacuum, even in space.
Right, so the vacuum is not vacuum.
What we define.
Nobody claims that.
Please,
but you're missing the point. No, we know your claims. We know your claims already. Better than you, most likely.
But you see, that's the thing. That's how you say you know my claims, but then
you're missing the point. You are missing the point.
Trying to
the antecedent to the gradient.
You're not letting
the antecedent to the gradient. The antecedent to the gradient will still be the container.
You're not letting me answer.
The antecedent to the gradient is gas pressure. The antecedent to the gas pressure is the container. You can have a gradient within a container. You can have a gradient within a container.
That's not even my point.
So we have gas pressure. We have a gradient. And the antecedent to those a container, and he sees the pressure, the gas pressure. He sees the gradient, and then he says, "Oh, we can have that without a container."
Yes, because it went to what would be defined as a vacuum. Vacuum has a definition, right? And
double
how
speaking.
high?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we already know. We know.
Yeah.
Double speaking.
So
Yeah,
as far
self-contradictory double
where
speaking.
this
All right.
mage to
Yeah,
high
you stop appealing
altitude
to it.
balloon,
It's self-contradictory double speaking. It's not
not
valid.
self-contradictory.
It
Where
is.
this
You're calling a
high
vacuum a
altitude
non-vacuum.
balloon went, the pressure
Yeah, you're
was
calling
what
that
is
which is
defined
supposedly a
as
vacuum a non-vacuum. You're calling that which is not a vacuum. It's double speaking. It's
No,
self-contradictory.
I'm calling the vacuum as it's defined.
Yeah, that's defined, right?
Yeah, there
A
you go.
vacuum, which is devoid of matter, right? And then you want to appeal to
No,
something
the
that has
vacuum has
matter as a
definition.
vacuum. You want to appeal to an area that has gas as though it's a vacuum when it's not a vacuum.
Yeah, that's what
Right?
the
It's double
definition
speaking.
is. It's not double speaking, it's definition.
Yeah, Parmesan is self-contradictory double speaking. That's all it is. You're trying to
Absolutely not.
defend
When
it,
you
and it's obviously
define what a
incredible.
vacuum is, and there are different levels of vacuum, then
Yeah, no, there aren't different levels of vacuum.
no
Vacuum
double
is
speaking.
vacuum, and non-vacuum is non-vacuum. Vacuum is not non-vacuum.
That's not how it works.
That is how it works. That's how it logically works. You have A, you have non-A. You have the law of identity, law of non-contradiction. You're just violating the law of non-contradiction. You're calling that which is not A. You're calling that which is not a vacuum a vacuum. That's all it is. That's all it is with this.
That's not what it is, my friend.
Right? So you
Because-
can't defend this. Right? There's no defending it. It's self-contradictory doublespeak. So you have to obfuscate the extent of the atmosphere, right? In principle,
we don't have to
because you know that
obfuscate
you
the extent
cannot actually get to the place where there is a vacuum. So you can't actually verify that there is a cosmic vacuum, which the gas is located in a particular infinitesimal fraction thereof. The idea is that we live on a ball wrapped in water, wrapped in gas, the water and the gas, and then a particular infinitesimal fraction of all space. The gas is not occupying all space. That's not the idea in your own paradigm. But you have to obfuscate that because you know you cannot leave the atmosphere to then detect an area with no atmosphere. You cannot find a vacuum. There is no vacuum to detect. You don't live in a cosmic vacuum. That's why you have to say that.
Absolutely.
So it's nothing more than the Mott and Bailey fallacy as you contradict yourself with double speaking.
So in terms of definitions of vacuum, anything below, below 100.
By the way, you've been thoroughly refuted. You can finish repeating yourself unnecessarily if you want to. So the critique still stands. You're just appealing to the Mott and Bailey fallacy. You're switching from the Bailey to Mott. Bailey being the controversial position, which is that you live on a ball wrapped in water, wrapped in gas, in a cosmic vacuum. You switch to the Mott once you know that you cannot defend the Bailey. The Mott being just the sheer truism that there is gas pressure, right? And then after that's established, then you have to obfuscate the Bailey, right? So when you switch to the Mott, you have to obfuscate the Bailey as though you've been arguing the Mott the entire time, and you haven't.
Also, his example of high altitude balloons, that doesn't demonstrate any globe. When you high altitude balloons prove the globe, come on, bro.
Demonstrates vacuum without any container.
But it doesn't, even giving you what you just said earlier. You're not being consistent with your own words. Earlier, you just said
I am being
it gets
consistent.
close to zero, not zero. You just said earlier that it gets close to zero, not zero.
Yeah, which is
zero
vacuum.
is zero, not zero is not zero, and zero is not non-zero. It's very simple.
I'm not
Very
saying
simple.
it's zero. I'm saying
very
it's a vacuum.
simple. But listen, you're saying that this pressure gradient is not part of the pressure system. You're saying that this
That's
pressure
not what I'm
gradient,
saying.
it's
You guys again.
it's outside. No, you use the balloon in a. You listen. You launch the balloon from a pressurized system, right? From a pressurized environment.
No, just launch the balloon from the ground.
You launch the balloon from it, right? And then you went to play. The balloon went to an altitude that is still pressurized. Is it or is it not?
It's what's defined as a vacuum.
Right.
So the balloon went up to a vacuum.
I didn't hear that.
What is your claim? The balloon went to a vacuum, or was the balloon in a pressurized system? Gregory, I want to know where the balloon is at when he's making the claim.
At the same time, I can't hear anything. I can't understand.
Do you get my question, Gregory? You see, he's saying that the balloon is going somewhere. That it's going from the pressurized system, and now he said that it's going into the vacuum. Is that your claim, Parmesan? That the balloon is going into the vacuum?
The balloon's going high enough that it's a vacuum. Yes. Without any container in between.
Yeah, the
So
vacuum
the-
non-vacuum, the non-vacuum vacuum.
Well, it is what as defined by the definition. It is a vacuum.
Yeah, arbitrarily defined, contradicting the definition of a vacuum, reducing it to mere
No,
double
that's
speaking
how
self-contradiction.
science
The more
defines
you
it.
keep
That's how we
repeating this
define it.
idea is not going to make it true. It is obviously self-contradictory. So every time you say, I'm going to refute it. Every time you keep repeating this double speaking self-contradiction, where you identify A to be non-A, where you identify the non-vacuum to be a vacuum, I'm going to refute it. So either you're going to keep doing this appeal to repetition fallacy, or you're just going to concede to defeat. Because where else are
You
you
just
going to
made
go?
up a fallacy.
I just made up the fallacy. Go ahead and type in appeal to repetition.
Appeal
See
to
what you find.
repetition fallacy.
Go ahead. Type it in. Appeal to repetition. See what you find. See if I made it up.
Or known as ad nauseum.
But so if interstellar space is so the pressure is so low that it's essentially like 1 atom per cubic kilometer, then isn't that de facto what sort of becomes the thing we're trying to show? We're trying to show that gravity could cause a situation where we have atmospheric pressure on Earth, but this extremely low pressure situation out in deep space can still exist. And so then the thing that we're trying to prove kind of becomes that. It doesn't. That just means that's what we're trying to prove.
Let me reply. Can I reply real quick? My bad, Crypto. Crypto, I just want to ask a question. Crypto, forgive me, Crypto. I'm gonna do it, bro. Forgive me. Is the you said you're talking about interstellar space? Was that discovered or invented?
Discovered, I guess. It doesn't matter. It's if that's just the globe Earth
Okay,
model.
go
we're
ahead,
saying
Crypto.
that That's what the if it's like 10 to the negative 20 torr, then that just because there's 1 atom zipping around mostly empty space, such that the mean free path, which is
So your reply is that the interstellar space was discovered. That's what you said, not invented, discovered. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I don't know, but if that becomes the situation, then that becomes what we're trying to.
Oh, he doesn't know. So you're making a claim about something you don't know about. Okay, you're talking about interstellar space. You don't know what that is, but you're talking about it. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, do you not understand that, like, you're effectively talking about a concept because no one here has ever experienced that and doesn't really know that it exists, right?
Well, I mean, if we could show that, say, like with centrifugal force, like some person's, like a centrifuge spinning spinning a bunch of gas around in a vacuum chamber, with a pressure as low as interstellar space, still gave us a region of atmospheric pressure next to this almost vacuum, then just like in the diagram, the picture I posted, basically using centrifugal force to achieve this, then there would be a situation where there is no solid container, yet we do have basically atmospheric pressure next to essentially a vacuum, and then that would be kind of analogous to gravity on Earth. And so that would be.
Why would this be analogous to gravity on Earth?
Yeah, that's antithetical to your paradigm.
Yeah,
because in your paradigm, it necessarily implies that the gas is trying to contract in all directions toward its central point of the Earth, not trying to expand in all directions. The centrifugal force would throw everything away, not contract everything to it.
Yeah, it'd actually be an issue because you don't have like a bucket-shaped Earth.
If you look at the diagram I posted, you'll see that even though there's an open top to this gas,
I saw it.
Yeah.
Pinky, we saw it. Someone is trying to reply. Shut up, Pinky.
So the gas is getting squished down into the bucket.
Pinky, that's antithetical to your
paradigm. Gregory, just wait.
Go
ahead.
Can I go? Yeah, Pinky, I think the issue you have here is that you're just underestimating your opponents. You're bringing up very basic ideas that we understood as 6-year-olds and thinking that that's going to somehow prove your point. Like, we're several levels above this. So this idea that you've got like a bucket-shaped, I mean, this is patronizing, really. That's why I'm a little bit upset. You've got a bucket-shaped Earth orbiting around a sun, and that's keeping the atmosphere in. Is that really your argument?
No.
Then why bring this up? This is pathetic.
Because Gregory said that it's demonstrated in reality that you can't have a gas pressure gradient next to a vacuum, or in this case we're going to say a near vacuum, because there's no container. It's just not something that can occur. But if
I see a container.
if we can show that this is something that can occur using centrifugal force, then that would be analogous to gravity.
It's not analogous because it's a different claimed mechanism.
It's a mechanism within a mechanism.
Like,
It's
why,
not
why
just
even try and why even try and equivocate between gravity and centrifugal force?
Because you would have a situation where you'd have no container, and yet the gas would be contained to a region without any solid, firmament or cover stopping it from escaping, and yet there is still a gas pressure gradient and a almost near vacuum next to it, and gas isn't just expanding because
You
of
haven't
entropy,
actually explained why you've
centrifugal force.
equivocated. You've just obfuscated. So why are you equivocating between gravity and centrifugal force?
Well, obviously, I'm not equivocating. I'm not saying they're the same.
You
But
obviously
the
are.
attributes that are
He's
similar
trying.
to.
He's trying to make a demonstration that you can have a container without a container. So, anyways, your example, like Kurto just explained to you, and like I just explained to you, is antithetical to your paradigm. It doesn't actually prove your point. Centrifugal force is not containing anything. It doesn't contain anything. When you spin anything like that, it is going to toss whatever is not attached to it or not strongly, sufficiently attached to it away. That's why the kids fly away when you spin the merry-go-round or the little tabletop spinning thing. That's why the water flies off the tennis ball when you spin it around like that, right? So you're appealing to a centrifugal force, which is only demonstrated that it will toss things away, not pull things toward it. And the bucket is supposedly, well, if you're trying to be consistent, it would be analogous to the Earth. But the Earth is not a container. It's contained in water and contained in gas. Gas and water is wrapped around it, supposedly. And gravity is contracting the gas to stay local to the Earth rather than expanding in all directions so that we suffocate to death and cannot have the debate right now. So you're not being logically consistent. This appeal is demonstrative of our point of what would happen if we lived on a ball, if there was a ball, right? And it's self-defeating to your position. So either you're going to presume that you know better than us and persevere to condescendingly lecture us, or you're going to stop it and actually engage the critiques that we are very poignantly articulating to you.
So I know that it's flinging something out into the sides of the container as opposed to attracting something in. But I don't think that's an important difference, because all I'm trying to do at this point is to show that you can have a gas pressure containment without a solid container if you have an acceleration.
And again, you're just repeating the very thing I just refuted. You have not demonstrated that you can have gas pressure without a solid container. Centrifugal force does not contain. In your example, the only thing that's containing anything is the bucket.
Okay, but so in the diagram I posted with the woman, if that's taking place in a vacuum chamber, then the center where her hand is would be a vacuum, and yet the gas is not going into that region, and so it is being.
Are you saying that the lady is dead while she's doing that?
If the center of the centrifuge is a vacuum, then it is being contained because it's not, the gas is not going there, you know.
Okay, so that's just another you're just categorically erroneous. Why would you call a geometric point in free space a vacuum? That's a geometric concept, and so is a vacuum.
Not
the two different types of concepts. There's the geometric point in the center of whatever given thing, and then there's the vacuum. A geometric point is not a vacuum, and a vacuum is not a geometric point.
No, but I don't mean point as in a zero-dimensional thing. I mean like the area inside the there could be an area of of vacuum in the very center, and yet the gas will not go there. I'm not saying like a zero-dimensional point.
It's also not an instance of that. You're not being logically consistent. Centrifugal force, you're spinning around and you're tossing things away. There's no analogy here.
Well, I mean, it's not even an analogy. It's literally just an example.
I know it's not.
Having.
You don't have a point. There's no point here. What you think you're demonstrating by this diagram, you're not. Centrifugal force is not a non-container that contains. It tosses things away.
Oh, yeah, it does.
In
it
his
tosses
diagram,
things
it
away,
stops.
but So for example, if it wasn't spinning and there was gas in that bucket, the gas would immediately fill the entire area in which this woman is in, right? But if
Still does.
It doesn't.
But it's moving or not.
Spin it fast enough. If you spin it fast enough, it will stay in that bucket.
Yeah, if you spin it fast enough. So hypothetical, you've never actually demonstrated. This diagram doesn't illustrate that, and it's just supposed to be an illustration of your imagination.
I know this is hypothetical, but if it was
It's purely hypothetical, right? No empirical verification. Entirely moot. It's just your theoretical physical speculation. It's not actually an instance of this happening.
I know. It's all hypothetical.
Okay, so it's moot.
I just like to know.
So it's moot. You can have all sorts of things happen as you please in your theories, in your imagination. That's the point. It's not a valid appeal. You can have whatsoever you want to happen in your imagination, so long as you can conceive it.
I know. I'm not saying this is something that's ever been done.
Appealing to it. You're trying to appeal to it right now.
I know.
We hear you.
I'm
Trying
not
to appeal to it.
I'm not appealing
to it.
All I want to know is if this is a worthwhile experiment doing. Because if it was demonstrated, then would you change your mind about the fact that you can have gas pressure
Of
without
course, if it was demonstrated, then I would change my mind. But again, this is just merely hypothetical. This is just your imaginary, theoretical, physical thought experiment. It has no bearing on the point. You can have all sorts of things behave however you want them to in your imagination. It's moot. It's irrelevant.
All right, so now I have a surprise for you, which is the fact that this actually has been done. So I'm gonna post. Oh, 1 second.
Oh, now all of a sudden it has been done. So go ahead. Why didn't you appeal to that in the first place? That's tremendously bad tact.
No, I just wanted to see if I wanted to get the theoretical basis.
No, you weren't testing anything.
All right, so there's something called, and I need about 2 minutes for this, and then I'll probably go. But I'm just going to read you this. So there's something called a zip type centrifuge, and I posted a quote from Wikipedia page on that, and it's basically used to separate isotopes of uranium gas for nuclear reactors. And so I'm just going to read something here. It says, separation of uranium isotopes requires a centrifuge that can spin at 1500 revolutions per second, 90,000 RPM. If we assume a rotor diameter of 20 centimeters, as is in some modern centrifuges, this would correspond to a centripetal acceleration of around 900 Gs. The centrifugal force creates a pressure gradient. On the axis of the centrifuge, there is practically vacuum, such that no mechanical feed-through or seal is needed for the gas inlet and outlet. And then in the next, in an article entitled "The Effect of Vacuum Core Boundary Conditions on Separation in the Gas Centrifuge Nuclear Technology," it says a vacuum exists in the central region of the cylindrical rotor of a high-speed countercurrent gas centrifuge when operated with uranium hexafluoride for the enrichment of uranium. And then I highlighted the location of the vacuum core boundary, the boundary of the vacuum core. These are just reading. The results show that the location of this top of atmosphere, which is what they call it, in density scale heights changes with the peripheral speed of the centrifuge. We see that the low speeds of the continuum region extend all the way, but for speeds greater than 400 meters per second, a true vacuum core exists. And now I'll just post some diagrams of what the pressure is and all these in an example of this zip type centrifuge.
Pinky, why are you using a container again?
And
so again, let's test the logical consistency of your appeal. What is happening in the cosmos concerning this? You're appealing to this supposed phenomenon. Now, what's happening in your cosmos concerning this?
Well, so so how is this analogous to what's going on in the cosmos? So in the same way that if you've got a bunch of gas particles and they start trying to make their way into the center of the centrifuge, centrifugal force, the outward flinging force, stops the gas molecule and sends it back down. And something that the analogous situation would be at the top of the Earth's atmosphere, a gas particle, say, going at the speed of sound, going upwards. If it's not going faster than escape velocity of the Earth, it won't escape the Earth. It'll slow down and then it will start falling back down. And so basically what's going on is, in the same way that a solid container accelerates gas back towards a certain region because the outer electron orbitals of the gas interact with the electron orbitals of the container and they repel over a short distance, what's going on here is the gravity acts over a much larger distance, but still accelerates the gas back down towards the Earth. And in the case that I'm talking about here, the centrifugal force accelerates the gas back towards the outsides of the centrifuge. And so there's also this thing called Cohen's model, which you can use to figure out what the theoretically what the pressure would be expected to be. And you can see that just running some numbers, you can get things like well, I can go through it with you, but I can get things like a negative 21 torr in the very center, which actually is way less than even in interstellar space. And also, furthermore, the last thing I'll say, and then I'll just let you respond for like as much as you want, is I've also done an Excel spreadsheet where I've used the Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution, which shows the distribution of speeds of gas particles for the certain molecular weights at certain temperatures. And I've shown that even at the very high end of the spectrum, the fastest moving particles, with centrifuges on the order of centimeters wide and spinning at those speeds or even slower. And I used the kinematic projectile motion equations to show that even if it was going straight up as fast as possible, the gas molecules were going straight up as fast as possible, they'd quickly decelerate and fall back down. And they basically calculated the centrifugal acceleration at each radius and plugged that in kind of in a repeating Excel spreadsheet, which I can show you. But yeah, so now please respond.
Okay, what's the cause? Is it gravity? Yes or no?
The cause of what?
The cause of the gas particles not expanding in all directions, but contracting in all directions to the Earth. Is it gravity causing the gas particles to contract in all directions to the Earth? Yes or no?
Yeah, the gravity is what's causing that. Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you another question. Is it this supposed? What do you call it? Is the supposed zip-type centrifuge that is the cause of the gas particles contracting in all directions to move toward the Earth? Yes or no?
Moving towards the Earth of the
to contract in all directions toward the Earth. Is it this that's causing that?
On the planet? No, it's the gravity. What do you mean? Is that what you mean?
Okay. Is this zip-type centrifuge the effect of gravity?
No, it's not.
No? So what does this have to do with your cosmological paradigm? How do you logically fit this coherently into your idea that you live in a ball wrapped in water, wrapped in gas? The gas is contracting in all directions toward the Earth so that we don't suffocate. Where does this zip-type centrifuge fit into that, since you bothered to mention it?
It's basically the point is usually made by flat earthers that there's no demonstration of a gas pressure gradient or gas pressure next to a vacuum without a solid container, and this provides that demonstration, and also is an analogy for gravity being something that acts over a much larger distance than the electrostatic force between molecules. In the same way, the centrifugal force acts over many centimeters or however big you want to make this, and you can see that you can have a gas pressure gradient. And almost essentially a true vacuum, such that given the size of this thing and the fact that it's negative 21 torr, you could probably go for decades without ever seeing a single gas molecule in that entire center region.
Is this zip-type centrifuge manifested only by humans? Yes or
no? There could be one on some other planet if aliens exist. But
oh my gosh! Wait a minute.
Yeah, humans. Yeah.
Okay, so
Gregory, he's missing the entire point. There is a container in this centrifuge.
Yeah, there's that point also. So you couldn't do it without a container. And it's artificial, right? This is not a naturally observed phenomenon. So we're talking about the way things naturally occur without human intervention. So there's the irrelevance of that. So I said that entire deductive argument, as you can see there with all that text from me, you can't miss it. Both a refutation of mass attracting matter, matter attracting matter, and bendy space time. I can go over it if you wish, but you can just read it in your own time because that's a lot, obviously.
I'm going to copy and paste it and read it.
Well, and molecules experience kinetic energy, right? And for it to have pressure like that, you need kinetic energy, and you need a wall of a container. So that's where there's a disconnect for me. Is I don't know how you're getting a containerless pressure.
Because he might be arguing, oh, kinetic energy, right? But let's forget about the container more. We have a relationship. It's not one thing doing everything. We have a mechanism that is happening. And he's saying, we have this piece of the machine, and this piece of the machine works without the machine or independently from the machine.
Yeah, let's appreciate the general principle here. Oh, go ahead, Sesu.
We asked the question, can you have gas pressure without a container? We can even expand on that and say, can you have a gas pressure gradient without a container? And what people do is they bring us contained environments, and then they try to say that this is analogous, this spinning centrifugal force or whatever, is analogous to the Earth, which both of them rotate on an axis, except the pressure gradient is completely different than that of the Earth model, or the globe Earth model, I should say. So what you've done is you've used something that is not analogous, and then brought a container with you and said, this is the exact same, and this debunks your point, flat earthers, that you can have gas pressure gradients without a container. Oh, by the way, I have a container. This is silly.
So there's no container because so if the very first thing I posted, it said on the axis of the centrifuge in the very center there is practically vacuum such that no mechanical feed through or seal is needed.
The center.
Which means, yeah, I know, but
not in a vacuum.
No,
the
but the way
vacuum
that,
is inside the midst of the gas. Given what you just read.
So I know, but the way that this works is they pump the gas in.
If you know, then that breaks the analogy. That destroys your point.
No, but because it says
you see, you have this habit where you think that you know so much better than us that you don't give yourself pause to critique yourself and consider the critiques being said to you. What you're said is the very opposite of your paradigm. The gas is in the vacuum in your cosmos. What you're appealing to here is the vacuum is inside the gas. And the gas is also inside a solid container when you do this artificial demonstration.
So
it's directly antithetical to your paradigm.
So to respond to that, it says no seal is needed, right, in the very center, which means I could have a vacuum of the size of the universe. I could literally have a tube going to deep space in the center.
You're still doing it. This is why I get irritated with you. You're still doing it.
There's no. It's not a container.
You say, "Oh, this is antithetical to my paradigm." Like, dude, your citation is talking about like vacuum being in the center of gas. And the gas is in an artificial environment where it's contained in a solid container. That's antithetical to your paradigm about the cosmos, where the gas is in a vacuum, not the vacuum in a gas. And the vacuum is uncontained, supposedly, and ever expanding. And so is the gas. This is not analogous. This is not a demonstrative of your point. It's antithetical to your point. That which is antithetical to your point is not demonstrative of it.
Yeah, but the this could be occurring. Literally, the centrifuge could be in the middle of deep space vacuum, and if there's nothing, there's no seal
Hypothetical fallacy.
That would mean
hypothetical fallacy. Hypothetical fallacy. No, we're not doing this.
It takes place on Earth, so there's going to be
what does
and a small there's going to be only a vacuum chamber of such a size.
What
theoretically,
does
you have the centrifuge. But
why are you ignoring the question? What happens on Earth? Excuse me, Pinky. What happens on Earth?
This zip-type centrifuge happens on.
No. In natural, like this is a natural phenomenon.
It takes place in realities.
No, I didn't ask you if it takes place in reality. I asked you if it was a natural phenomenon. Why are you answering questions that I'm not asking?
Oh no! Well, that's what I'm saying. That's my definition of natural phenomena. In science.
So we're just gonna not agree on terms, and you're gonna make up your own terms.
You gave the distinction, dude.
If you'd like,
an artificial invention, and like Sesu was saying, a non-artificial event.
If you'd like to define something as not being created, define natural as not being created by humans, then no, it's not a natural phenomena because it is.
Yeah, you already knew what we meant. You talk as though you're so educated about the matter. You know what we mean when we say a contrast between natural phenomenon and artificial operations. You knew that. That's dishonest.
Well, no. I was just saying because the definition of science includes the word natural, and so that's what I was just bringing to your attention. But
don't
if that's
even
what your
try it.
definition,
Don't.
If I was being dishonest, I wouldn't have.
Gregory, the thing is that for him, natural. When he thinks natural, he's thinking about this cartoon version of it, right? Natural has its place. The definition actually comes from a source, right? Maybe nature was made by the designer. It was designed. I can argue that. I can argue that nature was designed. But then from his premise, it's like nature means this reality in this cartoon version of it. Go ahead, my bad.
It's just inconsistent. So again, says whose question. Says who could say it again.
So this happens in nature, or no?
No, not probably according to your definition.
No. So this is a synthetic effect, which requires lots of containers and motors to create an effect that is not analogous to the scenario that you are claiming happens on the Earth. In fact, quite the opposite. And you're going to say that this is evidence that you can have gas pressure without a container.
Well, I mean, it is definitely, I think, gas pressure without a container. You could have a vacuum chamber connected to the centrifuge the size of, Australia, and it.
Yeah, that's a hypothetical. That's hypothetical.
Well, no, but it follows from the fact that if.
No, it's hypothetical. I'm rejecting it outright.
You know the frequency with which gas goes into the very center of the centrifuge, right? And so that's something, a precondition for gas going into this larger area is the vacuum chamber that could be hooked up to it is having to go into the center, right? And so you would know logically that there would be no gas in the vacuum.
So again, right? I'm going to repeat the critique one last time, right? We're interrupting you at this rate because you persevere to lecture us about matters we already know about, and it's an extenuation of words that is irrelevant to the point. Your appeal is antithetical to your cosmos. It's antithetical to your cosmological paradigm. Your cosmological paradigm that there's uncontained gas in an infinitesimal fraction of a cosmic vacuum that's ever expanding. Your appeal is to appeal to an artificial synthetic operation with gas inside a solid container with a vacuum in the midst of the gas. It's antithetical on every point.
I obviously disagree, but I think we've already made that point, so we're just going to go around in circles.
Yeah.
But
it's not an disagree situation, sir.
Well, it is.
Well, I mean, there's this concession. That's as much as a concession to defeat we're going to get. So there's that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the thing is. Yeah, I mean, you're going to have these rules where you think that's
where'd you get the gas
container, but if you want to call it a container, I would argue it's an irrelevant container. It's not important to what I'm talking about here.
So how do they meter the gas? How do they get the gas pressure gradients? How do they measure that? Do they use the surface of a container?
What do you mean? No,
they don't. How do they get these readings? How would they know what the pressure is?
Oh, you can well, you can have like little pressure sensors, or you can just do it theoretically.
Pressure sensors?
Yep, on the sides of the container.
On the sides, so on the walls of the containers where we're going to meter the pressure?
Or in the very central vacuum core, you could have a sensor there and see that it reads 0.
I don't want to hear could. I don't want to hear could. I want to know where it's at.
What do you mean could? This is all.
What is the case? Not your imagination.
What is the case? Yeah, I'm sick of hearing could out of you. I want to hear what exactly it is, how it works, where it's at.
Yeah, I think it would probably differ from one to one, or they probably wouldn't even bother including one. I mean, well, actually, they probably want to.
Would now we're going to would. Now you're saying probably. Everything that you have is a complete speculation, or boy, I hope so.
Well,
he's a rationalist. He's not an empiricist.
The thing is
right.
This is all abstract thought. We know these things exist.
Yeah, you're a rationalist.
Oh, now this is abstract.
Okay, but so before I go, really quickly, the last piece of evidence that you can have is you can do a simulation with gravity, simulating all the particles in the atmosphere.
I don't want to hear can out of you. Stop with your hypotheticals.
Video game.
Yeah, but what you would have in the simulation is similar things to what's going on.
In a video game, I could literally do Avada Kedavra from the Hogwarts, fictional universe. I can also go to Skyrim.
Yeah,
I can also go to Pandora.
So what you'd be doing is setting up the conditions that mimic what's going on Earth to see if you would still get gas pressure without a container. So
The conditions
say
that
on Earth.
The conditions on Earth. You mean that deductively refuted mass attracting mass or bendy space time? You mean
No,
that?
you don't need any of that. You could just make gravity an acceleration downwards. But what you would do is say
so not an analogy. So not what happens on Earth.
no, it's a complete with a simulation as always there might be
a
things you're not
simulation of your
taking into
imagination,
account.
right? Not what really happens.
Well, so the thing about a simulation is if you simulate the important relevant stuff, you can it's not like completely
But really, if you're trying to simulate reality, it's very important and relevant to include that which is happening in your simulation.
Wait, so let me just describe the simulation really quickly. Like, so at atmospheric pressure right now,
You're trying to save face, dude. You're not being honest. You just talked about making a simulation, right?
Yeah, I want to describe.
Then
it
I
before you put it.
rhetorically asked you about your gravity that you're supposedly trying to simulate, which is deductively refuted given the argument that's right there in the open chat for you to study, right? So you're not simulating reality. It's not illustrative or demonstrative of reality. It is illustrative of your imagination. That's it.
Oh, okay.
It proves nothing.
So you disagree that there's this downwards acceleration due to gravity, but okay. But assuming if it was there was
Absolutely.
9.8 meters,
It's not demonstrated. It's not demonstrated. We're not going to let you continue to beg the question or to essentially lie about what occurs. If you can show us an exclusive downward vector for all matter on Earth, then by all means, show it to us.
Okay. But just if I may, I mean, if you don't want me to, I won't. But just
No, I don't want you to go into fantasy land. This is not a place for you to kind of vent your religious, chantings. This is not that place. We want empiricism, like the gentleman said before. You're a rationalist. In your mind, you create scenarios that would be somehow plausible, but in reality, they don't exist. We don't want you to come in here and do that. We want empirical evidence.
Yeah, so if you don't think gravity is a thing that exists, I can see why you'd think that.
Obviously, it doesn't, because there's not an exclusive downward vector for all matter. As you describe gravity, it does not exist. And you know this is just as well as we do.
But spoiler alert, the thing is, if you simulate all the particles with gravity...
Spoiler alert, if you simulate something that doesn't exist in reality, all of a sudden it just exists in some sort of abstract simulation, but not in reality. We're talking about reality today. Do you have any interest in talking about reality today or not?
Well, obviously, I've just talked about it.
This is his logic sequence. He he thinks that we don't understand. Look, watch. His idea, I'm going to rephrase in my own word order, of course. His idea is that you're going to make a simulation and you're going to simulate acceleration. And then it makes a non sequitur leap to that this is illustrative of his bendy space-time or matter attracting matter. It's not. It's not illustrative of that. There's a difference between downward acceleration and matter attracting matter or bendy space-time. So when you simulate acceleration, you're not simulating bendy space-time or matter attracting matter. You're just categorically conflating things, making a non sequitur leap from that which does happen to that which doesn't happen.
I know, but
happen given its own premises.
I'm actually not even including anything to do with mass attracting mass or bendy space-time. The only
so this is irrelevant then. This is irrelevant then, dude. This is irritating. This is entirely irritating. If you're not trying to make a simulation of your supposed ad hoc account appealing to matter attracting matter or bendy space-time, then it's irrelevant. It's not a demonstration. It's not illustrative of what happens in reality, and you haven't even given a demonstration of your supposed metaphysic with the supposed bendy space-time and matter attracting matter. You're done.
No, because I don't need matter attracting matter. Or the only assumption I need is that there is this downward acceleration, and I can show just given that it doesn't even matter why that's occurring. Could be fairies.
Dude, again with this.
I can show that
yesterday. We already discussed it yesterday, dude. We already discussed it yesterday. Last night.
Just let me
right?
speak.
You're not going to have an effect without a cause, Pinky. Just stop trying to persevere with this absurd nonsense. Dude, you're not going to have acceleration without a cause.
So
you don't just have acceleration, dude.
The point I want to make is that
Pinky,
just
this
with
is not the place
acceleration,
for you to just lecture us with nonsense. You have to engage the critiques. You cannot have acceleration without a cause. You don't just have acceleration. That's absurd.
All right. I don't know if you're getting overexcited or not, but you are. literally is not letting me say one sentence, so I think I'm probably going to go.
Because you keep trying to persevere with lecturing us about nonsense, and you're not engaging the critique said to you. You cannot have acceleration just brutally.
Yep.
You have acceleration because something caused it. You don't just have acceleration, end of matter.
Maybe something did cause it, but the only thing I need to model in this acceleration is that it exists. You know.
So then
It's not models.
It's
It is not.
Of course, acceleration exists. So what?
So if it does exist, and we know things about the atmosphere, like the size of the molecules of nitrogen in the atmosphere, which are like 360 picometers, and the fact that on average they're 3 picometers away from nanometers, away from each other, so 10 times the diameter, and we know at what speed they're moving and stuff, then we can do a simulation of what would happen if all of these particles are moving around according to the kinetic theory of gases, but they're all being accelerated downwards. And what you see is a couple things.
Again, with that accelerated downwards garbage. You've never seen the atmosphere rush down to the Earth. That's not how the atmosphere behaves.
There's no gas puddles, bro.
And gases expand. Gases expand in a vacuum. So I don't know where you're getting that they're going down. They expand as soon as there's nothing for them to press, so they expand outwards in a vacuum.
You say you just try to slip that in there like it's okay. It's not okay. You keep talking about gas in the way that it doesn't behave. No, you have never seen gas rush to contract to a particular location. You've never seen the atmosphere behave like that.
Yeah. Do you think gas clumps into a sphere, or do you think it goes to the bottom of the ground? Like, how do you think gas behaves?
Well, one thing that would happen is you'd get a pressure gradient and buoyancy would occur, and you can literally in the simulation see
not wood. Not wood. What do you actually observe in reality? No more hypotheticals out of you.
No, you see a gas pressure gradient, so that's something in reality.
Which is not an instance of gas rushing to the Earth.
But so you have to understand the way that this works is all the gas particles are moving around. It's just that the average momentum is downwards, which is to say,
which you've never seen.
Oh no, but you do see certain things like
you've never empirically detected it by any means. You've never seen gas rush to contract anywhere.
Okay. So we have to say, okay, how does the simulation compare to reality? So what do we see? Well, one thing we see is this exact distribution of altitude versus pressure, and you can see that given the assumptions that I laid out, you get the exact same pressure gradient with the altitude and I know because I've done this on
gas
limit.
Rushing to contract anywhere, Pinky.
I don't know what you mean by rushing to contract.
Right, your paradigm requires that the gas is trying to contract in all directions to the Earth. You've never seen gas rush to contract anywhere. It's not trying to occupy as little space as possible. It's trying to occupy as much space as possible, expanding in all directions, not contracting in all directions.
But wouldn't you say that the diagram I posted with 50% of of all the molecules being only 5 kilometers, beneath the 5 kilometer altitude mark, isn't that maybe what you'd call rushing towards the surface?
No.
Then I don't know what you mean by that. I guess you mean.
So then you need to do some reading. Then I just clearly articulated the difference. Either the gas is moving away from a given point, expanding in all directions, which means that the particles are moving from a point in free space in principle, or they're contracting to a point, which means they're moving toward a point in free space in principle. The gas does not try to move toward a single point in free space. They try to move away from a point in free space, expanding, not contracting.
They diffuse. I mean, they move from high areas to low, or from low areas to high, or you know what I mean? High areas to low. They want to fill that space. That's what I mean. From areas of high to low concentration. And it's all driven by kinetic energy, momentum, but you need something to press on.
Well, the first thing, the gas would be in an equilibrium, even if it is in a pressure gradient, right? So it's not like in totality all the particles are rushing downwards and settling on the bottom of the ground. Some particles are going up, some particles are going down. and if you only had one particle, you'd see it would do like a parabolic arc. It would go up and come down, and the effect of that is this gas pressure gradient. Is that maybe what you mean by all rushing down? Or I suppose if you had a vacuum chamber and you let the air in, it does rush in towards it.
But it fills the entire space. It doesn't just rush in and settle to the bottom, right? Because it's got to move. It's going to be moving. There's so much kinetic energy within the medium and the pressure, and it's moving off the walls. That's the only reason why you have the acceleration, right? At least in our understanding is we know we have acceleration of air molecules because they're pressing off each other. It's not that the Earth is pulling them into acceleration and pushing off each other.
So I just posted a GIF that I made using a simulation.
Do you understand that?
Yeah, no, that's our understanding.
Our understanding of kinetic pressure of molecules has to do with the container and the way they collide off of each other. That there's acceleration. You're saying that air accelerates because of the mass below it. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is, if you see the GIF I posted, you can see that even though there's a gas pressure gradient, and higher up there might be a vacuum, on a small scale, because the gas particles are, they take, if you're just shooting one up, it would take many kilometers to slow down and come back down. But on like a small scale, since they're bouncing around at like, the speed of sound, which is like 700 miles an hour, it's not like, basically it would expand to fill the container, and you do get the effect that you'd see. But given enough time, of course it would expand. Yeah,
it's not as though any mass is going to pull it to not expand. Do you think that? Do you actually think that the air would not expand because there's a mass that's prohibiting it?
No, it's not expanding. It's just that, you know what? If you want to see a video that I could explain it,
can you just answer that at least? Do you think that a mass?
He doesn't do rhetorical questions. He's really deep into his paradigm.
Yeah,
so that's what I'm just saying critiques, because he's going to keep persevering to try and reinterpret the phenomenon through his presuppositions. That's why he's doing it. Because what you're doing is fine, brother, but it doesn't work with him. Because if you do that with him, we're just going to be here forevermore. He is thoroughly convinced that he's coherent, but he's not empirically adequate, and he's not coherent. So again, you do not ever see gas rushing to contract anywhere. It only expands to fill the space.
I'm sorry, I don't know. I know you've said it before, but rushing to contract is what I'm having trouble with understanding.
I don't know what is so difficult about you grasping that sentence. That's what your gas and your paradigm is doing. It's not trying to expand to fill the space. The atmosphere that is supposedly wrapped around the ball is not trying to expand to fill the space, or it is, and something else is preventing it. But either way, you're trying to say that the gas is not trying to leave. You're saying that the gas is not trying to expand, and you've never seen gas behave like that. You're trying to say that it's contracting in all directions to the Earth.
Yep. You're trying to say a mass is. Go ahead.
No. Well, then I'd go. I mean, that's the whole point of why I provided that ZIF type centrifuge example. That's it rushing to
antithetical. Right. Here we go again. See, which is antithetical to your paradigm. Remember, your zip type centrifuge, artificial inside a solid container, with gas in the midst of a vacuum, with vacuum in the middle of a cloud of gas in the vacuum. Your cosmos, there's a ball wrapped in gas inside an uncontained open system cosmic vacuum, ever expanding, antithetical to your paradigm.
Well, I think now we're going in circles because I've already said how I don't think that's an important difference.
Perhaps I missed one specific part. In your paradigm, the gas is trying to contract to a particular point. In your appeal with the zip-tied centrifuge, the gas is expanding to the walls of the solid container. It's antithetical still.
No. So in the diagram I've posted I'll post it again, but here I'll post it again. So in the very beginning, before this thing is turned on, the gas is all throughout this entire cylinder column, right? Now, when you turn it on, it contracts to the outer rim of this container. Or a way to think of it would be...
it contracts to the outer rim.
Yep. another way to think of it is
contracts to the outer rim.
Yeah.
You're saying with centrifuges
equally on all sides.
Am I wrong?
You're not wrong. Equally on all sides.
Contracts to the outer rim, not the inner rim.
Yeah.
So the pressure increases. It contracts.
The pressure increases.
Yep.
And it's pressing against what?
The outer,
Yeah, you're talking
the walls of the container.
Right. So,
if you rotate a
artificial
container,
means even natural artificial means the gas is trying to expand to press upon the walls of the container, which is antithetical to your paradigm where the gas is trying to contract to the earth, not expand away from the earth, and your open system, godless cosmic vacuum ever expanding.
1 second. I just realized there's a really good way to think about this, which is, here we go. Sorry, 1 second.
Are you not going to answer the critique? Are you just going to ignore it completely? That you're using something antithetical?
It's working in the opposite direction, but
in the container.
You could have
in the container.
1 second.
Yeah, in 1 second in the container. We'll just keep saying in the container and the walls of the container and the opposite effect of what you're trying to prove, which is synthetic, by the way, not natural. I mean, there's so many ways that this is wrong, and yet you persist.
So
gas's natural tendency is to expand, buddy.
So this is from
what gas wants to do is expand. Just get.
So you could literally have a completely open ring, right? Just like this picture I posted, which is supposedly Elysium, which isn't spinning so fast that it contains gas. But if it was, then there'd be this. It's basically open.
Another hypothetical.
So more CGI to illustrate your imagination.
Yeah, this isn't tangible. And even rotate. If you have a rotating container, the gas is going to press to the outsides of the walls.
Yeah, but that the outside walls would be equivalent to the surface of the Earth, right? That's one side.
No, it's not analogous at all. It's completely the opposite. How are you not getting this? This is the same as the assholes that take the bucket to describe gravity by swinging it outwardly, and the container is facing inward. This is completely the opposite of what you're trying to demonstrate and prove. How do you not see it?
Do you not understand the word antithesis, antithetical? It's directly opposite, like it says who just said. Your appeal is self-defeating. It's demonstrative of our position. It's antithetical to yours.
I mean, it's certainly the opposite direction, but all the important elements are still there.
That's all we need.
Right?
That's all we need.
No, in one attribute, yes, but that would be equivalent to saying, like, the Cavendish experiment doesn't
it's the opposite
mass because the
Cavendish
Cavendish experiment
dishonest.
works on the
horizontal. That's why I'm interrupting you. Dude, it's so obvious to the audience that is actually trying to pay attention. It's so easy. You're appealing to an instance of artificial synthetic operations where gas is contained in a solid container to demonstrate that you can have gas pressure with gas not contained in an open system cosmic vacuum that's ever expanding.
So I understand that the direction is different, and in many ways, it's mechanistically it is antithetical, but not. I don't think in any important way. And an analogous situation.
It's exactly as I just. It's exactly as I just described succinctly. That's the problem. It's exactly as I just described succinctly. That's the problem. Your appeal to this demonstration is antithetical to your paradigm. It's demonstrative of our position and antithetical to yours. You are demonstrating what really happens and what is happening concerning our paradigm. Our paradigm is what's really happening. Your paradigm is directly antithetical to that.
I don't think it's antithetical in any meaningful way in terms of the logic sequence. Like
in any meaningful way.
Yeah, so there's still a vacuum.
You said it's not meaningful. So either it's not meaningful because you are unable to interpret it, you're losing acumen as we're having the dialogue, or it is meaningful. And in spite of you being able to interpret it, you just refuse to. You just refuse to acknowledge its meaningfulness.
No. So what I mean is it is antithetical in that, yes, it's being flung outwards into the sides of a container as opposed to being pulled downwards to the container being the floor of the earth. But there is still a vacuum next to a region
Which
of
is
gas
in the
that is
midst
being
of the
contained.
gas, not the gas in a vacuum. Again,
No,
antithetical.
it's not being contained.
Your paradigm has
No.
gas
Wait, this is a
in
way to
a
explain it.
vacuum.
There's not. It's not being. It doesn't. The entire thing doesn't have to be sealed. Like for instance, the top and bottom, where the axis of rotation
So
is,
you're going to
can
have this
literally be open.
phenomenon if you open the container. If you open the
would
container,
still
the
have
gas won't leave the container.
Yes, and in fact,
As
that's
as it's
exactly what
rotating?
it says.
Is
Yes,
it rotating?
it
No,
says
come
here.
on.
It says here on the axis of the centrifuge, there is a vacuum, and there is no mechanical seal needed because it is essentially a complete vacuum. So there is literally it's open. The entire
So
thing
it's
could
not
be open.
containing anything then. If it's a vacuum,
It's containing it on the walls.
so of course nothing's going to escape the container if there's only nothing in there, a vacuum. So that's not your point either.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I think now we're going in circles. So yeah, I'll just end by saying.
Oh, you're the one going in a centrifuge.
Before I showed you this zip type
Come
centrifuge,
on.
you Gregory agreed with me that this would be an example of showing the gas pressure next to a vacuum.
No. See, no. Gas pressure of gas inside a vacuum, not a vacuum inside a solid container where the vacuum is in the center of the gas pressing on the walls of the container. Again, antithetical.
No, so if you've got something spinning,
it's not demonstrative. I did not agree to that.
The
You did not demonstrate what you need to demonstrate. What you appeal to as a demonstration is antithetical to your paradigm, regardless of your invincible ignorance against that critique. This is annoying, Pinky.
Okay. Well, let's not go in circles. But if you have to realize, like, if you're thinking of a circle spinning, in the dimension going in and out.
You just say let's not go in circles, and you're about to say it again like it makes sense.
That is where the vacuum.
You're just repeating yourself. You haven't identified any incoherency or any error in our critique. You're just repeating yourself.
No, I'm saying
so why
that
would we say anything else except the refutation of what you said?
Yeah, I'm saying it's open to the elements.
Repetition fallacy, Pinky. So just stop it.
All right,
stop it, Pinky. You just don't have the discernment when to stop. You don't have the wisdom to say to yourself, I should just stop now. Obviously I don't have a critique against their argument, and I'm just repeating myself at this rate.
I was the person that suggested we're going in circles. I said that, not you.
And you persisted. You continued to talk about it.
So you're done. You don't have a refutation or a critique, and you're just repeating yourself after we refuted you thoroughly.
Obviously, I think I do. If you can't see that, you can't see that. But I think, based on your argument with gas pressure,
you obviously don't want to. You don't want to stop.
Yeah.
No,
you don't have
is going to make us not say the critique any longer. No.
You don't have a pragmatic.
Follow-up to our critique, or you just concede. Or you just stay silent, which would be your concession. You don't have a critique against the argument. Your appeal to this is antithetical to your paradigm.
All right, now you're continuing. Let's just move on to the topic to something else. I think we've said everything we need to say. I certainly have.
All right, so let's do this. Let's verify the 10 to the negative 17 torr that the Earth is supposed to be exposed to. Let's verify that. That's the globe claim. Let's verify that vacuum.
And where's the sensors on that one? Where's the pressure sensors? So much low pressure. Yeah, what pressure sensor could you get to where it's not even where it's detecting torr? I don't even know where you take it up to, right? I mean, how?
I wonder if we could verify if there's a vacuum without a container. Could we verify a vacuum without a container?
Not on Earth, you can't.
Well, I mean, you could get a centrifuge and create this little container and then spin it. You could put gas in there that comes out of containers.
I thought if you got what's that thing called adiabatic pressure, where if you have gas in a container and you rotate it, you're going to get more pressure squeezed into smaller and smaller. What is that? I think it starts with an A, but yeah, it's where you spin gas.
That's the same cause of why if you've got, say, like a balloon in a car, then like a helium balloon specifically, the balloon will actually go to the back of the car when you brake.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or if you have someone vaped in my car, and when we were turning, the vape was moving in all sorts of directions, or anytime you're on like a turn, the vape will go. I don't know if it's opposite or with it, or it's kind of interesting. And it made me think about, well, like if Earth's turning in all these clouds and all this water vapor, how come it's not acting like the vape in my car is? You know what I mean?
Oh, I apologize. It goes to the front of the car. Yeah, but it's the
Yeah,
same.
and the helium balloon, it's the opposite directions.
That's right. Yeah. My apologies. I wasn't really thinking when I said that. But,
yeah, I don't like that whole analogy of them using a car as, you know how you can throw a ball in a car, and to me that's a linear. It's
not analogous at all.
No, it's not a rotation.
Not at all.
Your car's not on an axis rotating. If that was the case,
Yeah.
you'd get Coriolis.
Unenclosed.
Yeah, it's a horrible analogy. Trains and cars, anything, because that's linear. You're not rotating on an axis.
And then when the car does spin, right, fucks everything up. Everything is flying towards the outer edges of the car if it's inside the car, or it's flying away from the car.
Yeah, anytime you're on a rotation of an axis, you're going to have flying off. It's bizarre to even think that you're going to stay on a rotating object.
I mean, the Earth is not a vortex. The car is not a vortex, right? It's not going to suck anything in.
Yeah, but it will bulge out the equator 30 miles higher than the rest. I was like, wow, it has that effect, though. But no, it holds us all together. Yeah, we get it. Yeah.
So basically, when they try to appeal to the centrifugal force, they basically ascribe the properties of a vortex to something that's not a vortex, as though the Earth or the car or whatsoever that is not a vortex is behaving like a vortex, like a tornado. Like, no.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that people, when you sit down and explain that to them, they're like, okay, you're right. It's not a, sometimes they do, sometimes they still don't. But the whole thing about, the car's not actually rotating like the Earth. Okay, I get that. It took a second for some people. Like I was saying yesterday, the programming, I don't know, like with this guy, Pinky, if he just loves the model, he loves the math, and it's in his head, he's been doing it right. And with those numbers, you can make the model work. Or, you're weirdly connected to it. Like you have to defend it somehow. I don't know if people are weirdly connected in a way where.
Here's another false point of analogy. The Earth is supposedly moving through free space, especially in a supposed elliptical orbit around the sun.
Yes.
Right. So if the Earth is supposed to be analogous to the car, then we feel the car moving. You're gonna wake your ass up even if you're asleep.
Oh, yeah.
But we don't ever feel that with the Earth.
No, you never
the
feel
Earth
moving.
is analogous to a car that's never moving.
That's the strangest thing is how you never feel any movement, and their only answer is, well, it's because it's so big.
The largest vehicles we've ever seen and been on, we feel their movement the most.
Yeah, it's that I never understood. I was looking into elliptical orbits. That you mentioned it. The whole thing about Kepler changing all the circular orbits, how the geocentric model was working, where you had what is it called, where they were doing certain, the orbits were like doing certain turns. I can't remember the turn style, but everything was working with geocentrism. And Kepler came and apparently he saw something that changed it to where, yes, every sun is kind of on a tilt to where the orbit is elliptical. And that kind of hit me to where, wait a minute, you changed the model. You completely changed the orbital model of we had complete circles, things were moving around us. It was working geocentric. And I'm still trying to find out, what did you find out? What exactly did you see and observe with Tycho Brahe's observations that said, no, it's all ellipses now? And I think that's a big shift to make heliocentrism work, in their model, to make the maths work. You needed the ellipses to make it work. And there's something funky going on with Mars that I learned that they changed to make heliocentrism work. And I'm trying to, deconstruct that, but I don't know if you've looked into that. Sorry for that ramble.
No. It's a worthy critique. In fact, the very key phrase that you said, that to add the ellipse to make it work, right? They had to make
yeah.
ad hoc additions to their paradigm that was not coherent in principle. This is not an observation. It is a invention.
Yeah, they definitely had to. The only way for heliocentrism for them to work was, okay, we have to make these ellipses, just like they had to make stars at insane distances and sizes, just like they now have to add dark energy and dark matter. I never added, oh, you guys completely changed orbital mechanics to make your model work. You have to have ellipses.
Too. It's an observation. It's an invention. I said a invention.
Yes, yeah, that's fine.
It's all don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain. It's all Wizard of Oz stuff, because they will tell you that the math works. It's even, they'll use this word predictive, which is really just starting to make me throw up in my mouth when I hear predictions. But anyways, all the things that they say work, as soon as you start to look a little closer, appear behind the curtain, Salinellian eclipse, well, that all of a sudden, umbras and penumbras now violate this parallel light ray stuff. Like, you could go on and on. The closer you look, the more it falls apart. I mean, it's a Salinellian eclipse. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Well, that too. You think about it. I talked to someone. He said, "Okay, that is refraction," and I said, "You're telling me on both sides of the horizon, the exact same type of refraction, even though there's different temperatures on both sides, is that's attributing to both sun and moon being above the horizon at the same exact time, the same exact type of refraction?" And he was dumbfounded. He's like, and I was like, "You're like, you know that different temperatures cause different types of refraction. So how would you have the same exact one on each horizon?" And you can't answer that. That's a phenomena that's beyond a comprehension of refraction. You can't say that's refraction. There's no way that's the same exact refraction on both sides. That's hilarious. Sorry.
Yeah, the math breaks down, the mechanics break down. Even with the eclipse the other day, they were incorrect about the path of totality. It doesn't matter if it's 20 seconds or whatever it is. They were incorrect. Their predictions, their post-dictions, all of it falls apart. There's always going to be somewhere where there is a man behind the curtain, So
well, and I give them credit for figuring out the maths to work their model. Like, yes, you have to make people believe in astronomical distances and sizes and motions to make it work. And yes, if you have a dumb enough public that don't question, it's easy to do that. But they realized, okay, we have to change this. We got to make it ellipses. We got to make dark energy. We have to change the the cosmological constant is just a rebranding now of dark energy, dark energy. But they don't know that, and so they do all this stuff, like you said, the man behind the curtain. They're good at math. It's just their math is, it's just too big. It's too big, and I think they know it's too big. And like you're saying, little tiny fudges could change the model completely. Those little tiny. He's off by 20 seconds. Those 20 seconds, could be a completely different model, though. If that makes sense. But yeah, they are good at math.
Just equivocating the word prediction. When they say prediction, they're talking about various things that have well-established historical precedents. There's a pattern of this type of event.
Yeah, what's
which people
that
are making a strong inductive inference from. It's not an instance of inferring without any historical precedent.
And the fact that is a thing, synodic cycles, that the planets and stars or whatever restart every single time they come back to the same spot. Synodic cycles. That should be a key to showing you, there's a system, there's a mechanism to this. It's not doesn't seem just random, I don't know. It's
also a worthy critique. I mean, as much as they want to shoo away these issues concerning the problem of induction, I don't care. Right? Just because they don't want to play the game because they know they can't win doesn't mean that they didn't lose. So they cannot justify induction with this scientism worldview at all. Right. So with all their talk about prediction and all their talk about math and all their talk about empirical fact, all the talk about that all presupposes that inductive reasoning is possible, that induction is possible, but they can't justify believing that induction is possible. especially in the worldview that is a godless cosmic vacuum that was indeliberately farted into existence with no purpose, with no end, with no value whatsoever. It's just matter in motion. You cannot justify induction with that worldview.
If you just keep saying dark energy and dark matter enough, it's like the new gravity.
This is what when you read the history of Western philosophy and theology, Dr. John Frame doing a critique of various worldviews, this is what is called a dialectical tension. It's when two or more premises within a given worldview cannot comport with one another. So in the scientism worldview, they have utter randomness and chaos, but also for some reason there's law, there's order, there's organization, there's pattern.
Yeah,
how do you get law from that which is devoid of law? Right? Laws of physics. How do you get laws without someone regulating, normalizing the world so that it behaves in a law-like manner? Law is used analogously concerning the operations of physics. It's not actual legislation or prescription, but it operates as though someone did prescribe these physical things to function in that way. But they can't account for that.
The laws come from order.
From chaos.
Yep. Yeah.
Chaos being the cause of the order. That's impossible.
Yeah, too many contradictions for you to stand in belief. And with Kepler too, they use a Newtonian physics on Kepler's ellipses. So it's like, how are you using Newtonian physics on a Kepler model, but with space-time fabric with Einstein of no force, and it's a two-bodied system? You're only talking about two-bodied systems, and so you know you really do have to give people a rigmarole, and you have to. It's all about distraction. It's the distraction game. Because most people are not going to look into Kepler's laws ever. They don't care. They're fine with people not looking into this. But man, there is a shift. I can feel it. Even from 7 years ago, it feels like there's a shift of awareness.
And some, not the majority, not as many as should be, but there are some.
Yeah, I think you had to get politics to awaken people first. It's interesting because Flat Earth came out first, and I was into that. And then I went into politics, and I applied the same things I learned in Flat Earth and took it to politics and saw the same stuff going on, the same tactics.
Yeah, in order to be provocative, it's very simple. In order to be provocative, you got to touch something that people care about.
Yeah. Yeah, so did that, and then I'm realizing, okay, people in politics, they're understanding now that they've been lied to in a lot of ways, and I'm wondering, okay, you guys are slowly going to probably, go over to the space program world and realize they're lying too, and maybe you'll start thinking a little bit more. But
yeah, if you're so concerned about political corruption, then be logically consistent with that evaluation. Because there's political corruption, there's corruption in the established institution over here also, and over there, and wherever else you're pointing.
Yeah, I think more Pinky comes in and more talks, but maybe he'll concede a little bit, like stuff like people like that, where they're interested. They come to a realization that a lot of their ideas are conceptual; they have nothing tangible. But it's good to have these conversations. It really is, because most people don't do it out in the real world, and so this is a good space to do it.
I think it was you who used the term rationalism to describe Pinky. Was it you?
Yeah. I've been looking at empiricism, rationalism, and there's a lot of rationalists out there.
In fact, when you scratch the scientist, as much as they talk as though they are an empiricist, especially concerning the cosmos, they're far more just humanistic rationalists than they are empiricists.
Oh yeah.
And both are always reduced to self-defeating dialectical tension. The humanistic rationalist thinks they're having clear and distinct ideas, but then they come to vastly different conclusions by the same supposed epistemic standard.
Yeah,
and then the empiricists cannot verify their own premise. They're self-defeating just upon their own introduction.
Yeah, it's about the words more than the experiment. They just care about how they can convey it rather than show it.
And they're not even good at that, because at best they're being analytical. They're using analytical philosophy. But even then, they're not even doing that. They just want to believe this, that, or the third, and then they talk as though it does make rational sense, but then upon scrutiny, it really doesn't.
Yeah. And it makes sense how much they defend it, especially we were talking yesterday. You involve yourself in a model for 20 years, and you love it, and you put your money and energy into it, and your family loves you, and it's your world. And to have that go away after 20 years, you might do everything you can to keep that going, because who knows if you're getting grants, if you're getting funding, who knows. But I understand people fighting it with vengeance and not giving it up right away, because from what they've looked at, that's 20 more years of thick saturation of the model, more than just what we got in school. Because I didn't go into it after school. I just got the basics. But if I were to go into just looking at Saturn's rings for 20 years, and then someone told me, hey, those aren't what we're told, that's a crushing blow.
Yep. Look in the open chat. Well, I'll post it in the open chat, and then I'll send it to you DMs also. On the very point you just said.
Let's see this. Yeah, I think over time I've learned a little more with patience on that, with some of these intellects that think they're intellects, and just, let me see. Oh yeah, well put. Let me screenshot that.
There's no avoiding this. Because within this world, within the cosmos, are humans and human society and human nature. And all those things that I just listed all factor into human nature and human society, which include how people think and speak and act concerning this cosmological controversy. All of that is factoring into the human mind when they involve themselves in the debate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's mostly it is just mentalism for a lot of these people. It's just mental spellery. That's really what it is.
I will say this, from observing the last couple hours, what you just wrote, that's a problem, right? And based upon how you go with the discussion, how you deal with that problem, I think you offer some solutions. Seems like you're learning. That's pretty tough to do, man. Like, all the time and emotion and information relayed and time again, because I'm sure you've heard the same arguments millions of times over and over. Yeah. Patience and endurance.
Patience, endurance, forgiveness. Yeah, definitely.
Right now, I'm just listening to hear how you guys solve certain problems. I'm gonna try and allocate that in my wheelhouse.
I've learned too that you can't actually solve problems. There's trade-offs. There's never solutions, only trade-offs. So a problem will just turn into another trade-off. So as long as I don't know if that makes sense, but sometimes you have to sacrifice, even though you think you're solving a problem, because you're really just trading for something else. And once I learned
I don't know why you make a distinction between the two like that. That would be an instance of a solution.
But that sometimes a solution you think a solution is just a trade-off for something else that causes another problem.
Well, it may cause another problem may arise subsequent to the previous resolution of the previous problem, but that doesn't mean that you didn't resolve the problem.
Yeah, you're right. There is some sort of resolution in some degree, but I always feel like there's a ripple effect somewhere else. And so it's like, man, is there really ever a resolution to anything?
And right here, this is where people need to be careful. This is why I've defined the so-called trichotomy of the consequences of conflict, because you look around the world, there's conflict. There's conflict inside you, there's conflict external to you. There's conflict between you and someone else, you and something else, or some other persons or other things. There's conflict. Mm-hmm. So either the conflict will end or it won't. If it won't, then it continues forevermore. And so there's no solution. Or it does end, and if it ends, then everyone has come to an agreement, or not.
Mm-hmm.
Or if everyone has still not come to an agreement, then all parties are annihilated except one left standing.
I think
parties are annihilated.
I think if conflicts are resolved, it's temporary. It might not be, because if this realm is fluctuation and it's just ups and lows, then yeah, maybe there is resolution, but it's temporary. and there's always going to be a law of entropy, disorder. But then we are able to create order out of the disorder.
So long as there's still some flaw in the world. Yes.
Yes, but nature.
Don't
you think nature causes flaws naturally? But with nature, it's not a flaw.
What do you mean by nature? Nature is just the sum total of a given It's just the sum total of the properties of a given entity.
Yeah. I'm saying to humans' perspective. I'm wondering if we look at nature as having maybe not flaws. Maybe that's the wrong word. It's just we have to deal with nature's what we think is problems or disorder. We can.
Here's what it comes down to. See, this is a very important question. We shouldn't trifle with this question. The question is, what is the problem in the world, especially the human condition? Everyone has some sort of answer to it, either sophisticated and self-conscious or not. But depending on how you answer this question, it influences how you interact in the world and how you go about trying to resolve any conflict. So when you consider the scriptures, the problem is that there are sinners and they're corrupted by sin and they have a proclivity to sin. And so, that's why you have all this conflict in the world. And very obviously, the world is very patently, empirically corroborating that account. You don't have a world full of all this conflict and evil and sin in a world where there's only perfect people. So there really is beyond controversy. And so the corrupt things that are corrupt, of course, cannot be the resolution to themselves. Corruption cannot make itself incorrupt.
We'll just sit with that. Yeah. You don't believe in original sin, do you? You believe that?
Well, let's define original sin, because a lot of people misdefine original sin. Original sin in the sense of Adam sinned, he then became corrupt by sin, and then we inherit that same sinful nature, that same proclivity to sin, and folks then sin and then are guilty for their own sins. Yes. In the sense that Adam sinned and everyone else shares his guilt for his sin? No.
Okay, sorry, I didn't know I had to specify original sin. Wow.
Yeah, that's very often conflated. So you see how I defined the distinction and I negated the former, because most people have that misconception. Excuse me, I negated the latter, not the former. The former is true. The latter is false.
Yeah, I mean, from what I learned humans have been tainted since the first bite of the apple, right? And we've got that. Where the original sin comes from, is from the first sinner, and so it's almost in everyone's gene.
In that sense, the lusts of the flesh or the sinful nature, the proclivity to sin, the property of having the proclivity to sin.
Okay, so it's not necessarily you're born sinful, but you have that. You're more susceptible to sin.
There's that first, and then there's the inevitable consequence of that property, which is then committing the sin and then becoming guilty, in that logical order, in chronological order.
So it's almost like you're born with a moral flaw.
Yeah, that's why I specifically say the proclivity to sin. That's really the most apropos way to say it.
Man, I can't get on board with that. I can't. And until you get a sprinkle of water by an ordained minister, then you don't have as much susceptibility.
No, you see, there's another error. You're referring to baptismal regeneration, where the idea is that performing the sacrament of water baptism causes a person's nature to change, when that obviously is not the case. It's empirically inadequate. It's also not coherent with what the Lord teaches about water baptism. Water baptism is a signifier of what happened in the past by the Holy Spirit.
Okay, so some people are conflating that then as literal today.
Mm-hmm. Now, you see, you're raising these questions rationally because, there's all these different errors that fly. It's the same thing. I mean, just make the analogy between the scriptures and flat earth or whatever other issue that there's controversy around. If you're not doing everything that's necessary to understand the matter, are you going to understand the matter? No. That applies with the scriptures, that applies to cosmology, that applies to politics, that applies to everything whatsoever.
Yeah, true. Yeah, if you're not actually reading the scriptures and trying it yourself, then you can't even say it doesn't work. You at least got to try it.
So what do we have so far? We have original sin, not in the sense of everyone is guilty for another person's sin. All humans are guilty for one man's sin, Adam. No, not that. That's unjust. The Lord never taught that. Rather, we all inherit the proclivity to sin, the lust of the flesh, from him, consequential to being corrupted by his own sin. Him and his wife, Chava, Eve. And then baptismal regeneration, well, you become perfect when you just... No. Baptismal regeneration is a heresy. It is contrary to what the Lord actually teaches about being born again by the Holy Spirit. And then you perform water baptism as a signifier that points back to the past of what happened in the past.
What do you think about tying it to salvation, where people think original sin is, okay, if I get rid of this original sin, I'll be saved. I feel like that's kind of
as it concerns salvation, which is the most important thing whatsoever. This is the source and summit of the worthiness of all these other subjects. Because if we all perish in the end with all our debate and all our study, what good was it? As it concerns salvation, the God alone is the Savior. The God alone is the one who performs the act of salvation. Every human who is saved is simply a passive recipient of that gracious gift. That's it. The God saves. No human plays a part in the operation of salvation. They passively receive the gracious gift of salvation, or they don't.
Yeah, and I'd rather experience salvation here. Save myself on earth, make sure my older self, my future self is saved. My retired self is saved. I got to focus on that too. I can't focus on an afterlife that I'm not positive is there. I mean, I hope reincarnation is true, but when it comes to Catholic salvation, Christian salvation, I don't know.
Well, salvation is this. It's salvation from the wrath of the God that humans justly deserve. The God saves humans from his just wrath.
But can't that be while you're here on earth? Like you're not feeling God's wrath while you're here?
Well, there's a difference between facing the God's final judgment of annihilating wrath versus being tried in trial and trouble now.
Yeah. Well, this is what I don't understand is Eden was made on earth, right? That's the most heavenly place you can think of, and it was on earth. So how is the rest of earth not Eden like? I mean, is that for us to change back into Eden?